Welcome to High School Number 3, located right in the desolate heart of the Forgotten Lands. The atmosphere here is absolutely electric today. The students watch with bated breath as Alliance Lieutenant Qin Tiansheng performs a miracle. He extracts pure iron elements straight from a pile of worthless scrap, turning trash into deadly combat weapons. With just that extracted scrap metal, Qin Tiansheng shatters a heavy defensive shield into a million pieces. The crowd erupts into awestruck gasps at the sheer display of destructive power, absolutely overpowered. The legendary techniques they had only read about in dusty textbooks are unfolding right before their very eyes, in real life. Talk about a heart-racing experience. Standing among the hyped-up crowd is our main character, Gao Ning. Just like the rest of the academy, he is completely mesmerized by Qin Tiansheng's legendary martial display. But right at the peak of his amazement, a mysterious voice suddenly echoes deep inside his own mind. Do you desire to become strong? Surprisingly, Gao Ning doesn't even flinch at this creepy telepathic intrusion. Why? Because for the past 7 days straight, this exact same voice has been haunting him on an endless loop. And the worst part is, he has zero clue where this phantom voice is coming from. Do you wish to possess the absolute greatest power in this entire world? The mysterious voice chimes in again, finally reaching his absolute breaking point. An annoyed Gao Ning completely loses his cool and screams at the top of his lungs. If I say yes, are you actually going to hand it over? You are all bark and no bite. Are you just some grandmaster of absolute bullshit? It is nothing but a reckless outburst fueled by pure frustration. But who could have guessed that Gao Ning's furious trash talk would accidentally trigger a dormant system? The host's acceptance has been verified for the trial. The system boots up online. A new quest drops immediately as that mechanical voice continues to echo through his brain. At the exact same time, a wildly futuristic holographic screen flashes right before Gao Ning's eyes. But bizarrely, the status window displays a completely unfamiliar name, Shen Ning Er. He aggressively scratches his head in pure confusion. Who the hell is Shen Ning Er? He has never met a single person with that name in his entire life. And wait a second, why is nobody else reacting to this glowing virtual window hovering in thin air? What kind of twisted reality is he experiencing right now? A massive storm of questions floods Gao Ning's brain. That is, until a crisp, angelic female voice suddenly rings out across the training grounds. Hello everyone, my name is Shen Ning Er. Gao Ning almost jumps out of his skin. That is the exact same name practically glowing on his system window. Snapping his gaze forward, Gao Ning realizes something shocking. Right beside the imposing Qin Tiansheng stands a breathtakingly stunning young woman. The lieutenant steps up to formally introduce her. This mysterious girl is Shen Ning Er, and she has arrived today to demonstrate the legendary art of element manifestation for the academy. But Qin Tiansheng casually drops a massive bombshell of information. This elite girl standing before them is actually the exact same age as the high schoolers. Yet despite her youth, she is already a fully ranked official soldier. Shen Ning Er's mere presence sends shockwaves through the crowd. Witnessing true element manifestation is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to broaden their horizons. After all, anyone capable of physically manifesting pure elements is considered a peak-tier, heaven-defying genius within the Alliance. These students cannot even manage basic elemental extraction. Yet a girl their exact age has already mastered elemental manifestation? It is completely mind-blowing. Shen Ning Er quietly stares at the pile of impure scrap metal that Qin Tiansheng had just used for his demonstration. Seeing this, the lieutenant immediately barks an order at his subordinates. Hurry up and fetch a fresh ore for young Miss Shen Ning Er. There is no need for that. The Alliance's resources are already scarce enough. I will just make do with this discarded piece. She replies with icy confidence before unleashing her power. Gao Ning and his classmates drop their jaws straight to the floor as Shen Ning Er begins extracting energy directly from the thin air. To make matters even more insane, she is recycling the exact same depleted ore that had already been drained of its power. The absolute first step of element manifestation is crucial. One must extract raw energy from the surroundings to stabilize and lock in the element's core physical form. Next comes the ultimate test of willpower. The wielder must channel their pure imagination to mold the element's shape, finally breathing it into physical reality. With hundreds of wide, unblinking eyes fixed entirely on her, Shen Ning Er successfully warps the tiny trace of leftover elements in that scrap ore into the shape of a majestic dragon. The elemental dragon roars into existence. It soars fiercely through the sky, radiating an aura that feels incredibly, terrifyingly alive. Without missing a beat, she hurls the heavy shield Qin Tiansheng had used earlier, straight into the air. The fierce dragon snaps it right up in its jaws, instantly incinerating every single impurity from the iron in the blink of an eye. There is absolutely zero doubt left in anyone's mind. This majestic soaring beast is actually a hyper-condensed, high-temperature molten iron furnace molded into a dragon form. Am I losing my mind right now? We are actually looking at a transforming, real-life dragon. Snap out of it, man. That is pure, raw energy manifestation. Gao Neng hears the chaotic uproar exploding from the crowd right behind him. But as for our main character, he is already so deeply paralyzed by shock that his voice completely fails him. As Shen Ninger's breathtaking and god-tier performance finally comes to a spectacular close, a stern, middle-aged commander suddenly steps forward alongside a squad of heavily armed elite soldiers. He glares over the sea of students and booms. Soldier Shen's display has truly shattered the limits of your imagination, hasn't it? I believe that every single soul sitting in this courtyard harbors a burning thirst for immense, world-shaking power. But let me make one thing crystal clear. Becoming an elite energy warrior is no walk in the park. If you want to become an absolute powerhouse like Shen Ninger, you must push yourselves 100 times harder for the upcoming university entrance exams. Between Shen Ninger's explosive visual display and the commander's fiercely passionate battle speech, the motivational impact on the crowd is absolutely astronomical. Every single student in the courtyard now feels their blood boiling with unstoppable, fiery determination. Everyone is fiercely ready to go all out and conquer the entrance exams. They are fueled by the ultimate dream of awakening as energy warriors and dedicating their entire lives to the glorious alliance. But lurking right in the middle of this massive hype, Gao Neng suddenly receives a brand new system notification, flashing with words so cryptic they send a chill straight down his spine. The system's mechanical voice echoes in his mind. Host, please prove your absolute strength. Let Shen Ninger be your sacrifice. Use blazing fire and fresh blood to ignite your youth, illuminating the dark path ahead. Gao Neng's brain short-circuits. A deafening ringing fills his ears as he stares at the glowing blue text. Sacrifice? What the hell is a sacrifice? Is this broken system messing with him? As if reading his mind, the interface updates, declaring that exactly 12 midnight is the perfect hour for this insane ritual. To make matters worse, the ritual demands fresh blood and raging flames simultaneously. And the ultimate kicker? He has to physically draw a sacrificial array directly onto the target's body. Upon completion, he must scream a passionate slogan about bleeding youth, with full permission to use absolute force. Gao Neng feels a literal thunderbolt strike his soul. Are you kidding me? Capture Shen Ninger, a peerless genius energy warrior, and use her as a human sacrifice? Is this demonic system actively trying to get him killed? Swallowing hard, Gao Neng asks the million-dollar question. What happens if the mission fails? The system merely responds with two cold, robotic beeps. Gao Neng's trust in this useless cheat instantly plummets to absolute zero. Yet, a spark of madness ignites in his eyes. He has to risk it all, because anything is better than rotting away in this cursed, forgotten land. With trembling fingers, Gao Neng slams the accept button. Instantly, the interface shifts, demanding he select his preferred difficulty level. A golden prompt flashes. Upon completion, he will receive the ultimate power baptism, completely remaking his mortal body. Naturally, higher risks yield legendary rewards. Gao Neng quickly scans the terrifying options. On normal difficulty, he must complete two separate tasks. The payout, a 50% chance for a basic treasure chest, and a miserable 1% drop rate for a special power. Elite difficulty steps it up. One single task guarantees a basic chest, while skyrocketing the special power drop rate to a massive 50%. Then comes the Nightmare tier, a guaranteed 100% drop rate for both a supreme treasure chest and a special power. But anyone with half a brain knows the mission requirements would be absolute, undisputed hell. A normal survivor would play it safe and pick the lowest tier. But Gao Neng? He is anything but ordinary. Without a second thought, his finger hovers over the Nightmare tier. The allure of that flawless, god-tier reward is simply too intoxicating to resist, but sanity violently kicks in. He takes a deep breath. He barely understands this system yet. Playing it smart, he locks in the elite difficulty instead. The screen shatters into digital dust before reassembling into his mission hint. It reveals the dark truth behind Shen Ninger's genius. Her peerless talent came at a soul-crushing cost, forced through brutal, high-level military training since childhood. While other children played, she bled. Her entire youth was nothing but a cold, joyless void, until the day she finally snapped. She ran away, hiding inside a filthy, pitch-black sewer for an entire day and night, surrounded by the terrifying squeaks of a massive rat swarm. Gao Neng's eyes light up with predatory brilliance. The system just handed him her fatal weakness on a silver platter. Who would have thought? The invincible, iron-willed Shen Ninger has a crippling phobia of rats. A wicked grin spreads across his face. He needs 10 rats. Artful? No. 100 of them to maximize the psychological trauma. Or better yet, one monstrous demonic mutant rat to really get the party started. Meanwhile, inside the luxurious Golden Hotel, the ice-cold Shen Ninger pushes her body to the absolute limit. She is completely oblivious to Gao Neng's devious master plan. Suddenly, a sharp knock interrupts her aura flow. Lieutenant Qin Tiansheng stands outside. Report. Shen Ninger halts her brutal training. Speak. The lieutenant salutes nervously. Reporting to Major Shen, just as you predicted, seconds after changing your room, the door was flooded with love letters. These are the pathetic attempts from those arrogant brats who clearly do not know their place. The truth drops like a bomb. Shen Ninger is not some ordinary rookie soldier. She is a high-ranking major in the elite forces. No wonder Lieutenant Qin nearly slipped up and exposed her true authority back at the academy. Back to the present, the Ice Queen doesn't even bat an eye. She is utterly exhausted by these endless, meaningless confessions from powerful heirs. Without looking back, she orders Qin Tiansheng to incinerate the garbage, just like he always does. But the lieutenant hesitates. He holds up one specific envelope, practically begging her to read it. It bears the crest of Tongde's son, an untouchable overlord of this territory. Even worse, the arrogant young master is currently waiting right at the hotel entrance. Shen Ninger's gaze turns lethal. What exactly are you implying? The lieutenant gulps. The Forgotten Land is drowning in chaos. In recent years, our relations with the capital of Hope have completely shattered. Every single military spy we sent has been brutally assassinated. If we could somehow use Tangde's son to infiltrate their inner circle, the strategic advantage would be astronomical. Before he can even finish his pathetic suggestion, a flash of silver cuts through the air. Shen Ninger casually throws a secure USB drive at his chest. That contains complete internal intelligence on every major faction in the Forgotten Land. Review it, then use your own brain to figure out our next move. Her voice drops 20 degrees. Catching the drive, Qin Tiansheng trembles like a leaf in a hurricane. He bows frantically, practically tripping over himself as he scrambles backward out of the room. Her face remained perfectly stoic, but the crushing weight of her aura proved she was absolutely furious. Did he think she was an idiot? The sheer audacity of suggesting a supreme major like her use a cheap honey trap on some pampered mobster's son. Unleashing her blazing wrath, she obliterates the heavy punching bag with a flurry of devastating strikes. Only after reducing it to dust does her boiling blood finally begin to cool. But little does she know, a far worse nightmare is crawling her way. Several hours slip by. Yet, Tangde's son remains standing outside the Golden Hotel, stubbornly clutching a bouquet of flowers. And he isn't alone. He has dragged a lowly lackey along for the ride. As the temperature plummets, the poor underling's teeth are already chattering violently from the freezing cold. Boss Tang, we have been waiting for 6 or 7 hours. Shen Ninger is absolutely not coming out. Obviously, of course she is not coming out. Young Master Tang snaps back harshly. Then why are we still waiting out here? What do you know, you idiot? The colder the girl, the less she can resist a handsome, refined, and caring young master like myself. Plus, tonight's freezing rain perfectly highlights my tragic and romantic aura. Boss Tang, your words are so deeply poetic. With that level of intellect, getting into any top university in the capital will be a total breeze. Even though the lackey is practically freezing to death, he still desperately flatters his young master. University exams? He smugly pulls a flash drive from his pocket. As long as I hand this secret data over to the higher-ups, getting into any legendary academy will be absolute child's play. Now, only one final step remains. I just need to get my hands on this hotel's internal keycard. Once I enter her room, I will personally present this ultimate gift to her. It is highly likely that the flash drive contains the exact internal intelligence that Qin Tiansheng desperately wants to get his hands on, while Shen Ninger, on the other hand, could not care less about it. Just as Tangde's son and his lackey are bickering back and forth, they suddenly spot a familiar figure. It is Gao Neng, casually strolling toward them with a massive backpack slung over his shoulder. They arrogantly assume he is here to bribe Lieutenant Qin. So, they immediately shout at the top of their lungs. Hold it right there, Gao Neng. The truth is, Gao Neng has already spotted them from a mile away, but he purposely pretends they do not exist. But since young Master Tang is barking his name, he can no longer ignore the annoying pests. Playing the fool, he replies, "Oh, you guys are here too? My bad. Your eyes are so squinty that I honestly did not recognize you in the dark. I definitely was not ignoring you on purpose." Young Master Tang takes massive critical damage from that insult, but he swallows his blazing rage for the sake of his grand master plan. He quickly proposes a shady deal. asking Gao Neng to do him a small favor. In exchange, he promises to make the poor student rich overnight. The mission is simple. Gao Neng just has to steal the hotel's internal access card for him. And the grand reward for this crime? Exactly 100 alliance coins. The moment he hears the words 100 coins, Gao Neng instantly agrees. He immediately holds out his open palm. Where is the deposit? Young Master Tang is completely caught off guard by his ruthless business tactics. Gritting his teeth, he shoves about 10 alliance coins into Gao Neng's waiting hand. Here is your cash. Now that you have taken my money, you better get the job done flawlessly. Oh, thanks a lot. Without another word, Gao Neng pockets the cash and walks straight into the building. Watching him swagger away, young Master Tang's lackey feels incredibly jealous. He desperately clings to his boss, whining and begging non-stop. Boss Tang, stealing is literally my main specialty. Just give me those 100 alliance coins. I can totally complete this mission for you. In response, the Tang heir viciously smacks him on the back of the head. Idiot! Do you seriously think I need you to steal a stupid room card? I am sending him so that if things go south, absolutely no one will suspect me. A perfect scapegoat like him practically fell from the sky. I would be a fool not to use him. Whoa, Boss Tang, your schemes are incredibly dark. But honestly, with that massive bag on his back, that guy already looks exactly like a burglar. Ha ha ha, now that you mention it, he really does. Meanwhile, Gao Neng could not care less about the pathetic insults they whisper behind his back. He has already stepped confidently into the luxurious hotel lobby. Marching right up to the front desk, Gao Neng requests to rent a room by the hour. The receptionist immediately opens her mouth to coldly reject him, but the moment she looks up, her eyes lock onto his devastatingly handsome face. She completely freezes in her tracks. Her cold professional attitude vanishes in a split second. Oh my, little brother, will you be staying in this room all by yourself? Yes, ma'am. Hey hey, you are just too adorable. You are also here hoping to mysteriously bump into Shen Ninger, right? The receptionist asks with a knowing smile. It seems like countless guys have already tried this exact same trick before Gao Neng, but because his handsome face is essentially a superpower, the older sister actually leaks top-secret VIP information. She whispers that Shen Ninger is staying in room 80 on the 8th floor. Oh no, you completely misunderstand. I am actually here hoping to mysteriously bump into Lieutenant Qin. Gao Neng replies with a cheeky, innocent smile. After all, he absolutely cannot let anyone discover his true mission. He is actually here to forcefully offer Shen Ninger as a sacrifice. The receptionist's bright smile instantly darkens into a look of absolute horror. Little brother, you really have a twisted sense of humor, but since you are so insanely ambitious, I simply cannot refuse to help you. Lieutenant Qin is staying in room 708 on the 7th floor. I will book you into room 707, right next door. Gao Neng happily thanks the generous older sister. He grabs his room card and heads straight for the elevators. Even after his figure completely disappears from sight, the receptionist is still staring dreamily at the empty hallway. She cannot stop sighing in admiration, completely mesmerized by the most handsome young man she has ever met in her entire life. Meanwhile, Gao Neng clutches the plastic room card while his heart bleeds in sheer agony. This luxurious hourly rental has just robbed him of a staggering 40 alliance coins. Since he has already bled so much money, Gao Neng decides he absolutely must enjoy the VIP facilities. Otherwise, it would be a massive crime against himself. A few moments later, he is comfortably soaking in a steaming hot tub, letting his sharp mind piece together the puzzle. That arrogant son of Tang De, Tang Weiwei. One look and anyone can tell he is here to confess his undying love to Shen Ninger. Yet, he openly claims he is here for Qin Tianshong. Even a 3-year-old child could smell the glaring plot holes in that lie. Naturally, Gao Neng knows full well that the rich brat is using him as a disposable scapegoat. But since the idiot is practically begging to hand out free money, it would be rude not to accept. However, whether he actually intends to complete the mission after taking the cash, well, that is an entirely different story altogether. And so, while our main character blissfully enjoys his luxurious hot bath, Tang Weiwei and his pathetic lackey are still standing outside the hotel, shivering violently in the freezing rain as they wait for a miracle. It takes him a full hour to realize the devastating truth. He has been completely played by Gao Neng. Blazing with rage, Tang Weiwei immediately unleashes his fury on his terrified underling. Get in there, steal that master keycard and bring it to me. But the lackey, sensing an opportunity, dares to bargain with the great young master. Wait, if I actually steal the card, do I get 100 alliance coins too? That single question pours gasoline on Tang Weiwei's already burning temper. His fury reaches critical mass, and he violently unleashes a torrent of ruthless insults. You dare ask for money? Are you as handsome as Gao Neng? Are your academic scores even half as good as his? You have absolutely zero looks and zero talent. What gives a piece of trash like you the right to negotiate a price with me? Get lost. If you fail to bring me that master keycard, this young master will personally cripple you. 10 minutes after being brutally kicked out, the bruised underling scurries back. Miraculously, he actually holds the hotel's elite master keycard in his trembling hands. Not a bad performance. I will buy you a new set of clothes tomorrow, he smirks. The lackey bows frantically in gratitude, while Tang Weiwei tightly grips the keycard, drowning in absolute arrogance. He meticulously adjusts his expensive clothes and styles his hair. He is preparing for the most monumental moment of his entire life, confessing his love to Shen Ninger. Standing before the grand door of room 80, Tang Weiwei takes several deep, trembling breaths to gather his courage. With a sharp click, he swipes the keycard and steps into the darkness. The luxurious suite is filled with a thick, intoxicating cloud of hot steam. From the master bathroom, the rhythmic, gentle sound of flowing water echoes through the silent room. Tang Weiwei's heart violently pounds against his ribs. He feels as if the heavens themselves have blessed his grand romantic crusade. He has perfectly timed his entrance right as his supreme goddess is showering. Hiding near the entrance, he eagerly watches a blurry silhouette stepping out of the steam. Perhaps love is truly blind. The approaching figure is clearly massive and ruggedly built. Yet in Tang Weiwei's love-struck eyes, it morphs into a delicate and graceful form. He decides to launch his romantic assault right at this critical second. Even though the timing is slightly scandalous, romantic dramas always preach this exact trope. The main characters always experience an unexpected, heart-racing encounter before drowning in the river of true love. Tang Weiwei has always considered himself an absolute master of the romantic arts. Overflowing with supreme confidence, he makes his ultimate move. He dramatically knocks on the bathroom door 3 times, realizing an intruder is in the room. The shadowy figure instinctively snaps their head around. Music seems to play in his head as Tang Weiwei valiantly charges forward. He wants to force a completely unexpected, heart-stopping collision between lovers. In a flash, his hands desperately grab onto the belt of the stranger's bathrobe. With one aggressive tug, he rips it open, immediately dropping to one knee and raising a magnificent bouquet above his head. Shen Ninger, I am madly in love with you. I will cherish you for 10,000 years. Finishing his epic declaration, Tang Weiwei practically glows with unbearable smugness. He firmly believes his poetic confession was flawlessly executed, perfectly displaying his overwhelming masculine aura. He is utterly convinced Shen Ninger is already weeping tears of joy. But the devastating reality strikes like lightning. As he slowly raises his head, the first thing burning into his retinas is a rugged, deeply chiseled six-pack. This is no delicate maiden's body, this is unquestionably a grown, muscular man. Only 2 terrifying words violently echo inside Tang Weiwei's shattered mind. Oh, shit. Tang Weiwei instantly turns to solid stone. Before he can even blink, a devastating kick slams directly into his face. You sick bastard. Who the hell did you just say you love? Get the hell out of my sight before I kill you. Lieutenant Qin Tianxiong's furious roar erupts like a volcano, threatening to violently shake the entire building down to its foundation. Hearing the explosive commotion, the elite security guards immediately assume an assassin has breached the perimeter. The entire squad desperately sprints up to room 80 to protect Lieutenant Qin. However, when they forcefully breach the door, their eyes are assaulted by an absolutely cursed scene. The mighty Qin Tianxiong is standing there without a single shred of clothing to his name. Even worse, Tang Weiwei is desperately clinging to the lieutenant's bare leg, absolutely refusing to let go while his face is completely covered in pathetic tears and snot. The seasoned security guards are instantly paralyzed by shock. A deadly, suffocating silence violently crashes over the entire hotel suite. Taking a few seconds to process the absolute trauma, the guards exchange terrified glances. Moving in perfect unison, they slowly back out of the room and gently pull the door shut. We deeply apologize, Lieutenant Qin. Please, continue your business. Wishing you two a very passionate night. Standing in the hallway, the guards lock eyes. Slowly, horribly twisted and completely inhumane grins creep across their faces. Our Captain Qin surely has an exotic appetite, huh? That little pretty boy was seriously fair-skinned. Tisk, tisk. In just one catastrophic moment, the deeply respected and flawlessly honorable Qin Tianxiong has been plunged into a scandalous rumor that he will never, ever be able to explain away. Meanwhile, the chaotic stampede of the heavy-footed security squad rushing upstairs has generated an absolutely massive commotion. Naturally, The sharp-eared Gao Neng catches every single sound. Although he has absolutely no clue why Qin Tiansheng suddenly relocated upstairs, this chaotic shift guarantees one golden fact: Shen Ninger has officially moved down to the lower floor. Gao Neng stealthily slips over to his door, pressing his ear against the cold wood to analyze the situation. His gamble pays off instantly. He spots the magnificent Shen Ninger casually strolling right past his room. The heavens have literally set up the perfect assist for him to score the ultimate goal. He has zero interest in whatever catastrophic circus is happening on the floor above. This legendary opportunity simply cannot slip through his fingers. 10 minutes later, executing a flawless parkour maneuver through the window, Gao Neng successfully breaches Shen Ninger's private suite. The luxurious room is completely empty, submerged in heavy silence. Thanks to the total isolation, his slightly clumsy landing doesn't trigger a single alarm. As Gao Neng scans the area, the first bizarre object capturing his full attention is a heavy training sandbag violently shredded to absolute pieces. A knowing smirk touches his lips. There is absolutely no mistaking this destructive aura. This is unquestionably the territory of the fierce Shen Ninger. Sweeping his gaze further, his eyes lock onto a high-grade technological capsule resting menacingly on the pristine table. But what kind of overwhelming power is secretly hidden inside this device? If sold on the black market, this loot would easily fetch over 1,000 alliance coins. Cao Neng has to bite his tongue to resist the overwhelming temptation of cold hard cash. But he is here for a much grander scheme. He refuses to let a mere 1,000 alliance coins blind him from his true goal. Cao Neng frantically scans the room for a secure hiding spot. After ruling out every corner, only the massive wardrobe seems like a viable option. Just as he hesitates to step inside, heavy footsteps echo from the hallway. This is bad. Shen Ninger has already returned. With zero time left to second guess, Cao Neng drags his massive backpack and dives straight into the darkness of the closet. The instant he settles, the hotel room door swings wide open. He forces his racing heart to steady, desperately reassuring himself that he left absolutely zero traces behind. Shen Ninger cannot possibly notice his presence. If that fierce major discovers an intruder, his life is instantly forfeit. Soon after, the sharp hiss of the showerhead echoes through the suite. It seems Shen Ninger has headed straight for a bath to wash off the day. Cao Neng secretly prays to the heavens that she will just crawl straight into bed afterward. 10 minutes later, the running water finally ceases, replaced by the soft shuffling of indoor slippers. A cold sweat breaks out across Cao Neng's forehead. Those terrifying footsteps are marching directly toward his hiding spot. The wardrobe doors suddenly rip open. Cao Neng's heart practically stops beating out of sheer terror. By an absolute miracle, she is currently wearing a thick skincare mask. With 2 slices of cucumber entirely covering her eyes, her vision is completely blocked. Shen Ninger blindly reaches in to grab a set of pajamas. Cao Neng clamps both hands over his mouth, so agonizingly tense that he refuses to even breathe. Against all odds, her fingers completely miss his trembling figure, successfully snatching the sleepwear she needs. Cao Neng exhales a shaky breath of relief. Only then does he realize the wardrobe is stuffed entirely with fluffy bunny onesies. Who would have guessed the ruthless young major hid such an adorable secret taste? A hydrating mask, cucumber slices, and bunny pajamas. Behind her terrifying military facade, Shen Ninger is truly just an ordinary young woman. Exhausted from a grueling day of duty, Shen Ninger drifts off to sleep almost immediately. However, peaceful rest escapes her as a dark nightmare takes hold. In her dreams, she is violently dragged back to that agonizing day and night, trapped inside the sewers. The foul stench of sewage chokes her lungs. The endless dripping water harmonizes with the horrifying, high-pitched squeaks of a rat swarm. Every detail feels agonizingly real, awakening the most primal terror buried deep within her soul. Shen Ninger snaps her eyes open in a panic, gasping for air as she realizes it was merely a nightmare. But this haunting vision is nothing new. She has suffered through this exact same trauma countless times before. Yet, right at this moment, a rhythmic, dripping sound echoes through her dead-silent room. Shen Ninger's elite combat senses instantly sharpen to a razor's edge. That familiar sickening smell, paired with this cursed noise, sends a dreadful premonition shivering down her spine. Without hesitation, she snatches the bedside phone to contact room service. However, the receiver only answers with dead silence. Cao Neng had deliberately severed the phone line moments before, cut off from the reception desk. The anxiety festering in her heart begins to spiral entirely out of control. And then, her ultimate, darkest fear steps into reality. Rats infiltrate the bedroom. Initially, it is only a handful of pests, but her deep psychological trauma instantly distorts reality, making her feel as though an endless plague is swarming her. She is drowning in a sea of hundreds of thousands of vermin. Driven purely by unadulterated panic, Shen Ninger violently kicks off her heavy quilt. The timid rats are instantly launched through the air. They smash brutally against the wall, releasing a chorus of miserable, agonizing squeals. That sickening sound slowly suffocates her crumbling nervous system. She desperately chants to herself that this has to be an illusion, praying she is still trapped in sleep. But no amount of self-deception can shield her from the waking nightmare unfolding before her eyes. Pushed past her breaking point, Shen Ninger lunges straight out of bed. She desperately bolts for an escape, but another horrifying silhouette blocks the doorway entirely. What makes her blood run completely cold is the sheer, monstrous size of this rat. The Major's face drains of all color, her entire body trembling like a leaf in a hurricane. "No, do not come any closer," she stammers helplessly. But the nightmarish beast has absolutely zero intention of sparing her. It unleashes a piercing shriek, before launching itself directly at Shen Ninger with lightning-fast, predatory speed. Although heavily suppressed by her phobia, the terrifying combat prowess of a military major remains. Driven by pure survival instinct, she throws a devastating punch, sending the giant rat rocketing back into the wall. The wall instantly cracks open, forming a massive crater. Yet, astonishingly, even this explosive strike is not enough to execute the monstrosity. As the creature slowly rises back to its feet and stalks forward, Shen Ninger's remaining courage shatters. Her legs completely give out beneath her. She collapses onto the floor, stripped of all will to resist. Seconds later, the overwhelming terror finally pushes her consciousness into the dark abyss. She faints dead away. Only now does the giant, monstrous rat reveal its true identity. The terrifying beast is none other than Cao Neng, wearing a ridiculously oversized cosplay suit. Shen Ninger's desperate punch was genuinely lethal. He has undoubtedly suffered internal injuries from that blast, but the gamble paid off. The terrifying Major is completely out cold. The sacrificial ritual can finally be put into motion. Meanwhile, miles away, Tang Weiwei and his subordinate are pathetically dragging each other away from the Golden Hotel. With every step he takes, endless curses toward Qi Tiansheng spill violently from his lips. His bruised lackey cannot hide his mounting anxiety, desperately begging Tang Weiwei to pick up the pace, terrified that another disastrous ambush might strike them from the shadows. This only earns him a furious scolding from his boss. "What the hell are you shaking for? I am the one who caught the beating. Why are you acting like a coward?" Spitting with rage, he violently yanks the lackey by his collar, choking him into a coughing fit. "Brother Tang, please calm down first." But deep inside, Tang Weiwei refuses to swallow the absolute humiliation of being tossed out of the Golden Hotel. Tang Weiwei wants to turn back immediately. However, his lackey trembles in fear, absolutely refusing to follow. They just barely survived a bone-chilling warning from Qi Tiansheng, after all. But the arrogant Tang Weiwei is completely blinded by his own massive ego. He arrogantly believes that if Qi Tiansheng wants to interfere in the affairs of the Forgotten Land, the man inevitably has to rely on Tang's powerful father. Because of this, the fool thinks he is completely untouchable. In this desolate, forgotten land, modern society's laws have crumbled to dust long ago. Here, the three great factions are the true, undisputed emperors. If the Alliance ever hopes to bring this chaotic territory under control, they have absolutely no choice but to join forces with those very factions. The more he speaks, the more Tang Weiwei smirks with sickening satisfaction. He is dead set on the delusion that Qi Tiansheng desperately needs him. He tightly grips the flash drive containing top-secret intel. Tang Weiwei sneers, thinking that as long as he holds this ultimate trump card, not even the military's elite forces dare to lay a finger on him. As for the breathtaking Shen Ninger, even though his vile attempt to claim the beauty failed today, his twisted obsession hasn't faded one bit. This scumbag actually believes that if he forces himself upon her tonight, she will have no choice but to surrender to his will forever. Hearing his twisted logic, the spineless lackey slowly nods in agreement. "Boss Tang, you are truly a brilliant mastermind. When you finally ascend to the capital of hope, you absolutely have to take your loyal brother with you. Taking you along? Ha, that entirely depends on how useful you prove to be tonight." With a sinister sneer, Tang Weiwei pulls a small glass vial from his jacket. Inside swirls a highly concentrated rosemary extract. He calculates that Shen Ninger is already fast asleep by now. The paralyzing potency of this corrupted rosemary scent is absolutely terrifying. Even a mere whiff of it can force an immortal entity to its knees. Meanwhile, in another corner of fate, Gao Neng is currently locked inside room 708. The stunning Shen Ninger lies completely unconscious on the floor beside him. To pull off his insane master plan, he hasn't just hunted down sewer rats. He has endured an agonizing hour in the filthy underground, recording gruesome soundscapes to trigger the deepest, darkest fears hidden within Shen Ninger's mind. Gao Neng glances at his watch. The sacred time for the sacrifice is rapidly approaching. The final preparations must begin right now. This chaotic ritual demands two absolute elements: blazing fire and fresh blood. Without wasting a single second, he pulls a massive stack of thick candles from his worn-out backpack. As for the fresh blood, cheap chicken blood from the local market has to do the trick. With deadly focus, Gao Neng dips his fingers and draws an ancient, cryptic rune directly onto Shen Ninger's flawless face. The bizarre setup is finally complete. Only the ultimate step remains, chanting the system's activation phrase. He clears his throat, stands tall, and boldly declares, "Passionate years." A youth baptized in blood. Honestly speaking, striking such a dramatic pose in a candlelit room makes Gao Neng look like an absolute lunatic. But the devastating reality hits him instantly. After that grand declaration, absolutely nothing happens. Dead silence fills the room. Gao Neng blinks in pure confusion. What just went wrong? Where is the promised system reward? Is there zero trust between a host and his system? As if mocking his thoughts, a glowing blue panel materializes out of thin air to answer him. The system ruthlessly rejects his attempt. It judges his battle cry as far too weak, far too pathetic. Therefore, the sacrificial ritual remains critically incomplete. A blinding red timer flashes before his eyes. Gao Neng has exactly 20 seconds to finalize the ritual, or he faces the crushing penalty of absolute mission failure. He grits his teeth, cursing viciously in his mind. It is the dead of night. How much louder does this stupid system want him to scream? Shouting at maximum volume will practically alert the entire district, but his back is completely against the wall. He has risked everything to get to this point. There is no turning back now. Giving up is simply not an option in his dictionary. Taking a deep, desperate breath, Gao Neng prepares to shatter the silence. But just as the words reach his throat, a suffocatingly sweet scent of rosemary suddenly invades his lungs. Tang Weiwei's filthy scumbags have made their move. The terrifying potency of that knockout gas is no joke at all. With just a single breath, Gao Ning's vision blacks out, and his body crashes heavily onto the floor. The door creeps open, and Tang Weiwei swaggers inside. Seeing a man's body first, the villain freezes, genuinely thinking he broke into the wrong room. But then, his greedy eyes lock onto Shen Ninger, lying gracefully in the center of the candlelight. A million confusing questions instantly explode within the arrogant fool's thick skull. Wait a damn minute. What the hell is going on here? Don't tell me you two are secretly enjoying a romantic candlelight dinner. No, that is impossible. Why the hell is a piece of trash like Gao Neng here? You actually have the guts to trespass into Shen Ninger's private quarters? What did you do to my goddess? And why is her beautiful face covered in this weird blood? He roars in blazing fury. But Gao Neng is in no condition to care about a barking dog. His entire world is violently spinning. Every single ounce of strength drains from his limbs. And worst of all, the countdown for his system mission is still running out. Seeing his hated rival paralyzed on the floor, Tang Weiwei bursts into maniacal laughter. His high-grade rosemary knockout drug has worked its sinister magic flawlessly. A diabolical plan instantly forms in his twisted mind. He will completely defile Shen Ninger tonight, and then ruthlessly pin the horrific crime right onto Gao Neng's shoulders. Meanwhile, he will flawlessly play the role of the righteous hero, saving the damsel in distress. It is a picture-perfect scheme. But unfortunately for him, fate has a completely different script. Right before the darkness swallows his mind entirely, Gao Neng sucks in one final, desperate breath. Channeling every last drop of his fading life force, he unleashes a heaven-shaking roar. Passionate years, a youth baptized in blood. This time, the battle cry is forged from the very depths of his soul. The second the words leave his mouth, his consciousness shatters completely, collapsing right beside the unconscious Shen Ninger. Tang Weiwei and his lackey jump back in shock. They have no clue what kind of insane madness they just witnessed, assuming the paralyzing gas has completely fried the kid's brain. But then, a terrifying realization strikes the arrogant young master like a bolt of lightning. That demonic roar was way too loud. The hotel security and guests are definitely rushing toward this room right now. His twisted, dirty fantasy of claiming Shen Ninger tonight has just been brutally destroyed. However, the venomous Tang Weiwei absolutely refuses to abandon his hero-saving the beauty act. With blazing malice in his eyes, he orders his lackey to violently pin down Gao Neng's unconscious body. No matter what happens next, he is going to make sure this kid takes the absolute fall. Pinned brutally to the concrete by the two thugs, Gao Neng was completely trapped. His consciousness was fading fast into the abyss. But the sacrifice ritual? It still was not complete. He gritted his teeth in pure frustration. Was this trash system seriously playing him? But just as despair set in, a holographic blue screen flared to life before his eyes. Host has successfully passed the ability trial. The sacrifice mission for Shen Ninger is complete. Instantly, Gao Neng's status window expanded. His vitality sat at a miserable 25 out of 101, while his spiritual power barely reached 10 out of 50. His highest latent elemental talent? Iron, at a pathetic 19%. As for copper, tin, silver, and gold, the numbers were rock bottom, some even sitting at 0%. These stats represented elemental compatibility, meaning his absolute peak potential was a mere 19% affinity with iron. Glancing further down, his special abilities registered as an absolute 0. His evolution progress ticked at 1 out of 10. According to the system's merciless evaluation, his appearance was graded flawless, but his vitality and spiritual power, utterly, disappointingly average. And his latent talent? Classified as bottom-tier trash. Gao Neng felt a crushing wave of disappointment. Was this a sick joke? Sure, he would accept the flawless appearance as an objective truth, and he could even turn a blind eye to the mediocre physical stats. But bottom-tier talent? That was a devastating blow to his pride. His absolute best element, iron, was capped at 19%. Meanwhile, Shen Ninger boasted 90%. And even Qin Tianxiang sat proudly at 57%. The system was basically calling him a certified loser, but the real plot twist was just beginning. Because he had cleared the mission on elite difficulty, the system rewarded him with the ultimate power baptism, plus a guaranteed 100% drop rate for a basic treasure chest, and a massive 50% chance to awaken a special power. Gao Neng had absolutely no clue what this baptism entailed, but seeing the word ultimate, his eyes sparkled with sheer greed. Instantly, the system scanned the sacrifice target, Shen Ninger. The result? She possessed a terrifyingly massive pool of latent talent. Without missing a beat, the system aggressively copied her extraordinary talent and magnified it to the extreme. Copy and enhancement successful. Gao Neng watched in absolute awe as his own talent stats exploded on the screen. His compatibility with every single element, iron, copper, tin, silver, all of them instantly maxed out at a flawless 100%. This was nothing short of a miracle. Catching his breath, Gao Neng finally noticed the mysterious evolution index ticking at 1 out of 10. He deduced it was a progress bar. Reaching 10 out of 10 would trigger a complete evolution, but how on earth was he supposed to level it up? By grinding missions? And the million-dollar question, what monstrous entity would he become once the evolution finished? A godlike Superman? A rampaging beast? Or perhaps a terrifying magical girl? With no one around to answer his wild theories, he could only watch as the system dropped his final rewards. A basic treasure chest and a mysterious special power materialized before him. But this so-called special power left him utterly speechless. It was literally the third set of rhythmic calisthenics for middle schoolers. Titled, The Dance of Youth. The skill description was completely absurd. By performing this humiliating routine, Gao Neng would enter a joyful state. While joyful, his cultivation speed would skyrocket by 50%. His vitality recovery would explode by 300%, cleansing all negative debuffs. Are you kidding me right now? Oh, mighty system, can I please refund this utterly embarrassing technique? Gao Neng grumbled under his breath. If he had to dance like an idiot every single time he wanted to train, he might actually die of cringe. Sure, he wasn't exactly the most normal guy around, but a man still has his pride. Meanwhile, Tong Weiwei and his lackey stared at him in utter confusion. Hearing his random muttering, they figured the poor kid had finally snapped from the fear. But suddenly, Shen Ninger began to stir. If she woke up right now and saw this mess, Gao Neng would be in massive trouble. Screw it! When your life is on the line, dignity is the first thing to go out the window. Making up his mind, he sprang to his feet. He instantly initiated the humiliating dance of youth. Boom! An explosive wave of aura erupted from his body, sending Tong Weiwei and his lackey flying across the room. Tang Weiwei scrambled up, convinced the hallucinogenic herbs had triggered a violent seizure in the kid. He screamed at his underlings to pin Gao Neng down. But the moment they lunged, Gao Neng executed a flawless side-stretch routine, blasting them back with an invisible wall of force. The craziest part? This utterly ridiculous dance was actually working. Waves of raw vitality and spiritual power surged through Gao Neng's veins, filling him with an intoxicating rush. Tong Weiwei's eyes burned with humiliation. There was no way he was losing to a pathetic bookworm. Roaring in anger, he charged straight ahead. Wham! Gao Neng seamlessly transitioned into a high-knee kick routine, planting his foot squarely into the thug's face. Damn it all! A crazy bastard really is dangerous. Tang Weiwei spat out blood, drawing a lethal combat knife from his belt. He was about to teach this brat a brutal lesson in pain, but just as the blade glinted in the light, frantic knocking echoed from the heavy door, followed by a panicked shout. "Major Shen! What is happening in there?" The room plunged into a dead silence. Gao Neng and the two thugs froze in pure shock. Wait a minute. The beautiful Shen Ninger was actually a high-ranking military major? That cursed system actually forced him to sacrifice a major. He is absolutely dead meat. The looming consequences are completely unimaginable. "Major Shen, what happened?" Lieutenant Qin Tiansheng's desperate voice echoes from the hallway. Tong Weiwei's mind goes blank. A deafening buzz rings in his ears. Shen Ninger became an Alliance major at just 18 years old. She is the youngest powerhouse in Alliance history. The terrifying forces backing her are beyond imagination. What kind of deadly hornet's nest did he just kick? Suddenly, the sharp clank of metal snaps Tang Weiwei back to reality. He turns to see Gao Neng fully geared up. The kid is preparing to dive straight out the window. "Gao Neng, what the hell are you doing?" Tong Weiwei screams in absolute terror. The dramatic music swells. But the moment the words leave his mouth, he already knows the grim truth. Gao Neng's tactical judgment is razor sharp. Why would he stay behind to face the music? He infiltrated through the window, while the idiot Tang Weiwei walked right through the front door. The hotel hallway cameras have definitely recorded his face. Gao Neng decides to let him take the fall for the entire sacrifice ritual. In his hand rests the energy capsule Shen Ninger displayed earlier, just before launching himself off the ledge. He smashes the capsule onto the floor. The glass shatters, and the legendary elemental dragon erupts back into reality. Tang Weiwei freezes, paralyzed by overwhelming dread. At that exact second, Qin Tiansheng kicks the door off its hinges. He steps inside to witness a scene of absolute chaos. Shen Ninger's elemental dragon towers over the room. The major herself lies unconscious inside a mysterious glowing circle. Bizarre runic symbols cover the floor. Fresh blood forms eerie patterns across her face, while the heavy scent of rosemary chokes the air. The only intruders standing there are Tong Weiwei and his pathetic lackeys. Even with 100 mouths, the idiot could never explain his way out of this. Bam! A devastating punch from Qin Tiansheng sends him flying across the room. "You worthless scum! You dared to drug the major?" "Lieutenant Qin, wait. It is not what you think. Let me explain." Tong Weiwei begs, choking on his own panic. But why would the furious lieutenant listen? The damning evidence is laid out right in front of him. Blazing wrath consumes Qin Tiansheng's eyes. He is ready to slaughter this bastard. But before he can deliver the killing blow, the atmosphere warps. Shen Ninger's dragon suddenly enters a terrifying berserk state. The major slowly rises to her feet. Her face is entirely devoid of emotion, moving with eerie, machine-like stiffness. "You cannot scare me. I refuse to fear you. Never again." Qin Tiansheng desperately calls out her name, but Shen Ninger does not even blink. Sensing catastrophic danger, the lieutenant tosses Tang Weiwei aside like garbage and orders his elite squad to fall back. The furious dragon unleashes an earth-shattering roar. It thrashes violently, shaking the very foundations of the room. A single sweep of its tail crushes Tong Weiwei, instantly knocking him out cold. That top-secret USB drive he planned to use for his grand rise to power? It is completely useless to him now. "Fall back. Run." Qin Tiansheng roars, sprinting for his life alongside his terrified subordinates. The truth hits them like lightning. Shen Ninger cannot just manifest pure energy, she can actively devour it. Manifestation combined with devouring equals absolute annihilation. At this rate, the entire Golden Hotel will be reduced to rubble. Meanwhile, Gao Neng glides smoothly down the exterior wall. He is just moments away from touching the ground. During his descent, he caught a glimpse of the dragon's true wrath. He has to admit, its power completely shatters his wildest expectations. If he had known the beast was this devastating, he would have kept the capsule to sell on the black market. It would easily fetch 5,000 Alliance credits. Gao Neng lands with flawless precision. Suddenly, a small object drops from the sky and smacks him right on the head. It is the very same USB drive that slipped from Tong Weiwei's grasp. Of course, Gao Neng has zero clue about the massive secrets it holds. "Why did this piece of junk fall from up there?" Gao Neng mutters, casually tossing it into his pocket. "It might just come in handy later." He is ready to disappear into the night. But his practical mind remembers he has not officially checked out. He casually strolls back to the lobby. The receptionist is engaged in a frantic phone call, nervously whispering Qin Tianxiang's name. Gao Neng swiftly returns his key and sprints back toward his neighborhood. They say true genius shines brightest in the shadow of danger. His high IQ just saved his life. That entire ordeal was completely suffocating. Gao Neng has no idea if those two brain-dead thugs will rat him out. He does not know if Qin Tianxiang possesses the skills to track him, or if Major Shen caught a glimpse of his face before she passed out. But despite the overwhelming odds, tonight's impossible mission was executed flawlessly. Gao Neng is confident the tides of fate are turning in his favor. He runs deep into the city limits, only stopping to catch his breath when he is finally safe. That is when a sudden realization strikes him. He still has an unopened system treasure chest. He triggers it instantly, and a glowing marrow-cleansing pill materializes in his palm. This legendary artifact holds two distinct powers. But what secrets will it unlock next? First, if his blood vitality and mental energy pools were entirely depleted, this miraculous pill would instantly surge them to their absolute maximum limits. Second, if those core attributes were already brimming to the top, it would forcefully shatter his current bottlenecks, pushing his limits to entirely new dimensions. Gao Neng clutched the marrow-cleansing pill, his heart hammering wildly in his chest. He never expected his luck to trigger such a legendary drop. In this world, latent potential dictated absolutely everything. It was the ultimate measure of a warrior's power control. To put it in modern gamer terms, it was the absolute passive multiplier for every single combat skill. Currently, Gao Neng's latent potential stats were already maxed out at 100%. The only things holding him back from true greatness, his blood vitality and mental energy, were barely sitting at the halfway mark. This marrow-cleansing pill wasn't just an item. It was a blazing beacon of hope in the darkness of his destiny. Clutching his golden ticket to power, Gao Neng sprinted home with an unstoppable grin. Inside, he found his mother slumped over the dining table, utterly exhausted from her daily struggles. He tried to muffle his footsteps like a phantom, but the slight creak of the floorboards immediately jolted Xu Zilan awake. "You are home?" Her voice was groggy but filled with immense warmth. "Auntie Lu shared 2 eggs and a rare slice of meat with us today. Let me heat them up for your dinner." As the meager but warm meal was set on the table, Gao Neng looked straight into his mother's eyes, declaring his ultimate ambition. He was going to apply for the elite military academy in the capital of Hope, and with unwavering fiery determination, he promised her that failure simply was not an option. The registration alone cost a staggering 1,000 alliance credits, but he swore he would hustle up the funds himself, begging her not to shoulder the burden. Knowing her son's fierce independence and iron will, Xu Zilan simply smiled, placing her absolute trust in him. Gao Neng knew his mother's heartbreaking habit all too well. If there was ever meat, she would starve herself just to give him the nutrients. Fighting back a lump in his throat, he forcefully slipped a few tender pieces into her bowl. "Mom, just wait for me to crush that military academy exam," he beamed with unbreakable confidence. "We are going to move to the capital of Hope, and I swear you will eat premium meat every single day." Okay. She chuckled softly. Xu Zilan nodded, her eyes heavy with maternal affection and deep fatigue. "Mom is going to rest now. Make sure you do not stay up too late practicing. You have a big day at school tomorrow. Finish every last bite of that meat, understand?" As she shuffled into her room, Gao Neng stared at the remaining food. A heavy sigh escaped his lips, his fists clenched tight as a roaring vow echoed in his soul. He would become the absolute pillar of this family, and forge a life of luxury for her. In that emotionally charged moment, a terrifyingly intense thirst for wealth and power ignited within his very core. Ding! The system instantly detected this surging ambition. A glowing holographic panel violently materialized before his eyes. A brand new mandatory quest had been triggered. The text flashed aggressively. "A true man must possess the power to blot out the heavens with a single hand. You might be lacking in absolute strength right now, but you absolutely cannot be lacking in cash. Your youth must be a blazing inferno of passion and reckless ambition. Scrounging up a mere 1,000 alliance credits? That is completely unworthy of a true conqueror. You must push past your limits. Brace yourself to face a challenge multiplied by 100. Gao Neng impatiently tapped through the system's theatrical monologue. He just wanted the hard objectives. But as the actual quest parameters loaded, his jaw dropped to the floor. The mission? Amass a staggering 100,000 alliance credits in exactly 3 days. What kind of sick joke is this? Gao Neng stared at the floating screen in absolute disbelief. A suffocating silence filled the room, followed by a long, soul-crushing groan of utter defeat. 100,000 alliance credits in 72 hours? I might as well just go rob a bank. But as the blue light reflected in his eyes, a dangerously insane idea began to take root in his mind. So, is the system literally telling me to commit a massive heist? He muttered, a dark aura swirling around him. Suddenly, the system interface expanded into a full-body scanning grid. Warning sirens blared in his mind. The interface rapidly analyzed his current combat potential and survival odds. Option 1. Normal difficulty. The system will provide 2 critical pieces of intelligence. This classified information guarantees a smooth path to clearing the objective without risking your life. The payout? The host will retain exactly 10% of the 100,000 amassed. Additionally, you are 100% guaranteed to receive a basic treasure chest. Option 2. Elite difficulty. The system will still provide the 2 intelligence clues, but the path to execution will be littered with elite-level danger and life-threatening variables. However, the rewards scale with the danger. Survive, and the host claims a massive 50% of the target funds. You still secure the basic treasure chest. But you also unlock a 10% chance at a legendary intermediate treasure chest. Then, the glowing font shifted to a blood-red hue. The system's tone practically dripped with arrogant temptation as it revealed the final path. Option 3. Nightmare difficulty. The text roared with absolute ego. I am a born genius. I am the chosen child of this new era's destiny. Nobody forces my hand. This path requires plunging straight into the abyss without fear. Conquer the nightmare, and the host will claim 100% of the massive 100,000 payout. Furthermore, an intermediate treasure chest is completely guaranteed. Add a 10% chance at a supreme lucky draw ticket. Having laid out the lethal buffet of choices, the system left him with one final chilling warning. Time is money, host. Make your selection immediately. Remember, the weight of your choices will forge the legend you are destined to become. A rusty bicycle can mutate into a roaring superbike. But before you chase that ultimate evolution, look up at the heavens and ask yourself if your plot armor is truly thick enough to survive. Standing paralyzed in the center of the scanning grid, his brain short-circuited, trying to process the sheer madness. A split second later, Gao Neng furiously threw up a middle finger at the glowing screen. This scam of a system actually takes a middleman's cut? He ground his teeth in pure frustration. Talk about ruthless modern capitalism. But cursing his luck would not solve the impending deadline. Realizing he was completely trapped by fate's design, a cynical smirk crept across his face. He slowly raised his hand toward the holographic interface. Bring it on. You want a deadly challenge? A true protagonist never backs down from staring death in the face. He practically radiated hot-blooded determination. Even if my latent potential was sliced in half, I would not flinch. 3 days to hustle up 100,000 alliance credits? Why should a future legend like me be terrified? His finger hovered fiercely over the blood-red nightmare difficulty. But at the absolute last microsecond, he swerved with flawless precision. Ding! I choose normal difficulty. The system literally lagged, seemingly frozen by the sheer audacity of his cowardice. A second later, the blue screen glitchy loaded the confirmation prompt. Normal difficulty confirmed. The system will now upload 2 critical pieces of intelligence regarding the objective. This data will ensure a safe and smooth completion of the mission. Reward locked. 10% of the total 100,000 funds, plus 1 guaranteed basic treasure chest. Staring at the confirmed conditions, Gao Neng's lips curled into a dangerously knowing smirk. He finally saw through the system's twisted logic. With terms this predatory, this damned interface wasn't building a hero, it was actively trying to forge a criminal mastermind. After weighing his options, he chooses absolute defense over everything else. Right on cue, the system chimes in with a vital hint. It suggests that the metal storage drive he looted might hold the exact answers he needs. Epic music swells in the background. Gao Neng stares at the cold metal object in his hand. His brow furrows in sheer confusion as he thinks to himself, is this really supposed to be a clue? I found this memory drive with my own 2 hands, he grumbles internally, his frustration spiking. How in the world does that count as your hint? Is this system completely brain dead? Without missing a beat, the system drops its second major hint. 2 in the morning is when their defenses fall to their absolute weakest. It is his one and only window to strike. Prepare a hammer, a wrench, and a shovel, or face total mission failure. Hearing this ridiculous demand, Gao Neng clutches his head in deep despair. Are you serious right now? Am I really being forced to pull off a bank heist? His sharp eyes lock onto the glowing screen. His mind races as he pieces the dangerous puzzle together. This second hint is undeniably the master key to his survival. If he had fallen for the trap earlier and picked the elite difficulty, it would have resulted in an absolute disaster. Relying on his genius-level intellect, he flawlessly calculates his next moves. When it comes to surviving in a brutal world, absolute defense is the only way to go. Gao Neng sits in heavy silence before his computer monitor, deep in thought. He carefully slides the memory chip into his hard drive. The moment it boots up, genuine shock flashes across his face. It contains a hidden, highly classified folder, locked behind a double encryption protocol. Annoyance fiercely bubbles up inside him. He violently clicks his tongue, cursing the useless system under his breath. What an absolute garbage setup. If I was not a top-tier genius, this clue would be a complete dead end. With a swift, masterful click of his mouse, he completely cracks the folder and confidently mutters, "Done." The decryption bar aggressively races past the halfway mark. As access is finally granted to the secure files, the highly classified information leaves him utterly speechless. It reveals a complex, cross-section blueprint of a highly secured underground facility. Is this the layout of a heavily guarded bank vault? Feeling a chilling unease crawl up his spine, Gao Neng leans dangerously close to the screen, stunned by the cold truth. No, that assumption is completely wrong. This intricate layout belongs to a massive, sprawling factory, and to make matters worse, it is completely rigged with lethal weapons at every single corner. Wait a second. His sharp eyes instantly dart to a faintly glowing logo stamped at the very top of the schematic. Two chilling, unforgettable words hover on the bright screen. His pupils instantly shrink in horror as he stammers out the legendary name, the magnetic cores. The absolute origin of the Great Cataclysm. Those ominous words carry the heavy weight of a long, blood-soaked history. They are the sole, devastating trigger behind the apocalyptic mutations. Ever since the very first core violently descended, this fragile world has endured a century of endless, nightmarish chaos. A bitter, knowing smile slowly tugs at the corner of his lips. Yet today, those very same destructive cores have ironically gifted humanity with a brand new era of advanced civilization. The miraculous invention of the survival capsules. The glorious, unstoppable rise of the energy warriors. Every single modern miracle is deeply intertwined with the divine power of the magnetic cores. Absorbing this world-shattering data, he violently hits the frustrating wall of his own limited knowledge. That is the absolute limit of what I actually know about them, he mutters in defeat. Right now, the Forgotten Wastelands are simply far too weak. We do not have the proper clearance or power to access deeper, classified intel on the cores. Gao Neng urgently zooms in on the complex blueprint, his mind buzzing with intense suspicion. He desperately searches for a logical answer. Why is this sacred, legendary label randomly stamped on this specific map? Could this entire restricted place be housing an actual magnetic core? But that makes absolutely zero sense. How could a divine, world-altering artifact be tied to a mere dusty factory? As the final piece of the puzzle violently clicks into place, his eyes widen in pure, unadulterated shock. The Dream Toy Factory? How in the hell? The Dream Toy Factory? How in the hell is a rundown, forgotten toy factory secretly connected to the legendary magnetic cores? Staring intensely at the precise coordinates, a heavy wave of frustration washes over Gao Neng. The location is incredibly, inconveniently far away. And worse, the entire place was permanently shut down over 4 months ago. Suddenly, bizarre and deeply disturbing anomalies begin flashing violently across his screen. He fiercely recoils, his voice heavily laced with total disbelief. What the hell is this ridiculous garbage? Are you telling me people still actually believe in these pathetic urban legends? Terrifying, blood-curdling clickbait headlines aggressively flood his monitor. Vengeful, demonic spirits brutally hunting down the living. The cursed, dancing girl wearing a blood-red dress. The sinister, haunting little boy wearing a cracked porcelain mask. Shaking his head, he forcefully calms his nerves, desperately trying to clear the chaotic static in his mind. This is obviously just some pathetic internet troll actively spreading blind panic. He chugs down a glass of cold water to immediately steady his racing heart. With a deadly serious and brooding expression, he begins actively filtering through the massive dump of incredibly vague and twisted information. The first essential hint exposed the exact, hidden location. The second critical hint provided the exact strike time and the required bizarre weapons. But infiltrating a sealed-off, cursed factory? That sounds 10 times harder than pulling off an actual bank heist. Suddenly, a razor-sharp spark of deductive genius violently lights up his eyes. Unless this abandoned, decaying factory is actually hiding a real magnetic core inside. Or, at the very least, it guards legendary artifacts directly linked to their immense power. Recalling the incredibly ominous tool list, a heavy bead of cold sweat immediately drops down his face. The system explicitly ordered him to confidently bring a heavy hammer. What else is a hammer used for in the dead of night besides aggressively smashing skulls? Swallowing hard, he takes a slow, deep sip of tea to desperately calm his fraying nerves. Stay focused. It is probably just for breaking rusty locks. He blatantly lies to himself, but his overactive imagination immediately betrays him, quickly painting a grim, heavily blood-soaked picture. Yeah, right. And the shovel is definitely meant for quietly burying the mutilated bodies. Pushing his heavy chair back with a loud, echoing scrape, his facial expression powerfully shifts into one of reluctant but entirely unbreakable resolve. He boldly makes his final, unyielding declaration. Whether I am robbing the living or aggressively looting vengeful ghosts, a daring heist is a heist, but blindly charging in with my current, pathetic physical strength is pure, undeniable suicide. Without hesitating, he casually tosses a faintly glowing pill straight into his mouth. Looks like I just need to quietly bide my time until the dead of night. As he casually crushes the mysterious pill directly between his teeth, a soothing wave of absolute heavenly tranquility warmly washes over his racing mind. It honestly tastes exactly like a tiny, refreshing slice of mint-flavored paradise. An incredibly cool, soothing sensation quickly spreads deeply throughout his entire chest. But a mere split second later, violent, completely uncontrollable tremors brutally hijack his entire physical body. Something is horribly wrong. An unnatural, violently glacial cold instantly freezes his heavy bones down to the very marrow. He crashes incredibly hard onto the solid floor. His massive internal energy violently surges so intensely that his mortal vessel feels like it is actually going to brutally detonate. His pale face heavily contorts in pure, unadulterated agony as he fiercely curses directly through his tightly gritted teeth. Damn it all. My freezing bones literally feel like deeply shattered ice, but my boiling blood is violently raging exactly like molten lava. A deeply terrifying, life-threatening realization aggressively slams directly into his fading consciousness. His sweating face instantly turns deathly pale as he desperately clutches at his burning throat. This damn glowing pill is heavily laced with lethal poison, dangerously hanging by an incredibly fragile thread between life and immediate death. He violently gasps for air, heavily suffocating under the entirely overwhelming internal pressure. Violently writhing on the freezing cold floorboards, Gao Neng forcefully pushes out a raw, entirely guttural scream. Are you seriously, actively trying to brutally murder me? Suddenly, the completely agonizing, burning pain miraculously recedes, leaving him heavily gasping for sweet, life-saving oxygen. His intensely blurry vision instantly snaps directly to the brightly glowing system interface. Vitality value: 64/140. Mental energy value: 28/63. Actively watching his vital core progression bars instantly skyrocket. His stunned eyes nearly violently bulge directly out of their very sockets. Wait a single minute. Is this insane, brutal physical torture actually the legendary feeling of heavily leveling up? But the intense, heavenly euphoria is tragically, incredibly short-lived. A completely crushing weight instantly drops directly over his heavy eyelids, violently dragging him deeply into total darkness. Yet, quietly lurking just beneath the deep shadows, a brand new, deeply terrifying realization rapidly begins to completely dawn upon his exhausted face. Gao Neng stares intensely at his floating system panel. His vital energy is plummeting fast. If this keeps up, could this be the end? Suddenly, a realization hits him like a bolt of lightning. Panic setting in, he frantically screams, "Pause! Pause for just a second!" But the glowing system ignores his pleas, cheerfully chiming in. It happily announces that the host's blood vitality has hit the absolute maximum of 200. It then asks a terrifying question. Would he like to shatter his physical limits right now? Gao Neng's eyes bulge out of his head. Boiling with absolute rage, he roars back. Shatter my foot. Just give me a damn break. Shatter what now? But before he can even finish his sentence, the system chimes with deadly speed. Request confirmed. Initiating limit breaker now. Extreme agony instantly washes over his face. Clutching his stomach, he drops to the floor and writhes in pure torment. Is this trash system trying to murder me in cold blood? Gritting his teeth, Gao Neng desperately tries to weather the overwhelming storm of pain. He chokes on his own breath, entirely unable to speak. This is bad. If this intense pressure keeps up, his body will literally explode. Trying to survive, he forces his trembling muscles into a basic training stance. Pushing through the absolute hellfire, he starts exercising while desperately counting out loud. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. Above his head, a glowing progress bar slowly inches forward. Completely drained of all life force, he gasps out the final number, 6. The system flashes a bright congratulatory message, but his eyes instantly roll back, and he collapses into total darkness. The robotic voice echoes in the void. The host has successfully shattered the first bodily limit. Floating in a hazy dreamscape, Gao Neng slowly flutters his eyes open in pure bewilderment. Where in the world is he? As he glances around the mysterious space, a profound, swirling aura begins to wrap around his entire body. A wave of pure ecstasy washes over him. This feels incredible, absolutely divine. As the mystical energy merges with his soul, his physical body begins to radiate a brilliant, blinding light. Snapping back to brutal reality, his eyes shoot wide open. Gasping for air, Gao Neng checks his own pulse in total disbelief. I actually survived, but something feels incredibly wrong. His fingers squish against a thick, unknown substance. Opening his trembling palm, a pitch-black, sickening sludge drips slowly onto the floorboards. A purely demonic stench violently assaults his nostrils. Gagging in pure disgust, he sprints wildly toward the bathroom. What is this disgusting trash? Standing under the showerhead, Gao Neng frantically scrubs the foul impurities from his awakened skin. He just stands there, completely dazed, letting the scalding water wash away the nightmare. Finally, snapping back to his senses, Gao Neng clenches his fists. The explosive power coursing through his veins is undeniably real. He has truly ascended. With a sharp chime, his upgraded status window bursts into view. The glowing text spells out his new legend. Name, Gao Neng. Blood vitality is now at 15 out of 201. First bodily limit shattered with absolute success. His innate talent rank has skyrocketed to excellent. Blood vitality cultivation speed is boosted by a massive 20%. Meanwhile, his spiritual energy rests at 8 out of 96. First limit broken, securing an elite talent rating. Furthermore, spiritual energy cultivation speed has increased by a staggering 17%. Reading these godly stats, a blazing fire of pure excitement ignites in his eyes. This is an absolute game changer. The maximum limits for both his vital blood and spiritual energy have practically doubled. The foundation to become a true energy warrior is officially his. His mind races with thrilling possibilities as he analyzes the ancient legends of this world. According to the myths, any human who shatters their physical limit even once builds the ultimate foundation. This is the absolute prerequisite to stepping into the realm of energy warriors. With this, he can finally grasp basic elemental combat arts. Things like the legendary energy extraction technique are now within reach. But wait, what if he shatters his limits twice before officially becoming a warrior? If he pulls that off, an entire arsenal of divine combat methods would unlock. He is talking about the mythical energy synthesis art, the supreme energy refinement art, and so much more. Just picturing the absolute dominance he could achieve sends shivers down his spine. Gao Neng falls deep into a power fantasy trance. He imagines himself standing atop the world as an invincible god. What if he manages the impossible and breaks his limits 3 times? His eyes burn with unyielding ambition. A wicked, utterly confident smirk stretches across his face. In other words, I just need to get my hands on a few more bone marrow cleansing pills. Then, I will become a peerless martial genius, unseen in 1,000 years. Stepping out of the steaming shower, he leaves nothing behind but a soaked sponge on the tiled floor. His transformation is complete. Meanwhile, inside a sickeningly lavish and opulent mansion, Tong Day swirls a glass of expensive wine. This is the corrupt vice principal of the 3rd Advanced High School. Tong Day, lounging seductively on his massive bed, is Ye Ying. She lazily exposes her flawless porcelain white back to the dimly lit room. With a twisted look of pure ecstasy, Tong Day slowly tips his glass. He pours the crimson wine directly onto Ye Ying's bare skin. True art. This is the pinnacle of art, he whispers, as the red liquid washes over a vibrant, blooming flower tattoo on her spine. But right at the climax of his wicked indulgence, his phone shatters the mood with a piercing ring. The caller ID flashes an ominous name, Qin Tianxiong. Annoyed by the interruption, he steps away from the bed and picks up the receiver. His expression shifts into a mask of fake surprise. First Lieutenant Qin, what brings you to call old Tang in the dead of night? But on the other end of the line, Qin Tianxiong sounds absolutely frantic. His panicked voice booms through the speaker. We have a catastrophic situation. The following news drops like an absolute bombshell. Tang Day's eyes widen in pure disbelief as he screams into the receiver. What the hell are you saying? Ninger assaulted a military major? His brows furrow in massive confusion. Behind him, The alluring Ye Ying shifts seductively on the silk sheets. Tongde demands answers. Which major are you even talking about? Isn't Ninger supposed to be your own subordinate? Qin Tiansheng, are you trying to play some kind of sick joke on me? Without waiting for an explanation, he violently slams the phone down. Boiling with unbridled fury, he delivers a devastating kick to a nearby luxury chair, completely snapping its leg in half. Tongde stands there, seething with venom. Clenching his fists until his knuckles turn white, he snarls through gritted teeth. Very well. Qin Tiansheng actually dares to make a fool out of me? Meanwhile, in the shadowy background, Yi Ying casually sparks up a slender cigarette. Sighing in total exhaustion at his temper tantrum, she sits up. Blowing a cloud of thick smoke into the air, she probes him. What kind of disaster has your precious little son caused this time? Hearing this, Tangde's face twists into a vicious, purple grimace as he vents his utter frustration. That sly old fox Qin Tiansheng purposely hid Ninger's true identity. Now he suddenly claims that she is some elite military major. And on top of that, he says my son dared to attack her. Damn it all to hell. Does he think I am someone he can just toy with? Little do they know, a storm that will shatter their entire world is already brewing in the shadows. Hearing this, Ye Ying's sharp yet alluring gaze locks onto the major. It seems the human alliance's true goal in the Forgotten Land isn't so simple this time, is it? Did you actually expose that item? Seeing her suspicion, Tangde hastily replies, sheer shock washing over his face. That is absolutely impossible. His expression twists into a bitter scowl as deep thoughts consume him. A heavy wave of suspicion settles in his mind. I barely have any intel about that object myself. If word really leaked out, the problem must lie with Wang Ju's faction. The Human Alliance's intelligence network is far from ordinary. Are you entirely sure that Wang Ju's side is completely clean? A flicker of absolute disgust flashes in her eyes. Crushing her cigarette, she coldly replies, aside from being completely impotent, what other problem could that old fool possibly have? Seeing his lingering hesitation, Ye Ying smoothly closes the distance. She presses her curves against him, her voice dripping with seductive poison. You are still my absolute favorite. Come here. Let us get back to making art. But Tongde stands entirely unbothered, instantly shutting her down. Art stems from pure inspiration. With my inspiration completely gone, what the hell are we supposed to create? Head back to Wangju's factory for now. I need to make a trip to the Jinsha Hotel. Hearing his firm tone, she takes the hint and gracefully backs away. This is exactly why I adore artistic men like you. Even your rejections overflow with undeniable charisma. Yi Ying steps out onto the balcony, sliding the glass door open. Flashing a tender, almost pouting expression, her sweet voice lingers in the air. I will leave you be for now, but next time, you are strictly forbidden from turning me away. In a single blink, Ye Ying vanishes into the night. Only a faint, ghostly breeze remains. Tangde stands frozen in place, utterly silent as the heavy atmosphere settles. A second later, a dark shadow crosses his shifting gaze, and his brows knit together. With eyes as cold as forged steel, Tangde turns back inside. A deeply calculating expression twists his features as he mutters, "What now? Qin Tiansheng, I know exactly where your desired item is hidden, but my condition is absolute. You must find a flawless scapegoat to take the fall for my son. No matter the cost, you will guarantee his absolute safety." His commanding tone leaves absolutely zero room for negotiation. He ruthlessly emphasizes that if this fails, the deal is completely dead. Meanwhile, Qin Tiansheng sits heavily inside a tense meeting room, surrounded by his elite subordinates. His calculating eyes burn into the crucial document resting in his hands. The very next second, his thick brows furrow into a fierce knot. The shocking intel reads, hourly rental for room 707. Check-in time at 8:59 p.m. Customer name, Gao Neng. A dangerous curiosity glimmers in Tiansheng's eyes as his deep voice echoes out. Who processed the check-in for room 707? At that exact moment, a terrified receptionist shrinks back. Her entire body trembles violently as she stammers out her confession. I was the one who did it. His scowl deepens with heavy suspicion as he presses the brutal interrogation. Who exactly is this Gao Neng, and how old is he? Swallowing her fear, she stutters her reply. Around 17 or 18 years old. He looked like a student from the 3rd Advanced High School. He explicitly stated he was looking for you. Do you know him, sir? Hearing this impossible claim, a jolt of sheer disbelief strikes Tiansheng. He mutters under his breath, "Looking for me? A mere student from the 3rd Advanced High School?" Instantly, his commanding aura flares back to life. He decisively barks a direct order to his loyal subordinate. Establish contact with Li Qingping immediately. Dig up everything you can on this Gao Neng, get his exact address, and dispatch a squad to drag him straight to me. Without a single moment of hesitation, the elite soldier salutes and accepts the mission. A twisted, sinister smile creeps onto Tiansheng's rugged face. A dark thought echoes loudly in his mind. Gao Neng. This sacrificial lamb might just be the perfect pawn. Early the very next morning, two armed enforcers halt in their tracks. A completely ruined, desolate village looms before them, exchanging eager, mocking glances. One questions the other. Is this seriously Gao Neng's registered address? Yeah, this is the exact wasteland. Meanwhile, deep inside his rundown home, Gao Neng leaves a simple sticky note on the cracked table, heading to a friend's house tonight to study. With a blazing fire of determination burning in his eyes, he firmly straps his heavy gear onto his back. A heavy thought weighs on his young mind. Mom is breaking her back, working 5 different hourly jobs at the exact same time. She only ever returns when the dead of night falls. Suddenly, a glowing blue panel materializes. The system issues a strict notification regarding a man's true burden. Staring intensely at the holographic screen, Gao Neng makes a silent vow. This crucial mission must be cleared as fast as humanly possible. Fully geared up, he excitedly yanks the front door open, totally ready to conquer the day. But the instant the door swings wide, an imposing man is already standing dead in his tracks. Pure panic flashes across Gao Neng's face as he blurts out a name. Teacher Zhang? The strict instructor's eyes immediately lock onto the bizarre, heavy tools gripped tightly in his student's hands. Gao Neng's heart violently skips a beat, his nerves completely skyrocketing. Staring in absolute bewilderment, Teacher Zhang demands answers. Gao Neng, just what in the world are you planning to do looking like that? Instantly putting up a flawless poker face, the boy flashes a bright, innocent smile. Good morning, Teacher Zhang. I am just heading out to school. The older man is utterly speechless, practically sweating bullets at the sheer absurdity. You are dragging a massive hammer to school? Without missing a single beat, Gao Neng replies with maddening innocence. Yes, sir. Last time on my daily route, I spotted a massive, treacherous rock. Sensing the severe danger it posed, I armed myself to completely obliterate it. Teacher Zhang, did you not drill this exact lesson into our heads? To achieve true success, one must first pave the road ahead. Riding his own momentum, he confidently continues his ridiculous explanation. And as for this heavy-duty wrench, I am sure you understand. I am the proud amateur mechanic of our glorious academy. Casually carrying a deadly wrench on my person is perfectly standard protocol. Teacher Zhang stares blankly into the distance, his soul seemingly leaving his tired body. Right. And I suppose this giant shovel is just for digging up dirt to fix the pavement? Gao Neng's face instantly lights up with beaming excitement. Exactly. Teacher Zhang, your wisdom is truly boundless. You saw completely through my master plan with just a single glance. This mighty shovel is exclusively for leveling the rugged earth. But the teacher's expression suddenly darkens. His uneasy gaze shifts nervously toward the ominous figures lurking in the shadows behind him. Letting out a heavy, defeated sigh, his eyes turn dead serious. Gao Neng, the road ahead no longer requires your paving. Drop your weapons and come with me. We need to take a little trip. His words hung in the air. Heavy footsteps echoed from the shadows behind him. Cao Neng froze completely, his eyes widening at the sudden appearance of armed soldiers. Teacher Zhang stepped forward, his eyes clouded with deep sorrow. He looked at his student with heavy disappointment. A wave of absolute shock crashed over Cao Neng. His mind raced at lightning speed. They had come knocking at the crack of dawn. The enemy moved much faster than he had ever calculated. Teacher Zhang's face twisted with endless worry and sympathy. He let out a heavy sigh before breaking the silence. Cao Neng, you are my precious student. I have been your homeroom teacher since 10th grade. I know exactly what kind of person you are. I know in my heart that you would never commit such terrible crimes. But Cao Neng did not flinch. His eyes burned with fearless determination as he sharply cut his teacher off. It is totally fine, sir. Let us go. The older man gently squeezed the boy's shoulder, pouring all his desperate hope into the gesture. Do not worry, child. I will go with you to explain everything, and we will clear your name. And just like that, Cao Neng was escorted away. Chaos stormed inside his brilliant mind. How in the world was he going to survive this deadly trap? His dark eyes sank into profound silence as he plotted his next move. Moments later, the military vehicle screeched to a halt before a massive skyscraper. The guards marched him straight into Tiansheng's imposing conference room. The powerful man glared down at the boy like a hawk, spotting its prey. He snapped at the receptionist. Is this the kid? The poor woman trembled under his crushing aura. She frantically nodded her head in pure panic. Yes, sir, that is exactly him. Tianxiong raised a massive hand, instantly silencing the room. That is enough. He stomped toward the boy, his terrifying aura suffocating the entire space. With eyes as cold as a deadly blizzard, he growled. You are Cao Neng, are you not? Do you have any idea why my men dragged you into this room? Cao Neng quickly scanned his deadly surroundings. The puzzle pieces clicked into perfect place inside his sharp mind. He analyzed the dangerous situation with chilling calmness. These powerful figures had definitely orchestrated this entire setup beforehand. His brilliant analytical skills kicked into overdrive. He slowly closed his eyes, calculating every single possible outcome like a grandmaster playing chess. 99% of normal people would immediately scream about their alibis, or they would fake a calm face and play dumb to escape this deadly suspicion. Cao Neng snapped his eyes open. A spark of absolute, arrogant confidence flashed within them. But am I just some ordinary trash? Without warning, the boy violently hurled his backpack onto the cold floor. Tianzhong stared in absolute bewilderment, his lips trembling with boiling rage at the sudden disrespect. But then, the most ridiculous scene unfolded. Cao Neng dramatically threw himself at the commander's feet. He clung to Tianzhong's legs, wailing like a banshee. Lieutenant Qin, please do not kill me. I was wrong. I confess to everything. Principal, I am begging you, do not expel me. I know the horrible things I have committed. Please show mercy. I swear I will never dare to do it again. Tianxiong's jaw practically dropped to the floor. Is this brat actually confessing right now? Absolute disgust washed over the powerful commander's face. He glared down at the pathetic boy, groaning in pure frustration. Damn it, can you not act like a total coward for just 1 second? I did not expect a bloody battle, but you could at least throw out a few pathetic excuses before crying. The entire room stared at the weeping boy with overwhelming disappointment. Is this pathetic rat seriously our top-ranked genius? They called him a legendary elite student, but he is nothing but a spineless joke. The quality of the younger generation had truly hit rock bottom. Suddenly, Qing Ping slammed his hands on the table and shot up from his seat. He looked at the crying boy and spoke with forced patience. A true man must boldly shoulder the weight of his own actions. Where is your fighting spirit? Spill every single dirty detail of your crimes, and maybe we will let you explain yourself. Catching the perfect moment, Tang Dai let out a sinister smirk, completely faking a merciful smile. He is absolutely right. Cao Neng, confess your wicked sins right now. A student who admits his absolute failure can still be saved. His eyes gleamed with venomous manipulation. He gently patted the boy's trembling shoulder like a poisonous snake. Just tell us the tragic story of what you have done. Cao Neng's genius brain instantly caught the hidden trap. A spark of divine realization struck his mind like lightning. Recount the story? Wait a minute. Have these powerful old foxes not allied with Tang Weiwei yet? Or did something fatal actually happen to that bastard? Did Ninger brutally assassinate him already? He peeked through his fake tears, noticing Tang Dai's terrifying excitement. The brilliant young man began shredding the mystery apart. No, that is completely wrong. Tang Dai is only here to find a convenient scapegoat. If Tang Weiwei was already a dead man, searching for a useless scapegoat would mean absolutely nothing. Armed with the truth, Cao Neng immediately buried his face back into the floor. A massive flood of crocodile tears exploded from his eyes. The fake display totally bewildered the older man. Sporting the most tragic face imaginable, the boy completely shifted his target, wrapping his arms desperately around Tang Dai's leg instead. You are so right. I have completely shattered the high expectations of the principal, the vice principal, and even my beloved teacher Zhang. I should never have tried such a filthy, scheming trick. I never should have snuck into that golden hotel to find Lieutenant Qin. I was absolutely foolish to try and secure a backdoor deal. Tang Dai's sinister smile completely shattered. Utter panic consumed his face as he screamed over the boy. Wait just a damn minute. Cao Neng, slow down. Did you just say you tried to make a backdoor deal with Lieutenant Qin? Cao Neng blinked with perfectly acted innocence. He put on the most pathetically awkward display of confusion known to mankind. He raised a trembling finger, pointing straight at the terrifying Tianxiong. I mean, Lieutenant Qin furiously rejected my bribe. No, wait, that is wrong. I mean, I have not successfully secured my backdoor deal with the noble lieutenant yet. The point is, my wicked greed has deeply betrayed the golden expectations of the principal and all my glorious teachers. Tianxiong looked like he was ready to rip the boy's head off with his bare hands. His murderous aura exploded as he roared in pure rage. Are you trying to play games with me, you miserable little rat? Do you honestly think I brought you here to ask about some pathetic backdoor deal? The mighty commander lunged forward, violently lifting the boy right off the ground by his collar. The burning question is, why the hell did you rent an hourly room at the Golden Hotel? Cao Neng sniffled loudly, wiping away his perfectly timed snot and fake tears. He sobbed like a total victim. But sir, I only rented that hourly room so I could secretly secure my backdoor deal. Tianxiong's face darkens with pure rage. He sneers at the boy's blatant lie. Who the hell were you trying to bribe with that pathetic excuse? Refusing to back down, Gao Neng doubles down on his story. Beneath his pathetic act, his mind calculates every single move. His clever excuses are already giving the lieutenant a massive headache. I just wanted to get on Lieutenant Qin's good side before the university exams. I thought it would guarantee my spot at the military academy. But after renting the hotel room, I never even got to see him. So I just gave up. Tianxiong grinds his teeth together, his patience snapping. What did you just say? Playing the victim perfectly. Gao Neng frantically raises his hands to explain. I had to leave because my checkout time was up. I am totally broke and cannot afford another night. Plus, my mom is waiting for me at home for dinner. I had no idea the military would actually investigate something this embarrassing. Flipping the switch like an Oscar-winning actor, tears stream down his face. He throws himself forward, desperately hugging Tang Day's leg. I swear I will never try to bribe anyone ever again. Please do not revoke my exam qualifications. Caught completely off guard, Tang De panics at the pathetic display. Gao Neng, pull yourself together and stop crying. You ran to the Golden Hotel in the middle of the night and blew 40 alliance credits. There is no way you did that just for a bribe. Tang Day stammers, to build a connection with Lieutenant Qin? Also, can you please let go of my leg? The heavily armed soldiers surrounding them stand completely frozen. Their jaws drop in absolute disbelief at the pathetic scene. This sniveling coward actually wants to enter the military academy? Dream on. The academy forges warriors with bodies and wills of pure steel. They would never accept a spineless rabbit like him. Watching the embarrassing spectacle unfold, Principal Li furrows his brow. He lets out a heavy, disappointed sigh at the boy's tragic display. But deep down, Gao Neng is grinning like a master tactician. They are looking down on him? Perfect. That is exactly what he wants. His brilliant, deceptive mind races 10 steps ahead of everyone else in the room. The real target of this performance is Ning. He knows the proud girl is watching him through a hidden security camera. He mentally smirks, perfectly playing his part. His logic is absolutely flawless. Ning is a high-ranking major of the Alliance, a peerless, unmatched genius. She is an existence standing at the very peak of power. Would a proud warrior like her ever admit to being knocked out? Would she ever allow such a humiliating stain on her flawless record? Absolutely not, especially when the person who knocked her out is supposedly this sniveling, pathetic coward. He can already imagine her reaction in the monitor room. She will turn her head in sheer disgust and scoff at the guards. Is this crying child seriously the assassin you dragged in here? Do you think my pride as a major is some kind of joke? Back in the interrogation room, Principal Li's razor-sharp gaze sweeps across the officers. That is enough, Gao Neng. Stand up immediately. The old principal speaks with unyielding authority. We are all fully aware of your dream to join the military academy. But resorting to cheap bribery is beneath our school's standards. Do not ever let me catch you doing this again. Understand? Still clinging to Tang Day's leg, Gao Neng nods frantically. I understand perfectly. Thank you, Principal Li. With a resolute, protective glare, the principal turns to face the military brass. Lieutenant Qin, the situation is crystal clear now. To be completely honest with you, Gao Neng has been an exemplary student for years. This entire interrogation is nothing but a massive misunderstanding. Taking advantage of the distraction, Tang De finally rips his leg free from the boy's grip. Retreating to a chair, Tang De forces an awkward smile. But his eyes glint with hidden suspicion as he speaks up. Old Li, my friend, I am actually on the same page as you. I also believe this kid lacks the guts to commit any real crime. However, the military has already been deployed. We must let Lieutenant Qin finish his formal interrogation. Hearing those words, Principal Li's protective stance wavers for a fraction of a second. Stepping up, Tianxiong crosses his arms with a freezing, deadly aura. His icy gaze pierces right through the old man. Principal Li, you are an educator. It is natural to blindly protect your students. I can respect that sentiment. But if you think you can pull off a cheap scam to escape my military interrogation, then you severely underestimate Qin Tianxiong. Surging forward like a predator, the lieutenant violently grabs Gao Neng by the collar. Listen here, you little rat. Do you have any idea how the military extracts information? Instantly, Gao Neng puts his master plan into action. He throws himself backward with dramatic force, plunging the entire room into shocked silence. Crushing a hidden pouch of rat blood, crimson liquid spills from his lips. He collapses onto the cold floor, clutching his stomach in agonizing fake pain. Tiansheng freezes like a statue, completely horrified by what he has just triggered. Rage erupts in the lieutenant's eyes like a wild inferno. He aggressively points at the writhing student. "You scheming little brat. Are you seriously playing dead right to my face? I did not even use a single ounce of military aura on you. But the damage is already done." Principal Lee's face darkens with absolute, terrifying wrath. He steps forward, his spiritual pressure exploding. "You dare unleash military brutality on my student right in front of my eyes?" Panic finally strikes the proud lieutenant. He frantically steps back, completely unable to form a coherent defense. That little rat is faking the whole thing. Moving with lightning speed, Principal Lee shields Gao Nang with his own body. "Are you out of your damn mind? Do you plan to murder a defenseless, innocent high schooler? You call yourself a protector of the Alliance? If you want to arrest him, show us the damn evidence." Rushing to the boy's aid, Teacher Zhang helps Gao Nang up, glaring pure daggers at the military men. "Do not worry, kid. We have got your back. If the military has zero evidence, this academy will not yield a single inch." Backed completely into a corner, Tiansheng's arrogant facade crumbles. He desperately grasps for any shred of justification. This brat sneaked into the Golden Hotel in the dead of night. His intentions were undeniably suspicious. The principal stares at the military officer like he has lost his mind. "Renting a damn hotel room? That is your so-called ironclad military evidence? Are you actually hearing how completely absurd you sound right now? How in the world could a high school boy know exactly who was staying in the room next door?" Just then, the receptionist raises a trembling hand to explain. "Cao Nang had no idea. At the time, I told him the next room belonged to Lieutenant Qin." Tiansheng shoots her a deadly glare. Meeting his piercing gaze, the receptionist's heart nearly jumps out of her chest in pure terror. Gathering her fleeting courage, she speaks up without backing down. "The truth is the truth. I am fully prepared to testify on Cao Nang's behalf." A triumphant smirk spreads across Qingping's face. He seizes the moment. "Lieutenant Qin, did you hear that clearly? Do you have a single shred of actual evidence left? If not, on behalf of all the leaders at 3rd High School, I demand you release my student right this second." Tiansheng freezes in his tracks. His fists clench tight with bubbling frustration, leaving him completely speechless. Meanwhile, a cunning glint flashes across Cao Nang's eyes. He smirks inwardly. "Sorry about this, Lieutenant Qin. With your sharp instincts, you probably figured out I used the marrow cleansing pill to shatter my body's physical limits. Playing the victim was the only way to get myself out of this mess." Suddenly, the heavy door bursts open. A soldier rushes in. "Captain." Panting heavily, the soldier delivers an urgent report. "Tang Weiwei and that guy, Si, they finally woke up." The entire room jolts in shock, whipping their heads toward the door. The soldier drops another bombshell. "Moreover, Captain," both of them claim, that before they even stepped into the room, Cao Nang was already inside. Hearing this, Tiansheng lets out a cold, smug scoff, throwing a deadly side-eye at the boy. A calculating expression washes over his face. Since Tang Weiwei and Si are awake, it might be best for Principal Tang, Principal Li, and Teacher Zhang to step outside for a moment. A second later, a sly, plastered smile creeps onto Tang Day's face. Playing the innocent fool, he nods. "Of course. With such a scandal hitting the Tang family, I have absolutely no face left to show. Old Li, old Zhang, let us take our leave. We must put our absolute faith in the military and Lieutenant Qin, right?" Immediately after, keeping a rock-solid expression, Qingping turns around, his voice completely unyielding. "Fine. Lieutenant Qin is a man of the uniform. I trust the military. But until the absolute truth is brought to light, I forbid you from laying a single finger on my student." Tiansheng gives a curt, affirming nod. Crystal clear. "I will not lay another hand on Cao Nang." He instantly shifts into command mode, barking orders at his men. "The rest of you, step outside, leave a few guards at the door, and bring Tang Weiwei and Si in here right now." The soldiers quickly march out of the room. A suffocating, heavy silence falls between the two remaining figures. Tiansheng slowly sinks into his chair, his voice chillingly calm. "Student Cao Nang, let us wait a moment." Meanwhile, cold sweat drips down Cao Nang's anxious face as he curses inwardly. "I played the victim. I literally spat out blood. I barely escaped the chopping block, and now Tang Weiwei decides to wake up? This is a complete disaster." Despair crashes over him in devastating waves. He scrambles for a plan. What do I do now? Is this really the end of the line? Suddenly, the iron door creaks open. Cao Neng's eyes dart toward the entrance. Yuan Yi and Ah Si are dragged into the room, heavily supported by the guards. Pure, venomous hatred burns in Yuan Yi's eyes. He points a shaking finger straight at the boy. Right beside him, Ah Si nods like a madman to back him up. Lieutenant Qin, it was him. It was Cao Neng. When we walked in, he had already knocked Major Shen completely unconscious. We only stepped in to save the Major. Tianxiong's gaze turns into a sharp dagger, dissecting the boy's every move. Student Cao Neng, care to explain yourself against these heavy accusations? In a split second, Cao Neng slaps on an award-winning mask of pure, clueless innocence. He scratches his head, looking utterly lost. Who on earth is Major Shen? I never even stepped foot into Ninger's room. How am I supposed to know anything about some Major Shen? A flicker of genuine surprise crosses Tianxiong's eyes. He mutters, thinking the boy might actually be clueless. But before he can finish, Yuan Yi furiously interrupts, screaming with absolute certainty. Last night, he absolutely sneaked into Major Shen's private quarters. He was literally sitting on the Major's bed. We fought him face to face, and he beat us down without mercy. Isn't that right? Ah, see? Hearing this glaring contradiction, Tianxiong narrows his eyes in deadly suspicion. So, you two are actively framing him? Boiling with sudden fury, the lieutenant slams his hand on the table, grabbing Yuan Yi by the collar. His voice echoes like thunder as he exposes their lies. Major Shen's room was pumped full of sleeping gas by you two. If Cao Neng was actually inside, he would have been knocked out cold immediately. Tell me, how does an unconscious student beat the living daylights out of two armed men? Slowly, he turns his piercing, suspicious gaze back toward the boy. Well, Cao Neng, does that sound about right to you? Cao Neng frantically waves his hands, stammering out a flawless act of panic. I have absolutely no idea what sleeping gas you are talking about. Instantly, a chilling, sarcastic smirk curls on Tianxiong's lips. It seems you really are clueless, but his tone darkens, shifting into a relentless, suffocating interrogation. However, your room is right next door to Major Shen's. With a battle that loud, do you seriously dare to claim you heard absolutely nothing? Cao Neng, you are lying through your teeth. Taking a triumphant step forward, Tianxiong corners his prey. Did you really think you were clever enough to squirm out of this? You are dead wrong. Your entire story is bleeding with fatal loopholes. But, lurking in the shadows of his mind, a robotic, authoritative voice suddenly echoes. The system interface flashes a glaring red warning. Host heart rate detected at 139 BPM. Unlocking an emergency suppression quest. In life, nothing is impossible, only incomplete. You are young, host. You can no longer run from the storm. Facing challenges head-on is your true path. Quest requirement. Within 1 minute, you must scream at the top of your lungs, I am the culprit who did that to Ninger. Only then will the quest be considered complete. Penalty for mission failure. Level reduced. The invisible clock ticks down mercilessly. 0 minutes and 59 seconds. Fury blazes in Gao Neng's eyes. He grits his teeth, violently cursing the system in his mind. Shout, my ass. Hearing his defiant mutterings, Qin Tianxiong scowls and lunges forward. The massive man towers over him, radiating absolute, suffocating rage. Gao Neng just lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh. The glowing system panel flashes a dire warning. Only 45 seconds remain. Staring death in the face, the boy smirks. That is right. I lied. He tilts his head with absolute defiance. But is Lieutenant Qin not lying as well? Gao Neng's eyes narrow with sharp suspicion. He points a steady finger at the other two suspects in the room. You are just trying to help them get away with their crimes, aren't you? You little brat. Qin Tianxiong roars, his aura exploding with terrifying fury. The sheer pressure forces Gao Neng to take a cautious step backward, but Gao Neng refuses to be intimidated. Pushing past his fear, he glares right back into the officer's eyes. If I am wrong, then why are you so utterly obsessed with pinning this on me? Is it really just because I booked a room at the hotel? A bitter, mocking laugh escapes the boy's lips. You and Principal Tang planned this from the very start. Did you not? His voice drips with venom. You needed a convenient scapegoat, and a kid renting a hotel room fits perfectly. Meanwhile, behind a secure monitor, Ning Er watches his every single move with absolute focus. Back in the room, Gao Neng's lips curl into a cold sneer as he points his finger once more. The truth is finally out. You colluded with Principal Tang to frame me. You are sacrificing me to save their miserable skins. You stinky brat, Qin Tianxiong bellows, his patience completely shattered. How dare you spout such absolute garbage? Instantly, Gao Ning drops to his knees, throwing on a flawless mask of exaggerated terror. "Stay away from me," the boy shrieks dramatically. "Are you trying to murder me to silence the truth?" Qin Tiansheng's eyes darken with terrifying intent. "Silence the truth? I am a decorated officer of—" Before the man can even finish, Gao Ning unleashes a deafening, terrified wail. "Murder! He is going to kill me to silence me." The boy screams at the top of his lungs. "Someone, please save me." The lieutenant's eye twitches in absolute bewilderment at the sudden theatrical act. Without warning, Qin Tiansheng hauls the boy up by his collar. "You better shut your mouth right now, or I swear I will." Bang! The heavy interrogation room door slams open. Qing Ping and Teacher Zhang burst into the room, gasping wildly for breath. Gao Ning, are you all right?" Teacher Zhang cries out in pure, unfiltered panic. But as the dust settles, the brutal scene before them leaves Qing Ping completely frozen in shock. Right before their eyes, the massive lieutenant is violently manhandling the fragile student. A righteous, burning fury erupts within Qing Ping's chest. He immediately points an accusing finger at the officer. "Qin Tiansheng," he roars, his voice echoing fiercely through the room. "You are a respected lieutenant. How dare you break your word and ruthlessly assault a defenseless student?" Teacher Zhang rushes forward, his eyes trembling with profound, fatherly concern. "Gao Ning, hold on. Are you hurt? Speak to me." But suddenly, the boy flinches away, violently yanking his arm back. Teacher Zhang freezes in sheer heartbreak. "Gao Ning, you." The boy clutches his chest, gasping frantically for air, as if deeply traumatized. Seeing the boy's terrified state, Qing Ping's expression softens with absolute protective resolve. He gently reaches out to calm the shaking student. "Do not be afraid, Gao Ning. The principal is here now. No one will ever hurt you again." But beneath his trembling hands, Gao Ning's brilliant mind is racing. "I have already started this performance," he thinks. "I might as well take it to the absolute climax." The system's countdown clock is mercilessly ticking away. He has no other choice. Making his final gamble, he forcefully grinds his teeth. Suddenly, his expression twists into pure, unadulterated madness. He sticks out his tongue and erupts into a chilling, maniacal laughter. "Is this what you all wanted?" he cackles, his eyes wide and completely unhinged. "You wanted to frame me from the very beginning, did you not? My pathetic life is already a complete nightmare anyway." He throws his arms open, embracing the absolute chaos. "You wanted a confession so badly? Fine, you win. I confess." He practically dances around the room, his movements wild and terrifyingly reckless. The three adults stare at him, their jaws hitting the floor in sheer disbelief. "It was me. I am the mastermind who did all of that to Ninger. So what are you going to do about it?" he taunts, his maniacal voice echoing off the cold walls. "What can any of you possibly do to me?" Qin Tiansheng takes a stunned step forward, his mind struggling to process the sheer madness. Did he just confess?" the towering officer mutters in absolute shock. Flashing a dangerously wild grin, Gao Ning tilts his head with supreme, untouchable arrogance. "That is exactly right. It was all me." But before he can say another word, a desperate hand clamps firmly over his mouth. Teacher Zhang holds the boy tight, his eyes overflowing with crushing sorrow. His voice trembles with utter devastation as he screams out. He has lost his mind. He has completely lost his mind. The pressure broke him. Gao Ning has gone utterly insane. He glares daggers at the military officers. "Is this your twisted justice? Torturing a mere child until his sanity shatters?" Meanwhile, the real culprit, Yuan Yi, frantically shoves Qin Tiansheng's back. A twisted, wicked smile stretches across his face as he eagerly pushes the officer forward. "Hurry! You heard him! He finally confessed!" Yuan Yi cheers with sickening delight. "Arrest the lunatic and let us out of here." But as Gao Ning rolls on the floor, continuing his Oscar-worthy tantrum, ding! A heavenly sound chimes in his mind. "Congratulations, host. The mission has been successfully completed." The cold, mechanical voice suddenly shifts into an undeniably thrilling, triumphant tone. A glowing, massive roulette wheel materializes right out of thin air. The grand prize wheel begins to spin at blinding speed. Clack, clack, clack. The golden pointer abruptly halts. The eye of deprivation. Gao Ning's eyes light up like a supernova. The system unleashes a flurry of glorious praises. "Tremendous luck, host. You have obtained the legendary Eye of Deprivation." Item status: Trial version. Remaining duration: 5 days. The Eye of Deprivation possesses the ultimate power to strip away one of the ancient 4 great evil woods. It completely annihilates the illusion wood and shatters all forms of disguise, no matter how flawless the illusion wood's magic, no matter how perfect the camouflage. With a single glance, You will pierce through the lies and witness the true essence of any power. Gao Neng stares at the holographic text, his excitement instantly crashing into sheer disbelief. A trial version? He mentally screams. I literally just risked my life playing a raving lunatic. And my grand reward is a measly 5-day free trial? Furious, he demands an answer from the glowing screen. System, how do I upgrade this cheap trial into the permanent version? The system's robotic voice suddenly adopts a shamelessly mocking tone. It delivers a brutally honest, heart-crushing response. Pay up, host. Use that brilliant brain of yours. Did you really think you could unlock the premium version without spending extra cash? Gao Neng's blood boils as he violently curses the greedy, blood-sucking system to the deepest pits of hell. Meanwhile, back in reality, Teacher Zhang is desperately using his own body to shield the boy. Gao Neng, please. Stop talking, just stop talking. The teacher begs, tears streaming down his face. It is my fault. I failed to protect you. Watching this entire theatrical masterpiece through the secure monitors, Ninger sinks heavily into her chair. Has the boy actually lost his mind? She mutters in complete bewilderment. Her expression swiftly sharpens into deadly seriousness. Pushing a lock of hair behind her ear, she gives a silent, commanding signal to Lieutenant Chen. On the other end of the communication line, Qin Tiansheng immediately barks out a crisp acknowledgement. A cool, calculating smile touches Ninger's lips as she makes her final move. Her voice rings out with absolute, unquestionable authority. Inform Dr. Wang immediately. Tell him we need his medical expertise in the interrogation room. Right now. Inside the tense atmosphere of the meeting room, Principal Li Qingping and Lieutenant Qin Tiansheng are locked in a fierce standoff. Meanwhile, Cao Neng sits frozen in the corner. The system has annoyed him into absolute silence. Unable to hold back any longer, the principal glares at the officer. Lieutenant Qin, as the principal, the safety of my students is my absolute priority. I am taking Cao Neng to the hospital right now, but Tianxiong refuses to back down for a second. Principal Li, think carefully. You are actively obstructing a military investigation. I never laid a single finger on the boy. Go check the security footage yourself if you do not believe me. Qingping narrows his eyes, his voice dripping with suspicion. And if I leave to check the cameras, will my student miraculously disappear before I return? Tianxiong immediately snaps back. Principal Li, you need to have faith in the military. A heavy silence falls over the room. Qingping stares back with profound disappointment. My blind faith in the military is exactly why we are here. It is because of you that Cao Neng was pushed to the brink of madness. Hearing this harsh truth, Tianxiong grits his teeth in silent frustration. You! Before the lieutenant can explode, the heavy doors swing open. Second Lieutenant Chen Bai struns in alongside a doctor, instantly cutting the tension. Captain. Tianxiong's eyes widen in shock. Second Lieutenant Chen? And Dr. Wang? What are you two doing here? Chen Bai's expression remains ice-cold as he delivers the news. We are here on Major Shen's direct orders. Turning with absolute respect, Chen Bai addresses the medical expert. Dr. Wang, please conduct a full psychiatric evaluation on Cao Neng immediately. The doctor pushes up his glasses. A sinister smirk creeps across his face. Sitting in the corner, Cao Neng feels a chill run down his spine, his face draining of all color. Well then, let us begin the examination. Suddenly, Dr. Wang Jia points a sharp finger at the other two students in the room. Oh, you two are here as well? Perfect. We will evaluate you both too. Yuan Yi and Tang De freeze in pure shock. Wait, us? Why do we need a mental check? Stepping forward with an intimidating aura, Chen Bai lowers his voice to a dangerous pitch. Let me make this perfectly clear. Both of you have sustained severe head trauma, and severe head injuries can easily trigger severe hallucinations. The military needs absolute certainty that your testimonies are real. Therefore, you will cooperate with this psychiatric evaluation. No exceptions. Panic instantly washes over Yuan Yi's face. He waves his hands frantically, refusing without a second thought. No way. We are not taking any crazy tests. Our brains are perfectly fine. Cao Neng is the one who did all of this. He literally just confessed to the crime. Chen Bai's expression darkens into a lethal scowl. His warning echoes violently across the silent room. I repeat. This is Major Shen's absolute command. Are you cadets daring to defy the military's authority? Sensing the deadly shift in mood, Tong De quickly claps his hands in forced agreement. Well, if it is a direct order from the military, we will gladly cooperate. Please, doctor, begin the examination. Brimming with absolute arrogance, Dr. Wang Jia proudly puffs out his chest. Do not worry, everyone. I, Wang Jia, am a highly trained master of neuroscience. I have dealt with countless psychological anomalies in my career, and my diagnostic record is a flawless 100%. Principal Li Qingping watches this bizarre display. His eyes are practically swimming with deep concern. Glancing nervously between the doctor and his student, he tentatively speaks up. "Excuse me, but what exactly does this evaluation entail?" Dripping with absolute smugness, the doctor replies. Wang Jia reveals his brilliant master plan. It is remarkably simple. I will ask a single question. If they answer correctly, their minds are perfectly sound. But if they fail to answer, then they are undeniably clinically insane. The principal blinks in sheer disbelief. Wait, is it really that simple? Insulted, Dr. Wang Jia violently clears his throat. Principal Li, are you seriously questioning my supreme medical expertise? Flustered, Qingping frantically waves his hands in defense. No, Dr. Wang, you misunderstood. I meant absolutely no disrespect. Wang Jia waves off the apology with extreme prejudice. There are no misunderstandings here. Only cold, hard medical science. This is the absolute pinnacle of professionalism. Sure, my primary focus is actually surgical operations, but my senior brother has spent over 40 years running a psychiatric ward. Clatter. Suddenly, a terrifying metallic sound interrupts his boasting. His medical tools have spilled all over the floor. Without missing a beat, the doctor snatches up a massive, terrifyingly sharp scalpel. He brandishes the deadly weapon with insane confidence. Just as I was saying, I am the lead surgeon at the military hospital. Therefore, it is only logical that I carry my surgical butchering tools at all times. This is the ultimate proof of my medical dedication. The cold, deadly gleam of the scalpel flashes in the light. Everyone in the room instantly turns into silent stone statues. Pointing his blade like a commanding general, Wang Jia barks his orders. Enough chit-chat. All three of you, line up against the wall right now. The psychological evaluation begins. Cold sweat drips down Cao Neng's forehead. His mind races at light speed, desperately calculating his terrible odds. Damn it, if this quack diagnoses me as insane, I will be locked away in a high-security asylum. The system's mission timer is literally ticking down as we speak. I do not have time to play insane, but wait. If I pass the test and prove I am perfectly sane, then my entire fake confession from earlier becomes a legally binding truth. His eyes narrow into calculating slits. A dangerous, desperate plan begins to form in his mind. Can I somehow outsmart this ridiculous doctor by perfectly faking absolute insanity? Wang Jia fixes his glasses, literally sharpening his terrifying scalpel as he paces. His insane aura sends rivers of cold sweat down the students' faces as they nod frantically. Listen closely. I am only going to ask this once. The three of you are allowed to collaborate on the answer. Do I make myself clear? His face twists into a bizarrely dramatic expression. He drops his twisted psychological scenario. Picture this. A bloodthirsty assassin is hunting you down. The three of you manage to lock yourselves inside a bathroom. Inside this bathroom, there is a giant tub filled to the brim with water. At the very bottom of that tub lies a hidden escape hatch. Now, here is your ultimate choice. Only by finding a way to open that submerged door can you secure your survival. What do? But you can only step inside once the bathtub is completely empty. The examiner's eyes gleam as he reveals the tools for their bizarre test. Beside the tub sits a wash basin and a tiny spoon. You must make the perfect choice to empty it. Your time starts now. Without a second thought, Yuan Wei enthusiastically snatches up the basin. Me first, I definitely choose the basin. Instantly, the doctor swings his blade toward Yuan Wei, scaring him half to death. You are completely insane. With his face turning ashen pale, the young man breaks down into pathetic tears. No, my mind is perfectly fine. You absolute quack doctor, who the hell sent you? Dad, save me. Tell them I am not crazy. The examiner merely lets out a chilling laugh. A true lunatic never admits to their own madness. Did you just expose yourself? Next up is Ah Si. Trembling with hesitation, he points at the second option. Then, I choose the spoon. A split second later, a terrifying blade rests right against his skull. Bubbling with absolute thrill, the examiner ruthlessly declares, "You are absolutely psycho too." The entire room freezes in utter disbelief. The spectators stand paralyzed for several seconds, their minds racing in total confusion. How can both answers be wrong? Piercing through the tension with a sharp gaze, Dr. Wang slowly approaches the main character. Only you remain, genius student, Gao Neng. Will it be the basin or the spoon? Meeting his intense stare, Gao Neng replies with mountain-like calmness. I choose neither. The doctor's eyes narrow with heavy suspicion. Then what exactly is your master plan? Let me warn you, breaking this tub is impossible. and moving it is completely out of the question. The tension snaps as Qingping steps forward with a fierce glare. That is more than enough, Dr. Wang. This twisted trap of yours clearly has no right answer. Yet, maintaining his flawless composure, Gao Neng leisurely delivers his solution. I simply choose to pull out the bathtub drain plug. The doctor steps right up to Gao Neng's face, his voice dripping with disbelief. Pull the drain plug? Are you absolutely certain? Without a single ounce of hesitation, Gao Neng fires back. I am positive. Their intense face-off leaves the other two test subjects quivering like trapped prey in the background. Suddenly, the intimidating examiner slams a hand onto Gao Neng's shoulder, throwing up a massive thumbs up. His terrifying expression instantly morphs into a beaming smile. Brilliant. Your mental state is perfectly flawless. Under extreme pressure, a true lunatic relies on tools to painstakingly scoop the water out. Only a rational human being goes straight for the drain plug. You possess a mind of absolute clarity. Whipping his head around, Dr. Wang scans the room with a cautious glare. I assume no one dares to object to this result? Instantly, Chen Bai erupts into a storm of enthusiastic applause. No objections here. Dr. Wang's expertise is truly unmatched. Following suit, Qingping nods, her eyes shining with deep respect. Absolutely. Your methods are nothing short of masterful. Watching this unfold, Yuan Wei's face twists in bitter outrage as he screams. Nonsense. This is completely rigged. You never said the plug was an option. I am perfectly sane. You are the deranged one here. In a blinding flash, Dr. Wang presses his cold blade directly against the screaming boy's throat. The clinically insane never acknowledge their own madness. His voice drips with icy venom. Instead, they wildly accuse everyone else of losing their minds. Your mental decay is extremely concerning. Confess your insanity, right now. Terrified by the chilling threat, Yuan Wei completely shatters, wailing like a baby. Dad, please save me. Smack. A devastating slap echoes through the room, violently striking Yuan Wei's cheek. Grabbing him by the collar, Tang De roars with explosive fury. You are out of your mind. Do you hear me? You are certifiably insane. Clutching his stinging face, the pathetic boy collapses in a miserable heap, his psyche entirely broken. I am not crazy. No, my mind is fine. Wait, I am crazy. He babbles deliriously, caught in a whirlwind of absolute despair. No, I am completely normal. Hold on, I belong in an asylum. Sweating bullets. Tangde throws a desperate glance backward at Tianxiong. Lieutenant Qin, my son's diagnosis is confirmed madness. How do we proceed from here? Heaving a heavy sigh, Tianxiong lays out the harsh reality. First, he will be locked up and treated at the military psychiatric ward. Once his sanity stabilizes, the military tribunal will resume his trial. His eyes darting with sharp suspicion, Tangde presses further. Then, what about Gao Neng's fate? Since his test proves his mind is flawlessly intact, doesn't that make his previous confession absolute truth? Before the venomous implication can land, Chen Bai's voice slices through the room with unquestionable authority, leaving both men frozen in shock. Negative. Major Shen issued a direct command. Surviving the psychological exam earns Gao Neng his immediate freedom. As the main character turns to walk away, Chen Bai gently grabs his shoulder with a grave warning. Gao Neng, this shadow is far from cleared. We still need your absolute cooperation. Take this encrypted phone. Keep your communications open 24/7. Do you understand? Flashing a cool, confident smirk, Gao Neng smoothly replies, loud and clear. Stepping into the cool night air, Gao Neng's mind races at lightning speed. Ning randomly gifting him a phone? There is definitely a hidden agenda at play. But soon, a wicked, calculating grin spreads across his face. No matter the danger, he is about to pocket 10% of 100,000. Not to mention, he is finally getting his hands on a beginner-tier Yang treasure. In this cutthroat world, skyrocketing my power level is the only way to survive. Meanwhile, in a quiet room far away, Ning frantically scribbles inside her private notebook. Her jaw drops as she stares blankly at their freshly updated system stats. Gao Neng, appearance 100 points, flawless, acting 59 points, arrogant, IQ 60 points, barely passing, combat power a pitiful 2 points. Meanwhile, her own stats are legendary. Ning appearance 100 points, flawless, acting 99 points, masterful, IQ 99 points, absolute genius, combat power 99 points, unrivaled. Knitting her brows in utter frustration, her adorable face contorts with deep confusion. My stats completely crush his in every single category. So how in the world did that weakling knock me out? Is that humiliating defeat just a terrible nightmare? Yes, she convinces herself. It has to be a dream. Ning Er's gaze locked onto the photograph resting on her desk. Deep in thought, she pondered. Was that wild encounter just a dream? A little test would reveal the truth instantly, especially since the girl in that picture was her. Clearing her throat, she adopted an incredibly arrogant and overbearing posture. Gao Neng, tonight I will open your eyes to what elite acting truly looks like. I will show you what a genius-level IQ is. Right at that exact moment, Gao Neng's phone suddenly rang out, and he let out a massive sneeze. Rubbing his nose, he muttered to himself like a grumpy old man. Why the sudden sneeze? Is somebody talking trash about me behind my back? Seeing this, Qing Ping and teacher Zhang approached from behind. Worry etched across his face as he asked, Gao Neng, are you coming down with a cold? Why do you not head home and rest for the day? The college entrance exams are right around the corner. You absolutely cannot afford to get sick right now. Showing deep concern, the principal offered warmly, your house is not too far from the academy. We are heading that way anyway, so let the teachers escort you home. In response, the young man simply waved his hand with a faint smile. Thank you, principal, but I can head back by myself. Seeing his unwavering confidence, Qingping did not push the matter any further. All right then, just be careful on your way back. As soon as the boy left, the older man let out a long, heavy sigh. That kid Gao Neng has phenomenal academic grades, but his combat ability is far too weak. Even scraping the bottom of the barrel, that kid Gao Neng has phenomenal academic grades, but his combat ability is far too weak. Even scraping the bottom of the barrel to enter the military university will be an uphill battle. Meanwhile, our protagonist had already left the academy grounds, strolling straight into the bustling downtown district. Down the neon-lit street, two gorgeous women rushed over, clinging to him with honey-sweet voices. Come hang out with us, handsome. Without missing a beat, Gao Neng fired back with pure, unadulterated arrogance. Do you have any straight guys with six-pack abs? Under 5% body fat, weighing exactly 100 kilograms? Leaving them utterly speechless, he swaggered away, his attitude dripping with absolute disdain. I thought so. Then do not block this young master's path to true entertainment. Flagging down a passing taxi, Gao Neng hopped in and ordered urgently, Driver, take me to the Northern Psychiatric Hospital. The driver slammed the brakes, eyeing him through the rearview mirror. Kid, a trip out there will cost you 25 alliance credits. You better think this through. Instantly, the boy's tone shifted into a mischievous haggle. 15, 16, 17. I am not paying a single credit more. The driver let out a defeated groan. Then you can walk there yourself. Never mind, never mind. You really know how to drive a hard bargain, kid. As Gao Neng settled into the back seat, the driver glanced at his massive luggage, curiosity getting the better of him. It is so late in the night, yet you are lugging around such a huge bag. Are you heading there for medical treatment? Gao Neng leaned back, answering with terrifying calmness. No, I am just going on a little vacation. The driver's eyebrows shot up to his hairline. Staring in utter disbelief, he stammered out, What exactly are you fiddling with back there? A vacation? From what I know, that northern district is a completely abandoned wasteland. Where on earth are you planning to tour, kid? Slipping a bizarre mask over his face, Gao Neng replied with an eerie nonchalance that sent shivers down the driver's spine. I am going to tour that psychiatric hospital, of course. Just as a cold sweat broke out across the driver's forehead, the taxi's radio suddenly crackled to life with a chilling emergency broadcast. We interrupt this program to bring you breaking news. Recently, a series of deeply disturbing incidents have occurred near the abandoned Northern Psychiatric Hospital. Currently, 2 individuals have been reported missing in that exact vicinity. Citizens are advised to travel with extreme caution to avoid any tragic accidents. Upon reaching the destination, the driver slammed on the brakes so hard the tires screeched. His face was pale as a ghost, yet he forced a terrifyingly stiff smile. We have arrived. I can tell by your aura that you are an absolute prodigy. A dragon among men. Since fate brought us together tonight, I will only charge you 15 alliance credits for this trip. Chuckling, Gao Neng grabbed his heavy bag. You are such a good man, uncle. Thank you. But as he moved, a massive, heavy-duty hammer accidentally slipped out of his bag and crashed onto the floorboards. The driver's soul nearly left his body. His limbs turned to jelly as he stared at the lethal weapon in horror. Seeing this, Gao Neng enthusiastically hoisted the hammer, answering with innocent cheerfulness. Oh, this? I just used this to fix the roads. I noticed there is a jagged rock right at the hospital gates. I was worried people might trip over it, so I brought my trusty hammer to level it out. But right at that moment, a giant metal wrench also clattered to the floor. The driver gasped, his eyes practically bulging out of their sockets in sheer terror. Is that for fixing the roads too? Acting like a professional customer service rep, Gao Neng calmly explained. Just in case the hammer breaks, I brought the wrench as a backup, his heart hammering against his ribs, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The driver stammered, "Brother, it is getting a little stuffy inside this car. Why do you not step out of the vehicle first? And then you can pay me from out there." Hearing this flawless logic, Gao Neng nodded in absolute agreement. "You make a great point. I will step out first." The second his foot hit the pavement, chaos erupted. Before Gao Neng could even open his mouth, the driver slammed the doors locked and peeled out, burning rubber into the night. "Wait, uncle, what about the fare?" Gao Neng yelled after the vanishing taillights. Frowning deeply, he scratched his head in utter confusion. What in the world just happened? Could it be that the driver was just an incredibly generous soul? "Oh, right. He said we were brought together by fate tonight. That uncle truly is a saint among men." But lurking in the shadows just across the street, a mysterious figure on a heavy motorcycle was watching his every move. Ning-er killed the engine, a cryptic smile playing on her lips as her piercing gaze locked onto her target. "A psychiatric hospital, huh? If you want to play crazy, then tonight, I am going to teach you what textbook insanity truly looks like." Meanwhile, within the luxurious walls of Tangde's fortress, an explosive rage echoed through the halls. "Lieutenant Qin, you better give me a proper explanation for what happened today." Tangde sat with his legs crossed on an opulent throne, growling his dissatisfaction directly into the encrypted comms line. "If your capabilities are this painfully limited, perhaps I should seek out a more competent partner to represent my interests." But before he could continue, Tianxiong cut him off, his voice dripping with heavy caution. "You are talking about Ning-er. Listen to me, Tangde. Word of this absolutely cannot leak to the outside world. Not every faction within the alliance is on board with our little collaboration." Tianxiong elaborated with grim sincerity. "I already tested the waters to see if she would align with your side, but she rejected the offer completely." Hearing this devastating truth, Tangde responded with icy indifference. "Believe it or not, Tianxiong, Ning-er has absolutely zero intention of bowing down to your three great powers. The real nightmare is just beginning." Qin Tianxiong refused to believe it. He fired back immediately. "Brother Tang, do not try to scare me. Are you saying the alliance is not here to reorganize us, but to wipe us out completely?" His voice dripped with desperate urgency. Qin Tianxiong impatiently pressed on. "Just hand that thing over to me right now. Earning merit is our only way out of this nightmare." Hearing this, Tangde's eyes narrowed with deep suspicion. "And why exactly should I trust you?" Qin Tianxiong could not care less about his doubts. "Believe me, or do not. That is entirely up to you. I have already said enough." Without another word, he abruptly hung up the phone. The dead dial tone left Tangde completely stunned in the silent room. In an instant, blazing fury consumed Tangde. He violently hurled his phone across the room and roared. "Is that how you beg for something? Would it kill you to grovel just a little bit? If you just begged a little harder, I would have handed it over to you." Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes to suppress his raging aura. Patience. He just needed a little more patience. Qin Tianxiong would definitely come crawling back to beg him. A smug, wicked smirk crept onto Tangde's face. He comforted himself with one simple truth. The top secret intelligence in his hands was his ultimate trump card. Suddenly, a mysterious figure in a dark cloak spoke up with a weary tone. "Has Tangde still kept the absolute intelligence hidden from the outside world?" the shadow asked. Yi Ying knelt on the ground with absolute reverence. "Not yet," she reported. "It seems he has not negotiated a favorable deal with the Alliance. If he had already handed it over to the Alliance, I would be completely useless to him. He never would have sent me over there." A cunning, dangerous glint flashed in her eyes as she plotted. "Then let us apply a little more pressure on him. Once he lets the Alliance's people enter the factory, he will have absolutely no other path to choose." This subordinate heard Tangde say something else. "The Alliance is also sending a major this time around. Should we prepare a bit more explosive power in that factory?" Hearing this, the mysterious figure immediately issued a cold command. "Go and make the arrangements." Meanwhile, over at the eerie psychiatric hospital, under the pale glow of a full moon, Ning-er was busy disguising herself as a deranged patient, smearing dark mud across her face. She pulled on a messy, tangled wig. A thrill of dark excitement rushed through her as she whispered to herself, "No matter how you look at it, this is a madwoman guaranteed to scare anyone half to death in the middle of the night." Buzzing with anticipation, Ning-er checked her tracking device. "Why is Gao Neng not here yet?" she muttered impatiently. Suddenly, a blip appeared on the screen. She quickly shoved the tracker into her pocket and moved into position. "He was finally here!" Gao Neng was just about to open the door. Hiding in the pitch-black shadows behind it, Ning-er's heart pounded with fierce anticipation as a hand reached in. The moment the heavy door creaked open, Ning-er lunged forward like a wild beast. She let out a blood-curdling screech to terrify her target, but the person standing before her was not Gao Neng at all. It was a bizarre, heavy-set stranger. Utterly terrified by the unexpected face, she unleashed a genuine, deafening scream. Ning'er's shriek echoed violently through the entire haunted building. The fat man winced, deeply annoyed by the ear-piercing noise. He grumbled harshly under his breath. Cannot even get a moment of peace at night. Dealing with crazy people is such a massive pain, but in the very next second, bam, Ning'er brutally knocked the massive man out with a single, flawless strike. As he collapsed heavily onto the floor, she gritted her teeth and fixed her messy wig. I cannot believe a real lunatic actually showed up. Pulling out her tracker again, Ning'er stared at the screen in pure shock. The toy factory? What on earth is Gao Neng doing over there? Meanwhile, Gao Neng was stepping into a dark, oppressive room. A cold shiver ran down his spine as he looked around in absolute disgust. Just how long has this creepy place been abandoned? It is completely in ruins. The cold floor was heavily littered with bizarre exorcism tools. Chilling trails of crimson blood stained the concrete beneath his feet, but his fear quickly morphed into deadly resolve. He gripped his heavy hammer tightly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Who cares what happened here? Tonight, I will use this hammer to slaughter them all. Gao Neng slowly advanced into the swallowing darkness. The moment he crossed the threshold, an unnatural, bone-chilling gust of wind swept aggressively through the room. Suddenly, a dark shadow leaped out from the gloom. Reacting on pure martial instinct, Gao Neng swung his massive hammer with devastating force, but he halted his weapon mere inches away in the very next second. It was just a stray cat. Letting out a tense breath, Gao Neng immediately secured his mask back over his face. He muttered with extreme, calculated caution. I need to keep my identity completely hidden from now on. Even getting scratched by a feral cat would be a fatal mistake. Unbeknownst to him, in a hidden security room nearby, cold eyes were watching his every single move through the surveillance screens. Inside the dimly lit monitoring room, a hulking brute scanned the camera feeds, his face twisting into a mocking, arrogant sneer. That pathetic brat really has no fear of death. One idiot already died here a few days ago, yet another fool shows up. Sitting arrogantly in a leather chair, Huangya scoffed in sheer annoyance. What can you do? These street dogs are absolutely penniless. They all come crawling here, hoping to scavenge whatever miserable scraps are left behind. Losing his patience, he snatched up his walkie-talkie and barked harshly. Hello, hello. Is the actor squad on standby? If you are not dead yet, get up and do your damn jobs. Static crackled before an eager voice replied from the other end. Are we getting more action tonight? Is the target a guy or a girl? Huang Ya furiously pressed the button, urging them on. It is a guy. Stop thinking about stupid things. This is not playtime. He is already approaching the factory entrance. Just scare the living daylights out of him and chase him away. Today is payday, boys. Once this is done, your big brother is taking you all out for a massive feast tonight. Hearing the promise of a wild night, the entire squad erupted into ecstatic cheers. Brother Huang Ya, where are you taking us this time? A wicked, mysterious smirk spread across Huang Ya's scarred face. Somewhere brand new, but that is enough talking for now. Get the job done first. Report back to me the second it is finished. Me and Fatty are going to catch some quick shut-eye. Tonight, we are going to party until the roof caves in. A subordinate confidently chimed in with a sinister chuckle. Rest easy, boss. This is not our first rodeo. Terrifying people is our absolute specialty. The moment the transmission cut off, Huang Ya casually tossed the radio onto the dirty desk, his eyes full of utter disdain. Specialty, my foot. They are just a bunch of cheap background extras, but I guess they at least have some professional dedication. Deep within the pitch-black factory halls, the thug shoved his walkie-talkie into his pocket and signaled to his shadowy crew. All right, brothers, playtime is over. Let us get to work. The leader's eyes glowed with an unsettling, malicious excitement. What terrifying nightmare were they about to unleash on Gao Neng? What is our ultimate dream? To be legendary actors. Sure, we might have killed a few people along the way, but those minor details do not matter. The crew nods in sinister unison. Understood. A chilling melody echoes in the background. The captain smirks, emphasizing his next words with deadly pride. Deep down, we have kind hearts. We are men with a massive vision. We might just be extras right now, but we must play our parts to absolute perfection. Do you read me? He violently pumps his fist into the air. Excellent. Now, what is our target? His three subordinates roar back with explosive bloodlust, nearly making the captain wet his pants in terror. Meanwhile, Gao Neng is on high alert. Scanning the pitch-black shadows, he wipes a bead of cold sweat from his forehead. Are there actually real ghosts in this cursed place? He mutters. Where is that creepy wind coming from? Suddenly, the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. A dangerous presence strikes like a thunderbolt. Gao Neng snaps his head around. A horrifying shadow dangles directly from the ceiling. It drops a massive, grotesque tongue, making mocking noises with a face twisted in pure nightmare fuel. But instead of screaming, Gao Neng's eyes light up with a fiery glint. He charges forward without a second thought. Gripping his heavy wrench, he prepares to unleash absolute hell. The dangling actor violently flinches. This was not in the script. Without a single ounce of hesitation, Gao Neng smashes his weapon straight into the ghost's skull. The terrifying illusion completely shatters. A perfectly ordinary man crashes to the floor, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Standing victorious over him, Gao Neng crosses his arms in supreme annoyance. Who told you to play dress-up and act like a monster? You almost gave me a literal heart attack. He shakes his head in utter disappointment, his voice dripping with pure disdain. Playing God and faking ghosts right in front of the plunderer's eyes? You already look ugly enough without the makeup? There is absolutely no mercy for you. After securing the threat, our ruthless main character ruthlessly loots the unconscious body. Right on cue, a blue holographic system screen violently chimes in. Congratulations to the host for defeating a demon. However, this target yields 0 system rewards. How does the host feel? Gao Neng violently swipes the glowing screen away in a fit of absolute rage. Feel my foot. If I had to rely on a garbage system like you to eat, I would have starved to death centuries ago. Ignoring the useless interface, he proudly brandishes a thick wad of cash looted off the actor. He counts the bills with a terrifyingly greedy grin. When praying to the heavens fails, robbing people blind is the true path to infinite wealth. After double-checking his glorious spoils, he leaps to his feet with a triumphant battle cry. I have struck gold. There are at least 500 alliance coins right here. The gears in his head spin with the speed of a master tactician. 1 ghost equals 500 coins. 10 ghosts equal 5,000. My quest target is 100,000. That means I just need to hunt down 200 ghosts. Are there really that many farmable mobs in this place? Meanwhile, in another dark corridor, another disguised actor grabs his crackling walkie-talkie. Gen Z. This is the Grim Reaper. That long-tongued kid has been dead silent for half the day. What is his status? Hearing the static, Gen Z responds with lazy indifference. Who knows what ditch he is slacking off in? He was just supposed to scare a little kid. Why is Long Tongue taking forever? Suddenly, a brutal smashing sound echoes through the earpiece. The Reaper quickly asks, what in the world was that noise? Gen Z sighs. He probably tripped. I will go check on him. Stepping out of the shadows, Gen Z hides behind a crumbling brick wall. He peers down the hallway in utter confusion, only to hear a demonic whispering. 1 ghost is 500. 10 ghosts is 5,000. Are there really that many ghosts here? Gen Z slowly creeps forward, completely unaware that he is walking straight into the jaws of a predator. Gao Neng's radar violently pings. He abruptly stands up, lifting his terrifying mask as his eyes lock onto the target. Seeing that bloodthirsty gaze, Gen Z screams so loudly that his fake ghost hair literally flies off. Mommy, lightning cracks. Gao Neng's eyes burn like twin suns as he instantly launches his pursuit. Ghost number 2. Do not even think about running. A moment later, the hallway falls into a dead, absolute silence. Gao Neng happily loots the completely pulverized Gen Z. He assesses his current farming route with supreme confidence. At this farming speed, clearing 200 ghosts in a single night is an absolute breeze. He tightly grips his heavy hammer in one hand and his trusty wrench in the other. His battle aura flares like a raging bonfire. After breaking through my physical limits for the first time, crushing these low-level mobs is a piece of cake. He glances back at the wicked axe strapped to his backpack. He strokes his chin in deep thought. I guess that tool is for burying the bodies? A second later, Gao Neng stares down at the unconscious Gen Z. He lets out a heavy, dramatic sigh. But digging holes and burying them individually takes way too much time. A terrifyingly brilliant idea flashes in his mind. I will just farm a huge batch of them and bury them all at once. Right on cue, 2 more actors dressed as ghouls step into the slaughterhouse. A sinister clown spots the carnage and aggressively barks out. Where did this absolute lunatic come from? You dare to crash our hunting grounds? His partner steps up, cracking his knuckles with a menacing growl. Robbing our own brothers? You have got some massive guts, kid. Seeing 2 ultra-fat lambs walking straight to the slaughter, Gao Neng's eyes light up like high-beam headlights. Money. This is literally free money delivering itself to my doorstep. A spine-chilling, ear-to-ear grin stretches across his face. He slowly raises his dual weapons. The 2 actors instantly freeze as absolute terror grips their souls. A split second later, a symphony of agonizing screams echoes through the abandoned building. Oh my god. This kid is a total monster. He is actually trying to kill us. Somebody save us. Where the hell did this demon come from? After thoroughly cleaning up the trash, Gao Neng prepares to move to his next farming zone. He dramatically shakes his head. Being truly invincible is such a lonely path. He gleefully recounts his massive stack of looted cash. His heart blooms with unadulterated joy. This money comes way too easy. I am about to be filthy rich. He stops dead in his tracks outside the main factory building. His eyes narrow with greedy anticipation. I already farmed 4 ghosts outside. The main factory must be absolutely swarming with elite mobs, right? He steps into the oppressive, suffocating darkness. The silence is dangerously thick. Gao Neng takes slow, calculated steps, perfectly ready for an epic boss battle. But after thoroughly clearing every single room, his face twists into sheer disappointment. I have looped this place 5 times already. How is there not a single mob left? You have got to be kidding me. I only made 2,000 alliance coins so far. I desperately need at least 196 ghosts to jump out right now. Gao Neng falls into deep, dark contemplation. A true predator never leaves empty-handed. If the target is not in this workshop, I will just have to check the next one. But suddenly, an icy hand clamps down on his shoulder, accompanied by a spine-chilling whisper. Gao Neng's pupils shrink in pure shock. Operating purely on survival instinct, he violently swings his hammer backward, swiftly readjusting his disguise mask. But standing right before him is Ninger. She is slowly dragging a ragged teddy bear across the floor, a terrifying, twisted smile plastered on her face. Without breaking eye contact, Ninger hoists the bear up and brutally rips it into 2 pieces. She then begins humming a blood-curdling nursery rhyme. 10 little dwarves rushed for a meal. 1 choked to death. His fate was sealed. 10 little dwarves. Now there are 9. Facing this bizarre demon, Gao Neng arrogantly hurls his massive hammer straight at her. Playing dress-up, are we? Before my hammer, all evil spirits are just paper tigers. Smash. But instead of crushing bone, Ninger dodges the lethal blow with flawless grace. Appearing directly behind him, she casually continues her eerie song. 9 little dwarves stayed up too late. 1 fell asleep and met his grim fate. 9 little dwarves. Now there are 8. Sensing the absolute danger, he violently whips his hammer around. But her shadow has already vanished into thin air. Only the haunting chorus echoes through the darkness. 8 little dwarves searching for heaven. 1 lost his soul. Now there are 7. 7 little dwarves chopping wood for sticks. 1 slipped his axe. Now there are 6. A cold sweat breaks out across Gao Neng's back, his grip trembling around his heavy weapon. He frowns deeply, making a grim realization. This does not feel like a normal ghost at all. Ninger's voice drifts from the shadows once more. 3 little dwarves looking at the blue. A bear falls from the sky. Now there are 2. Gao Neng's tactical mind races. This is not some vengeful spirit. This is an absolute lunatic. What kind of twisted nursery rhyme is she even singing? This death countdown is seriously messing with my head. More importantly, her speed is completely off the charts. Even with my limits broken, I cannot track her movements. It looks like my only option is. Suddenly, Ninger materializes right beside him, whispering, 2 little dwarves. He frantically waves his hands. Wait right there, little sister. Good kids do not go around singing scary songs like that. How about we play a different game instead, huh? Her eyes light up with twisted joy. Can we really? Then can I dance for you? Gao Neng instantly agrees. Dancing is great. What kind of dance do you want to do? But internally, his killing intent is boiling. Only a psycho would dance with you in the dead of night. Just take 1 more step closer. Let us see if my hammer does not smash your crazy head wide open. She extends both her hands toward him with a chilling innocence. Then let us do the clapping dance. You clap once, and I clap once. I can work with that. Let us do the clapping dance. He agrees smoothly, while subtly sliding his free hand behind his back to rummage through his inventory. His expression hardens into a predator's glare. This is my golden opportunity. Her guard is finally down. Just 1 more step into my striking range, and I will end her life. But before I strike, let us see the true identity of this ghost pretender. Gao Neng activates his sensory skills, scanning the disheveled girl standing right in front of him. As the system parses her hidden data, the results flood his vision. Absolute shock instantly shatters his confident composure. Beneath the tangled hair, her true facial features become crystal clear. He cannot believe his eyes. It is Ninger. What in the world is she doing here? Has my cover been blown? Big brother, it is time to dance. Ninger's voice snaps him back to reality. Caught completely off guard, Gao Neng can only awkwardly mutter, right. Yeah. She takes the lead with a creepy rhythm. You clap 1, I clap 1. One little chicken goes cluck, cluck, cluck. Meanwhile, deep within the base, a blaring alarm shatters the silence in Huang Ya and Mo Ding's sleeping quarters. Mo Ding bolts upright in his bed, his eyes snapping open. Get up, right now. It is time for the mandatory status report. Huang Ya groans in absolute annoyance. Have those idiot ghost pretenders still not checked in yet? Mo Ding pulls up the security feeds. Nothing on my end. Let me check the perimeter cameras. The moment the grainy footage loads, Mo Ding lets out a vicious curse. Huang Ya frowns at his partner's sheer panic. What on earth is going on? What are you looking at? They stare at the monitor in pure bewilderment. A filthy scavenger and an escaped mental patient. Are they seriously playing a children's clapping game in the middle of a secure facility? Huang Ya slams his fist against the desk in fury. Curse it all. What the hell is our security team even doing? How did these absolute freaks just waltz right into our territory? Do they have a death wish? But Mo Ding's face goes deathly pale. Huang Ya, look at the corner of the screen. There, hidden in the shadows, 4 of their elite guards are lying completely motionless on the cold concrete. A cold sweat drips down Mo Ding's face. Huang Ya, what is our play here? Do we head out there and exterminate those 2 anomalies? Huang Ya ruthlessly slaps the back of his head. You absolute moron. Do you know who always dies first in this line of work? Arrogant fools who rush into situations they do not understand. Can you not see that those 2 monsters are clearly out of our league? He immediately orders a report to the higher-ups, and Mo Ding obediently nods. Yes, sir, right away. Meanwhile, Gao Ning is trapped in a mental chess match. Is Ninger tracking me because my disguise failed? Or is she on her own classified mission and simply bumped into me by pure chance? Unfazed by the tension, Ninger joyfully continues her terrifying game. You clap 3, I clap 3. 3 little dogs go woof, woof, woof. Left with 0 options, he decides to play along to buy time. Whatever her goal is, she does not have hard proof yet. He claps his hands. You clap 4, I clap 4. 4 little mice go squeak, squeak, squeak. But the moment the animal sound leaves his lips, he violently slaps both hands over his mouth. He messed up the code. Ninger's playful demeanor vanishes instantly, her gaze sharpening into deadly blades. She takes a threatening step forward, her aura exploding with dark intensity. Gao Ning, I knew it was you. Gao Ning's heart plummets into his stomach. Curse it all! I walked right into her trap. Ninger glares at him, asking point blank. You figured out it was me right from the start, did you not? If you did not know, why did you use the secret mouse signal? How did you see right through my perfect disguise? Tell me, who exactly sent you here? His mind goes completely blank, struggling to formulate a believable lie. I am dead. I am absolutely dead. One wrong move and the whole board flips. Anything I say now will just dig my own grave. Seeing no way out of this deadly confrontation, Gao Neng's grip tightens around his weapon. His muscles bulge as he raises the massive hammer, preparing for an all-out battle to the death. But before he can even swing, Ninger casually raises a single, slender hand. The legendary hammer collides with her palm and instantly melts into bubbling slag, leaving nothing but a useless wooden handle in his trembling grasp. Ninger's voice turns ice-cold. Attacking a military major twice in a row. That is no light crime. In her palm, the remnants of a steel hammer completely melt away. Gao Neng does not hesitate. He instantly turns and bolts. He knows the terrifying truth. Any warrior capable of energy materialization has broken their limits at least 3 times. Fighting her is pure suicide. Running is his only option. But Ninger simply scoffs at his desperate escape. Did you really think you could just walk away? Energy shackles violently shoot from her fingers. They snap around Gao Ning's ankles, sending him crashing hard into the dirt. What is this? He gasps. Ninger looks down with absolute arrogance. Any last words? Gao Ning desperately tries to negotiate his way out. Hey, we are both way too young and full of life. Isn't it a bit early to be talking about last words? I swear I can explain everything. Suddenly his eyes widen in pure horror. Ninger, watch your back. She thinks it is just another cheap trick. You are at death's door, and you still try this garbage? Do you really think I... But before the sentence finishes, a chilling aura of real danger washes over her. Her instincts scream. She instantly throws up a defensive guard, barely blocking a devastating sneak attack from a mysterious stranger. Makoto smirks in dark surprise. Iron energy materialization. How fascinating. 2 more shadowy figures emerge right behind him. To think we would find such a high-tier master in the Forsaken Lands. They chime in unison. What a tragic shame. It looks like you came to this party all by yourself. Ninger narrows her eyes at the ambush. It seems there is something deeply sinister hiding in this factory. She shoots a deadly glare at Gao Neng. Are you working with these rats? I swear I don't know them at all, he instantly denies. Ninger merely scoffs, having already deduced the truth. I figured as much. Otherwise, you would have been dead seconds ago. Amei scans her opponent with a calculating gaze. Our intel was completely wrong. This girl is definitely no ordinary lunatic. Makoto steps forward with a sinister smile. Rumor has it, the Alliance boasts a certain major who wields materialization energy. Could you be that legendary figure? Though, you do not look much like your photograph. Yitu cracks his knuckles, utterly impatient. Who cares? She is totally alone. Let's just slaughter her and stop wasting breath. Makoto maintains his mock-polite tone. If you truly are the military major, please forgive my rudeness. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Yo Makoto, 33 years old, and currently unmarried. May I have the honor of knowing your noble name? Ninger acts surprised, turning the question onto her captive. His surname is Gao. He is Gao Neng, a student from the 3rd high school. Makoto's face lights up with twisted amusement. Oh, so your name is the beautiful Miss Gao Neng? What an absolute pleasure to meet you. But, I must wonder, why the elaborate disguise? Before his sentence even drops, a deadly surge of power erupts from his palms. Ninger reacts instantly. She summons her true dragon formation, turning it into an impenetrable steel shield. But Makoto bursts into absolute maniacal laughter. Beautiful Miss Gao Neng, you fell right into my trap. His fierce fist smashes straight into the razor-sharp dragon claws. A blinding, explosive light erupts across the battlefield. Gao Neng squeezes his eyes shut against the agonizing glare. It is the middle of the night. Where is your conscience playing with this ridiculous light pollution? But then, reality hits him like a truck. He realizes the horrifying scale of the battle. All 3 elite assassins are ruthlessly ganging up on Ninger, and she is holding off the entire squad all by herself. Gao Neng watches in sheer trembling awe. So this is what a true clash between elite energy warriors looks like? Ding! The system chimes with a cold mechanical warning. Host death imminent. Would you like to activate an emergency survival mission? He frantically accepts without a second thought. A heroic rescue mission? Hell yes, activate it right now. The system voice echoes, initiating new mission protocol. Options 1, 2, and 3 rapidly appear. Mission, defeat Ninger within 1 hour. If I can beat you once, I can definitely beat you twice. It is the blazing passion of youth. No further explanation needed. Real men must be absolutely dominant and tyrannical. Gao Neng processes the system's demand and completely loses his mind. He symbolically flips an imaginary table in sheer fury. If I was strong enough to beat Ninger, why would I need your damn emergency rescue in the first place? But wait, a sudden realization strikes him. Every mission comes with a system hint. The system coldly prompts, please select your desired difficulty level. Option, Nightmare difficulty. He is not an idiot. Who in their right mind would pick that right now? Only a fool would choose Nightmare mode. Just give me the damn hint. Quickly. Ding. Nightmare difficulty. Successfully selected. Gao Neng's soul leaves his body. Relying on one's own natural talent is the most useful path. He stares into the void. What the hell kind of useless hint is that? The system wastes no time with his despair. Face the challenge head on. Completing Nightmare difficulty guarantees a 100% drop rate for a mid-tier treasure chest. Furthermore, you have a 10% chance to trigger the lucky roulette. A bone-chilling terror washes over Gao Neng's completely paralyzed body. Everyone dies eventually. It is just a matter of sooner or later, right? Suddenly, a devastating explosion violently erupts right behind him. He whips his head around in sheer panic. Ninger's majestic true dragon is entirely swallowed by a raging inferno. This was Makoto's sinister master plan all along. Even the most indestructible steel will melt under extreme heat. Watch as I completely incinerate your defenses. Let us see what you fight with once your dragon melts. Gao Neng instantly recognizes the blinding white flames. It is the terrifying heat of burning magnesium. This bastard is an energy warrior who manipulates ignited magnesium. If this relentless heat continues, the Iron Dragon will actually be reduced to a puddle of molten slag. But that assumes Ninger is using ordinary iron energy. This is no mere construct. Infused with boundless spirit and essence from her materialization power, it is rapidly evolving into the legendary Steel Dragon. The ultimate Steel Dragon fully takes physical form. A world-shaking roar violently tears through the night sky. Makoto's arrogant face completely drains of color. How is this even possible? No. In a fraction of a second, he is instantly swallowed whole by the dragon's massive jaws. The remaining 2 assassins completely freeze in absolute terror. Gao Neng's jaw hits the floor in sheer horror. An elite energy warrior was utterly obliterated in the blink of an eye. Ning'er's gaze remains chillingly empty. So then, which of you two is next? Yi-Tu grits his teeth, bracing for death. Materialization energy is far more terrifying than the rumors suggested, but I have lived my entire life on the battlefield. Today, I will gamble everything I have. I will crush your materialization power, Miss Gao Ning. Mei draws her weapon with lethal intent. We attack together. The two assassins launch themselves straight at the steel dragon. But right at that very second, another massive explosion detonates. The unmistakable, choking stench of sulfur fills the air. The noxious fumes violently assault Gao Neng's senses. He frantically covers his face against the suffocating poison. But lurking within that toxic fog, a nightmare that is about to change everything. Mei unleashed her ability. Energy chains whipped through the air, completely binding Qi Long. The elemental bindings restricted the giant dragon, crushing its struggles. Yi-Tu smirked with absolute arrogance. So what if your iron cannot be melted? Once it corrodes, what else can you possibly do? Mei flaunted her overwhelming power. My element is nothing like your easily corroded iron. It took Gao Neng this long to realize that this is sulfur non-metal energy, fused perfectly with copper-gold power. When these two energies combine, the danger level is off the charts. Gao Neng thought to himself. I am nowhere near strong enough to interfere in a clash between real energy warriors, but Ning'er remained perfectly unfazed. You are absolutely right. I admit it, she said with an icy calm. My steel dragon is truly powerless against your combined abilities. But tell me, did you really think controlling iron was my only trick? Yi-Tu stuttered, taking a terrified step back. What are you talking about? Ning'er casually tossed a small item into the air. The core snapped in half, erupting with an explosive aura. Gao Neng's eyes widened in sheer shock. Wait, is that a real cryptosome core? He immediately planned his great escape. I will let them fight to the death with Mingju first. Sensing the terrifying shift in power, Mei and Yi-Tu also decided to instantly fall back. That is pure metal energy. Run, get out of here. But Ning'er was not about to let them slip away. Trying to escape now? It is way too late for that. A colossal metallic arm materialized from thin air. It locked onto the fleeing Mei and mercilessly chased her down. She frantically channeled all her energy to block the incoming doom, but the sheer force was far beyond Mei's limits. Her energy shield shattered like fragile glass. The impact sent her flying through the air, her body painted with devastating wounds. She crashed directly into Gao Neng's escape path. He froze in his tracks, completely stunned by the brutal scene unfolding right before him. The two locked eyes in absolute silence. Mei's face was twisted in pure, unadulterated terror. Gao Neng was baffled. Wait, is she actually terrified of me? Then it clicked. They have no idea why I am really here. All they know is that I arrived with Ning'er. He realized this was his golden opportunity. If I put on a terrifying act right now, it might actually save my life. Suddenly, Ning'er's voice echoed with absolute authority. Do not move an inch. The oppressive aura radiating from her newly formed mech was absolutely suffocating. Gao Neng's face drained of all color. Mei was trembling so hard her soul seemed to leave her body. She wailed in sheer panic. Yi-Tu, save me. If I survive this, I will sleep with you tonight. But Yi-Tu was hiding in the back, trembling as he chanted, Amitabha, Buddha protect me. Gao Neng felt his heart plunge into the abyss. I am completely screwed. A wolf in front and a tiger behind. Is this where I meet my bitter end, if there is a next life? I swear I will destroy this useless system and scatter its ashes to the wind. Suddenly, Ning'er's imposing mech spoke up. Major Shen, this subordinate has successfully suppressed the targets. The rest is entirely up to you. Gao Neng was blown away by her tactical genius. She had flawlessly swapped their identities. It was a masterstroke to test his true purpose at the factory, while completely paralyzing their enemies. But wait, am I just a free meat shield for her? Gao Neng snapped into character. Excellent work. Step back. I will take it from here. He dropped into a flawless combat stance against Mei. Let us see who is the real hunter today. Do not interfere. I will personally handle this miserable woman. Mei was on the verge of crying tears of blood, completely accepting her doomed fate. Ning'er was genuinely shocked that he played along so perfectly. Meanwhile, Mo Ding's crew watched the surveillance feed in absolute disbelief. This power is insane. Who am I? What is happening? What do we do? Where do I hide? Who the hell wrote this suicidal script? I just want to go home, Huang Ya stammered, terrified out of his mind. The phone. Quickly, call the boss lady. Mo Ding was shivering just as violently. Yes, I am dialing right now. He panicked the second the line connected. Boss, everything is falling apart. An absolute psycho just crashed the factory, and she can instantly manifest pure metal energy. Makoto and Yitu are already dead. Amai is on the brink of death, and our entire factory is about to be wiped off the map. Yi Ying calmly hung up the phone. Tongde's eyes widened in horror. Are you telling me that the Alliance Major is currently inside the factory? What the hell is going on? Yi Ying's gaze sharpened. Tongde, tell me you have not handed that item over to Qin Tiansheng yet. He furrowed his brows in suspicion. What exactly are you plotting? Ye Ying smirked coldly. Nothing much. I know you want to forge an alliance with them, but think about the bigger picture for a second. Suppose that precious Alliance Major mysteriously dies inside that factory. Do you really think you can still partner with the Alliance after that? My original plan was simple. Wait until you handed the documents to Qin Tiansheng, then blow him and the entire factory to ashes. Your little dream of an alliance would have died right there. But fate has blessed us. Qin Tiansheng is not there. The Alliance Major walked right into the trap instead. We cannot let a golden opportunity like this slip away. Tongde snapped. He lunged forward and grabbed Ye Ying by the throat. You dare play games with me? I will kill you. But she did not even flinch. Calm down, Tangde. Eliminating an obstacle is always a good thing, is it not? You can continue your precious partnership, and we will back you up from the shadows. The Alliance will reward you too. It is a win-win. That factory is already rigged to the brim with explosives. One word from me, and that major is instantly buried in rubble. But imagine if the Alliance finds out that you were the one who leaked the intel, leading straight to their major's tragic death? Tangde scoffed, tightening his grip. Do you really think a cheap threat like that is enough to blackmail me? She continued her venomous manipulation. We are already chained to the same sinking ship. As long as we keep our mouths shut, no one will ever know how the major truly died. And you will still be the great Tangde. I have said my piece. I will take my leave now. If you make the smart choice, Mr. Tang, come down to the factory. Let us see if that major even survives the night. Tangde slumped back into his chair, forced to accept his twisted fate. He gritted his teeth and cursed into the empty room. Damn it all to hell. Back at the battlefield, Gao Nang glared at the trembling Amai. He cranked up his menacing aura. What is the matter? Too scared to make a move? Then I guess I will strike first. With a sinister smirk, Gao Nang slowly reached into his shirt. The suspense eats away at Amai. She breaks into a cold sweat, completely terrified of whatever crazy scheme he is plotting next. But Cao Neng simply whips out a wrench. Amai stares in absolute disbelief. With an overwhelming aura, he raises it high, bringing it crashing down to shatter the shackles at his feet. Freedom at last, he bolts like lightning, leaving a dumbfounded Amai in the dust. If fate allows, they will cross paths again. Meanwhile, after wiping out the remaining trash, Ninger sets her sights on him. Cao Neng, just where do you think you are running? The hunt is on. Cao Neng frantically scans the surrounding terrain for a way out. Suddenly, a shadow moves. A black cat leaps gracefully into a drainpipe below. Wait, is not that the same beast that attacked him earlier? In the game of survival, opportunities are everywhere. Without a second thought, Cao Neng dives straight into the abyss. He plummets into the darkness, completely ignoring Ninger's furious curses echoing above. You despicable little rat. Staring down at the filthy drain, she mutters under her breath, but standing before a peerless, invincible maiden, with unparalleled beauty and absolute talent like myself, do you honestly think you can escape? Her confidence is absolute, but Cao Neng matches her energy, shouting back from the depths, Down here, you will never catch me, not to mention that massive golden giant ape. There is no way that colossal beast can squeeze into a tiny pipe like this. Plus, this maze of sewers branches out in every direction. Finding me now is like finding a needle in an endless ocean. Sure, failing the system's mission means swallowing a bitter punishment. But honestly, anything beats getting slaughtered by her. Ninger's icy threat echoes through the metal pipes. You have nowhere to hide. Surrender your secrets, and I might just grant you a swift and painless death. Cao Neng is utterly speechless. You are still chasing me? You actually followed me into this disgusting sludge? Does an Alliance Major have absolutely zero shame? He decides to push his luck, mocking her. Keep chasing then. If you actually catch me, forget about confessing. You can use me as your personal toy, but Ninger is not playing games. After sweeping the area with her senses, she realizes her prey has not gone far at all. Boom! She unleashes her Esper abilities. Massive blocks of solid metal warp and expand, surging forward to hunt Cao Neng down. Panic grips him. How is he supposed to dodge this? Raw iron elements morph into terrifying mechanical beasts, locking onto their target. Seeing their gigantic, indestructible bodies and overwhelming numbers, Cao Neng's jaw drops to the floor. Are you kidding me right now? In his sheer panic, he misses a step and tumbles hard onto his back. The pack of iron hounds spots his vulnerability. They swarm forward in a relentless metallic wave. The alpha hound listens in dead silence, rising ominously from a manhole cover. Cao Neng sprints for his absolute life, cursing between gasping breaths. Is this some kind of sick joke? How are they still tracking me down here? Can energy warriors actually grant artificial beasts a sense of smell? That power is completely insane. I swear, I have to become an energy warrior no matter what. Ninger is hot on his heels, her voice dripping with murderous intent. Thinking you can slip through my fingers? Keep dreaming. Cao Neng desperately scrambles upward, while the mechanical hounds claw at the walls in a frenzied pursuit. With Ninger closing in, the color drains from Cao Neng's face. He is finished. Staring at the massive pile of crates blocking his only exit, the realization hits him. It is a dead end. True panic sets in. Frustrated, he kicks fiercely at the barricade of crates. You have got to be kidding me. How is there a dead end inside a sewer pipe? Which absolute psychopath dumped their garbage down here? Before he can process his doom, Ninger's voice cuts through the shadows behind him. Run. Why did you stop running? I told you, escaping me is impossible. You have exactly 10 seconds. Spit out your true motives and why you dared to ambush my room. Cao Neng whips around, his guard raised to the absolute maximum. Ninger steps closer, her tone dripping with a dark promise. Or else I will. Suddenly, her icy demeanor shatters into pure panic. Cao Neng, get away from there right now. Get over here. Fast. Before Cao Neng can even sense the lethal danger, the towering mountain of crates behind him erupts. Cao Neng screams in absolute horror. Those were not trash crates. They were packed with high-grade explosives. Pure survival instinct takes over, and he bolts forward faster than humanly possible. But Ninger has already unleashed her ultimate ability. Trapped in her energy field, Cao Neng braces for the end. No freaking way. You are seriously taking me down with you just to settle a petty grudge? But wait. The swirling metallic energy morphs into a giant sphere, completely sealing him inside. Is she protecting him? A massive chain reaction of explosions rips through the tunnel. Ninger throws a desperate punch, reinforcing the metal barrier to its limit. The impenetrable iron orb perfectly shields them from the blazing inferno, but the devastating shockwave launches the heavy sphere flying like a cannonball. Ninger's mechanical hounds are instantly blown to pieces. Inside the violently tumbling sphere, the two of them are tossed around like ragdolls. Furious, Ninger pins the entire disaster on Cao Neng. Oh, brilliant move, Cao Neng. Assaulting an alliance major for the third time. You are a dead man. She grabs him violently by the collar. He waves his hands frantically, begging, Wait, hold on a second. Are you actually crazy? You literally just saved my life, and now you want to murder me yourself? Aren't you exhausted? Why are you making things so complicated? Ninger glares at him with eyes like daggers. Save you? In your dreams. I am just a woman of my word. I gave you 10 seconds to confess. You still have 5 seconds left. If you do not spit out exactly how and why you infiltrated my room, I will throw you straight into that inferno. The system chimes in with agonizing timing. Calculation complete. Only 5 seconds remain to complete the mission. Where there is a first and second, a third will surely follow. Host, please seize this golden opportunity. Furious at the universe, he redirects his rage at the system. Shut the hell up. Ninger begins her lethal countdown. 5, 4. Cao Neng grinds his teeth, his mind racing. Women really do change their moods, like the weather. If you are going to play dirty, then do not blame me for playing dirtier. Suddenly, her iron grip on his collar falters. All the color vanishes from her face. Cao Neng flashes a wicked smile, offering a friendly reminder. Did you forget? We are inside a sewer. Creeping up his collar is a filthy, trembling rat. As the rodent leaps directly toward her, the invincible major completely loses her mind. She clutches her head and unleashes a blood-curdling scream. Cao Neng's eyes lock onto his target. The perfect opening. Now is my chance. He silently grips the heavy wrench behind his back. The red countdown timer blinks. Exactly 1 second remains. Wearing the ruthless grin of an absolute demon, Cao Neng swings the weapon high. Smash. He strikes the mutated rat perched right on Ninger's head. Her vision instantly begins to blur. As the final millisecond ticks away, utter dizziness crashes over Ninger. Her eyes roll back. She completely loses consciousness. Ding! The system cheerfully announces. Congratulations to the host for surviving a nightmare-level mission. A massive, flashy celebration banner literally explodes across his vision. Your rewards have arrived. One intermediate treasure chest, plus a 10% chance at the lucky roulette wheel. Gao Neng scoffs with wild excitement. I just survived a near-death experience. A 10% chance is basically a guaranteed win for me. He slams the spin button. The system wheel blurs into motion. Ding! Bad luck, host. Please do not smash the interface. Your luck is absolutely terrible today, but do not worry. Tomorrow it might be even worse. Keep working hard, young man. Here is your grand consolation prize, a pack of ultra-soft silk-like facial tissues. Perfect for wiping away those late-night tears of utter loneliness, guaranteed to absorb the endless sorrow of your miserable fate. Feeling utterly mocked, Gao Neng mentally grabs the system by its metaphorical collar. Wipe away my tears? I will make you cry tears of blood. I literally just danced with death, all for a single pack of tissues? The system, however, radiates a smug aura. It then counters with a deeply philosophical quote. Life never goes according to plan, host. Besides, you still have the intermediate treasure chest. Opening it reveals a soul-forging pill. This divine medicine refines the host's spiritual strength. It permanently elevates the power of your vision. It dramatically sharpens your hearing. It vastly enhances your sense of smell. Your taste and touch will reach superhuman levels. The stronger your soul, the more godlike your senses become. The divine pill instantly begins rewiring Gao Neng's nervous system. The intense upgrade finally completes. He stares at the glowing pill in his palm with absolute satisfaction. True soul refinement. A complete sensory evolution. Gao Neng cradles the mystical pill like a priceless artifact. He might not understand the complex science of soul refinement, but an absolute upgrade to all 5 senses? That alone is a heaven-defying reward. Only then does his attention shift. He glances down at the unconscious Ning sprawled on the floor. A dangerous question pops into his mind. Exactly when will this unpredictable girl wake up? He quickly pulls out a heavy coil of rope. Gao Neng's life motto is simple. Chivalry will not save your life, but extreme caution will. Without hesitation, he tightly binds her unconscious body. He wraps her from head to toe, tying her up tighter than a holiday rice cake. Gao Neng nods with profound satisfaction. This should definitely prevent any sudden sneak attacks. With the threat neutralized, he swallows the glowing pill. He lies flat on the cold ground, bracing himself. He can already feel the ancient energy surging within his veins. He prepares for that familiar wave of agonizing yet blissful transformation. 1 minute passes. Absolutely nothing happens to Gao Neng. 5 agonizing minutes tick by. Gao Neng finally snaps his eyes open in deep confusion. Why is there zero reaction? Suddenly, a distinct noise makes his entire body freeze. He shoots straight up. Are those footsteps? Is he experiencing auditory hallucinations? The entire outside world just exploded into rubble. They are buried beneath hundreds of tons of solid concrete. How on earth could he be hearing footsteps right now? Invisible waves of sensory aura explode outward from his body. The raw energy phases right through solid stone and thick walls. It maps out every single surrounding room. Gao Neng's face pales in absolute shock. His mind's eye perfectly visualizes 2 very familiar figures. Yi Ying's voice echoes crystal clear. Brother Tang, what do you think? Should we dispatch a search team to sweep the area? Tong Day coldly shakes his head. No need for that. Gao Neng's heart pounds violently. Tong Day is standing right outside the ruins. The pill worked. He can literally see through walls and eavesdrop on their private conversation. This is completely insane. Is this the true, terrifying power of a refined soul and awakened senses? Tang Day casually drops a bombshell. Tianzhong confirms the official appointment letter arrives tomorrow, but the strict condition is 10 pieces every single month. Ye Ying immediately scowls in deep dissatisfaction. 10 pieces? Your precious alliance certainly has an enormous appetite. Fine, we will play along with his greedy demands for now. My current identity makes it too risky for me to get directly involved. Should I dispatch 2 elite shadows to handle it? Tong Day just lazily waves his hand. Do whatever you want. The black luxury vehicle immediately speeds off into the night. Gao Neng pushes his enhanced vision to track Ye Ying's exact movements. She is heading straight for the abandoned Northern Psychiatric Hospital. He watches her vanish into a dark, unassuming corridor. A hidden passage clicks open. Ye Ying slowly descends a spiral staircase deep underground. The revelation hits Gao Neng like a physical blow. Who could have possibly imagined this? A massive, high-tech subterranean base hidden right beneath a mental asylum. As the clairvoyant image sharpens, absolute shock washes over Gao Neng's face. An enormous underground manufacturing facility appears. The legendary Dream Toy Factory was not destroyed. It was secretly built beneath the asylum all along. Everything finally clicks into place. The surface factory was nothing but a sacrificial decoy. But the massive pile of rigged explosives down there, that horrifying detail leaves him completely paralyzed. Deep within the hidden bunker, a new figure emerges from the shadows. A mysterious entity draped in a heavy, pitch-black cloak steps right in front of Ye Ying. The thick aura perfectly masks their gender and identity. Gao Neng pushes his spiritual vision to zoom in closer. Suddenly, as his invisible gaze approaches them, the cloaked figure snaps their head up, staring directly into the empty void. They noticed him. The clairvoyant link violently shatters into pitch-black static. Gao Neng stumbles backward in sheer terror, crashing heavily onto the cold floor. His heart hammers relentlessly against his ribs. The true scale of this conspiracy is terrifying. The real factory of nightmares has been hiding under the psychiatric hospital this entire time. Then Shu Dui must definitely be hidden down there. He glances at his floating system status screen. Gao Neng gasps in absolute shock. Blood Qi, 120/202. Spiritual power, 17/150. His overall rank just skyrocketed to elite. His spiritual power literally jumped from 96 to 150. A massive 54-point increase in the blink of an eye. He has officially broken through to the elite tier. A reckless grin slowly spreads across his face. It seems he needs to purposefully trigger more nightmare-level missions from now on. Only with absolute power flowing through his veins does he feel truly motivated to hunt. But first things first. His most urgent mission right now? Infiltrate that subterranean factory and secure his 100,000 bounty. The real nightmare is just beginning. Based on the terrain, my mental energy just scanned. This drainage pipe connects directly to the psychiatric hospital. Gao Neng calculated his next move. I can use this to sneak right past them. However, he shot a hesitant glance at Ning Er. The real problem lay right here. If the guards came searching, carrying her would make things incredibly difficult. Major Shen, it is not that I lack chivalry, he muttered under his breath. But the lives of my family are on the line. Forgive me for offending you. He had already thoroughly searched her body, taking exactly what he needed. I swear on my life. When the time comes, I will return this to you. First, I need to find that magnetic vein and make some cash. Little did he know, Ning Er was already wide awake. She thought to herself in pure shock. The magnetic vein? How does this punk know about that? Slung over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes, she made a quick tactical decision. Now is not the time to strike. A cold smirk crossed her mind. Let us see exactly where you are taking me. Gao Neng carefully navigated through the rugged mountain path. Staring at the holographic map floating before his eyes, he realized the truth. This was the master layout of the underground factory, but something was terribly wrong. Sweat poured down his face like a waterfall, and his physical strength was rapidly draining away. Gao Neng gritted his teeth in confusion. Why is my body crashing so fast? It has only been 10 seconds. Yet my mental energy has plummeted by over 60 points. He checked his stats, seeing less than 50 points remained. This is completely unsustainable. Do I have to stop and do jumping jacks every 10 seconds? He needed a new strategy. Fast. Let us try shrinking the scan radius. He pulled his mental energy field closer to his body. The moment he adjusted it, his vision stabilized. He let out a massive sigh of relief. Just as I thought. This feels much better. It seemed 10 meters was his optimal control limit. Without wasting another second, he carried Ning Er forward. Gao Neng estimated their exact position. We have reached the psychiatric hospital. Just 7 or 8 more meters to go. Directly beneath us should be the underground factory. His muscles burned in protest. I need to recover my stamina first. Then, I will hunt down that magnetic vein. Suddenly, his heightened senses flared to life. He picked up faint vibrations in the distance. Gao Neng focused his mind. Someone was definitely digging ahead. Pushing his vision to the limit, he spotted a group of men frantically excavating. He froze in utter disbelief. An ore vein? Could it be that the ore vein and the magnetic vein are in the exact same location? Who cares? I am digging it up first and asking questions later. With blazing determination, Gao Neng scooped up Ning Er and vanished into the shadows. Reaching the target zone, he pressed himself tightly against the cold wall. Only 15 meters left to the ore vein, but heavily armed guards surrounded the perimeter. Charging in blind would be sheer suicide. Hold on a second. He remembered the system's cryptic hint about 2 o'clock in the morning. When the clock strikes 2, an opportunity will definitely present itself. He pulled up his interface, staring at the evolution progress. 2 out of 10. He frowned in deep frustration. This makes no sense. I clearly completed 3 out of 10 tasks. Evolution 2 out of 10. Sacrificing Ning Er was a random drop quest, and where there is one, there is bound to be more. The truth suddenly hit him. Do random quests not count toward the main evolution progress? Meanwhile, on the other side of the cavern, the syndicate thugs were wrapping up their discussion. Akai and I are going to get some shut-eye, the leader barked out. You two, stand guard right here, understood? The underlings groaned in despair. Us again? Brother Dan, we have been pulling guard duty for nearly a week. It is time for a rotation. Brother Dan stopped in his tracks. A menacing aura flared from his body. He glared at them with deadly intent. Do you punks have a problem with my orders? The two guards instantly cowed in fear, trembling like leaves. No, sir, absolutely not. Please, Brother Dan, you and Brother Kai go rest. We will guard this place with our lives. Watching their superiors walk away, the grunts seethed with helpless rage. They slumped onto the dirt floor, groaning. We have been standing all damn day. My body is breaking apart. I am so tired. As the two guards drifted into sleep, Gao Neng's eyes gleamed sharply. Now is my chance. At that exact moment, Ning-Er felt a terrifying wave of mental energy wash over them. She was absolutely paralyzed with shock. Mental energy? How does this pathetic scum possess mental energy? Am I hallucinating? Her pride fiercely rejected the situation. If this is his level of play, I only need 3 seconds to snap his neck and escape. But my energy capsule was stolen by this bastard. She gritted her teeth in pure frustration. Without power support, my hands are completely tied. I have to wait. He seems ready to make his move. Once he steps out into the open, I will ambush him and take my capsule back. Seeing Gao Neng hyper-focused on one direction, Ning-Er prepared herself. Is he finally going in? But without warning, Gao Neng slowly turned his head toward her, before she could even react. Bam! He ruthlessly chopped the back of her neck again. Darkness instantly consumed her vision. Her final, desperate thought echoed loudly. How is this possible? How on earth did he see through my perfect acting? Gao Ning, operating on absolute maximum alert, patted his chest. He let out a nervous breath. I swear I just felt her move. Good Lord, that almost scared me to death. He hoisted her limp body back onto his shoulder. Whatever. She is not dead anyway. A little extra insurance strike never hurt anybody. Ding. A holographic system notification exploded before him. Host has successfully unlocked the achievement. Ruthless Flower Destroyer. Bonus quest triggered. A unique chance to activate the Ruthless Flower Destroyer buff has appeared. Gao Neng's eyes lit up with greed. System. What exactly is a bonus quest? The cold mechanical voice replied instantly. Penalty for failure. None. Bonus quests offer extremely rich rewards. They provide extended completion times. Furthermore, failing to complete the quest will result in 0 negative consequences. Gao Neng mentally reviewed his recent actions. A wicked realization dawned upon him. It feels like, just by messing with Ning-Er, I trigger insane hidden benefits. Sacrificing her boosted my innate talent. Bonking her head gave me the Ruthless Flower Destroyer title. He smirked devilishly. If I actually shot her, would I unlock some legendary forbidden title? Ding! The digital clock ticked over. Time. 2 o'clock in the morning. Friendly reminder. Host must immediately accelerate quest progression. Gao Neng locked in, his aura shifting to pure focus. The time for stealth was over. Silently, like a phantom, he pried open the heavy manhole cover, right behind the slumbering guards. He raised his heavy steel wrench, aiming for their blind spots. Thud, thud. 2 muffled impacts echoed as the thugs collapsed instantly. Gao Neng smiled in immense satisfaction. With his mental energy activated, even through a solid concrete wall, he could track their every breath and heartbeat. Every single movement is dancing right in the palm of my hand. He proudly brushed the dust off his hands. Starting today, I am no longer a nobody, he whispered into the darkness. I am a supreme powerhouse who sees through the mortal realm itself, but time is running out. I need to move. He dove into the excavation site, digging furiously. But a cold sweat soon broke out on his forehead. This is bizarre. My mental energy scan is completely blanking out around this ore vein. Even though this pile of rough ore looks completely ordinary on the surface, it definitely hides a secret inside. The main character, Gao Neng, decides to dig like an absolute madman. Opportunity only favors the bold. He has to keep mining to see if this is all just a massive waste of time. So he swings his pickaxe. Again and again. The massive commotion instantly grabs Brother Dan's attention. What the hell are you doing? Who is out there? What kind of lunatic mines in the middle of the night? Making all this racket at this hour? Did you lose your damn mind? Hey, I am talking to you. Turn around right now. Gao Neng calmly turns around. Evening, boss. Brother Dan. Just thought I would put in some overtime while it is quiet. Hearing this excuse, the supervisor decides not to push the issue. Just another clueless idiot from nowhere, Brother Dan sneers. Listen up, kid. Digging up 20 pieces in a single month is already a top-tier record. This job is not about brute strength, it is all about pure luck. Now go to bed and stop ruining my rest. I am dead tired. But Gao Neng only hears one thing: 20 pieces. He knew this place was hiding a golden goose. Time to keep digging. Fired up, he unleashes his full power on this golden claim. Gao Neng swings so fast that thick dust clouds the entire cavern, his hands moving in a relentless blur. Yet, eventually, he has to stop and sigh. 4 hours of straight digging, and absolutely nothing to show for it. He glances at the 2 guards he knocked out earlier. Giving them another blow would not be hard, but accidentally killing them would bring massive trouble. They still have not woken up, leaving Gao Neng torn. What do I do now? Should I just come back tomorrow? But he knows returning tomorrow will not be this easy. Gripping his shovel tight, he decides to push for 1 more hour. If nothing drops, he will bail. But just then, footsteps approach, and a voice calls out, "Bro, you are up early." Gao Neng plays it cool and replies, "I actually thought I was the first one awake. Did not expect anyone to beat me to it." Inwardly, his heart races. "Are the morning shift workers already here?" He quickly adds. "The early bird gets the worm, right?" Gao Neng seamlessly blends into the growing crowd of miners, cursing under his breath. Does this damn factory really start shifts this early? What is my next move? This garbage system promised I would strike it rich if I just kept digging, so where is my loot? The cavern is packing up fast. Staying here is practically suicide right now. He needs to find an opening and slip away, but the moment he slams his shovel into the dirt one last time, clink, a glowing ore pops out. The surrounding miners freeze. Ore! One guy immediately snatches it up and screams, "I struck gold. I found an ore. I hit the jackpot." Boom! Without a second thought, Gao Neng swings his shovel and smashes it squarely into the thief's face. "You are lucky, all right. And here is your grand prize." He does not stop with just one target. In a flash, he brutally sweeps the floor with the rest of the greedy group. Resting the blood-stained shovel on his shoulder, Gao Neng sneers. "What do you mean? Your ore. I was the one who dug that up. You want to steal from me? Who else wants to try their luck?" Suddenly, whispers erupt from the back of the cavern. Someone hit the jackpot. Who got rich? In mere seconds, Gao Neng finds himself completely surrounded by an army of desperate, greedy miners. Brother Dan steps from the shadows, eyes locked on the prize. "Looks like you actually have some crazy luck, kid. Now hand over that ore so I can claim the reward for you." 1,000 Alliance coins is more than a fair cut. That insultingly pathetic price makes Gao Neng freeze in absolute disbelief. 1,000? Brother Dan barks his order. "What are you whining about? Hand it over." Suddenly, a system alert flashes before Gao Neng's eyes. System notification: purple crystal ore detected. Color: deep purple. Quality: mid-tier. Current market value: 356,981 coins. System recovery price: 350,000 coins. Hidden resource recovery feature is now unlocked. Does the host wish to extract immediately? Gao Neng's eyes practically glow. 350,000 coins? He is blinded by the insane payday. So, naturally, Brother Dan takes a shovel straight to the face. Smack. The entire crowd of miners gasps in sheer horror, shocked that anyone would dare to be so completely reckless. They exchange fearful, bewildered glances. Gao Neng spits on the ground with absolute disgust. 1,000 coins for a treasure worth over 300,000? Do I look like a damn idiot to you? Just then, Brother Kai creeps out from the back, witnessing the brutal destruction of his men. Without missing a beat, he slams the emergency alarm. "Guards! Get the guards!" The blaring siren echoes violently through the massive cavern. Over the loudspeakers, Brother Kai roars, "We have a thief! Restrain him immediately! Whoever brings me that crystal gets the full reward." Hearing that golden promise, the mob goes completely feral. A massive wave of greedy miners charges violently straight at Gao Neng. "Take him down! The bounty is mine!" But Gao Neng stands his ground like a mountain. One man against an entire army. His shovel dances with deadly precision, ruthlessly crushing every single fool who steps into his range. Watching the carnage, Brother Kai breaks out in a cold sweat. This brat is way too overpowered. Could he be an elite spy sent by a rival faction? Seeing Gao Neng carving a bloody path forward, a lackey desperately screams, "Brother Kai, watch out, the monster is heading straight for you." Brother Kai furiously rips off his uniform, revealing a terrifying, hulking mass of rippling muscles. He flexes his insane power and arrogantly roars, "You think you can escape the spirit snake Iron Hand? Listen to me, you little rat. Keep dreaming." But the very second his arrogant speech ends, before he can even channel his legendary technique. Boom! He eats a shovel directly to the jaw. Gao Neng steps over his twitching body, scoffing coldly. A smart dog knows when to stay out of the way. The remaining miners freeze in absolute terror. Brother Kai was a genuine underground enforcer, yet this kid wiped the floor with him using just one casual strike. How the hell are we supposed to fight a monster like that? Gao Neng smirks inwardly. After shattering his physical limits for the very first time, crushing normal humans is as effortless as flipping his hand. Before this, he was constantly forced to deal with terrifying monsters like Ninger, or highly trained ability users. He had been forced to hide his true strength for way too long. Now, Gao Neng tears through the crowd like an unstoppable hurricane. Who could possibly stand in his way? But suddenly, an ominous shadow falls over him. A blinding light erupts from the cavern ceiling above. A massive, devastating pillar smashes down with explosive force right where he is standing. The entire stone roof violently shatters, blowing a massive crater wide open. Danger sensors screaming. Gao Neng desperately dives for his life. But what terrifying force just breached the mine? Even facing an elite energy warrior, the terror is absolutely real. The deadly attack relentlessly pursues him. He instantly erects a mental shield to block the devastating damage. Still, the enemy's staff violently grazes Gao Neng's shoulder. Gao Su, the elite energy warrior, gasps in pure shock. You use mental energy to predict my strike? You are a true expert, but you still cannot escape. With those arrogant words, he immediately launches into a fierce pursuit after Gao Neng. The main character desperately dashes toward the manhole cover. He knows he is a master, but even a master cannot take down a true energy warrior in a head-on clash. Right before diving into the dark sewer, he does not forget to drop a cocky farewell. This master is out of here. Gao Neng safely lands on the damp underground floor. However, right before his eyes lies nothing but empty binding ropes. A shiver of absolute terror crawls up his spine. Now that he thinks about it, he only remembers knocking out those pathetic workers. He completely forgot to deal with Ninger. Suddenly, her chilling voice echoes from behind, making his blood run completely cold. Welcome back. She smoothly presses her cold blade against Gao Neng's throat. Shall we continue playing our little game? For example, why do you not guess whose hands you will die by first? The system's robotic voice suddenly chimes in. It detects the host is facing fatal danger. Ninger's killing intent is incredibly genuine. Does he want to activate the life-saving mission? He furiously curses at the glowing screen. My life is in danger strictly because of you. Why are you acting so innocent right now? Ninger cannot hear the system clearly. What on earth are you babbling about? The system deliberately repeats its prompt. Does he truly not want to activate it? It offers a terrifying hint. If she is not amused, he will die. Gao Neng forces a bright smile and makes his desperate choice. Surviving even one more minute is a total victory. Just activate it. The system updates and instantly refreshes. It confirms the host successfully activates the life-saving mission. The title? Do not leave. Fight to the death until dawn. The mission description blazes before his eyes. The ultimate opportunity is right here. A true man never fears death. He must awaken his boiling youth and burning passion. He must use his absolute strength to declare to the world. No one can ever defeat him. The clear condition? Before 9 o'clock in the morning, he must rely entirely on his own power to eliminate evil. He has to utterly destroy this entire underground factory. It explicitly reminds him to use his own strength. The penalty for failure? Instant death. Gao Neng is completely left speechless by this absolute nightmare of a mission. His thoughts drift back. My name is Gao Neng. That year, at 18 years old, I accidentally discovered a system. It told me that I was actually the chosen one. Honestly, I already knew that when I was 6 years old. It was just that the ordinary people around me never understood my greatness. Some fools back then even thought there was something wrong with my brain. Suddenly, the system's prompt shatters his memories. It urges the host to quickly select a difficulty level. Gao Neng rapidly loses his patience. Why? Why exactly is this system so unbelievably despicable? He desperately tells himself to stay perfectly calm. He is a magnificent koi fish of unparalleled luck. He must remain completely free from arrogance and anger, neither sad nor joyous. A person with such divine beauty will always turn fatal disasters into sudden blessings. You bastard system. I have thought it through. I choose the normal difficulty. Give me 2 hints. Thank you. The system instantly reports back. Apologies. Detected that the host still has an incomplete normal difficulty mission. Currently, you can only select the elite difficulty or the nightmare difficulty. Hearing this, he nearly explodes with blazing fury. What deep grudge do I even have against you? Is being this incredibly handsome an actual crime? Right at that exact second, The cavern roof violently explodes. Massive chunks of shattered rock rain down heavily toward Gao Ning. Gao Shu dramatically leaps down into the dust. He sneers with absolute disdain. Do you actually think you can escape my territory? Spotting Ninger in the shadows, he raises an eyebrow. So you actually have an accomplice? Are you two playing some pathetic game of dying for love? Gao Nang rubs his aching forehead and sits straight up. Dying for love? My foot! He furiously grips the heavy steel shovel beside him. Like a coiled spring, he launches himself directly at his enemy. Gao Shu is utterly stunned. That pathetic little shovel? How is this possible? A devastating shovel strike smashes directly into his arrogant face. Yet, absolutely nothing happens. Gao Neng is completely bewildered. Did he actually land a hit that easily? Ninger watches in sheer disbelief. Gao Shu stares down at his own trembling hands in shock. How is this possible? Why can my aura not defend against that strike? You completely suppressed my iron energy. How on earth is this happening? Seizing the golden opportunity, Gao Neng viciously swings the mighty shovel once again. We are in the middle of a death match, and you are still yapping? You have absolutely zero manners. The devastating blow sends Gao Shu flying backward through the air. The entire group of workers watches in stunned silence. Yet, he still stubbornly grits his teeth. You dare humiliate me like this? Do you even know who I am? Gao Neng violently leaps into the air, swinging his shovel with absolute merciless intent. I do not care about your name. I only know I am taking your life right now. The overwhelming strikes force Gao Shu into a pathetic corner, desperately clutching his head to protect his vitals. The terrified workers panic. What do we do now? Are you insane? Quick, run as far away as possible. Even an elite energy warrior is getting crushed by that cursed shovel. Do you want to try your luck? Gao Neng finally pauses his relentless assault, his chest heaving. Suddenly, a terrifying realization strikes him. This opponent can actually see briefly into the future. Out of nowhere, an army of heavily armed soldiers swarms the area. The towering boss, Ah Cheng, steps forward to lead the pack. Nobody move! Who dares to cause chaos here? Gao Neng is genuinely shocked. This secret factory hides this many fighters? Standing amidst the chaos, Ninger coldly observes the massive crowd. It seems this place is indeed Wangju's secret lair, though there are not that many people. Staring at the overwhelming army blocking their path, Gao Neng questions his own sanity. Not many? How can this absolute massive horde be considered not many? Meanwhile, guards frantically help the battered Gao Shu to his feet. He spits blood and curses venomously. You miserable brat! I will slaughter you until there is nothing left to bury. Completely ignoring the death threat, Ninger calmly turns toward Gao Neng. I must admit, your earlier performance was not half bad. Add the fact that you foolishly knocked me out and dragged me directly to this secret facility. So, I have made a grand decision. I will generously allow you to live until dawn strikes. Gao Neng swallowed his questions. The enemy was blatantly using their numbers to bully the weak. Was it time for her to call in some elite backup? She shook her head with a helpless sigh. I already tried, but there is absolutely zero signal in this wasteland. Gao Neng blinked in disbelief. No signal? Did the military not have some overpowered secret communication methods? Like a state-of-the-art positioning satellite, perhaps? Ninger shattered his hopes, revealing the grim truth. After the Great Catastrophe, the number of functional satellites dropped to near zero. They were reserved strictly for apocalyptic-level emergencies. Out here, survival depended entirely on your own two hands. That being said, Ninger's eyes narrowed dangerously. I am still not comfortable leaving my blind spot to a weakling like you. I will give you two choices. Option 1, you charge into the vanguard yourself. Option 2, I physically kick you into the front lines. Gao Neng immediately dropped to his knees, clutching his chest in a theatrical display of agony. Ah, the sheer pain. That hook-nosed bastard dealt me a lethal blow. My wounds are flaring up, so I can only rely on your supreme strength. Mighty Ninger. Ninger's face darkened, staring in absolute disgust at the shamelessly groaning actor writhing on the dirt. Invisible crows seemed to fly awkwardly overhead. Losing his patience, Gao Shu roared and lunged forward. Are you two done flirting? Let me send you both to the afterlife. Ninger's eyes flashed with lethal vigilance. With a single, devastating crescent kick, she sent the charging thug flying through the air like a broken rag doll. From start to finish, Ninger's expression remained as cold as an iceberg. The terrifying display of casual brutality left Gao Ning trembling in his boots. Inside his mind, the system chimed. You must make a choice. Gao Ning gritted his teeth. Fine, I will choose the elite difficulty. You useless system. You have not even given me a single hint. Are you just waiting for me to die? The mechanical voice echoed in his head. System updating. The host has once again begrudgingly selected Elite difficulty. Mission commencing. It coldly reminded him that his body now harbored terrifying, limitless potential. The only thing missing was a simple catalyst to awaken it. The moment he obtained this catalyst, he would evolve into an unstoppable king of destruction. And just like that, the system notification abruptly ended. Gao Neng frantically called out to it. Wait, hold on. I once spent 10 alliance coins on an electric fan, and even its instruction manual was longer than your garbage hint. Are you seriously calling this a hint? The system fired back with infuriating smugness. Because the host selected the Elite difficulty, the system is strictly limited to providing a single clue. Thank you for your understanding. Gao Neng's blood boiled with absolute fury. Understand my foot, he screamed internally. Since the system was utterly useless, he had no choice left. He would just have to rely on his dazzling good looks, unmatched intellect, and a miraculous physical breakthrough to survive this death trap. Suddenly, Gao Neng realized he was surrounded by a chaotic mixture of raw elements. The battlefield was littered with traces of copper, iron, aluminum, magnesium, steel, and titanium. A Cheng stepped forward, a nasty smirk twisting his face. Stop acting so arrogant, you little brat. Let us show you what happens when you cross us. Everyone, attack at once and rip them to shreds. Gao Neng panicked, stumbling backward in sheer terror. He knew his own strength. He would not last even a single second in this bloodbath. Ninger glanced back, raising a cold eyebrow. What is wrong? Are you done playing dead? Honestly, giving your pathetic acting skills a 1 out of 10 is already being extremely generous. Suddenly, Ninger unleashed her elemental power. A terrifying aura exploded from her core as elemental energy manifested, slamming into the earth with the heavy presence of a battle mecha. The charging thugs froze in absolute horror, instantly recognizing the legendary elemental force. The energy crawled up Ninger's arm, rapidly spreading to coat her entire body. In the blink of an eye, she was clad in an awe-inspiring, majestic suit of battle armor. Ninger glared at Gao Neng with intense annoyance. Are you seriously going to hide behind my back forever? You cannot cower in the shadows for the rest of your life, Gao Neng stammered, his eyes glued to her epic gear. Well, speaking of that, could you maybe conjure up a badass suit of armor for me too? Ninger actually agreed, but with a sharp condition. Forging a suit for you is child's play. But first, you must confess. How exactly did you know there were magnetic poles hidden in this area? Gao Neng's jaw dropped in shock. Magnetic poles? How did you know I came here searching for them? Do not tell me you were actually awake back then. She cut him off with a chilling glare. That is none of your concern. Just answer my damn question. Left with no choice, Gao Neng began to spill the truth. Listen, the truth is, the day we left the hotel, Ninger's brow furrowed as she examined the item in his hand. It was the data storage device taken from Tongde's son. Is that so? She murmured. While Gao Neng was still standing there like an idiot, a wave of elemental energy surged toward him. Within seconds, a glowing layer of armor materialized around his body. However, Ning-Er immediately threw cold water on his excitement. She warned him that since he was not yet a true energy warrior, he possessed zero control over the elemental flow. This meant the armor was strictly for basic defense and would not boost his combat power in the slightest. Suddenly, a Cheng roared, lunging forward with a devastating iron fist. Without flinching, Ninger casually raised a single hand and caught the strike. A Cheng sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. You cocky little girl. You are underestimating us way too much. As the two overpowered fists ground against each other, Gao Neng's sharp eyes caught a terrifying detail. Wait, was that magnesium? Ninger's confident expression suddenly morphed into tense alarm. Gao Neng finally recognized the true nature of the enemy's power. No, wait, that is not magnesium. It is lithium. He is packing the explosive energy of stored electricity. A Cheng burst into maniacal laughter. We already knew you possessed the legendary gold element. Let us see if your pathetic pile of gold can withstand my high-voltage wrath. Ning-Er, watch out, Gao Neng screamed at the top of his lungs. In the blink of an eye, the violently clashing elements triggered a blinding explosion that engulfed the entire space. When the smoke cleared, the overly confident A Cheng was in a miserable state. His battered body slammed violently into the concrete, his voice trembling in sheer panic. How? How is this even possible? Ninger scoffed, her gaze dripping with absolute disdain. The remaining goons screamed in pure terror. Boss, you just got crushed. Now she is coming for us. With a devastating, lightning-fast kick, Ninger slammed another thug right into the solid wall. The surviving enemies watched in paralyzed horror. How could this be happening? Did the rumors not say this girl only commanded the gold element? Why did their boss's lethal electrical current have absolutely zero effect on her? In the blink of an eye, Two of their strongest fighters had been utterly annihilated. Gao Neng blinked in confusion, scratching his head. Could it be that the bald guy's electricity was just some cheap knockoff power? Was fake electricity even a thing in this world? But while his mind wandered, a lethal shadow crept up behind him for a deadly sneak attack. You cocky little bastard. How dare you look away during a death match? Before Gao Neng could react, deadly coils of thick copper wire whipped around his throat, choking the life out of him. His eyes widened in absolute terror. Oh crap. It was a copper wire strangulation trap. The enemy tightened his grip on the copper wires, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Let's see if an Alliance Major can withstand the wrath of lightning. Show me what you've got. He launched a copper blade straight into a distant generator. Deadly voltage surged through the wires, violently striking Gao Neng's body. One down, the attacker gloated, raising his sword to skewer Gao Neng. But instead of a dying scream, the copper user's face met the cold, hard steel of a shovel. Gao Neng stood completely unscathed. With a single, devastating swing of his shovel, he had instantly laid his opponent out flat. Even Gao Neng blinked in shock. Huh? I'm completely fine, he muttered. This wasn't just standard issue armor. There was a mysterious, high-tech insulation layer hidden beneath the plating. Ninger truly lived up to her title as an elite Alliance Major. Her gear was top tier. The downed enemy stared in sheer panic. You brat, how are you immune to my electricity? Is your armor made of pure gold? Gao Neng scoffed, leaning casually against his shovel. Are you seriously asking me that right now? What kind of idiot asks their enemy for gear specs in the middle of a battlefield? Let me spell it out for you. Even if you melted copper for a solid year, you couldn't afford a single thread of my suit. Humiliated, the enemy roared, manifesting his copper sword technique to teach this arrogant kid a lesson. You cocky little brat. If you want to look down on me, I'll carve you into pieces. Boom. A massive mechanical fist smashed down from the heavens, crushing the copper user into the dirt. Thanks, Brother Ape, Gao Neng cheered. Ninger, standing gracefully on the mecha's shoulder, smirked. If you're giving thanks, direct it at me. Gao Neng scanned the devastated battlefield, his jaw dropping. Over 10 elite energy warriors lay defeated in the rubble. She had decimated them entirely on her own. Yet, Ninger didn't even look out of breath. To her, they were nothing but annoying pests. 10 of them? That wasn't even a proper warm-up. Meanwhile, you haven't exactly built up a kill count, have you? She teased. Gao Neng puffed out his chest, completely bluffing. 10 is child's play. Just wait, I'll take down 100 of them in a heartbeat. Internally, his mind raced. What was the catalyst the system hinted at? It couldn't possibly be Ninger, could it? As if on cue, Ninger offered a sympathetic smile. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but those 100 enemies you just bragged about, it looks like fate threw in a bonus 100. Rumble. The ground quaked as a tidal wave of shadows surged forward. An endless sea of assassins completely encircled their solitary mecha. The sheer, overwhelming numbers drained every ounce of color from Gao Neng's face. From the advancing horde, a voice sneered, calling out to the Alliance Major. So young, yet so foolish. What a pity you walked into this graveyard alone. Ninger's eyes narrowed coldly as she recognized the speaker, Wang Ju. The man smirked, confirming his identity. Wang Ju then bowed his head respectfully to the masked figure shrouded in darkness beside him. Your Excellency, you see the situation. In a single night, this girl slaughtered over a dozen of my best men. I humbly request that Your Excellency takes action. The masked woman let out a terrifying scoff. A major faction of the Forsaken Land can't even handle one little major? Gao Neng's breath caught. It was her, the mysterious woman from the secret room. Ninger shifted her stance, a sharp glint of absolute caution reflecting in her eyes. This new aura was dangerously heavy. Wang Ju cowered under the woman's pressure. You are completely right, Your Excellency. But she discovered our base. We absolutely cannot let her leave alive. Our grand plan is all ready. Shut your mouth, the masked woman barked, her murderous intent silencing him instantly. An 18-year-old Alliance Major. Such elite prey is a rare delicacy. Are you telling me she came entirely alone? If that's the case, I'll just keep her. Before the echo of her voice even faded, a phantom clone materialized right behind Ninger, its cold dagger already pressing against her throat. Ninger! Behind you! Gao Neng roared in pure terror, but the Major's reflexes were godly. With a blur of motion, she ducked just as the deadly edge sliced through empty air. Her bare hand clamped down violently on the blade, shattering the steel into 1,000 glittering shards. Without missing a beat, Ninger unleashed a devastating palm strike, sending the clone flying into the dirt. The masked woman clapped slowly. Oh ho, so you do have some bite. Dark energy exploded as the masked woman summoned an endless legion of deadly clones. Let's see you handle this. A murderous horde immediately broke off, charging straight for Gao Neng like ravenous wolves. Gao Neng's heart hammered furiously against his ribs. The situation was spiraling into absolute chaos. These black-clad assassins were no joke. Just how many of them were lurking in the shadows? 10. 20. The suffocating numbers difference left Gao Neng completely speechless. Realizing the fatal disadvantage, Ning'er's mecha charged forward, swinging iron fists to shatter the enemy's front line. "I'll hold the line. Run, Gao Neng," she commanded, her voice slicing through the chaos of battle. "Get out of here and report everything to Lieutenant Chen." Gao Neng gulped hard, putting on the bravest face he could muster. "Sorry, Major, I don't abandon my comrades." Ning'er's eyes widened in genuine shock. "You're really staying?" Gao Neng gripped his weapon tight, exuding absolute confidence. "You heard me. I'm fighting by your side." Meanwhile, his inner voice was screaming in absolute panic. "Run? How the hell can I run? I accepted the system's life-saving mission. If I fail this rescue mission, the system will wipe my existence anyway." The blaring system interface pulled him violently back to reality. 7 a.m. Only 2 brutal hours remained. Before the ultimate deadline, fleeing meant guaranteed death by the system. Standing his ground was his only sliver of hope. Ning'er sighed, her tone laced with tragic disappointment. "You want to fight with me? The sentiment is nice, but you aren't even an energy warrior yet." Reaching into her capsule, she summoned her true weapon. A breathtaking alloy spear materialized in her grasp, violently crackling with explosive lightning abilities. A terrifying, heaven-shaking aura erupted from Ning'er's very soul. Gao Neng stared in absolute awe. An alloy spear? I've never seen metal exude such monstrous energy. This is the first time she's drawn a weapon. The Major is going all out. "Listen closely," Ning'er ordered. "As long as I draw breath, the Golden Ape will protect you, but if I fall, you are entirely on your own." With that grim promise, she launched herself into the sea of bloodthirsty enemies. She plunged straight into the thickest cluster of black-clad assassins. Like a thunderbolt from the heavens, her spear struck with lethal precision. Arrogantly, the enemy raised their bare hands to block the roaring blade. But Ning'er's lightning surged, violently piercing through their palms and driving the spear shaft straight through their chests. The first assassin crumpled lifelessly to the ground. Panicking at the display of raw slaughter, the masked woman shrieked her command. "Fools, do not engage her in close combat. Wear her down with endless waves." The assassins surround Ning'er, their battle cries echoing through the air. Trapped in this deadly formation, she is backed into a dangerous corner. The clock strikes 7:30. Wang Ju and his men watch with their jaws hitting the floor. One by one, the black-clad assassins drop like flies. But another deadly wave immediately takes their place. Hidden in the chaos, Gao Neng realizes a crucial flaw. As long as he stays perfectly still, these shadow killers cannot see him at all. Ning'er's stamina is draining at a terrifying rate. To make matters worse, the mysterious leader in the black cloak has not even lifted a finger yet. Gao Neng's mind races. After breaking through his physical limits the first time, he logically should have awakened as an energy warrior. But all the secret breakthrough methods are locked inside the military academy's syllabus. Without that knowledge, he is completely flying blind. Desperate, he calls out to his system. "Can I awaken as an energy warrior right now?" The system's cold voice chimes back. "Warning. Conditions not met." Gao Neng furiously clutches his head. "Enough with the warnings. It is always conditions not met. If I actually relied on you, I would be a corpse by now." Taking a deep breath, he forces himself to calm down. Wait a minute. The system clearly stated the conditions were missing, but why did it not specify what they were? It seems like a simple oversight, but Gao Neng knows better. The answer must be directly tied to his current desperate mission. The mission log flashes before his eyes. Breakthrough, catalyst, survive until dawn. The clock ticks at 7:30. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Ning'er is reaching her absolute limit. The mysterious leader senses her weakness perfectly. A cold smirk crosses her face. "That is enough playing around. All of you, finish her." The shadowy horde swarms forward like a plague, desperate to capture Ning'er. Refusing to go down without a fight, she channels her remaining strength and launches herself into the sky. Despite her burning lungs and trembling muscles, elemental power erupts from her core. A devastating tornado of energy blasts outward. The approaching assassins are instantly wiped from existence. Losing her patience, the ruthless leader finally makes her move. She materializes behind Ning'er, delivering a bone-shattering palm strike to her back. The tremendous force sends Ning'er rocketing straight toward Gao Neng. Gao Neng freezes in absolute shock. Before he can react, Ning'er's battered body slams violently into his chest. The overwhelming momentum sends them both tumbling through the dirt. Gasping for air, Gao Neng groans in agony. Damn it, that hurts like hell. Only then does he realize the beautiful, bruised warrior lying right beside him. Ninger, are you still breathing? He cries out. Above them, the merciless leader gestures to her surviving minions. I leave the rest of this trash to you, she commands coldly. Slaughter the boy, but keep the girl alive. Hearing the absolute order, Wang Ju barks at his thugs. You heard her. Capture them right now. Suddenly, a splitting migraine pierces Gao Neng's skull. It is happening again. Just like back at the mining nodes, an invisible force is crushing his spiritual energy. But through the blinding pain, a sudden realization strikes him like lightning. He locks his eyes on a strange phenomenon. That is it. I finally know what the catalyst is. Energy warriors can extract raw power from crystal veins. However, this chaotic energy is entirely different from controlling physical matter and pure elements. To forge this wild power into a usable weapon, a true warrior must master the art of energy refinement. But what is the secret to commanding this untamed force? The absolute truth finally clicks in his mind. It is magnetism. Wang Ju's thugs charge relentlessly toward the towering mecha. Its massive metal fists slam into the earth, creating a shockwave that blocks their path. Seeing him stay, Ninger stares in utter disbelief. Gao Neng, why have you not run away yet? His eyes burn with unbreakable resolve. I told you already, I am not leaving your side, but I need you to hold on just a little bit longer. Can you do that? Despite her wounds, Ninger's aura flares with absolute military pride. I am a soldier of the Alliance. We die as warriors. We never cower. Gao Neng cannot hide his urgent excitement. Then let me ask you a crucial question, he shouts over the roaring battlefield. Do energy warriors command their power through the laws of magnetism? Caught off guard by his sudden genius, she nods slowly. Yes. Magnetism is the foundation of our control. A victorious grin spreads across Gao Neng's face. Perfect. I will hold the line against these bastards. I need you to locate the exact position of the magnetic node. Ninger looks at him like he has lost his mind. You? Hold off an entire army of elites? But Gao Neng's fiery determination cannot be shaken. Exactly. You find the node, and I will show these thugs true terror. Trust me, I am packing some serious power too. Ninger is utterly speechless. She never expected this seemingly ordinary boy to possess the heart of an absolute lion. The charging enemies roar with bloodthirsty laughter. You arrogant brat. You are digging your own grave. Tear the boy to shreds, but leave the girl breathing. Realizing his crazy plan, Ninger desperately tries to follow. Gao Neng, wait for me. But Gao Neng has already leaped into the fray, fighting flawlessly side by side with the giant mecha. Wang Ju's eyes practically bulge out of his skull. Furious at this pathetic display, he curses at the top of his lungs. You useless piles of garbage, he screams. First, you fail to kill a crippled Alliance major, and now you are getting humiliated by a totally random street brat? Step aside. I will slaughter him myself. Suddenly, a blinding flash of energy arcs over the heads of the charging guards. Gao Neng's eyes light up with hope. Ninger, did you track down the magnetic node? Her voice rings out with triumphant certainty. Target acquired. I have completely annihilated the spatial magnetic point of the node. Without even a whisper, the invisible energy field vanishes into thin air. Gao Neng's triumphant smile instantly freezes. Wait. What the hell is a spatial magnetic point? Across the battlefield, Wang Ju's face twists into absolute horror. No! That crazy girl just destroyed the entire magnetic node. Even the untouchable female leader flinches in pure disbelief. Impossible. How did she pull that off? Trembling with apocalyptic rage, Wang Ju screams like a madman. You worthless maggots. Do you have any idea what you just did? But Ninger just stares death in the face with absolute calm. Gao Neng, I never thought I would end up dying next to you, but still. Thank you for buying me enough time for one final strike. Gao Neng feels his soul literally leaving his body. Mother of heaven. Did I explain the plan completely wrong? I told you to find the node, not completely obliterate it. He cries out in absolute despair. That was my catalyst for a breakthrough. Wang Ju's murderous intent reaches a boiling point. Since you ruined everything, do not expect a quick death. Grind this wretched couple into bloody dust. Leave nothing but shattered bones. But before anyone can move, the terrifying leader descends from the sky like a fallen angel. With a single, devastating palm strike, she completely shatters Ninger's mighty mecha into countless pieces. Her terrifying aura suffocates the entire battlefield. It seems I have to exterminate you rats with my own two hands. Unbroken to the bitter end, Ninger raises her bruised fists for a final, legendary clash. Come and get it. Let us see if you have what it takes to kill me. The tension shatters as a deafening explosion rips through the cavern. Cao Neng freezes in absolute shock. Just what the hell is happening now? Ninger screams out the devastating truth. The magnetic core is on the verge of collapsing. A blinding, unearthly light erupts from the core, flooding the entire space as everyone drops their jaws in pure awe. Even Cao Neng cannot withstand the overwhelming brilliance. He throws his arms up, desperately shielding his eyes from the blinding glare. Suddenly, absolute astonishment flashes across his eyes. So, this is the true magnetic core, he mutters in disbelief. Even if I use my plundering eye and soul sense, I still cannot see through its true essence. Its existence defies all logic. It feels as though it is standing right in front of them, yet simultaneously fading into the void. It radiates an ancient aura, completely surpassing the comprehension of this current era. Cao Neng quickly makes his move. "Help me hold them off," he demands. Ninger screams back in a panic. "Just what are you planning to do? This magnetic core is going to vanish any second now," she warns. It is already completely impossible to harvest any more magnetic crystal ore from it, but the enemy leader seizes that split second of distraction. She launches a vicious sneak attack right at Ninger's back. Throwing a devastating punch, she sneers. "You are at death's door, yet you still dare to be so stubborn." Crash! Ninger's battle armor shatters into countless pieces under the overwhelming impact. She is sent flying backward through the air. The enemy mocks her ruthlessly. "To think your strength has drained to such a pathetic level. No matter how many supposed elites the human alliance sends, you weaklings will only ever amount to this much. Whatever. A rising star of humanity is about to fall in this very spot." She sneers coldly. "Consider this magnetic core as my generous gift for your funeral." Ninger grits her teeth, helplessly bracing herself for the final judgment of fate. "Funeral my ass," Cao Neng roars, instantly stepping into the fray. "If you think you are so tough, then try surviving my air cannon." The enemy leader freezes in her tracks. Her eyes widen as she sees Cao Neng literally lifting the violently swirling magnetic core with his bare hands. "That little brat," she gasps. Even Wang Ju's elite bodyguards are utterly paralyzed by the sight. Just what the hell is that kid trying to pull? An air cannon? Is his brain completely broken? Does he seriously think that magnetic core will just magically grant him absolute power? But before they can even blink, disaster strikes. A terrifying band of raw energy violently wraps around all of their waists. In an instant, the entire group is forcefully yanked up into the sky. How is this even possible? They scream in absolute terror. What the hell is this power? Cao Neng coldly smirks, ready to deliver the ultimate answer. "I finally understand those cryptic words from the system," he thinks to himself. Absolute potential is the true, unparalleled, and omnipotent energy source of this entire world. An ordinary energy warrior does not need any external medium. They can simply turn their own bodies into a magnetic field to manipulate raw power. Since I have not officially awakened as an energy warrior yet, I have no choice but to use this magnetic core as my absolute medium to command the surrounding elements. The absolute perfect moment has arrived. Detonate. Cao Neng roars with absolute authority. The devastating gravitational pull instantly crushes the entire enemy squad into the dead center. Boom! Ninger frantically shields her face as a catastrophic explosion obliterates the entire facility. Thick, suffocating smoke heavily blankets the shattered sky. Her mind is entirely blank. Did Cao Neng really just unleash this godly level of destruction? She barely stammers out a single word of disbelief before her vision fades to black, collapsing into unconsciousness. Cao Neng panics. "Oh crap! Did my attack just knock Ninger out too?" He stands there completely baffled. "What the hell just happened?" he mutters. "I swear I was trying to fire an air cannon. How did it instantly mutate into a massive air grenade?" The truth finally strikes him like lightning. It was the magnetic core creating that terrifying magnetic resonance, not his own body. He is merely surviving inside this chaotic storm of power, completely unable to fully tame it. Suddenly, a chilling voice pierces through the thick smoke, compressing the very air itself. "Are you actually an oxygen energy controller?" Cao Neng's blood runs entirely cold as a sinister silhouette slowly emerges from the wreckage. How could anyone survive at ground zero without a single scratch? Fei Fei suddenly spreads her majestic wings, soaring high into the devastated sky. "Just who the hell are you?" she demands. Staring at her imposing wings, the horrifying truth completely clicks in Cao Neng's mind. This breathtaking, yet dangerous enemy belongs to the legendary Sky Clan. Ever since the Great Cataclysm completely shattered the world, these absolute transcendent beings have ruthlessly ruled the skies. They arrogantly crown themselves as the divine messengers sent from the very heavens. In the beginning, absolute masses worshipped them with completely blind faith. I have lived for 18 whole years, Cao Neng thinks wildly. And my very first time meeting a member of the Sky Clan is in a literal death match against an angel? But Cao Neng refuses to back down. He instantly reignites his aura. He absolutely cannot afford to let this golden opportunity slip through his fingers. Boom! He violently unleashes a second blast. Another entire squad of elite enemies is forcefully sucked right into the unforgiving sky. The explosive wave completely obliterates them, slamming their bodies back down and utterly cratering the earth. Cao Neng quickly analyzes his desperate situation. Firing just 2 massive air cannons has completely drained every last drop of his physical stamina. Yet miraculously, his spiritual power is no longer suppressed. It is actually surging to insane new heights. Is this massive power-up also the absolute doing of the magnetic core? He wonders in awe. Every single trace of ambient energy flowing through the ruined factory is now completely visible to his senses. It is an intoxicating sensation of absolute omnipotence. In that very moment, his path to absolute victory becomes crystal clear. High above, Fei Fei violently narrows her eyes, treating him as a completely lethal threat. But her intense killing intent instantly turns into pure, utter confusion. Cao Neng is actually doing basic warm-up stretches right in the middle of a literal death match. 1, 2, 3, 4. He counts, desperately trying to restore his depleted stamina before making his next move. Finally, feeling his stamina slowly return, he violently places his hands on his hips. Staring up at the literal angel of death, he confidently declares his completely absurd bluff. Honestly, I just wanted to hide my legendary identity and live as a completely ordinary guy, he shouts dramatically. But you absolutely forced my hand. Since things have escalated to this point, I have no choice but to reveal my dark secret. The truth is, I am actually a supreme-level energy warrior. With a mere flick of my wrist, I can completely vaporize everything within a 10-mile radius. Wang Zhu instantly pales in absolute horror. A supreme-level energy warrior? But Fei Fei's piercing gaze sees right through the total nonsense. You completely pathetic liar, she shrieks in pure fury. I, Fei Fei, will violently tear your so-called supreme-level body entirely to shreds. Cao Neng's cocky smirk instantly shatters into pure panic. Crap, my absolute bluff did not scare her at all. Without hesitation, he shoots out razor-sharp energy tethers. But Fei Fei and Shikong move like literal lightning, slicing through every single bind. Stop her right now. Cao Neng roars at the top of his exhausted lungs. A catastrophic tide of raw energy surges straight toward Fei Fei. The very earth shatters as crackling lightning infects the flying debris. A devastating apocalyptic tornado erupts, furiously threatening to consume the entire battlefield. Wang Zhu desperately scrambles for his pathetic life, screaming into the roaring storm, "Is this the end of the world?" The overwhelming gravitational pull is utterly inescapable. Even the majestic Fei Fei is violently dragged, screaming into the churning eye of the deadly storm. The catastrophic vortex ruthlessly swallows absolutely everything in its devastating path. Cao Neng violently braces himself against the deadly wind, completely stunned. Is she actually dead? He gasps wildly. Wait, if this entire factory is completely wiped off the map, the magnetic core will violently vanish right along with it. But suddenly, a bloodied silhouette bursts free from the deadly wreckage. Fei Fei is covered in horrific wounds, her majestic wings severely mangled. Coughing up blood, she glares back with purely murderous intent. You have some real guts, kid. But hear me now. Next time, I will definitely rip your beating heart from your chest. I swear it. With those words, Fei Fei leaps onto the bunker roof and vanishes into the night. Cao Neng scoffs, his voice dripping with absolute disdain. Is that all you have got? If you have the guts to threaten me, do you have the guts to fight 3 more rounds? But as his bravado fades, his eyes lock onto the distant horizon. A chilling realization creeps up his spine. Something is horribly wrong out there. A terrifying gravitational pull violently rips through the air. Desperate, Cao Neng slams his body against the cliffside, his fingers clawing into the stone for dear life. He looks up, his eyes widening in pure horror. Right in front of him, tearing through reality itself, is a massive, swirling black hole. His mind races, frantically praying this is just some twisted hallucination. Is that damn thing coming closer to me? He wraps his arms frantically around a nearby stone pillar, screaming his lungs out into the howling wind. You useless, garbage system. Hurry up and give me a life-saving quest. You always pop up to torture me when I do not need you. But now you decide to play dead? The apocalyptic black hole tornado roars closer by the second. With a burst of pure adrenaline, Cao Neng dives away from his rocky lifeline just in the nick of time. Boom! Devastating energy from the anomaly obliterates his previous spot, sending a massive explosion of debris into the darkened sky. As he crashes into the dust, he collides with a soft figure. He gasps. It is Ninger. Seeing her completely unconscious, he violently shakes her shoulders. Wake up. You have to wake up. Major Shen, please. Use your invincible manipulation arts and think of something. We are literally about to die, and my useless system has completely vanished. But Ninger remains deadly silent. Panic grips his chest. Without her, is there absolutely any way left to survive this absolute nightmare? The terrifying black hole swallows the distance between them. A blinding, overwhelming light forces Gao Neng to shield his eyes. But to his shock, there is no agonizing pain. Peeking through his fingers, he notices a bizarre liquid oozing from the shattered rocks. His mind races with impossible theories. Could this be some legendary liquid-state life form? Suddenly, an eerie, spine-chilling laughter echoes from the puddle of ooze. Gao Neng wildly looks around. Did that puddle just laugh? Before his very eyes, the mysterious liquid stretches and morphs into a human silhouette. Gao Neng freezes in absolute shock. The figure standing before him has his exact face. He instantly realizes this is a highly advanced, intelligent entity. But how did it spawn from the magnetic field? Was it born from the violent clash between the black hole and the magnetic poles? Whatever it is, the clone does not seem to radiate killer intent just yet. But the tension is suffocating. Is a deadly battle inevitable? He curses under his breath. Controlling the magnetic field earlier drained every single ounce of his stamina. Even if he wanted to run, his trembling legs refused to move. Just as the liquid clone raises its arm to strike, a blur of black fur shoots out from the shadows. A wild black cat sinks its fangs fiercely into the clone's arm. Gao Neng gasps. It is that stray cat. Why is it here? Has this mysterious feline been secretly stalking him all along? With razor-sharp claws flashing in the dim light, the beast aggressively shreds the liquid entity to pieces. Gao Neng watches in absolute terror. This is no ordinary cat. Its ferocity is completely off the charts. In a bizarre twist, the black cat brutally molds the liquid clone into the shape of a fish. It lets out a satisfied meow, before happily devouring the liquid fish whole. Gao Neng's jaw drops to the floor. Are you kidding me? That thing is edible? Watching the black cat pat its stuffed belly, a ridiculous thought crosses his mind. If he ever told anyone about this absolute absurdity, they would lock him in an asylum without a second thought. But suddenly, the triumphant black cat collapses, violently thrashing and rolling across the rocky ground. Is it poisoned? He panics. I knew that weird liquid clone was not food. Right before his eyes, the cat's pitch-black fur magically transforms into a pure, glowing white. Gao Neng's mind goes blank with shock. What in the world? Is this some legendary soul possession technique? The newly white cat shoots a death glare at Gao Neng. Its eyes scream pure murder. Before he can even process the threat, the cat casually hoists a heavy rock into the air and roars. Who told you to smash my beautiful face with a wrench? Do you think the face of this great feline is something a lowly human can strike? The rock rockets through the air, slamming squarely into Gao Neng's forehead. With zero stamina, he cannot even dodge. A massive lump instantly swells on his head as the white cat scoffs in disgust. Consider that a lesson. Let us see if you dare disrespect me again. Gao Neng tearfully clutches his throbbing head. Hello, police? I need to report a talking stray cat for assault. Does this count as a criminal case? Ding! The mechanical system voice finally echoes in his mind. Time check. Exactly 9 o'clock. Host has successfully completed the survival quest. Please do not leave. Fight until dawn. Excellent difficulty cleared. Reward: 1 marrow cleansing pill, and a 30% chance to obtain a mid-tier treasure chest. Gao Neng's face turns entirely ashen. Nothing? I failed the chest draw 2 times in a row? Ding! Compensation mode activated. Scanning host. Severe stamina depletion detected. Fractured bones, subcutaneous hemorrhaging, and 17 massive contusions. Compensation awarded: 1 healing pill. Additionally, due to host's relentless verbal abuse toward the system, a special exchange is triggered. Penalty: 3 phantom kicks to the body. Reward: 1 extra healing pill. If host does not reply within 10 seconds, the terms are automatically accepted. 10 seconds? Gao Neng groans as he violently jerks awake, his face pale from excruciating agony. He clumsily sits up, his entire body screaming in protest. My head is splitting, and my butt hurts like hell. It feels like that demonic cat smashed my skull, and then some invisible force drop-kicked me 3 times. He suddenly snaps to his senses. Wait, where did the cat go? Did it leave? The bizarre feline is nowhere to be seen. He turns his heavy gaze to the side. Ning-er is still lying there, completely unresponsive. He looks down at his trembling hands. Alongside the glowing marrow-cleansing pill, he now holds 2 miraculous healing pills. He carefully prepares to feed her the medicine, grumbling under his breath. I literally took 3 brutal kicks just to get this extra pill. If you die on me now, it will be a colossal waste. He pauses, a serious dilemma hitting him. Wait. Feeding pills to an unconscious person is dangerous. What if it blocks her airway and chokes her? Does this mean I have to feed it to her mouth to mouth? He sighs deeply, putting on a brave face. Fine. I will take the loss this time. Saving a life builds more karma than a 7-story pagoda. I am only doing my heroic duty. Ning-er's soft, inviting lips are right in front of him. With a racing heart, Gao Neng leans in and gently presses his lips against hers. But at that exact, fateful second, Ning-er's eyes flutter open. A suffocating, utterly electrifying awkwardness crashes over them. At this crucial moment, Gao Neng could only force an awkward, bitter smile. But before he could even blink, she planted a ruthless punch right into his face. Gao Neng crashed helplessly to the ground, blood instantly trickling from his nose. Watching him scramble back to his feet, Ning-er crossed her arms and asked coldly, "Are you finally awake?" He spat back with utter bitterness. "State the obvious. Why don't you? I have been awake this entire time. I am the one who saved your life. Got it? I even fed you a high-grade healing pill. That alone cost at least 100,000 alliance credits. And this is how you repay your savior?" She swiftly cut his rant short. "Enough with the nonsense. Did you really do all of this?" Gao Neng puffed out his chest with unshakable pride. "That is right. Wang Ju and his entire factory crew? I took them all down, without sparing a single soul. Since you did not witness it with your own eyes, you might not believe me. But let me tell you, when I actually unleash my rage, even I am terrified of my own terrifying power," Ning-er calmly replied without missing a beat. "No, I believe you." Gao Neng's eyes lit up with sheer emotion. "You seriously believe me?" Coming up with a random excuse, she deadpanned. "Because you are incredibly handsome. Do you buy that reason?" He instantly soaked up the praise like a sponge. "Of course I believe it." Meanwhile, Ning-er secretly cursed him in her mind. "Believe you? My foot, I believe you." A brat like him was truly wicked to the absolute core. "Just you wait. The day will definitely come when I expose every single one of your dirty secrets." Moments later, the deafening roar of an engine shattered the tension. Lieutenant Chen skidded his motorcycle to a violent halt, shouting frantically, "Major Shen! Major! Lieutenant Chin is right over there." Ning-er swiftly mounted the remaining motorcycle and commanded with authority, "I already know. We will discuss everything once we arrive." She then glanced back over her shoulder at Gao Neng. "Well, super energy warrior, do you want to ride to school with me, or stay here and scavenge for scrap metal in the dirt?" He eagerly agreed without a second thought. "Of course I am coming with you." Lieutenant Chen could not believe his own eyes, as Gao Neng brazenly wrapped his arms around Ning-er's waist. She simply warned him to hold on tight. The motorcycle tore across the wasteland like a bullet, leaving behind her furious screams echoing in the wind. "Where exactly do you think you are grabbing? Let go right now, or I will personally chop off your hands." Gao Neng hesitated, sheepishly trying to change the subject. "About that. Since I achieved such massive merits this time around, isn't the Alliance going to reward me with something?" She shot back with razor-sharp intensity. "Are you absolutely sure you want a reward? The dark forces Wang Ju colluded with are far more massive than just a single organization. If you expose your identity so openly, I am afraid you will not even survive another day in the Forgotten Lands." Gao Neng brushed off the grim warning, utterly unbothered. "At worst, I will just enroll in the lowest-ranked military academy. I am fully confident I can easily pull that off." Ning-er offered a cryptic piece of advice. "The lowest-ranked military academy? That place does not suit someone with your potential." Gao Neng frowned in deep confusion. "What exactly do you mean by that?" "It means absolutely nothing," she replied coldly. "I am accelerating now. Secure your helmet tightly, lower your hands a bit, and hold on for your life." Flustered, Gao Neng immediately protested the physical demand. "My hands cannot go any lower, and we are going to have a serious problem. I am not that kind of degenerate, you know." The time was exactly 9 o'clock in the morning. Inside the massive stadium of the 3rd Advanced High School, the crowd was buzzing with intense, nervous speculation. What in the world is going on? Did a major catastrophic incident happen? Or are they announcing new college entrance exam policies? Did we not have an assembly just like this in previous years? But this time is completely different. It is not just our school. High schools, number 1, 2, and 4, are here. And even the prestigious Girls' Academy showed up. Even the principals, the security bureau, the planning bureau, and the construction bureau are completely mobilized. Suddenly, the host's voice boomed like thunder over the speakers, commanding all students to maintain absolute silence. Yet, the sea of students continued to whisper furiously. Seeing this pathetic lack of discipline, Tianxiong scowled in absolute disgust. Truly, a dog can never change its filthy habit of eating trash. His harsh, metallic voice echoed through the sprawling stadium. Before I arrived here today, I still held a tiny shred of hope for you all. I thought you might still possess some room to grow. But looking at you now, I realize how utterly wrong I was. You have zero potential. Every single one of you is nothing but identical, worthless trash. I did not summon you here today, hoping to miraculously change your pathetic lives. You are only standing here because this serious matter directly dictates your futures. The former principal of the 3rd Advanced High School, Li Qingping, has committed grave and unforgivable negligence during his sacred term. He shamelessly covered up for a rogue student, resulting in catastrophic consequences. The Alliance has officially stripped him of all administrative titles, appointing Tong Day as the new principal and Supreme Education Commissioner. Tong Day stepped out from the imposing shadows following the grand announcement. Below the stage, the entire student body erupted in defiant, heartbroken outrage over Principal Li's sudden dismissal. Why is this happening? Every single one of us remembers the blood, sweat, and tears Principal Li sacrificed for this academy over the years. On what grounds are you viciously firing Principal Li? Standing quietly at the side of the stage, Principal Li hung his head in sorrowful, defeated silence. Tianxiong ruthlessly ignored their cries and continued his cold broadcast. Furthermore, the Alliance has established an official oversight committee right here in the Forgotten Lands. Principal Tang will act as chairman to mercilessly purge all illegal activities. Next, Principal Tongde will take the stage to introduce and deploy the brutal new reforms for the upcoming college entrance exams. Pushed beyond his limit, Xu Ming gathered every ounce of his warrior's courage and roared out, "Hold on just a minute. I am the Student Council President of High School Number 3. May I ask Lieutenant Qin a direct, formal question?" The officer narrowed his eyes but permitted the interruption. "Speak, Student Council President. What exactly do you wish to ask?" Xu Ming did not beat around the bush for a single second. "I demand to know exactly what unpardonable sin Principal Li committed. Why have you so suddenly and ruthlessly stripped him of his honorable position?" A dark, menacing smirk crossed Tianxiong's face as he prepared to list the deadly charges. "Very well. I originally intended to keep my mouth shut just to preserve whatever pathetic shred of dignity Principal Li had left. But since you foolish children are so desperately begging to know the ugly truth, I will lay it all bare right now. Yesterday, Principal Li Qingping actively harbored a highly dangerous, suspicious student. That wretched student's name is Gao Neng. Driven by vile personal grudges, this student deliberately leaked false intelligence to the military. This treacherous act directly caused Major Shen to tragically sacrifice her life during a critical combat mission. Major Shen was the youngest and most brilliantly talented major in the entire alliance. Her horrific death is an unimaginably devastating loss to humanity. And because Principal Li let his foolish personal bias blind his duty, he handled the crisis with catastrophic negligence. His blind favoritism is exactly what birthed this absolute bloody nightmare. And that concludes the matter. Unless there are any remaining objections, we are done here. The entire student body immediately erupted into a storm of heated whispers. Major Shen? Just who exactly is this Major Shen? Xu Ming's eyes widened in sudden realization. Wait, could it be Ninger? He stepped forward and demanded, "Then what about Gao Neng? Where is he right now?" The officer's voice echoed coldly across the silent hall. "The boy is dead. After Major Shen discovered his whereabouts, he was summarily executed on the spot. Are there any further questions?" Xu Ming trembled in absolute terror as he stammered, "No, none." Heartbroken whispers swept through the female students. How could this happen? Senior Gao Neng is really dead? But his legend was just beginning. Tears welled up in their eyes as the devastating news finally sank in. Tangde grabbed the microphone, his tone dripping with sheer arrogance. "Then I shall resume taking charge of the university entrance exam reforms." But before he could even finish his sentence, the deafening roar of a motorcycle tore through the hall, violently skidding to a halt right in the corner. The dust settled, revealing a highly familiar silhouette. Gao Neng casually brushed off his jacket. "Oh, are you guys having an assembly? My bad, I am running a bit late." Recognizing that lazy yet confident voice, the girls instantly squealed in sheer delight. Meanwhile, Tianxiong and his faction froze in absolute disbelief. Standing casually amidst the massive crowd, Gao Neng blinked in confusion. "So, am I supposed to stand here and listen? Or should I go grab a chair from the classroom?" Teacher Zhang's jaw practically hit the floor as he gasped. Gao. Gao Neng? How on earth are you here? The boy flashed a brilliant, carefree smile. I am a student, am I not? Of course I came to attend school. The teachers looked like they had just seen a ghost. Attend school? Gao Neng grinned, dropping a massive bombshell. Actually, I pulled off a legendary achievement this time. The academy definitely owes me a massive reward. Isn't that right, Major Shen? The moment that heavy title left his lips, both Tangde and Tianxiang stiffened like stone statues, a cold sweat breaking out across their backs. The rider behind him finally removed her heavy helmet. Silver hair cascaded down as Ninger stepped forward. He is absolutely right. I am here on behalf of the military to officially commend student Gao Neng for his outstanding service. Shockwaves ripped through the entire assembly. Gao Neng was alive, and Ninger was alive too. Wait a minute. Then what was all that garbage Lieutenant Qin was spouting earlier? Tianzhong's face twisted in absolute panic. What is the meaning of this? Tangde practically shrieked, his composure completely shattered. This is impossible. I saw him die with my own 2 eyes. Teacher Zhang rushed forward, inspecting them from head to toe. So, Major Shen is completely unharmed? Gao Ning smirked confidently. And not a single scratch on me either. Then what in the world were you doing all of last night? Gao Ning waved his hand dismissively, acting as if he was discussing the weather. Honestly, I did not do much. Just helped the military wrap up a trivial little mission. I just casually slaughtered over 200 vicious thugs, exterminated a squad of high-level energy fighters. Oh, and I crushed an actual angel while I was at it. He shrugged with an infuriatingly humble smile. Like I said, just a few trivial errands. Honestly, it is barely even worth mentioning. The sheer magnitude of his kill count sent the entire hall into an absolute frenzy. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Senior Gao Neng is an absolute monster. Wait, that guy is Gao Neng? The undisputed rank 1 genius of the 12th grade? I cannot believe it. He is not just a peerless academic genius, but he is insanely handsome too. Forget the grades. His combat power is completely off the charts. Ninger placed a firm, praising hand on his shoulder. Do not be so modest. You also single-handedly helped the military eradicate a massive Ninger placed a firm, praising hand on his shoulder. Do not be so modest. You also single-handedly helped the military eradicate a massive underground syndicate factory. Not only will you be receiving an astronomical cash bounty, but your name will be permanently etched into the military's Hall of Honor. She turned to face the massive crowd. Since we have such a large audience gathered here today, why do we not take this perfect opportunity to host an official award ceremony for student Gao Neng right now? Principal Li, what are your thoughts on this? Qing Ping shifted uncomfortably, deeply hesitant to proceed. Tianxiang finally snapped, his face turning an ugly shade of purple. Shen Ninger, even if you are a major, and even if your military rank technically surpasses mine, you do not have absolute authority to just dictate orders around here. He pointed a trembling finger at her face. You hold absolutely no right to unilaterally make decisions on behalf of the entire military command. Furthermore, I am the officially designated commanding officer for this regional operation. I have already permanently stripped Qing Ping of his administrative position. Before he could continue his rant, Ninger cut him off with icy calmness. Let me guess. You are relying on the supervisory committee, correct? A smug, venomous grin spread across his face. Exactly. In my hands right now is the official, government-sanctioned deployment mandate. My supreme authority over this zone is completely indisputable. You have absolutely zero power here. Ninger did not even flinch. She simply tilted her head. Oh, a mandate document, you say? Very well then. Ensign Chen, kindly present our official documentation for him to review. The smug grin on Tianxiang's face instantly vanished, replaced by a creeping sense of dread. Chen Bai stepped forward, unrolling a heavily sealed, golden-crested parchment. Allow me to present the absolute newest executive order. Sent directly from the Supreme Federal Alliance itself, his booming voice echoed like thunder across the silent hall. Effective from June 15th to July 15th. Absolute and total jurisdiction over the Forgotten Lands is hereby transferred to Major Shen. He pulled out a second sealed folder. Furthermore, I hold a secondary decree right here. This decree officially outlines the immediate and permanent revocation of Lieutenant Qin Tianxiang's military rank. This termination order officially took effect exactly 2 days ago, authorized and signed directly by the Supreme Federal Alliance. Tianxiang's entire world shattered into pieces. He stood completely paralyzed, grinding his teeth so hard they nearly cracked, choking on his own suffocating rage. Ninger looked down at him with the chilling gaze of an apex predator. As of right now, you are nothing but a rankless civilian. Would you like me to read the finer details of your disgrace one more time? I refuse to accept this, Tianxiong roared like a cornered beast. You witch, I utterly reject this outcome. Every single drop of blood I shed was for the ultimate glory of the Alliance, for the absolute future of the federal government. What right do you have to strip away my entire life's work? I made no mistakes. I did absolutely nothing wrong. Ninger's eyes turned as cold as the deepest Arctic glaciers. Tianxiong. It is true that your ruthless actions were calculated for the benefit of the Alliance and the government. In that narrow-minded perspective, perhaps you committed no tactical error. But answer me this. Have you ever, even for a fleeting second, considered the innocent lives trapped within the Forgotten Lands? A look of pure, unadulterated disgust warped his face. For the Forgotten Lands? You think those pathetic insects crawling in the mud deserve the Alliance's grace? Those spineless cowards are destined to rot in this wasteland until the day they die. They are nothing but filthy parasites leeching off the absolute glory of our Alliance. Is it not their sole destiny to be sacrificed for our greater good? Every single one of them deserves to die. They deserve absolute death. His psychotic ranting was abruptly silenced. Gao Neng had heard enough garbage for one day and delivered a brutal steel shovel smash straight into his arrogant face. Bam! Tianxiong was violently launched backward, crashing through a row of wooden chairs. Gao Neng stared down at him with supreme disgust. The only piece of trash who actually deserves to die here is you. The entire student body erupted into deafening, synchronized cheers. Hell yeah, what a legendary strike. Humiliated beyond belief, Tianxiong's eyes practically bled with murderous intent. You insignificant little rat. I will tear you limb from limb. Two heavily armored soldiers instantly tackled him to the floor, pinning him down mercilessly. Unhand me. Release me this instant, he shrieked like a madman. Watching the absolute chaos unfold, Ninger crossed her arms with an amused smirk. That boy's shovel technique was honestly quite devastating. Tangda collapses onto the cold ground, his spirit completely crushed. It is over, he mutters in absolute defeat. Heavy iron cuffs lock around his wrists, sealing his fate. Chenbai leans in, his voice hushed with disbelief. Major, 100,000 Alliance credits. That is an absolute fortune. Ninger's eyes gleam with unwavering resolve. The military will honor its word without question, she declares. He is no longer just a boy. He is the shining beacon the Forsaken Land desperately needs. This entire operation would have collapsed into ashes without him. Add 1,000 merit points to his military application. He has earned every single one. Chenbai freezes, his eyes widening in pure shock. 1,000 points? He gasps. That is the exact equivalent of slaying a Tier 3 powerhouse on the bloody front lines. A faint, proud smile plays on Ninger's lips. He single-handedly crushed a battle angel. She counters smoothly. Tell me, what tier does that monstrous feat deserve? The revelation hits Chenbai like a physical blow. He stammers, his mind struggling to process the truth. Wait a second, I still do not sense even a drop of magnetic energy from his body. Unless my eyes are deceiving me, his aura is incredibly weak. He has broken through his physical limits. Maybe once. At the absolute most. Ninger gives a slow, knowing nod. You are exactly right. That is why those merit points are strictly conditional. He must first prove his worth by conquering the entrance exam for the 4 great military academies. The tension in the air thickens heavily. And the absolute bare minimum requirement for the 4 great is shattering the physical limiter twice. Her gaze drifts toward the distant horizon. If he fails to reach that peak, his brilliant light will fade. This so-called hope will rot forever in the Forsaken Land. Meanwhile, Gao Neng is surrounded by starstruck underclassmen posing for flashing cameras. Watching him, Chenbai cannot help but wonder, is this kid blessed by the heavens or cursed by terrible luck? Suddenly, a furious roar shatters the calm. Ninger! Tianxiong bellows, his face twisting with rage. You wear that uniform. You know exactly how many brave souls are slaughtered on the bloody front lines every single day. Mountains of corpses. And for what miserable relief fund? He spits bitterly. He points an accusing finger at the crowd. And what exactly are these useless rats of the Forsaken Land doing to help? Absolutely nothing. They are just pathetic parasites leeching off the Alliance's protection. His voice echoes fiercely. And now you want to bend over backwards to coddle them? A heavy, sorrowful silence falls over Ninger. Tianxiong, she begins, her voice trembling with barely suppressed emotion. You speak so loudly of the military's sacrifices out there, but do you remember the aftermath of the Great War, when the Alliance abandoned this very soil? Her eyes pierce right through his arrogant facade. Tell me, Who stayed behind in the hellish rearguard? Who drowned in rivers of their own blood to buy the Alliance enough time to escape? It was them! Her voice cracks like thunder across the courtyard. The forgotten, nameless heroes of the Forsaken Land. They stood their ground when everyone else ran. They died without names, without honor, and without a single credit of relief. And yet, you stand here and brand them as cowards. She takes a fierce step forward. When the Alliance retreated, 70 million souls lived in this vibrant city. The crushing weight of her words brings a suffocating silence. Look around you now, she demands passionately. Less than 10 million shattered survivors remain in this wasteland. This forsaken land used to be humanity's ultimate capital of hope. Our global population plummets every single year. Her voice softens, dripping with absolute conviction. These people are flesh and blood. They need our salvation, not our chains. You dare to spit on their legacy? You dare to label them as weak and pathetic? Even a coward's ultimate sacrifice is still a sacrifice paid in blood. Her devastating words strike like lightning. The entire hall falls into a chilling, absolute silence. The brutal truth finally shatters Tianxiong's arrogant worldview. Nearby, Gao Neng stands completely mesmerized, his heart swelling with newfound pride. Breaking the tension, Chen Bai presses a massive stack of bills into Gao Neng's trembling hands. Your reward from the Alliance, kid. The Alliance thanks you for your selfless courage today. Chen Bai nods with genuine respect. May that fiery spirit carry you to absolute victory in the upcoming university entrance exams. Major Ninger steps forward, her intense aura softening just a fraction. Our paths diverge here for now, she says smoothly. Crush those exams, Gao Neng. Her eyes suddenly flash with a lethal warning. But remember this. If you fail, Wang Ju's remaining thugs will tear you apart. She turns away, her cape billowing dramatically. If fate allows, we shall meet again at the top. Chen Bai watches the boy with deep admiration. Faced with a death threat from Major Shen and a mountain of cash, Gao Neng does not even blink. His expression remains terrifyingly calm. This kid possesses the mindset of an absolute monster, Chen Bai thinks silently. But the illusion of his badass stoicism shatters instantly. A sudden violent gust of wind rips through the courtyard. The massive stack of precious bills flies out of his grasp, scattering wildly into the sky. Gao Neng's cool facade immediately crumbles into utter panic. My precious money, he shrieks, his voice cracking desperately. He leaps through the air, frantically hugging the remaining cash to his chest like a newborn baby. That was way too close. The wind almost robbed me blind, he pants, his heart pounding out of his chest. This is 100,000 credits, money I earned with my own sweat and blood. No stealing, no scamming, just pure, honest grinding. His eyes sparkle with overwhelming joy. With this fortune, my academy tuition is fully covered. More importantly, Mom will never have to break her back in the freezing rain again. He puffs out his chest, a smug grin spreading across his face. And the best part? I finally do not have to sell my gorgeous looks and flawless talent as a substitute teacher anymore. From this glorious day forward, I am completely free. Suddenly, a mechanical chime echoes in his mind. Ding, system alert. Congratulations, host. You have completed the hidden mission, the responsibility of a true man. Reward unlocked. One high-tier treasure chest. The glowing blue screen materializes before his eyes. Mission completion rating. Flawless. Evaluating final compensation protocol. Standard deduction applied. Confiscating 90% of the 100,000 Alliance credits. Gao Neng's smug grin vanishes in an instant. Wait, what did you just say? What are you doing? He screams in absolute horror. Right before his eyes, his hard-earned mountain of cash begins disintegrating into thin air. He claws at the fading bills, desperately trying to catch the digital particles. Stop, have mercy, leave my money alone, he wails at the merciless system. Ding! Funds have been successfully extracted. Gao Neng drops to his knees, staring blankly at the pathetic few bills left in his trembling hands. His soul completely leaves his body. You absolute scam of a system. This is daylight robbery. Give me back my hard-earned cash. Right at that heartbreaking moment, a shy underclassman nervously tugs his sleeve. Senior Gao Neng? See, could I please get a picture with you? She asks sweetly. Smiling warmly, Teacher Zhang steps up, raising his camera to capture the heroic moment. Look at the lens. 3, 2, 1, smile brightly. Teacher Zhang cheers. But as he looks through the viewfinder, he freezes in sheer confusion. Something is terribly wrong here. Has this kid not just received a massive fortune? Why does he look like he is attending his own funeral? Gao Neng's face is completely streaked with invisible, absolute despair. Ignoring his host's shattered heart, the cold system chimes once more. Ding! Host status screen has been successfully refreshed. Name, Gao Neng. Age, 18. Current status, senior student at the 3rd Advanced High School. Location, the Forsaken Land. Blood chi value, 190 out of 202. Rating, good. Mental energy, 141 out of 150. Rating, elite. Elemental talent rates unlocked. Iron, 100%. Copper, 100%. Magnesium, 100%. Silver, 100%. Gold, 100%. Iodine, 100%. Sulfur, 100%. The glowing text details his monstrous potential. System note: the higher the talent value, the greater the absolute intimacy with elemental energy. Special ability unlocked, the Eye of Plunder. But lurking at the very bottom, a chilling countdown appears. System warning, time remaining. Exactly 4 days. Evolution 4 out of 10. Cao Neng stares at the holographic interface, completely baffled. What is up with this evolution completion rate? If this progress is based on finishing quests, he should have easily cleared 5 missions by now. Then it hits him. That random mission from before must have been a wild card. Do random quests not count toward his total evolution points? Suddenly, a chilling system chime echoes in his mind. Alert! Evolution rate has reached the required threshold. Forced activation of the ultimate mission initiated. An ultimate mission? He has absolutely zero right to refuse. There is no backing out now. Default difficulty locked at nightmare mode. The system displays the ultimate mission, sparkling red star. If he successfully clears all ultimate objectives, his true evolution will finally begin. But the penalty is devastating. Failing even a single objective will instantly wipe out every single evolution point he has earned. Cao Neng wants to cry tears of blood. First, this blasted system robbed him of his hard-earned points, and now it is shoving him straight into the jaws of death. He really underestimated its ruthless tricks, but he refuses to back down. Why should he let a glowing blue screen intimidate him? He grits his teeth. Let's see just how terrifying this nightmare difficulty ultimate mission really is. The cold system text scrolls before his eyes. Ultimate mission, 1 out of 5. Subtle supremacy. True luxury isn't about flashing a flawless face. It is about harboring absolute, untouchable arrogance deep within your soul. The objective? He must use the most high-profile, dramatic attitude imaginable during the upcoming university entrance exams. He needs to successfully grab the attention of every single examinee. Then, he must point right at the proctor's face and curse 3 times. Are you an absolute idiot? And finally, pass the exam as the #1 top scorer. But there is a massive catch in the notes. His supreme inner arrogance must remain completely undetectable to others. He absolutely cannot reveal his hidden talents to the world. Cao Neng's mind races. The military prep exam is purely a physical endurance test. Coasting through the first phase might be a breeze. But the second phase? That is specifically designed to test a student's hidden potential. He remembers the academy's hyper-advanced testing machines. He feels completely played. If he isn't allowed to show off his talent, how is he supposed to pass the test? And getting the top score after openly humiliating the proctor? Does this system think his family secretly owns the military academy? Before he can spiral further, a starry-eyed underclassman approaches him. Senior Cao Neng, it is finally my turn to take a picture with you. Cao Neng, already boiling with rage, delivers a merciless, flying kick right to the kid's chest. Take a picture of my foot. Get lost! The massive crowd of students watches their classmates soar directly into the sky. Instead of horror, their eyes sparkle with pure worship. As expected of the legendary senior Cao Neng, even his kicks overflow with terrifying majesty. Just look at that flawless form and devastating power. It is beautiful enough to be framed in a museum. Everyone immediately starts fighting for the next turn to be kicked. Cao Neng hangs his head in absolute despair. Why must a man blessed with such universal, heaven-defying beauty suffer the endless jealousy of this damn system? Later that noon at school, Cao Neng is deep in thought. He analyzes his status board, watching his blood vitality and spiritual energy simultaneously tick up by a single point. Could it be? Did that brutal battle from last night permanently boost his passive experience gain? The glowing holographic panel displays his current stats. Blood vitality 200, 3 out of 203. Spiritual energy 151 out of 151. Counting from his very first physical awakening, he is completely primed to shatter his body's limits for the 3rd time today. But strangely, the numbers shift. Current spiritual energy 101 out of 168. Blood vitality, 120 out of 251. He suddenly realizes something bizarre. It doesn't hurt this time. Instead, a surge of blistering, boiling mist washes through his entire body. But why does the power surge suddenly stop? Blood vitality, 120 out of 251. Spiritual energy, 101 out of 168. The massive stat boost isn't even half as potent as his last breakthrough. It makes sense. The higher his level climbs, the weaker the raw effects become. Luckily, he has one last pill stashed away to force his stats back to their peak. A system notification flashes. Blood vitality surges to 300. Scanning complete. Host's blood vitality has reached the grand milestone of 300 points. The robotic voice echoes in his mind. Would you like to initiate the second physical limit breakthrough now? Cao Neng's eyes burn with anticipation. Finally, the moment of truth. Instantly, agonizing pain rips through his entire body. Veins bulge violently against his skin as if ready to burst. This torturous trial drains far more stamina than the first time. Honestly, passing out right now would be an absolute blessing. 15 agonizing minutes later, the golden status board updates. Breakthrough successful. Blood value stabilizes at 150 out of 30. He successfully shatters his physical limits for the second time. Talent evaluation. Excellent rank. The cultivation speed of his blood vitality permanently increases by 35%. Spiritual energy resting at 94 out of 185. The notifications keep rolling in. Second limit broken. Talent evaluated as excellent. Cultivation speed of his spiritual energy permanently boosted by 38%. Cao Neng catches his breath, analyzing the massive gains. The amplification for his spiritual energy is noticeably larger after this breakthrough. It has to be the lingering effects of the soul-forging pill he consumed earlier. He clenches his fists, feeling the terrifying rush of power. His vital essence, inner energy, and fighting spirit have all skyrocketed to a completely new realm. But doing the math, things look grim. At this grueling pace, shattering his limits for a third time will require at least 4 incredibly rare marrow-cleansing pills. He shakes his head, pushing the thought away. He hasn't slept a wink in 2 nights. Right now, he desperately needs to recharge. He crashes hard, sleeping straight, until the blood-red dusk paints the sky. Outside, an entire army of stray cats gathers, puffing their fur and snarling viciously toward a single direction. A menacing white cat stands tall, issuing a chilling declaration. Stop your pathetic meowing. I came here today to give you weaklings a warning. From this moment on, this entire territory belongs to me. The reigning boss, a massive, battle-scarred black cat, lets out a furious, deafening roar. It launches itself directly at the arrogant white intruder, but the white cat doesn't even flinch, calmly narrowing its icy eyes. In a split second, the boss black cat is brutally smashed into the ground. The intense battle aura silences every other stray in the alley. The white cat stands up on 2 legs, eyes glowing a demonic red, tightly gripping a miniature hammer in its paws. Suddenly, the weapon morphs. The hammer transforms into a heavy metal wrench, delivering a merciless, bone-crushing strike to the black cat. The former boss is sent flying through the air, suffering a humiliating, absolute defeat. The victorious white cat brushes off the dust, leisurely stepping down from its throne of scrap metal. It looks down at its new subjects and declares its absolute rule. Starting today, I am the undisputed cat king of this alley. Now, go deliver a declaration of war to the cat kings of the other 5 districts. Tell them that in exactly 3 days, we will settle our fates on this very battlefield. Its ambition burns brighter than the setting sun. I refuse to rule just this single pathetic block. I will conquer it all, and become the supreme cat king of the entire forgotten land. Meanwhile, back at Cao Neng's apartment, his mother is just pulling out her keys to unlock the front door. Suddenly, a mysterious, lightning-fast feline shadow dashes right past her legs, making her gasp in shock. Little does she know, the real nightmare is just beginning. Zilan stares in utter shock. The key has just been snatched right out of her hand, but seeing the Cat King acting so incredibly adorable, her heart instantly melts. Oh my, whose precious little cat could this be? Are you hungry, little one? Be a good kitty. Just wait until I open this door, and I will get you some food. Could you hand that key back to me first? The Cat King obediently drops the key into her palm. A bright smile crosses Zilan's face as she invites the feline inside. What an absolutely brilliant cat. I wonder who the lucky owner is. Come on in, the house is just a little bit messy. Stepping into the living room, she immediately calls out, Gao Neng, are you doing your homework or sleeping in there? I am going to start cooking, so hurry up and come out. Gao Neng rubs his aggressively rumbling stomach. Mom, you are already home? I just woke up from a nap. Suddenly, his sleepy eyes lock onto the Cat King. Every ounce of drowsiness vanishes in a flash. The Cat King sits there casually grooming its sharp claws, while Gao Ning reacts like he is facing a world-ending boss, frantically dragging a chair between them. Gripping the wooden chair like a makeshift shield, he demands, "What the hell are you doing here?" Zilan peeks out from the kitchen and scolds him. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Gao Neng, tell me you are not bullying this poor little thing." Instinct taking over, Gao Neng instantly scoops the Cat King into a tight, incredibly forced hug. "No way, Mom. Me and this cat? We have a deep, magical connection. Look at him, he absolutely loves me." She lets out a soft sigh of relief. "Well, that is wonderful. Dinner is almost ready. Go set the table and find a spotless bowl for our guest." The second she turns away, the Cat King shoots him a look of pure disgust, violently shoving Gao Neng's face away with its paws. "Just how long do you plan on hugging me, human? Watch your step, or this magnificent king might just bite your nose off." Gao Neng leans in, his curiosity piquing. "Cut the act and tell me, what exactly is your endgame here?" The divine feline scoffs. "This king has no grand master plan. I am merely seeking a comfortable place to sleep. I am now the legendary Cat King, the absolute ruler and supreme god of all felines. Did you honestly expect me to sleep in a filthy garbage dump with stray peasants?" Gao Neng squints, totally baffled. "Then why choose my house out of everywhere else? Look around, buddy. My family is completely broke. We definitely cannot afford to serve a majestic cat god like your highness." The Cat King raises its chin with unmatched arrogance. "What does a simpleton like you know? This king's status has completely evolved. I must dine on the finest human cuisine from now on. Normal humans cannot comprehend my divine speech. What if those ignorant fools try to feed me generic cat kibble? Does this king not need to maintain his absolute prestige?" Gao Neng blinks, utterly speechless. "So, what you are saying is, I have to be your butler?" The cat smirks. "Speak of it as a bestowed honor, mortal. This is your ultimate privilege. Fine, think whatever you want. But if I am going to be the one raising you, I get to pick your name." The Cat King nods in royal agreement. "Oh, this is going to be good." A mischievous, wicked grin spreads across Gao Neng's face. "All right then, I officially christen you. Gudan, you stupid dog. Fine, fine. Your full name shall be Gao Gudan. Actually, no. A creature like you does not deserve my noble surname. From this day forth, you are Li Gudan." Hearing this absolute disrespect, the Cat King's fur explodes in fiery rage. It lunges, its sharp claws striking Gao Neng, who screams in pure, terrified panic. "What are you trying to do, you psycho cat?" In the chaotic scuffle, Gao Neng's desperate defensive block throws the Cat King completely off balance, sending the feline crashing backward with a heavy thud. The moment its body smacks the wall, a bizarre transformation occurs. The cat turns into a literal puddle of liquid, sliding down the wallpaper like a pile of squishy mush. A second later, it pops back into its majestic Cat King form, clicking its tongue in sheer admiration, a flawless execution of the ultimate groin-shattering killer strike. "Not bad, kid. Not bad at all. You actually mastered that deadly technique." Right at that tense moment, Zilan's voice echoes out. "Gao Neng, time to set the table for dinner." His mind starts racing with tactical calculations. A magical cat that can literally shapeshift into liquid? Keeping this mystical beast around might actually be a massive cheat code. Later that evening, after practically inhaling the dinner, the Cat King lies completely stuffed on the mattress. "Ah, my belly is bursting with pure satisfaction." In the end, this bizarre, shape-shifting feline officially receives the name Xiao Meng, and starting tonight, it claims total dominance over Gao Neng's bed. Staring at the sleeping furball, Gao Neng falls into deep thought. If he tosses this magical cat into a stew, does that mean he will consume that weird liquid form? Would his intelligence multiply 100 times over? His dark culinary thoughts are interrupted by Zilan's gentle reminder. "Oh, right. Your 1,000 university application fee. I can definitely gather the rest of it by tomorrow. Auntie Lee has always admired my jade bracelet, and she mentioned I could pawn it for a good price." Gao Ning's heart aches at her words, and he quickly stops her. "Mom, do not worry about the application fee. I already have it. The academy checked my academic records. They said my grades are exceptionally high, and I have a massive chance of getting into the prestigious military academy. Because of that, they awarded me a special scholarship." He gently places a small stack of cash into Zilan's worn hands. "After paying the registration fees, our family still has a solid 9,000 left over. Mom, I am a grown man now. I have the power to earn money with my own two hands." Tears of pure, overwhelming emotion spill from her eyes. "My precious boy, you have truly grown into a man." He holds her hands tightly, making a solemn vow. I swear to you, I will crush this exam, and once I do, we are moving to the glorious capital of hope together. Deal? Her voice trembles with a mix of fear and longing. To the capital of hope? Gao Neng's confident smile fades into a deeply sorrowful expression. Yes, and we will finally find out the truth about Dad. The instant those words leave his mouth, Zilan physically flinches, deliberately avoiding his gaze. I am feeling a little exhausted. There are leftovers in the kitchen if you get hungry. I am going to rest in my room. As she hurries away, Xiaomeng casually scales Gao Neng's back, perching right on top of his head with two demanding meows. Utterly defeated by the heavy atmosphere, Gao Neng sighs. Can you just speak human language for a second? The cat ignores his depression, wildly waving an empty porcelain bowl in his face. This king demands an immediate second serving. Gao Neng painfully massages his throbbing temples. You useless glutton. All you know is how to eat. 2 intense days flash by. The fateful day of the legendary university entrance exam has finally arrived. As Gao Neng marches toward the testing grounds, he aggressively argues with his internal system. Listen to me. I have racked my brain for 2 straight days and 2 agonizing nights. Let's make a deal. If I promise to stop calling you a useless bastard from now on, can you please adjust this ridiculous mission just a tiny bit? Like, I do not know. If maybe swap it out for a totally different quest? The system's robotic voice chimes with zero empathy. Request denied. Mission parameters have been permanently locked. Alterations are strictly forbidden. Gao Neng grits his teeth in blazing fury. You absolutely ruthless bastard. Fine. If that is how you want to play it, then I cannot afford to hold back my true power anymore. Right here, right now, I am going to force everyone to open their damn eyes and witness my absolute God-tier level. Standing dead center in the massive sea of nervous candidates, he takes a deep breath and unleashes a fearless, earth-shattering roar. Principal Li, I heard a little rumor that the position of examination board chairman is decided purely by our university exam results. Principal Li, do you want to sit on that glorious chairman's throne? Because if you do, just give me the word. Your boy, Gao Neng, is about to snatch that legendary top scholar title right out of their hands and hand it directly to you. His fiery gaze sweeps across the shocked crowd like a blazing inferno. To the principals and elite students of all those other garbage schools, you better listen up, and listen good. You all just focus on trying not to fail, because as for the championship, do not even dare to dream about it. Absolute silence falls over the courtyard as the entire crowd of rival students stands completely frozen, utterly paralyzed by this mind-blowing, arrogant declaration. Qing Ping swallowed hard, his voice trembling under the heavy atmosphere. This is Gao Neng. Whispers instantly erupted through the crowd like wildfire. That is Gao Neng? He looks way too arrogant. I heard the military has their eyes locked on him now. He is basically a VIP. Suddenly, a mechanical chime echoed in Gao Neng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing step 1. You have successfully captured everyone's attention. The essence of youth is absolute arrogance. Please keep up the good work. A lackey leaned in, smirking in the shadows. Boss hi. What is the big deal with this Gao Neng guy? Haifan scoffed, already knowing the kid's entire background. He has military backing, so let it go for now. There is no need to clash with him openly. Once the brutal exams start, we will teach him exactly where he stands. Meanwhile, the female students were completely mesmerized. Wow, the more you look at Gao Neng, the more dangerously handsome he gets, and he is bursting with raw power. He is absolute perfection. Senior sister Ling Ling, you are the undisputed beauty queen of our academy. There is no way Gao Neng can resist your devastating charm. Exactly. Just hit him with a simple honey trap, and he will fall right to his knees, begging for more. Then the top scholar title will easily be yours for the taking. Ling Ling flipped her hair, her eyes gleaming with supreme arrogance. Well, since my lovely sisters put it that way, I simply cannot refuse. Watch and learn, girls. It will only take 3 moves to have him eating out of the palm of my hand. Across the room, both Ling Ling and Haifan stood radiating pure, unadulterated confidence. Gao Neng stood there, utterly speechless. Fools, he thought. This entire testing zone is covered by my immense spiritual domain. Did they really think I could not hear every single word? Whatever. These background NPCs and scheming green tea girls are simply not worth my legendary time. He gently tapped his backpack. Inside, Xiaomeng was sleeping soundly. I am putting all my hopes on you, Gao Neng muttered to himself. The Supreme Cat King can achieve the impossible. The physical trials finally began. The first student stepped up to the testing machine and unleashed a fierce punch. Bang! The screen flashed, 319 points. The crowd erupted in chatter. Not bad at all. You have already broken through the first bodily limit, right? Yeah, a few days ago. But it is still nothing compared to Boss High's massive 441 points. High Fan crossed his arms, sneering with absolute disdain. It took me a significant amount of agonizing time to shatter my first physical limit. So a score like that is just perfectly average. I bet that arrogant Gao Neng only recently broke through himself. Let us see if he can actually give me a pleasant surprise. A lackey immediately chimed in, practically drooling with flattery. Boss High, you are overthinking this. How could trash like him ever compare to a peerless genius like you? But moments later, a deafening boom shook the hall. The screen glitched, displaying a face-slapping score of 725 points. High Fan froze in pure shock. He had never seen raw data this terrifying before. He must have shattered his physical limit twice, the crowd gasped. Still, High Fan gritted his teeth, desperately searching for any excuse to deny reality. Pure explosive power is absolutely useless on the real battlefield, High Fan barked. True strength completely depends on speed and endurance, yet the speed test proved him dead wrong. Gao Neng blazed past the finish line at 6.5 seconds, completely dominating the pack. Next came the endurance trial. A brutal chamber simulating 10 times normal gravity. The longer a student could survive the crushing pressure, the higher their endurance rating would soar. While dozens of elite students collapsed to the floor, gasping for air, Gao Neng stood tall and incredibly proud. His flawless posture left the military higher-ups completely and utterly speechless. Top students from previous years could barely endure 2 minutes, an examiner gasped. This is simply way too exaggerated. In all my years of grading, I have never seen a monster like this. Under the bone-crushing gravity, Gao Neng had been casually doing calisthenics for 20 straight minutes. Just based on these raw stats alone, he is guaranteed a spot in the top academies. Major Shen truly has an eye for legendary talent. Now, let us see if he can clear the final and most crucial hurdle, the talent assessment. While Gao Neng was taking a casual sip of water, Ling Ling finally made her move. Feigning sheer clumsiness, she bumped heavily into his chest. She tumbled to the floor, her cheeks flushing a delicate shade of pink. I am so sorry. I was just too careless. Continuing her Oscar-worthy performance, she snapped her own heel. Oh no, my shoe. How terribly embarrassing. Classmate Gao Neng, my shoe is completely ruined. Could I trouble you to help me up? Without a shred of hesitation, Gao Neng reached down and brutally snapped the heel off her other shoe. There, if I break the other one, it perfectly balances out. Much easier to walk now, he declared confidently. Ling Ling's scheming maiden heart instantly shattered into a million pieces. Striking the majestic pose of a wandering hero who required no praise, he brushed off his clothes. No need to thank me. I must be going now. As afternoon fell, the atmosphere grew suffocatingly tense. It was time for the Supreme Talent Assessment. The first candidate stepped onto the platform, and the results flashed. Iron Talent, 15%. Bronze Talent, 10%. Absolute failure. Gao Neng discreetly tapped his bag, whispering to Xiao Meng. Listen to me very carefully. When it is my turn, I do not care what dirty tricks you use. You must completely destroy that measuring machine. If you pull this off, I will buy you fresh fish. Fine. I will raise the bounty to 3 premium fishes. Not a single one more. Xiao Meng simply licked its sharp claws with villainous calm. Suddenly, Ling Ling crept up from behind, forcing a sickly sweet smile. Oh, what an adorable little kitty. I never expected classmate Gao Neng to be such an animal lover. Could I pretty please hold it for just a second? Xiao Meng shot her a look of utter disgust. In a swift, lethal motion, the Supreme Cat raised its hindquarters and unleashed a devastatingly toxic fart right into her perfectly powdered face. The surrounding students scrambled back 3 full meters, gagging for air. Gao Neng scratched his head with an awkward smile. My deepest apologies. My cat has a terrible stomachache today. Ling Ling's lackeys pinched their noses, tears streaming down their faces. Senior sister Ling Ling. It looks like a complete failure. The second honey trap move had 0 effect, but the humiliated beauty queen was not done yet. Shut your mouths, Ling Ling hissed through the stench. I will absolutely conquer him. I swear on my pride, I still possess one final, unbeatable trump card. Just as the drama peaked, the machine roared to life for the next candidate. The results blazed in blinding light. High Fan. Bronze Talent, 43%. Phosphorus Talent, 35%. The entire hall gasped in pure disbelief. A dual awakening of bronze and phosphorus elements. Good heavens, it will be impossible for anyone to surpass him this year. I heard his older brother also awakened dual talents last year, and was immediately drafted. They are truly a family of peerless generals. Fan bathed in the ocean of admiration, his ego swelling to the heavens. But then, the examiner's booming voice shattered his glory. Candidate 0734, Gao Neng. Every single pair of eyes locked onto the stage, hearts pounding with intense anticipation. It is finally his turn. He completely obliterated the physical records this morning. But what terrifying secrets will his talent assessment reveal? No way! His physical stats are already off the charts. If his elemental talent matches Haifan, wouldn't that make him an absolute monster? The crowd buzzes. It is Gao Neng. It is finally his turn. But the proctor frowns, staring in utter disbelief. Gao Neng, are you seriously bringing a cat to the exam? Gao Neng puts on his best tragic face. Sir, my family situation is incredibly difficult. My mother works grueling hours, and there is absolutely no one to watch my poor cat at home. The proctor sighs in defeat. Fine, whatever. Just step up, Gao Neng. Place both hands inside the machine. Feel the elemental energy flowing within, and imagine drawing that power right into your palms. Without a single second of hesitation, Gao Neng plunges his hands straight into the testing device. The stakes are crystal clear. A 40% affinity in one element makes you elite. 30% in two makes you a rare genius. Gao Neng holds his breath. What kind of monstrous stats will he awaken? He shoots a desperate look at his feline companion, Xiao Meng. 5 fish is my absolute limit. I will buy them all for you when we get back, okay? The proctor snaps, losing his patience entirely. Gao Neng, what are you dawdling for? Hurry it up. There is a massive line of examinees waiting right behind you. He grits his teeth. All right, here goes nothing. But he shoots one last fierce glare at the cat. If I fail this, Xiao Meng, you are sleeping in the junkyard tonight. Suddenly, a strange sensation washes over his palms. A terrifying, surging energy. This is it. The true power of the elements. He draws the power in with everything he has. Boom! The entire testing machine violently detonates. The proctor stumbles back, completely paralyzed by shock. What just happened? His iron affinity. It broke past 50%. Wait, it is still climbing? Copper. His copper affinity just broke the limit too. Even Gao Neng stands there completely dumbfounded by the sheer chaos. The entire testing zone crumbles into absolute ruins. Stumbling backward, Gao Neng crashes right into Ling Ling. He blinks. Wow, so soft. She presses herself tightly against him, her voice dripping with concern. Senior Gao Neng, are you okay? Are you hurt? Meanwhile, the proctor checks the final fragmented logs. Heavens, right before it blew, at least 8 of his elemental stats crossed 60%, but Gao Neng quickly steps away, completely unfazed by her charms. Many thanks for the catch, heroine. Ling Ling immediately chases after him, pouting playfully. Senior Gao Neng, do not just leave me here, she whines. Ignoring her, he proudly scoops up Xiao Meng. Amazing job, Xiao Meng. I cannot believe you completely trashed that machine, but if they blame this total destruction on me, there is absolutely no way I can afford to pay for it. Suddenly, a brilliant, devious idea flashes in his mind. The system mission. He dramatically points a finger right at the bewildered proctor. You absolute bastard. Are you trying to get me killed? Confess right now. Are you one of Wang Ju's remaining lackeys? Did they send you here to sabotage my test and assassinate me? The proctor waves his hands in sheer panic. Hold on. Wait a second. I literally did nothing. What do you mean? Remaining lackeys? A robotic chime echoes in his head. System update. Insult the proctor. Progress. 1 out of 3. The proctor points frantically toward another station. Stop spouting nonsense. There are no assassins in the examination committee. Just go use the backup testing machine over there. We will measure you again. Gao Neng narrows his eyes suspiciously. Are you absolutely sure this one will not explode on me? If this second machine blows up, you will have 0 excuses left. And believe me, I will not let you off the hook. The proctor's patience is wearing dangerously thin. You are completely overthinking this. What just happened was a freak accident. That machine was simply way too old. The anxious crowd lets out a collective sigh of relief. Oh, thank goodness, it was just a malfunction. Man, what awful luck. Now we have to line up all over again. But, honestly, having that many stats break 60% is totally unnatural. Someone whispers. Meanwhile, Gao Neng secretly high-fives the Cat King. Keep doing exactly what you did, he mutters. I promise you will not regret it. Stepping up to the backup terminal, Gao Neng slams his hands into the testing slots. Kaboom! The second machine violently explodes in a blinding flash, launching flaming debris straight into the wall. Gao Neng instantly erupts in fake blazing fury. You filthy bastards. Are you still trying to tell me this is not a massive conspiracy? Wang Ju definitely sent you all to silence me. I will fight you to the death right here. System update. Insult the proctor. Progress. 2 out of 3. The massive back-to-back explosions draw heavy attention. Chen Bai strides into the chaotic room. What on earth is going on here? The guards immediately snap a crisp salute. Sir, Second Lieutenant Chen. He stares at the blazing wreckage in utter disbelief. An anomaly with the testing machines? They just spontaneously combusted? The entire examination zone is completely engulfed in roaring flames. Chen Bai furrows his brows in deep thought. I distinctly remember we brought an intermediate tier testing unit this time. His subordinate nods sharply. Yes, sir. The head technician made a final conclusion. If a student's elemental talent is too high, surpassing 60%, the basic terminals simply cannot handle the sheer energy overload. This level of power is incredibly rare. But if this theory holds true, we must deploy the intermediate terminal immediately. The spectating crowd erupts into absolute chaos. Surpassed 60%? Is that even humanly possible? Someone shrieks. Just how monstrous does your talent have to be to literally blow up military-grade equipment? Gao Neng smirks, overflowing with pure confidence. His baseline talent is already slightly over 60%, but with Xiaomeng secretly channeling pure power, whether it is intermediate or advanced, I will blow them all to pieces. Just one more explosion to finish the system mission. And as a bonus, I can perfectly conceal my true terrifying potential. Chen Bai steps forward, gesturing firmly. Follow me. I will personally conduct your test. However, your feline companion must be temporarily isolated. Do you have a problem with that? As Chen Bai reaches out, Xiaomeng's fur instantly spikes up in warning. In a blur of motion, the cat darts away into the shadows. Gao Neng screams in absolute panic. My cat! Get back here! Chen Bai pats his shoulder with an infuriatingly calm smile. Relax, kid. There is absolutely no way a mere cat can escape a fortified military base. Once we officially verify your stats, you will have plenty of time to go pet hunting. A technician quickly jogs over. Second Lieutenant Chen, the intermediate terminal has been completely swept. 0 anomalies detected. We can proceed with the test at any moment. Chen Bai proudly presents the glowing monolithic machine. This high-grade unit can accurately measure talent anywhere from 60 to 80%. Furthermore, even if your power miraculously breaks the 80% threshold, this reinforced beast can easily handle it. Gao Neng raises a skeptical eyebrow. So even if my power goes completely off the charts, it will not explode? Chen Bai scoffs with absolute certainty. Of course not. Let me tell you a little secret. When the legendary Major Shen took his very first evaluation, he used this exact same terminal. Are you seriously trying to tell me that your potential surpasses the mighty Major Shen? He was worried sick. Where on earth was Zhao Meng? But if that little guy could act while riding on his shoulder, maybe this distance would not be a problem at all. The crowd behind him scoffed in absolute disbelief. Exceeds 60%? As if a nobody like him could ever pull that off. I have never heard of such monstrous talent in my life. Gao Neng stepped up to the testing machine, silently praying. Xiao Meng, I am putting all my faith in you. Chen Bai's eyes widened as he sensed a terrifying fluctuation from the machine. The screen locked at 80%. The entire crowd's jaws hit the floor. Iron, copper, tin, gold, silver, phosphorus, sulfur, and silicon. Mother of heaven, even selenium, calcium, titanium, and mercury. Every single element was maxing out at 80%. Panic washed over Chen Bai's face. This is bad. Gao Neng, get your hands off that thing right now. A massive wave of anomalous energy erupted from the machine. The blast sent Gao Neng flying backward. Seeing her chance, Ling Ling instantly dashed forward to catch him. She gleefully opened her arms, pulling him into a tight embrace. Gao Neng's face smashed directly into something incredibly soft. Ling Ling smiled sweetly. Are you all right, student Gao Neng? Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. System alert. Host is currently suffering from forced physical friction. Successfully triggered the peerless mower quest. The path of the Supreme is both lonely and treacherous. In this brutal world, it is either you die, or I die. Show no mercy to your enemies. Crush all external distractions and become invincible. Eliminate absolutely every obstacle on your path to greatness. Quest objective, defeat 30 opponents. For every 10 enemies crushed, host will receive 1 novice treasure chest. Upon full completion, 1 lucky draw will be awarded. Gao Neng groaned in absolute despair. What do you mean, show no mercy? I am the one being ruthlessly suffocated right now. Up in the observation deck, Ning Er narrowed her eyes at Ling Ling's bizarre behavior. She pointed at the screen. What is that student's name? But before anyone could answer, she waved it off. Never mind, drop it. It was just a passing thought, no need to check. Down below, Gao Neng glared fiercely at the officer. Lieutenant Chen Bai, even if you are an Alliance lieutenant, I am not taking this lying down. Are you trying to mess with me right now? Did you not just promise that this exact thing would not happen again? How are you going to explain this catastrophic failure? Right then, the system updated. Quest complete. Scold the proctor 3 out of 3 times. Chen Bai's face darkened with absolute fury. That is enough, Gao Neng. You better tell me the truth right now. What exactly did you do to my machine? Meanwhile, hidden away in a dark corner of the base, Xiao Meng remained perfectly concealed. Gao Neng threw his hands up, playing the victim. What could I possibly do? You were watching my every single move, Lieutenant. How could I dare try anything funny? Even the military has to follow basic laws. Suddenly, Chen Bai's communicator buzzed. He answered the call. Understood. Wait, you mean? But what if the inspection shows a completely different result later? A brief pause followed. Yes, ma'am. I understand perfectly. His expression instantly turned dead serious. Gao Neng, your official results are in. The crowd gasped in anticipation. Results? Did the machine not just explode? How can there be any data? Chen Bai cleared his throat to explain. Although the testing terminal was destroyed, the scanning process is directly linked to the central mainframe. All of the diagnostic data was safely backed up. Whispers of absolute awe rippled through the students. The technology of the Hope sector is truly light years ahead. Who knew they had fail-safes like this? Now, I will announce his official scores directly. The holographic projection flared to life. Gao Neng. Iron affinity, 91%. Copper affinity, 88%. Tin affinity, 86%. Including these 3, Gao Neng possesses a total of 5 elemental affinities, exceeding 80%. Qingping stood completely frozen in shock. Student Gao Neng, someone in the crowd gasped. 5 top-tier talents. The summary screen locked the final grades. Having 5 talents over 80% is an unprecedented miracle for the Alliance. Therefore, to ensure his personal safety, the remaining 2 talents will remain strictly classified. The entire room stared at Gao Neng like he was a descending god. Is this the birth of a true, monstrous genius? But only Gao Neng knew the terrifying truth. This is wrong. These results are completely faked. What kind of game is Ning playing? Chen Bai handed him a file before turning away. Your specific, unedited results have been sealed in this classified document. Verify the contents, sign it, and return it to me immediately. Gao Neng walked back to the resting area as a tidal wave of cheers erupted around him. Our school finally has a top scholar. We are going to be famous. We are rich. Staring at the top-secret envelope, Gao Neng narrowed his eyes. What kind of trick is the military trying to pull here? He ripped it open, only to freeze in utter shock. It was completely blank, except for 4 handwritten words. Fill it in yourself. A smirk crept onto his face as the realization hit him. Ning definitely suspected something. She was testing him to see if he would tell her the truth. Well, if she wants to play games, I might as well give her a tiny taste of honesty. Would revealing just 8 talents be enough? He grabbed a pen and scribbled exactly 2 lines. Please, Alliance, heavily invest in my training. Sincerely yours. In the control room, Ning burst into laughter reading his cheeky reply. Sincerely yours? What a brazen kid. But to think he actually confessed. All 8 of his talent categories exceed 80%. If this heaven-defying news leaked to the public, a backgroundless kid like him would become an instant target. Sure, he might get some short-term benefits, but it would be an absolute death sentence. He is even more terrifying than I calculated. He is only 2 categories short of my own record. It is best to keep his public record at 5 talents. Right now, 5 high-tier talents are more than enough to secure him elite resources. Once he grows strong enough to protect himself, then the world will learn the terrifying truth. At that exact moment, a sharp chime rings in Gao Neng's mind. Congratulations to the host for perfectly clearing the first phase of the Supreme Mission. A basic treasure chest materializes before his eyes. His reward? A legendary marrow cleansing pill. With this, the second phase of his grueling trial officially begins. The system screen flashes with golden text. Trial Phase 2. I am the absolute overlord. Meanwhile, deep within the toxic waste sector of the Forgotten Lands, a fierce horde of alley cats gathers. They hiss in impatience. Has the challenger not arrived yet? How much longer must we wait? Suddenly, a chilling voice echoes from the shadows, making every single feline snap their heads around. Looks like the entire gang has finally gathered. Xiaomeng steps out, radiating absolute boss energy. Today is the day this queen stamps her name in the legends. Stop standing around like frozen statues. Come at me all at once. I need to wrap this up. and go home for dinner. In a flash of blurring motion, chaos erupts. Stray cats are sent flying like autumn leaves in a hurricane, while Xiaomeng wields a massive warhammer against the entire horde. She wipes her paws, her eyes gleaming with pure pride. This ultimate killing move is truly unrivaled under the heavens. If any of you trash still refuse to submit, bring me your strongest fighters. With a battle cry, Xiaomeng hoists her giant hammer and plunges straight into the sea of terrified felines. Cut back to Gao Neng, who is strolling down the street, lost in thought. I really owe Principal Li a massive favor for finding my cat. Though, the old man totally lost his mind over those exam results. His train of thought is suddenly shattered by a blaring system alert. Ultimate mission unlocked. I am the absolute overlord. Gao Neng freezes. A mission? A true overlord radiates an aura so terrifying, they could conquer the entire human alliance in the blink of an eye. The quest demands he establish total dominance over the human alliance by claiming the top scholar title in the theory exam. Gao Neng furrows his brows. A simple quest on the surface, but his gut tells him something is terribly wrong. Sure, even a once-in-a-century genius like himself only has a measly 30% chance of actually ruling the entire human alliance, but it is absolutely not impossible. Knowing how utterly ruthless and unhinged this system is, ridiculous demands like this are practically normal. Forget it, overthinking will just fry my brain. I need to get home and grind my studies. But suddenly, Gao Neng stops dead in his tracks. His senses tingle. Something is wrong. He is being followed. Who is lurking in the shadows? Could it be Wang Ju's assassins? Meanwhile, hiding in a dark alley, Ling Ling glares at her hired thugs. Are my instructions perfectly clear? In exactly 1 minute, you idiots will play the role of street thugs. The second Gao Neng walks by, you make your move. The 3 masked goons nod aggressively. Crystal clear, Boss Ling Ling. Just sit back and watch the show. A wicked, cunning smile spreads across Ling Ling's face. We will put on a hero, saving the beauty scene so epic, it will leave the viewers begging for more. Ling Ling smirks. This is my ultimate third move. There is not a single man alive who will not fall for this trap. The group of conspirators whispers in the dark, calculating every single step of their deceitful master plan. A few blocks away, Gao Neng smirks coldly. He has lived in these poverty-stricken slums his entire life. He knows every single crack in the pavement like the back of his hand. And they seriously think they can ambush him here? What a pathetic joke. These brainless idiots have absolutely garbage acting skills. And their props are even worse. Are they deliberately trying to insult his supreme intelligence? Is this really what the legendary Eye of Plunder is meant to see through? Well, at least the energy cost to keep this eye activated is surprisingly low. Right on cue, the system flashes a blue warning. 24 hours of vision remaining. He ponders for a second. Should he just take another route home? Hold on, he still has the Peerless Weed Eradication mission pending. It would be an absolute waste to ignore these fools throwing their lives away at his doorstep. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a bizarre anomaly. An uninvited figure is slowly walking straight into Ling Ling's trap. Ling Ling hisses from the shadows. Target spotted! Get ready to strike! In an instant, Ling Ling switches into Oscar-winning damsel in distress mode, sprinting away from 3 menacing thugs. Do not even try to run, you ungrateful brat. Scream until your throat bleeds. Nobody is coming to save you. Ling Ling squeezes her eyes shut, forcing out pathetic fake tears. Classmate Gao Neng, please, you have to save me. But plot twist. A fragile old lady caught in their path collapses to the dirt in pure terror. Robbers? The poor woman's entire body shakes violently, completely overwhelmed by fear. Ling Ling is utterly speechless. This was not in the script. Seeing the perfect opening, Gao Neng finally steps onto the stage. He roars with righteous fury. You bold and shameless scum! How dare you viciously bully a helpless old grandmother in broad daylight? Panic flashes across Ling Ling's face. Gao Neng, wait. It is not what it looks like. Just let me explain. He cuts her off with a glare dripping with absolute disappointment. Ling Ling, both of us are proud students of the Forgotten Lands. I never expected the girls of your academy to sink to such a pathetic and degenerate level, dressing up like street thugs in the dead of night just to terrorize a frail old woman. Do you think this makes you look cool? I will show you mercy just this once. I will not report this disgusting behavior to the girls' academy. But you better take a long, hard look at yourselves in the mirror. Ling Ling frantically waves her hands, desperately trying to save her ruined plot. You have it all wrong. I am the one being ruthlessly bullied here. The masked goons desperately try to salvage the script, backing her up. Yeah, that is right. You little punk. Stop speaking nonsense. What girls' academy are you blabbering about? We highly suggest you mind your own business, and let us drag this little beauty away. But Gao Neng's piercing gaze sees through everything. His eye of plunder has already exposed the terrifying truth. This frail old lady is actually the deadly assassin, Yi Ying. He scoffs internally. Are you kidding me right now? Do you idiots really want to keep acting out this trashy script? Run for your pathetic lives. This hidden boss you stumbled upon is not someone you can mess with. But since they refuse to retreat, he is left with zero options. Time to rely on his trusty hero Iron Hammer and his own Oscar-worthy acting skills to completely crush this situation. Smoothly concealing the massive hammer behind his back, Gao Neng rushes forward and gently helps Ye Ying sit up. Oh my god, Grandma, are you severely injured? The disguised assassin smiles warmly, her voice trembling perfectly. No, I am fine. What a remarkably sweet young man you are. Gao Neng fully immerses himself in the innocent hero role. Please do not move a single muscle. Grandma, let me carefully check if those thugs fractured any of your fragile bones. If you are hurt anywhere, I will carry you straight to the hospital myself. Yi Ying fully commits to the charade, patting his hand. Oh, this child is just too meticulous and kind. Actually, my old back does feel a bit strange. There is a sharp pain right back there. Could you be a dear and check it for me? A spine-chilling, predatory smirk flashes across Gao Neng's face. Your back, you say? Absolutely no problem. Let this good grandson fix that right up for you. In a split second, the hidden warhammer is hoisted high into the air. With terrifying speed and ruthless precision, a devastating blow is about to crash down. A truly wicked grin flashes across Gao Neng's face. Utterly confused by this sudden shift in demeanor, Ling Ling stammers, Gao Neng, what exactly are you doing? His master plan is exposed in a heartbeat. The shadows peel away, revealing Ye Ying's true, terrifying face. Without warning, she unhinges her jaw and unleashes a devastating barrage of sonic waves. Gao Neng clamps his hands over his ears, agonizing pain tearing through his head. What on earth is this? A sonic blast attack? But our main character refuses to be a sitting duck. Without a single second of hesitation, Gao Neng grips his hammer and swings it straight at his monstrous enemy. Ling Ling's mind is still spinning in absolute shock. Gao Neng, why would you? He fiercely cuts her off with a desperate roar. She is an aberrant. All of you, run for your lives right now. The group stares back in sheer disbelief. An aberrant? How could this fragile-looking old woman be a monstrous aberrant? Gao Neng, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? Sensing their distraction, Ye Ying seizes the perfect opening. She launches a lethal kick aimed right at his chest. However, Gao Neng's lightning-fast reflexes kick into overdrive, allowing him to narrowly dodge the fatal strike. Missing her primary target, she instantly pivots and lunges at Ling Ling. In a terrifying blur of motion, a cold blade is pressed firmly against Ling Ling's throat. To think you could actually resist my dark sonic wave, Ye Ying hisses. It is not just your natural talent. Your very soul is incredibly robust. It seems I will be harvesting a massive bounty today. Hearing this chilling declaration, her terrified underlings erupt into panicked screams. Sister Ling Ling, she really is an aberrant. Ling Ling's face drains of all color. Trembling, she demands to know what the monster wants, boldly reminding her that this is absolute human territory. A twisted smile creeps onto Ye Ying's face as she softly mocks her hostage. Oh, do not be so terrified. Your pathetic little life is not what I am after. Refusing to show an ounce of fear, Gao Neng fiercely charges forward. Take your hands off her. If you have any real guts, come after me. Distracted by his battle cry, Ye Ying leaves an opening, and Ling Ling viciously elbows her right in the ribs. Breaking free from the deadly grip, Ling Ling screams at the top of her lungs, Gao Neng, hurry up and run away. But Ye Ying merely lets out a bone-chilling sneer. Far too naive. Flash. A ruthlessly sharp blade of energy slashes violently across Ling Ling's back. Crimson blood splatters through the air in a gruesome display. Utterly horrified, Gao Neng screams her name in absolute despair. Showing zero mercy, Ye Ying delivers a brutal follow-up kick. Disgusting, inferior humans, she spits with venom. Seeing their leader fall, Ling Ling's 3 lackeys scramble toward her in pure panic. Sister Ling Ling, please save us. Save our lives. We are just innocent students from the girls' academy. We are not some random thugs. Desperation taking over. They turn their pleading eyes to the main character. Gao Neng? Please, you have to save us. Yi Ying glares down at the violently shivering trio with absolute disgust. Is this pathetic display truly the grand future of the human alliance? Taking drastic action, Gao Neng violently hurls his heavy hammer right at the monstrous enemy. At the same time, he barks a critical command. Her only target is me. All of you, split up and run for your lives. With terrifying ease, she casually waves her hand, effortlessly altering the hammer's trajectory mid-air. Smash! The heavy weapon blindly crashes straight into the skull of one of Ling Ling's cowardly companions. Gao Neng is left utterly speechless as a glowing system notification pops up in his vision. Peerless weed eradication progress. 1 out of 30. His jaw drops in sheer disbelief. Wait, that actually counts toward the quest? The remaining two girls burst into heavy sobs as they scatter like frightened mice. I want to go back to the academy. The principal will definitely protect us. I am way too young to die. Gao Neng quickly weighs his chaotic options. Fine, whatever works. Even though that hit was a complete accident, it bought them enough time to escape. Now I need to secure my own survival and get the hell out of here. Spotting him darting into a narrow alleyway, Ye Ying's bloodlust violently spikes. Trying to run? You cannot escape your destiny, little rat. Gao Neng relies on his incredible agility, weaving seamlessly through the winding urban maze. A confident smirk crosses his face, knowing he has completely mastered this local terrain. But one ironclad rule remains in his mind. He absolutely cannot lead this deadly monster back to his own home. He steers toward the abandoned district. The population is practically zero, and the labyrinth of streets offers the perfect cover. But just as he mentally pats himself on the back, a razor-sharp sword aura slices through the air right past his ear. Gao Neng curses under his breath. Here we go again with this crazy woman. Yi Ying relentlessly closes the gap, her face painted with the absolute certainty of a predator cornering its prey. Do not even dream of escaping. Desperate for a distraction, he wildly hurls his entire supply bag right at her face to block the path. The petty tactic heavily annoys the elite assassin. Damn it all. What kind of annoying tricks is this brat trying to pull? His raw power is laughably weak, yet he scurries around with the maddening agility of a sewer rat. Meanwhile, Gao Neng grimly accepts reality. Her top speed completely eclipses his own. If this foot race continues, he is as good as dead. Suddenly, a massive spark of inspiration hits his desperate brain. That is it. The abandoned garbage processing factory is right next to me. Throwing his body weight forward, he forcefully smashes through a rusted window pane. After a violently chaotic tumble, Gao Neng successfully infiltrates the pitch-black interior of the facility. But the moment the dust settles, a familiar voice echoes out. Gao Neng, what exactly are you doing in my domain? It turns out to be Xiao Meng. The talking feline sits majestically on a high steel platform, surrounded by endless waves of imposing black cats. Xiao Meng tilts its furry head in sheer astonishment. Did you specifically travel here to celebrate the glorious majestic victory of Queen Xiao Meng? Staring blankly at the overwhelmingly massive feline army, Gao Neng drops his jaw in pure shock. Are you guys secretly plotting a full-scale rebellion or something? Crash! Yi Ying forcefully bursts into the warehouse. Did you honestly believe hiding in this dump would save your life? Stop entertaining such ridiculous delusions. But as she scans the dark room, it is suddenly her turn to freeze in total shock. Why in the world are there so many stray cats? Xiao Meng narrows its glowing eyes curiously. Who is this rude intruder? Gao Neng, why do you look like a pathetic rat being hunted down? Letting out a heavy, exhausted sigh, our main character shrugs. The Queen's royal vision is sharp as always. I am, in fact, running for my absolute life right now. A fiery spark of absolute thrill ignites within Xiao Meng's predatory eyes. This supreme queen just officially ascended the throne today. And some arrogant fool already dares to lay a hand on my loyal subject? What sheer, unadulterated audacity. My royal subjects, charge. Like an unleashed tidal wave, the immense feline army swarms from all 8 directions, locking onto Ye Ying as their ultimate target. Xiao Meng raises a singular dramatic claw to dictate the battlefield rhythm. Empowered by their sovereign, the cat horde descends into absolute bloodthirsty frenzy. The highly trained assassin finds herself desperately struggling against the overwhelming fur-covered tsunami. Yi Ying gnashes her teeth in supreme disbelief. How is this practically possible? What kind of demonic felines are these? Xiao Meng puffs out its chest, radiating pure arrogance. Do you witness my glory now? Is this queen not utterly magnificent? Am I not the peak of absolute loyalty? Does this not make you want to worship me even more? Gao Neng vigorously nods, sparing absolutely no praise. Yes, you are unquestionably legendary. Pushed past her absolute limits, Ye Ying furiously unleashes a deadly strike on a nearby cat. The razor-sharp edge of her gleaming sword is instantly stained with crimson blood. Her eyes darken with lethal, unbridled disdain. A pathetic mob of suicidal alley cats. You actually dare to soil my noble body? Erupting with violent power, she releases an explosive barrage of devastating sword auras. Die, all of you. Witnessing its precious kin being ruthlessly slaughtered, Xiaomeng's fury shatters the heavens. Hoisting a massively oversized hammer, the feline leaps right into the brutal fray. The intense killing intent instantly locks Ye Ying's gaze onto the cat. Wait, this pathetic furball can actually speak? You must be the mastermind commanding this wretched mob. But hovering high above her head, Xiaomeng's colossal hammer violently descends with world-shattering force as a furious, ear-piercing battle cry echoes out. My poor feline brothers. But Xiaomeng was already completely overwhelmed by Ye Ying's terrifying aura. Gaoneng gritted his teeth. Despite her superior intelligence, Xiaomeng's physical strength was nowhere near what he had imagined. Ling Ling had already bled to protect him. He absolutely refused to let these innocent cats suffer the same fate. Gripping his hammer with white-knuckled fury, Gaoneng charged straight at Ye Ying. She merely scoffed with supreme arrogance. Humans truly are pathetic, ignorant creatures. And in a flash, Yi Ying materialized directly behind his back. Her cold voice whispered, "Do you still not understand the chasm of absolute power between us?" The deadly clash had officially begun. Gaoneng gasped for air, his heart hammering against his ribs. Thank the heavens he dodged, or that single strike would have instantly claimed his life. This pointy-eared assassin might not be as twisted as Ning-Er, but her sheer destructive force easily eclipsed those standard energy warriors. Refusing to back down, Xiaomeng leaped onto Gaoneng's shoulder. Pure iron energy surged around the small creature, rapidly condensing into a massive pool of raw power. Without a second thought, she injected that overwhelming energy directly into Gaoneng's veins. A familiar rush of adrenaline exploded within him. It was the exact same sensation as when he lifted those twin magnetic spheres. His muscles adapted rapidly to the surging energy. With a single, whispered command, jagged iron spikes erupted from the earth, towering high above their heads. Yi Ying's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Iron manipulation? Since when did this trash become an awakened energy warrior? Impossible, she thought, panicking. I didn't sense a single drop of magnetic aura from him. How can he possibly wield such power? The raw iron forged itself into countless lethal blades. With a furious roar, Gaoneng unleashed a devastating storm of flying swords straight at the assassin. Yi Ying froze in absolute terror. His control radius was actually 30 meters. Is this kid a literal monster? He cannot be allowed to live. If he survives tonight, he'll become an unstoppable threat. While Gaoneng ruthlessly directed his iron tempest, Ye Ying desperately braced herself for the onslaught. Steel clashed against steel as she frantically parried the relentless blades. But the endless barrage was taking its toll. Deep exhaustion began to crack Ye Ying's arrogant facade. A single moment of hesitation was all it took. Slash! A jagged iron spike brutally pierced right into her hip. Driven mad by the pain, she snapped the steel bar in half. "You bastard! How dare you stab me?" she shrieked. But Gaoneng was dumbfounded. The blade had failed to pierce completely through. What kind of insane defense is that? His gaze flickered down to the bloody pile of slaughtered cats. A cold, unyielding resolve washed over his heart. Over 5 billion lives were lost during the Great Cataclysm. And tonight, even more innocent blood had been needlessly spilled. In this brutal world, the strong showed absolutely no mercy to the innocent weak. This assassin knew his identity, which meant his family was already in her crosshairs. Even if he managed to escape tonight, she would relentlessly hunt him down. There was only one solution. She dies here, tonight. The iron elements morphed under his murderous intent. A towering cage of jagged steel pillars violently erupted from the ground, trapping Ye Ying inside. Gaoneng's eyes burned with deadly conviction. This woman had to be erased. Instantly, a barrage of razor-sharp spikes shot toward her from every angle. Yet, Ye Ying just laughed with maniacal confidence. Pathetic. With my reinforced body, your ordinary steel could never dream of killing me. Gaoneng smirked, pushing his aura to the absolute limit. Then how about this? Blinding silver flames erupted into the night sky. Every single iron blade was suddenly ignited with deadly phosphorus. Yi Ying's jaw dropped in absolute horror. He had a hidden trump card? The phosphorus element? She gasped, stumbling backward in disbelief. Phosphorus. He actually controls phosphorus. Her intelligence files had only confirmed his mastery over iron, copper, and magnesium. This meant he possessed a terrifying fourth elemental talent. A monstrous genius like this should have been strangled in the cradle. Before she could blink, a flaming phosphorus arrow tore through the air. She crossed her arms in a desperate block, but the searing blade brutally impaled her wrist. She screamed in agony. These flaming spears could actually break her defenses. With my elite power level, am I really going to die at the hands of this nobody? The terrifying barrage showed absolutely no mercy. Gao Neng decimated her defenses, leaving the arrogant assassin battered, bloody, and completely shredded. Even as blood poured from her wounds, her mind violently rejected reality. It pierced right through me. But how? I am the legendary Dark Knight elf. How could a piece of scrap metal break my skin? Trembling, she stared at the glowing spear lodged in her flesh. Her eyes widened as the horrifying realization hit her. Wait, that's not just iron. That's a reinforced alloy spear. The bitter truth struck her like lightning, leaving her completely speechless and choking on her own fury. You actually possess 5 distinct talents? Before she could finish her final breath, Gao Neng mercilessly clenched his fist. Hundreds of flaming spears instantly skewered her body. Her eyes rolled back in horrific agony as blood erupted from all 7 orifices. But just as her physical body perished, a sinister, glowing soul fragment shot out of her corpse and vanished through the shattered window. Meanwhile, completely drained of his aura, Gao Neng collapsed heavily to the floor. His face was deathly pale, his lungs gasping for oxygen. Damn it, he coughed violently. My spiritual power almost shattered its absolute limit. Noticing Xiao Meng was still completely unconscious, he gently scooped her up and gave a little shake. The little creature was dead to the world, actually sleep-talking. Gao Neng, you peasant. Hurry up and bring His Majesty some dried fish. Gao Neng let out an exhausted sigh. Seriously? You're sleeping at a time like this? He hoisted the cat up, studying her with deep suspicion. Xiao Meng, are you really just a stray cat? Or some kind of bizarre, shifting liquid entity? If she was just a normal stray, how on earth did she unleash the power of the twin magnetic spheres? His eyes narrowed dangerously. Should I eliminate this unknown threat right now? I could just toss her into a stew pot while she's defenseless. He paused, letting out a weary chuckle. Forget it. Good or bad, she still saved my life tonight. I'll keep a close eye on her for now. Just then, the battered surviving cats slowly limped out of the shadows, gathering around Gao Neng's feet. He gave them a reassuring nod. Don't worry about your precious queen Xiao Meng. I swear I'll take good care of her. The authorities will be swarming this place soon. You guys need to disappear. Now. But, lurking in the shadows, 2 cats quietly exchanged a highly suspicious, intelligent glance. He knows he will need to buy some premium fish tonight as a proper reward. The very next day, a loud shout echoes across the massive waste factory. Gao Neng is over here, Major Shen. Principal Shui, I finally found Gao Neng. Ning'er glares at Gao Neng, immediately interrogating him. I took my eyes off you for just a few hours. How did you already cause such chaos? He scoffs in sheer disbelief. Major Shen, have a little conscience. I was the one being hunted to death. Her expression softens with genuine concern. Are you hurt? Gao Neng instantly smirks, ready to show off. Me? Hurt? Please, it was just a lowly alien race. I crushed it with a casual flick of my wrist. Ning'er studies the boy before her, her mind racing. An alien? A dark elf? She swiftly commands her subordinate. Lieutenant Chen, clean up this dark elf corpse. Transport it immediately to headquarters for research. Just then, the teacher of those 3 female students arrives. The same girls who foolishly disguised themselves as thugs last night have come to deeply apologize. Student Gao Neng, words cannot express my gratitude. Thank you for saving my 4 students. Gao Neng waves it off with fake modesty. It was barely a warm-up. However, the other 2 girls quickly chime in. Gao Neng, please do not worry. Senior Lingling is going to survive. Her injuries are brutal, but she is completely out of danger. Lan just took a light blow, only suffering minor scratches. Gao Neng lets out a heavy sigh of relief. I see. That is good news then. But his mind spins with dark possibilities. If one terrifying dark elf crossed over, a second monster could be lurking in the shadows. He has no idea how many deadly enemies are targeting him right now. His only path to absolute survival is crushing the entrance exam at Hope Capital. Mother, I swear I will become incredibly strong. I will protect you at all costs. With his resolve set, Gao Neng pivots to shamelessly flatter his system. Now, let us be reasonable here. I must admit, your plunder eye skill is actually quite godly. So, what is the renewal fee for this absolute masterpiece? The system coldly demands 100 alliance credits per day. After 30 consecutive days, the extension feature will permanently vanish. Gao Neng practically chokes on the outrageous price. You greedy bastard. Why do you not just rob a bank? The system violently flashes a stark warning. Host detected insulting the system. Penalty activated. Mandatory usage time forcibly increased to 40 days. Gao Neng freezes, absolutely speechless with rage. Fine, you win this round. Showing zero mercy, the system instantly deducts 4,000 alliance credits. Plunder Eye successfully extended for 40 days. Current balance? 5,000 credits. Utterly defeated by his own cheat, Gao Neng drags himself back home. 3 intense days slowly pass. Finally, Xiao Meng regains consciousness. Thanks to his legendary feat of slaying a dark elf, the military rewards him with 5,000 alliance credits. It perfectly covers his painful system renewal fee. Time flies, and the fateful day finally arrives. June 7th. The brutal university entrance exams officially begin. Crowds of anxious students flood the academy gates. Starstruck classmates immediately swarm him. Gao Neng, the rumors say you slaughtered a dark elf. And you saved 4 girls from the elite academy? I want Gao Neng to fiercely protect me too. Please, can I get a picture with you? Me too. Me too. Gao Neng flashes a charismatic smile, gently calming the wild crowd. All right, everyone, let us settle down. We are here to conquer an exam today, not walk a glamorous red carpet. Staring at the heavily armed military guards blocking the exam hall, Gao Neng smirks confidently. With security this insanely tight, absolutely nothing can go wrong today. The system violently flashes a bold title. I am the absolute overlord. Gao Neng hypes himself up. He has aggressively reviewed the material 3 times over for this exact moment. Taking first place is basically guaranteed. As long as no absolute psycho tries to rip up his test paper, victory is undeniably his. But lurking in the shadows, Gao Neng is completely blind to the mysterious figure stalking his every move. Morning of June 7th, 452 elite candidates from the Forsaken Land officially march into the exam hall. Inside the massive auditorium, the terrifying proctor barks out the brutal rules. Theory exam duration: 3 brutal hours. No breaks, no water, no leaving your seats. If you need the bathroom, you better hold it in. Even if you soil yourselves, you will not move a single muscle. Anyone caught fidgeting will be instantly disqualified. Your future's destroyed. You brats chose the bloody path of the military. Therefore, you will act like real soldiers starting right now. Now, listen closely to rule number 2. Gao Neng listens in sheer awe. As expected of a high-stakes military exam, the pressure is absolutely suffocating. Anyone stupid enough to cheat here would be signing their own death warrant. Distribute the papers. The commanding shout shatters the silence. Tense anxiety floods the room as Gao Neng flips his exam over. His pen dances rapidly across the page. His mind calculates the brutal workload. 2 massive theory papers and 2 incredibly deep specialization papers. This insane volume of questions must be finished in just 3 hours. It is a mountain of work, but a confident smirk graces his face. These basic questions cannot even slow him down. He even mentally prepared for some lunatic trying to shred his paper. Listen up, system. Even if you try to sabotage me today, you will fail miserably. Suddenly, a dramatic scene unfolds. A random student dynamically ties a fiery bandana around his head. I am Nicholas. Even if I am not the main character, I will claim ultimate victory. A furious proctor instantly barks at him. Why the hell are you moving so much? Zero excuses. Get out of my exam hall right now. The boy freezes in utter shock. Wait, what? I just wanted to wear my lucky headband. The proctor ruthlessly points toward the door. Still moving. Get out. The crushed student drags his feet out of the hall. Just 30 minutes into the bloodbath, Gao Neng has already annihilated the advanced math section. The terrifying roar of a proctor explodes near his ear again. Eyes on your own paper. Get out. You dare use cheat sheets in front of me? Who gave you permission to bend down for a dropped pen? Disqualified. Get out of my sight. Exactly 1 hour later, Gao Neng perfectly finishes both massive theory papers. 2 hours in, he leans back with an incredibly handsome, arrogant smirk. Flawless victory. I demolished all 4 brutal exams in exactly 2 hours. He looks up, completely stunned by the sea of empty desks. In just 2 hours, strict violations have wiped out nearly 2/3 of the candidates. This military exam is not just testing their brains. It is a terrifying trial of true soldier-level mental endurance. However, fate had other plans. The real nightmare is just beginning. It seemed like this exam would finally go off without a hitch. Completing the system quest was already a 99% certainty. But the exact moment he capped his pen, a glowing spark of phosphorus fluttered down from above. Gao Neng's face darkened with pure fury. The stench of phosphorus filled the air. But why? Someone had completely rigged his pen with a hidden trap. In a split second, his entire desk erupted into a roaring inferno, snapping the attention of every single classmate. What was going on? Did Gao Neng just start a fire in the exam room? The toxic smell was overwhelming. Gao Neng gritted his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. Damn it all. So this was the deadly pitfall the system had warned him about. Did the culprit slip into the mourning crowd to plant this sabotage? Who the hell was plotting against him? The head proctor rushed over, demanding to know what happened. Why on earth would you bring highly flammable phosphorus powder into a national exam? Gao Neng clutched his head, his mind racing at light speed. No. Clearing his name wasn't the priority right now. He had to figure out how to complete his system quest. The proctor shook his head. Your answer sheet is reduced to ashes. It cannot be graded anymore. Follow us to the disciplinary office to explain the situation. But Gao Neng flatly refused. No, please give me a brand new exam paper. The proctor stared at him like he had lost his mind. Give you a new paper? Gao Neng, please be rational about this. I understand you are upset, but there are only 40 minutes left on the clock. Another proctor immediately stepped in to intervene. He is right, Gao Neng. Completing 4 master-level exams in just 40 minutes is physically impossible. Just come with us. Once we verify that you were sabotaged, we can petition the board to grant you an exam exemption. Gao Neng scoffed internally. An exemption? Could a mere exemption secure him the absolute first place in theoretical physics? His system quest demanded total victory, not some pity pass. His eyes burned with unbreakable resolve. I do not need your exemption. Please just give me another paper. The 2 proctors let out heavy sighs, finally yielding to his stubbornness. Fine, have it your way. A crisp, new test packet was slammed onto his desk. The proctor gave one last warning. Gao Neng, you really need to think about the consequences. If you take the exemption and we clear your name, the Academy can still award you a passing grade based on your stellar daily performance. But if you force this redo, whatever abysmal score you get in this time limit will be permanent. Gao Neng didn't even blink, already burying his head into the questions. My mind is completely made up. Whispers erupted across the examination hall. Why would a genius like Gao Neng smuggle explosives into a test? He is no idiot. He was obviously framed by someone. But isn't rejecting the exemption to restart from scratch completely suicidal? Exactly. With only 30 minutes left on the clock, finishing even 2 papers would be an absolute miracle. The proctor's voice cut through the room like a blade. What are you all whispering about? Do you want to be disqualified too? Meanwhile, Gao Neng was rapidly calculating his odds. Even though he had solved these questions once before, writing down all the answers naturally would take at least an hour. With just over 30 minutes remaining, pure physical speed simply wouldn't be enough. The only path left to victory was to cheat, using his absolute trump card. Back in the underground domain, besides that terrifying angel, not even Ning could detect his spiritual energy. It seemed that even the elite military forces were completely blind to his heaven-defying mental abilities. System, rapidly synchronize and synthesize all candidate answers in the room. Since he already knew the questions, using his massive spiritual power to filter the correct answers from the crowd was child's play. This changes everything. Gao Neng's hand instantly blurred into an afterimage, viciously carving answers onto the paper. The sheer, terrifying speed of his writing made the proctor's eyes bulge out of his skull, forcing a shocked curse from his lips. Meanwhile, inside the high-security observation room, a subordinate saluted Ninger. Lieutenant Chen reviewed the surveillance footage. The truth is crystal clear. Gao Neng's exam was intentionally ignited right after he finished. It was a targeted sabotage. But this kid is too arrogant and reckless. We should just evaluate him based on his composite score. Chen Bai hesitated, noting that Gao Neng specifically demanded to retake the test. But Ning suddenly silenced the entire room. Stop your bickering and look at the monitors. Are you telling me that boy is taking an exam or performing some kind of dark magic? On the screen, Gao Neng's pen was spinning like a deadly weapon, his fingers gliding across the pages like lightning. The terrifying display left the 3 observing proctors completely paralyzed. What kind of monstrous freak is this? I have supervised national exams for 20 years, and I have never seen someone solve advanced calculus through pure mental calculation. The real nightmare isn't his speed. It is the terrifying fact that every single answer he writes is flawlessly correct. The system notification echoed through the hall. Candidate Gao Neng has completed the Advanced Mathematics and Linguistic History exams in exactly 15 minutes. In the monitoring room, Chen Bai and Qing Ping exchanged terrified, wry smiles. Principal Li, what was that you were saying just a moment ago? Weren't we supposed to use his composite score? Principal Li wiped the sweat from his brow. That is no longer necessary. The national exams are sacred. We absolutely cannot give him special treatment now. Watching the screen, Ninger tilted her head and asked Elder Sunday, tell me the truth. If I went head-to-head against him in theoretical knowledge, would I actually lose? Elder Sun chuckled warmly, trying to soothe her pride. How could our little genius ever lose? Our little fairy Ninger is loved by the heavens themselves. Whether in martial arts or scholarly pursuits, you are undeniably supreme. Snapping back from her memory, her cheeks flushed bright red. Elder son is way too honest. Back in the arena, Gao Neng finally slammed his pen down. He let out a long, heavy exhale. Perfect timing. Exactly 5 minutes left on the clock to double-check his work. Every single elite student in the hall was completely petrified. He obliterated 4 masterclass exams in half an hour, and he still has time to review? In the back row, Haifan was so consumed by toxic jealousy that he literally snapped his pen in half. He swore through his teeth, "If that trash actually scores higher than me, I will eat dirt right here on this floor." The final bell rang as the proctor announced the collection of the exams. Half a day later, at the restricted military base, the scene shifts to the military base. The real trial is about to begin. Heavily armed soldiers guide the candidates deep into the testing grounds. Cao Neng scans the massive underground bunker, his eyes narrow in focus. To think the combat exam would take place in a hidden fortress like this, Principal Li's warning echoes in his mind. Adaptability is everything. The rules change drastically every single year. He can already sense it. This year is going to be incredibly brutal. Once everyone gathers in the grand underground hall, a stern-faced officer steps up. "My name is Chen Bai, written with the characters for Ear and East. I will be taking absolute control of your practical combat exam." His voice booms with terrifying authority. "First things first. The results for your written theory exams are out. Check the boards." Instantly, gasps of absolute shock ripple through the entire crowd. "Look at that! Haifan scored 535 points, but he is only in second place." The crowd goes wild. The first place got a perfect score. Wait, Cao Neng, didn't his test paper literally catch on fire? He finished the entire exam in just 30 minutes, and he still scored a flawless 100%. Haifan freezes utterly solid. His jaw hits the floor. "How is this even possible?" he seethes. "There is no way he scored that high. He must have cheated." Meanwhile, the other students swarm Cao Neng with sheer admiration. "You are an absolute beast." Cao Neng puffs his chest out with intense pride, but slaps on a fake mask of total humility. "It is nothing special, guys," he chuckles. "No need to make a fuss. The max score is only 600 points, or else I would have scored even higher." Deep down, he is cheering like a madman. Finally, the I Am the Absolute Overlord system mission is complete. Perfect scores across all 4 subjects, he smirks inwardly. "If I am not the Overlord here, who is?" Suddenly, Chen Bai's voice cuts through the chatter. "Enough celebrating! Get ready for the real nightmare. The practical combat exam. Theory only accounts for 30% of your grade. Combat is the remaining 70%. Right on cue, a familiar chime rings in Cao Neng's head. The system window flashes with a brand new mission. Title: The Arrogant Dictator. He reads the details carefully. The mission description sends a chill down his spine. A true lone wolf never relies on others. You must not form alliances, and you will leave absolutely no survivors who dare to resist. The clear conditions make his eyes bulge out. Defeat and whip at least 10 examining officers, and secure absolute first place in the practical exam. Wait, including Chen Bai? Cao Neng imagines the sheer absurdity of holding a whip against heavily armed military officers. A bead of cold sweat rolls down his face. Take down 10 elite officers? And whip them? Should I start picking out my own coffin right now? Second Lieutenant Chen Bai is a total monster. There is zero chance I can beat him. And even if by some miracle I do, he is the chief examiner, assaulting the head of the military exam, right in front of a massive crowd of witnesses. Do I even want to pass this exam anymore? He panics internally. The massive doors open, and the students are marched toward the main arena. Cao Neng racks his brain as he walks. My only tiny sliver of hope is if the exam forces us to fight the officers directly. But even then, the insane power gap remains. Not to mention the completely unhinged whipping requirement. The students step into a bizarre, empty chamber. Whispers of confusion echo around the room. Is this seriously where the combat test happens? There is not even a single battle ring in sight. How the hell are we supposed to fight? Chen Bai silences them with a single glare. Stop your useless guessing. This test is an ultimate survival battlefield. He powers up a glowing terminal. We are using advanced dual magnetic technology to open a gateway to a virtual war zone. Once you step through this portal, you will be randomly teleported to 10 different drop zones. But here is the ultimate twist. Once inside, your physical appearance will completely transform. The crowd erupts into absolute chaos. Our appearances will change? Why would they do that? A sinister smirk crosses the officer's face. The virtual battlefield is shaped by 2 things: the system's generation and the psychological metamorphosis of every single one of you. Your mission is brutally simple. See through the disguises of the other candidates, hunt them down, and annihilate them to steal their points. This is the ultimate crucible. We will be testing your raw combat power, your stealth, and your tactical tracking skills all at once. A terrified student raises a trembling hand. Second Lieutenant Chen, when you say annihilate, do you mean real murder? Chen Bai scoffs coldly. In the virtual zone, death is just an illusion. However, the sheer agony you feel will be agonizingly real. In fact, the pain sensors in this realm are cranked up to 200%. If you do not want to suffer a brutal death, camouflage yourself flawlessly. Oh, and one more thing. If you try to just hide and stay still the whole time, the system's lightning strikes will blast you into oblivion. Cao Ning's eyes widen in sheer shock. Lightning strikes? This is insane. His tactical mind immediately kicks into high gear. With these brutal rules, the ultimate meta strategy is clearly teaming up. If a solid alliance can watch each other's backs and survive until the bloody end, the combined score for the whole squad will be absolutely massive. But then, the chilling reality sets in. That is exactly the trap. With random spawns and completely altered appearances, paranoia will destroy any shred of trust. This exam is a twisted psychological nightmare. He suddenly stops and sighs deeply. Wait a second. None of this even applies to me anyway. My cursed system mission already explicitly banned me from forming alliances. I am literally forced to be the lone wolf. Time is up. Chen Bai's voice roars like thunder. The massacre begins now. Enter the portal. Cao Ning shakes off his overwhelming dread. To hell with it. I will cross that bridge when I get there. Time to plunge in. A flash of blinding light later, he materializes. The digital world is breathtaking. A massive, crystal-clear river cuts fiercely right through the lush terrain. Cao Ning scans his new surroundings with predator-like focus. The air is thick and humid. It looks exactly like a serene, vibrantly green tropical jungle. His current physical form is entirely cloaked in pitch-black shadow. So this is the legendary virtual war zone, he marvels silently. The dual magnetic technology is absolutely terrifying. The dense foliage completely blocks all lines of sight. I cannot even tell if this world has an edge. Curiosity burning, he waddles awkwardly toward the rushing water. Wait a minute, it suddenly hits him. I need to check what kind of badass avatar the system gave me. He leans over to gaze at his reflection in the shimmering water. Instantly, his soul leaves his body. Staring back at him is a fluffy white tail and two stumpy wings flapping wildly in panic. The terrifying, bloodthirsty avatar he was given. Ah, is a literal duck? Just then, a crocodile breaches the water's surface. It smugly announces, I am Gao Ning from 3rd High School. Who wants to team up with a powerhouse? If you want to join my squad, speak up. I am only taking 5 people, no more. A nearby zebra snaps back. Who dares to impersonate me? I am the real Gao Ning. The two fakes start bickering fiercely. Watching this ridiculous scene, the actual Gao Ning is left completely speechless. Is this some kind of joke? The crocodile stammers. You are saying that you are Gao Ning? The zebra fires back without missing a beat. Obviously, you have got some serious guts, putting on a play in front of me. Panicking, the crocodile immediately begs, Boss Gao Ning, I was wrong. It is actually me, Xiao Tian from Class 3. We have met before. Do you remember me? The zebra feigns surprise. Xiao Tian? It is me, Boss Gao Ning, she pleads. Please take me with you. I want to be on your team. The zebra lifts its chin arrogantly. Team up? Let us see if you even have the qualifications first. Standing behind them, the real Gao Ning burns with rage. These two are unbelievable. Do I look like a joke to them? Activating his eye of plunder, the illusion melts away, revealing their true forms. He glares at them, utterly disgusted by their terrible acting. It seems like if I do not teach you two a painful lesson, you will never understand the value of honesty. Suddenly, Xiao Tian notices a small figure. Is that a wild duck? The zebra snorts dismissively. Ignore it. A duck that tiny would not even get stuck in my teeth. Come on, let us go find some actual players to recruit. Behind them, Gao Ning spreads his feathered wings. The execution is about to begin. Launching himself into the air, the duck delivers a devastating flying kick straight to the zebra's skull. Xiao Tian shrieks in absolute terror. In an instant, the fake Gao Ning is forcibly logged out of the survival simulation. Gao Ning slowly turns his gaze toward Xiao Tian. She wails, begging for her life. Duck Boss, almighty Duck Boss, I was wrong. I never should have called you a wild duck. Please spare my life. Do not kill me. But Gao Ning's eyes show zero mercy. A system notification chimes, Peerless mowing progress, 2 out of 3. He smirks, realizing this duck body does not limit his explosive combat power at all. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar echoes from behind. Gao Neng whips around to see a massive, bloodthirsty T-Rex chasing down a stampede of beasts. He narrows his eyes at the towering predator. Using his unique vision, the true identity of the T-Rex is instantly exposed. A military proctor? He thinks. Just as I suspected. They are actively entering the battlefield to catch the candidates off guard. This is the perfect opportunity, but how do I get close? Spotting a flock of yellow ducklings waddling by, a stroke of absolute genius hits him. A devious master plan begins to form. That is it. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the principals are watching Gao Neng's every move on the big screen. Principal Guo Shan of 4th High School gossips with Principal Xue. Look at this mess. Those 2 idiots actually impersonated Gao Neng right to his face. Talk about catastrophic luck, she sighs. Out of all the people and places in this simulation, they just had to run into the real monster. Principal Qingping laughs heartily. My apologies, old he. It looks like our 3rd high school's Gao Neng just secured 2 more points. He Lin, the principal of 1st high school, grits his teeth. That kid already snatched 1st place in the theory exam. If he dominates the practical combat test too, the title of this year's top scholar will definitely fall to 3rd high school. Suddenly, Guo Shan points at the monitor, his jaw dropping. Everyone, look at this. What on earth is Gao Neng doing? Is he training a flock of ducks? I can hardly believe my eyes. On screen, Gao Neng barks orders at the ducklings. Fall in line. Excellent. Now follow my lead. Standing proudly as the supreme leader of the yellow ducks, he unlocks a profound philosophical truth. The ancients said, true masters remain hidden. What is the ultimate disguise? It is when I stand right in front of you, and you have absolutely no idea that the Grim Reaper has arrived. At that exact moment, a fox and a rhino stroll nearby. The rhino grunts. Before the sun sets, we need to hunt down more teammates. Agreed, the fox nods. As long as we manage to avoid monsters like Gao Neng and Hai Fan, we can definitely secure a high score. Hearing this, Gao Neng smirks wickedly. Who in their right mind would ever suspect that a dozen players morphed into innocent ducklings could form a death squad? Do not blame me for your downfall. The battlefield is a meat grinder, and there is absolutely zero room for mercy. With a single flap of his wings, Gao Neng launches his ambush. He instantly wipes out the fox, then delivers a crushing kick to the rhino. All 4 principals in the monitoring room sit frozen like statues. He Lin slams his fist on the table. Foul! How is this not considered a blatant rule violation? Qingping smugly defends his student. Calm down, old he. Gao Neng is simply utilizing the battlefield's ecosystem to his advantage. The military system clearly approved the kill. Furious, He Lin points a trembling finger right at Qingping's face. You shameless old fox. You definitely taught him these dirty tricks. I will fight you to the death. Qingping scoffs. Bring it on. You think I am scared of you? The others rush to hold them back. Stop it. Take your brawl to the training room. Later that afternoon, deep within the virtual war zone, a glowing spiritual pill materializes right on top of Gao Neng's feathered wing. The system's robotic voice chimes enthusiastically. Congratulations to the candidate. You have flawlessly completed the peerless mowing phase. 10 opponents successfully eliminated. Reward distributed. 1 beginner treasure chest. Glancing at the 3 pills now resting on his wing, he remains perfectly calm. My calculations were spot on. Just 1 more pill, and I can trigger my 3rd bodily limit breakthrough. At this speed, I will reach the next realm in no time. Suddenly, a blaring emergency broadcast interrupts his thoughts. Attention, all candidates on the field. Gao Neng immediately stops and listens. The proctor's voice booms from the sky. Evacuate toward the east sector immediately. Anyone left behind will be swallowed by the thunderstorm. Gao Neng's eyes widen in shock. A thunderstorm? Qingping's heart leaps into his throat as he watches the boy. Gao Neng just stands there, facing the apocalyptic lightning storm. Gao Neng, what on earth are you doing? Get out of the blast zone. Right now. The monitors show Gao Neng resting and drinking by a stream. The observers murmur among themselves. He has stopped to rest 3 times in just 1 hour. His stamina is bottoming out. Well, he did burn an insane amount of energy earlier. Meanwhile, the scoreboard paints a tense picture. Hai Fan is closing the gap, lagging behind Gao Neng by a single, agonizing point. He Lin puffs out his chest with absolute pride. Ah, this kid, Hai Fan. It is just a simple assessment. Does he really need to fight with such terrifying intensity? Qingping shoots him a look of pure disbelief. Old he, are you entirely shameless? You flip your attitude faster than a bitter ex. Midnight strikes within the virtual battlefield. Devastating lightning bolts rain from the heavens without mercy. Gao Neng weaves through the destruction, his mind calculating every step. But his escape velocity from the storm zone, it is dangerously slow. Inside this twisted forest, even raw spiritual energy cannot pinpoint the basic directions. East, west, south, or north, it is all a blur. Yet, the suffocating darkness of night, that is exactly when spiritual power truly awakens. Every single candidate is pushed to the absolute brink. They woke up before dawn for a grueling 3-hour theory exam, and without a second to breathe, they were thrown straight into this brutal combat trial. To claim they are not exhausted would be a massive lie. Every normal student believes the same foolish thing. They think surviving until nightfall means safety. They assume the limited visibility will finally offer them a chance to rest. But unfortunately for them, the dead of night is exactly when the real apex predator begins his hunt. A student wearing an ostrich avatar sits down to catch his breath. In a flash, Gao Neng emerges from the shadows and eliminates him. The poor kid screams in absolute terror. Who is there? But the silent reaper already moves on. He continues his ruthless assassination streak, dismantling opponents one by one. His current quest progress reads 15 out of 20. In the blink of an eye, that blood-soaked number spikes to 18. With a swift strike, he takes down a student in a wild boar avatar. The unrivaled weed cutter achievement ticks up to 19. Without a single wasted movement, Gao Neng vanishes into the darkness, hunting for his next prey. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless nightmare for the competitors. Outside the arena, all 4 esteemed academy principals stare at the screens. Their eyes are wide, with pure, unadulterated shock at his ruthless methods. The 3 other principals turn to Qingping, unable to hide their awe. Now this is absolute professionalism, they mutter. This level of execution is textbook perfection. Even though our students are elite military academy reserves, we have never seen such a flawless, cold-blooded combat mindset. One of them sighs deeply. Old Lee, it seems we completely underestimate the sheer caliber of your academy. Old Lee waves his hands, putting on a perfectly humble mask. You flatter me, gentlemen, you flatter me. But inside his mind, fireworks of absolute triumph are going off. With this monstrous display, Old Lee thinks to himself, the title of top scholar is practically locked in for our academy. Keep pushing past your limits, Gao Neng. A cold, mechanical chime echoes in his mind. System notification, rewarding the host with 1 basic treasure chest. Unrivaled weed cutter progress, 20 out of 30. He gazes at the glowing pills manifesting in his hand. With a marrow-cleansing pill of this quality, he can definitely trigger his 3rd breakthrough. But just as he grabs it, the earth beneath his feet shatters with a violent, terrifying tremor. Boom, 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 every colossal step of a towering Tyrannosaurus Rex sends shockwaves through the forest. Gao Neng instantly melts into the shadows of a thick bush. His mind races. So the exam proctors are also using the cover of night to hunt us down? He narrows his eyes at the mechanical beast. If my deduction is correct, these proctors must have their own quota and grading system for eliminating candidates. There is not a single second to waste. He tosses the marrow-cleansing pill into his mouth. I need to break through right now to guarantee my survival. Instantaneously, ancient energy erupts from his core. But as the transformation begins, Gao Neng's eyes widen in sheer shock. Wait a minute. What is happening? The medicinal efficacy of this pill. It feels completely different from before, based on the cruel law of diminishing returns. This pill should only boost his vitality stats by 25 points at most. But the raging power coursing through his veins right now, it is exactly double that amount. He can physically feel the mystical mist in the air fusing directly into his bloodstream. Could it be, he gasps, is the unique cosmic energy of this virtual dimension amplifying the effects? He grits his teeth, a fierce grin spreading across his face. Whatever the reason is, I do not care. I am going to drain every last drop of this miracle. The system's mechanical voice flares up once more. Warning. Host's vitality ceiling has breached the 400-point threshold. Initiate breakthrough? Gao Neng confirms without hesitation. Immediately, his ridiculous yellow duck avatar begins bulging with terrifying, rippling muscles. His vitality stats instantly skyrocket to 453 points, and his mental energy spikes to a staggering 235. Clenching his feathered fists, he feels an invincible surge of confidence. If I unleash my full burst power now, I will definitely shatter the 1000 mark. Scanning his status window, Gao Neng remains highly analytical, just as I thought. The base enhancement drops slightly after crossing the breakthrough threshold, but the ambient energy of this battlefield is a literal cheat code. The marrow cleansing pill is still delivering double the standard output. His eyes gleam with wild ambition. I do not know what glitch is causing this, but if I can just get my hands on 2 more of those pills, I can trigger a 4th heaven-defying breakthrough. But to claim that prize, he needs a proper punching bag to test his new strength. And that towering T-Rex is the perfect candidate. Gao Neng turns to his squad of decoy ducks. All right, boys, follow my lead. Let's go hunting. Meanwhile, the giant dinosaur proctor rests in a clearing, unaware of his impending doom. The proctor sneers behind his monstrous avatar. These pathetic kids from the forgotten land. They are complete trash compared to the elites from the capital of Hope. Sure, the system rules lock down my elemental energy in this zone, but relying on pure physical force, crushing a bunch of kids who barely crossed their second limit breakthrough, is absolute child's play. He cracks his massive reptilian neck, feeling utterly superior. I already knocked out 8 students tonight alone. Both of my daily elimination quotas are perfectly complete. Suddenly, Xiaoji's reptilian ears twitch. He snaps his massive head around, detecting a rustle in the underbrush. To his absolute bewilderment, a literal army of plump, yellow ducks charges straight at his legs. The proctor blinks his giant, scaly eyes in utter confusion. Ducks? Are these idiots offering themselves up as midnight snacks? Then, a smug realization hits him. Using these weak avatars as a distraction? Some rat is trying to blindside me with a sneak attack. He lets out a dark, booming chuckle. This little coward actually has some guts, but it is a pity. Your pathetic strategy is crystal clear to me. Xiaoji unleashes a deafening, earth-shattering roar. The shockwave sends the decoy ducks into absolute panic, causing them to waddle away in a terrified frenzy. The towering T-Rex stomps the ground, his voice dripping with arrogance. There is no point hiding in the shadows anymore, little rat. My eyes already locked onto your pathetic existence. But the truth is far more embarrassing. Gao Neng completely bypasses his vision and manifests directly behind the beast. Do not blame me for playing dirty, the muscular duck thinks with a wicked smirk. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for presenting such an inviting target. The ridiculously buff duck avatar stands perfectly positioned right beneath the dinosaur's massive tail. Slowly, methodically, Gao Neng raises one impossibly muscular webbed foot into the air. Eat this. This is my ultimate full-powered strike dedicated just to you, dear proctor. Boom! With explosive velocity, that heavily muscled duck foot drives squarely into the T-Rex's most vulnerable and unmentionable back door. A shockwave of pure, soul-shattering agony rips through Xiaoji's nervous system. Tears and snot erupt down his scaly face in an instant. A pitch-bending, ungodly shriek of violation tears through the midnight sky, echoing for miles. As his vision swims with stars, Xiaoji's brain completely short-circuits. He still cannot process the horrifying reality of what just happened. A sneak attack? I, an elite proctor, just got completely violated by a punk-ass duck? Staring down the razor-sharp duck wing pointed directly at him, Xiaoji feels his soul leave his body. Hold on. What are you trying to do? What is your actual plan here? Tears stream down his face as he begs for his virtual life. Wait, please show some mercy. I know this is a practical combat exam, but at its core, it is just a simple test. Gao Neng does not hold back an ounce of strength. Sorry, I am completely out of options. But do not worry, I will never forget your noble sacrifice. And just like that, the poor dinosaur avatar has its absolute worst nightmare realized from behind. Agony washes over Xiaoji, his spirit practically shattering. Gao Neng steps closer, wielding a menacing thorny vine for the final strike. Another desperate, blood-curdling scream completely shatters the silent night. Back in the real world at the military training base, Xiaoji drags his bruised and battered body out of the pods, desperately leaning against the wall just to stay upright. A fellow duty officer snickers from the sidelines. Hey, Xiaoji, why are you out so early? Do not tell me a mere candidate beat you. Xiaoji furiously defends his shattered pride. It was an ambush. A dirty, rotten ambush. The colleague raises an eyebrow, curiosity completely taking over. An ambush? Seriously? Tell me exactly how this kid got the jump on you. Xiaoji passionately condemns his attacker's shameless tactics. It was a duck, but not just any duck. It was a demonic duck, rocking a bowl cut. Pure evil, zero morals. Just then, another pod hisses open. Watching the second proctor waddle out while clutching his backside, the duty officer suddenly feels a bizarre sense of déjà vu. Xiaoji instantly connects the tragic dots. Xiao Niu. Do not tell me you fell for it too? Brother Niu, were you also viciously ambushed by the bowl-cut duck? Xiao Niu gasps in pure shock. How in the world did you know? Yes, it was an incredibly sinister duck with a bowl cut. That monster definitely planned this from the start. As time mercilessly ticks away inside the virtual battlefield, Yet another defeated proctor stumbles out of the simulation room. His entire body trembles like a leaf in a hurricane as he speaks. Guys, you have to listen to what just happened to me. You are absolutely not going to believe this nightmare. But as he looks up and sees 8 other grown men standing there in identical misery, he realizes something is terribly wrong. Xiaoji walks over and comfortingly pats his comrade on the shoulder. Say no more. It was the bowl-cut duck, right? We all share the same trauma now. Stay strong, bro. Lieutenant Chen Bai marches over to the group, his authoritative voice dripping with harsh disappointment. Every single one of you got utterly humiliated by a mere kid candidate. Where is your military pride? Say no more. I have already pulled the data. The absolute menace who wiped you all out is Gao Neng. Gasps echo through the room. Gao Neng? The same freak of nature who just shattered the all-time records in both the theory and physical exams? With scores that high, I honestly thought he was just a quiet, nerdy scholar. Who knew a genius could be this diabolically ruthless? Chen Bai narrows his eyes, delivering the final verdict. The major gave a direct order. We cannot let this brat get too arrogant. Even if he ranks first, he will not be allowed to look down on our military forces. His face darkens like a brewing storm, absolute resolve burning in his eyes. I am personally stepping into that battlefield. I will crush him myself. 2 subordinates immediately voice their concerns. Lieutenant, now that you know the true identity of the bowl-cut duck, is not diving in a bit too risky? Exactly. His physical test results clearly did not show his full monstrous strength. Once you enter the virtual space, you will not be able to rely on your energy powers at all. Those words of caution are the absolute wrong thing to say, instantly striking a massive blow to Chen Bai's massive ego. He roars back in pure fury. What did you just say to me? Watch carefully, I am going to make that arrogant little punkbo at my feet. Fine. If by some miracle I actually perish in there, I will pass all of you on this rookie test. The entire squad immediately erupts in cheers. Thank you, Lieutenant. Chen Bai fumes, smoke practically blowing out of his ears. Thank my ass. If I survive and come back victorious, every single one of you is running 50 kilometers for me. Meanwhile, deep inside the virtual battlefield, the weed eradication progress hits 26 out of 30. Gao Neng lounges comfortably on a massive boulder, finally resting after a chaotic night of hunting. His mission to eliminate the proctors is nearly complete, with only Lieutenant Chen missing from his trophy list. When is that final boss finally going to show up? It is a real shame that the random proctors he ambushed earlier did not count toward the system mission. Come to think of it, that annoying sprite from before did not count either. It seems the true mission targets are strictly limited to the other candidates. Glancing down at his loyal squad of yellow ducks, Gao Neng feels a surge of genuine gratitude. You guys did an incredible job. Thanks to your perfect distractions, I managed to eliminate 34 candidates. It looks like my throne at number 1 is completely untouchable. But for this final stretch, he will have to rely entirely on his own raw power. Over at Heart Lake Island, the ultimate endgame location, the lightning storm violently expands while the safe zone rapidly shrinks. Destiny is calling. Eventually, every surviving candidate will be forced to cross the treacherous lake for the ultimate final battle on that island. Suddenly, the bushes rustle, and a massive pack of players disguised as various wild beasts completely surrounds Gao Neng. His senses flare to the absolute max. Has his perfect cover finally been blown? Then again, after single-handedly slaughtering half the lobby, getting targeted by an angry mob is bound to happen sooner or later. Hi Fan, prowling forward in the avatar of a vicious tiger, snarls aloud. I have been waiting for you right here for a long time. The Black Panther avatar sneers, exposing Gao Neng's insane kill count of 16. Drop the innocent act. We have had our eyes locked on you for hours. Earlier, I watched with my own 2 eyes as a bowl-cut duck brutally assassinated A Xiang, the terrifying 3rd-ranked powerhouse from the Girls' Academy. And out of everyone in this entire map, only this specific duck is rocking that ridiculous bowl cut. Furthermore, you have been fighting solo since the very beginning without ever joining a team. If you are not the legendary Gao Neng, then who the hell are you? Tai Tai, the bunny avatar who barely survived with 1 elimination, gasps in pure terror. Wait, what? The monster who actually killed Xiang is Gao Neng? The snake student beside her hisses nervously. So it really is him. Honestly, I absolutely do not want to make an enemy out of an apex predator like Gao Neng, but another ambitious student interrupts the fear. Guo Yuan. What does your second high school faction say? Do you want to join forces, crush Gao Neng together, and snatch the champion title for ourselves? A chilling smirk spreads across his face. I am in. Combining our ultimate strength to take down the final boss is the only way our scores will skyrocket. Gao Neng faced the massive crowd. He knew this wouldn't be easy, especially with the elite Girls' Academy joining the hunt. Suddenly, A massive black panther lunged straight for his throat. Die, Gao Neng. But before the beast could land, a webbed duck foot smashed directly into its face, stopping it cold. The crowd gasped in pure shock. What kind of explosive power is that? Someone screamed. That strike was easily over 1,000 points. Is that really the strength of a mere candidate? It really is, Gao Neng. But then, the duck spoke up, its voice dripping with absolute arrogance. You useless brats really think you're worthy of being my opponents? Today, I, Lieutenant Chen Bai, will teach you all the price of disrespecting the dignity of a military alliance officer. The students froze in absolute terror. Wait, Lieutenant Chen Bai? No wonder a Xia was instantly annihilated. Panic spread like wildfire. A Xia was second only to Ying Hai in pure strength, yet he was killed in seconds. Could this really be the ruthless lieutenant? The entire mob broke formation and scattered in fear. We're so sorry, Lieutenant Chen. We didn't know. But a few skeptical students whispered among themselves. Don't fall for it. That has to be Gao Neng. If we're dead, he gets a free pass to become the top scorer, one argued. Top scorer? That's his problem. I just want to survive and pass the university entrance exam. Exactly. Our only goal is reaching the island in the center of the lake. If we accidentally attack the real Lieutenant Chen, our lives are literally over. Watching the chaos unfold, Hai Fan gritted his teeth in bitter frustration. Damn it! If I knew pretending to be an examiner was this easy, I would have done it. Without hesitation, Gao Neng sprinted toward the nearby river and dove straight into the water. The crowd watched in stunned disbelief. He swims so fast. Wait, Lieutenant Chen is catching up. Under the water, the yellow duck begged. Please, Lieutenant Chen, I'm still young. Spare my life. The other students bought the act completely. Hurry! While Lieutenant Chen is busy hunting others, we need to swim across. Hai Fan sighed helplessly, abandoning any further thoughts. Let's just cross the lake first. Safe underwater, Gao Neng released the breathless yellow duck. Sorry, buddy. I had no choice. Reality is cruel, but let's consider this character development. Just then, a slimy tentacle violently wrapped around his leg. He panicked. What the hell? Who dares to ambush me? Looking down at his attacker, Gao Neng's soul nearly left his body. The octopus beneath him was absolutely colossal. Staring at the massive beast, he realized the terrifying truth. Wait, is this Lieutenant Chen? Did they actually see through my disguise? Left with no options, he viciously bit down on the tentacle. The sudden pain left Chen Bai stunned for a split second. But then, countless tentacles surged forward, tightly binding Gao Neng's entire body. The beast's voice echoed with pure rage. You arrogant little duck. Today, I will teach you the meaning of despair. Gao Neng's face turned entirely purple as the air left his lungs. He's too strong. Even without using energy, Lieutenant Chen's base stats completely crush mine. But I refuse to just sit here and die. Spotting a flawless opening, Gao Neng brought his knee up and delivered a devastating strike straight to Chen Bai's crotch. An unimaginable agony shot through Chen Bai's entire being. Trembling with excruciating pain, he roared furiously, violently whipping a tentacle to blast Gao Neng away. You little bastard. Gao Neng was launched high into the sky like a rocket. Bursting through the water's surface, Chen Bai was absolutely determined to hunt him down. You slippery little rat. There is nowhere to hide. Seeing Gao Neng crash back into the water and swim for his life, Chen Bai chased him relentlessly toward the shore. The students on the bank stared in utter bewilderment. Look, Lieutenant Chen caught up, and there's a giant octopus right behind him. Suddenly, Chen Bai roared at the crowd. Quick! Everyone capture him! I am the real Gao Neng from 3rd High School. The students' minds were blown. They actually believed the giant octopus on the shore was Gao Neng. Gao Neng is fighting Lieutenant Chen. He's actually chasing the examiner. Is Gao Neng really that monstrous? Chen Bai commanded the crowd. The military's official exam rule is to eliminate candidates. Our only chance to pass this exam is to take down Lieutenant Chen right here, right now. Everyone, attack together. He's already injured. Hearing this, Gao Neng cursed internally. Beautiful. This bastard really figured out who I am. You're a dignified military lieutenant. How could you use such dirty tricks to target an 18-year-old student like me? Moments later, his feet finally hit the dirt. Thank God, I made it to the shore. But the second he reached solid ground, lethal danger locked onto him. Li Tai charged forward with killing intent. Lieutenant Chen Bai. Today, I, Li Tai, stand with Gao Neng to avenge the fallen sisters of our academy. Flapping his wings with casual mastery, Gao Neng instantly neutralized the rabbit and snake beasts trying to ambush him, but the furious mob of students swarmed him. Tai, damn you, Lieutenant Chen, I will end your life. Students of 3rd High School, charge. Our top student, Gao Neng, has already made his move. We cannot tarnish our school's glory, Gao Neng screamed internally. You absolute idiots. Am I, the #1 genius of 3rd high school, really going to die at the hands of my own classmates? He tried to intimidate them. Are you all crazy? Do you really want to fail this exam? The crowd hesitated for a brief second. Seeing this, Chen Bai furiously slammed his massive tentacles against the water. Do not fear. The octopus manipulated them. The military exam is strictly fair. If the examiner can attack us, we have every right to fight back. Plus, as Gao Neng, I will take full responsibility. My relationship with Major Shen is rock solid. The students instantly began whispering. He's right, Major Shen. Gao Neng definitely has insider info from the Major. Following Gao Neng's lead is the safest bet. Pursued by a horde of brainwashed students, Gao Neng fled in absolute fury. Chen Bai, you shameless bastard. Just wait. I swear I will kill you. The students charge forward with unstoppable momentum. Let's go, brothers, someone roars. Take down Lieutenant Chen. Backed into a corner, Gao Neng has no choice but to fight for his life. He delivers a devastating slap straight across a camel beast student's face. Get lost, he bellows. Anyone who stands in my way chooses death. The surrounding crowd gasps in absolute shock. Whispers erupt among the students. He actually struck a girl without a single drop of mercy. Lieutenant Chen has gone too far this time. Gao Neng just rolls his eyes, utterly speechless. Seriously? How could anyone look at that hulking beast and realize she was a girl? Seizing the perfect chance to drag Chen Bai's name through the mud, Gao Neng plays along. You are dead wrong, he shouts, mimicking the officer. I, Chen Bai, am exactly this ruthless. Submit to me, or I will force you to submit. Hiding in the shadows, the real Chen Bai practically fumes with volcanic rage. Everyone, attack. A student commands. Take him down now. But before the words leave his mouth, Gao Neng plants a brutal kick right into his face. Sprouting wings, Gao Neng suddenly launches himself into the sky. The battlefield erupts into total chaos. Where does he think he is going? Do not let him escape. Chase him down. Lurking beneath the water's surface, Chen Bai grits his teeth. That little punk is terrifyingly fast, he mutters. To think this kid actually dared to drag his proud military reputation through the dirt. Still, he has to admit, the kid put on a spectacular show of dominance. Suddenly, Tai Tai blocks Gao Neng's path. You are completely surrounded, she declares. Lieutenant Chen, surrender peacefully. Gao Neng groans inwardly. Not this crazy Tai Tai again. Women sure know how to hold a grudge. But before she can even make a move, Gao Neng's massive wing swats her aside like a fly. Seeing this, another student's eyes burn with furious revenge. Damn you, Lieutenant Chen, he screams. I will put my very life on the line to destroy you. Bam! A vicious headbutt lands right on Gao Neng's backside. He winces, the agonizing pain doubling his frustration. Out of nowhere, another student grabs Tai Tai and drags her away. Guo Yuan, what the hell are you doing? She screams furiously. Unhand me immediately. The only man I truly love is Gao Neng. She thrashes wildly against Guo Yuan's grip. Even if you capture my physical body, you will never possess my heart. Hearing this ridiculous confession, Gao Neng just releases an exhausted sigh. He shakes his head in utter defeat. Being this overwhelmingly handsome and talented is truly a heavy burden to bear. But there is no time for jokes. Towering, monstrous beast avatars loom menacingly before him. Tension grips his entire body. His only priority right now is shattering this deadly encirclement. His eyes dart across the battlefield as his mind races. The system mission is almost complete. He only needs to eliminate 2 more targets to unlock the ultimate prize draw. This highly anticipated draw is his final lifeline. Fighting a massive army all by himself is pushing his limits. No matter the cost, he absolutely must secure those last 2 kills to meet his quota. Watching this spectacular one-man war from afar, the principals are left in absolute awe. Qingping shakes his head in disbelief. What kind of insane luck does old Li have to discover a monstrous talent like this? It is practically set in stone. The champion title belongs to their academy this year, they mutter. But He Lin's eyes gleam with competitive fire. Do not be so sure, he smirks. Let us see how this plays out. Meanwhile, a storm of betrayal brews on Hai Fan's side. Hai Fan, how dare you stab us in the back? His former comrades roar in pure fury. But Hai Fan merely scoffs, his eyes dripping with cold disdain. Betrayal? He sneers mockingly. You are just a pathetic bunch of fools who let your guard down. In one lightning-fast, ruthless motion, he instantly slaughters all 3 of them. Principal Xue's eyes widen in genuine shock. Look at the scoreboard, he points out. He Haifan's kill count is skyrocketing at a terrifying pace. With Gao Neng trapped in an endless sea of enemies, launching any offense is nearly impossible. Haifan actually has a chance to steal the victory. What an absolutely terrifying and sinister kid. Through all the chaos, Qingping simply watches the drama unfold with an amused smile. Down in the murky depths, Chen Bai furrows his brows. He carefully analyzes every single move Gao Neng makes on the battlefield above. Suddenly, Gao Neng faces a deadly ambush. Locking eyes with Haifan, he scoffs in annoyance. The real enemy is right over there. Yet you choose to launch a sneak attack on me? Haifan cuts straight to the chase. Gao Neng, taking your life is the only way for the First Academy to seize the champion title. Haifan signals his remaining lackeys to charge. Watching this unfold from the depths, Chen Bai sneers coldly. Fools who do not know their own limits. The lieutenant mutters. Back on the shore, exhaustion heavily weighs down on Gao Neng. His vitality has plummeted by 1/3, yet he has only secured a single kill. Taking on dozens of awakened elites all at once is pushing him past his absolute limit, but the surrounding mob is panting even harder. How has he not collapsed after being cornered for so long? As expected of a military lieutenant, they gasp. His legendary reputation is no joke. Suddenly, a sharp gasp ripples through the crowd. Look over there, someone screams. Haifan is launching a fatal strike on Gao Neng. Seeing this, Tai Tai fiercely leads the charge forward. Sisters, charge! She roars with burning passion. Third Academy, form a defensive wall around Gao Neng. We absolutely cannot let them steal his champion title. Panic instantly grips the remaining attackers. This is a disaster, they stammer in fear. The Girls' Academy and the Third Academy forces have completely abandoned the front line. Just the few of us cannot possibly withstand Lieutenant Chen's wrath. Forget the lieutenant. Change of plans. All units, pivot immediately. Surrounding Gao Neng is our new top priority. Gao Neng is absolutely dumbfounded by this bizarre turn of events. Things are spiraling completely out of control. Suddenly, Tai Tai blocks his path once again. Lieutenant Chen, do not even think about escaping, she snarls. Her aura flares with unyielding determination. Even if the rest of these cowards are too terrified to face you, I, Tai Tai, will absolutely never let you walk away alive. A dark, triumphant smile creeps across her face. That annoying Guo Yuan is already eliminated, she schemes inwardly. Now, absolutely no one stands in my way. Raising her weapon high, Tai Tai screams a passionate battle cry to fight for Gao Neng's honor. Witnessing this sheer madness, Gao Neng offers a brief, silent prayer for the fallen Guo Yuan. You have my deepest sympathies, brother, he mutters. In the very next second, he ruthlessly blasts Tai Tai away with a single, devastating palm strike. Ding! A majestic mechanical chime echoes in his mind. Progress reached. 30 out of 30, the system announces. Congratulations to the host for completing the extreme mission. Reward, 1 basic treasure chest. Without a second thought, he immediately activates the gacha system. The dazzling lucky wheel materializes before his eyes. Gao Neng holds his breath in intense anticipation. The moment of truth has finally arrived. A cold sweat drips down his forehead. If it were not for my overwhelming suppression abilities and insane regeneration skills, I would have been slaughtered 10 times over by now, he realizes. This entire battlefield has been a terrifying gamble with his very life. If I pull garbage from this draw, I am completely doomed. Slowly, agonizingly, the glowing needle ticks down until it finally locks onto a treasure chest icon. Blinding golden light erupts from the interface. System alert, the voice rings out. Host has acquired a permanent special skill, basic lifeform transformation. Gao Neng freezes, his jaw practically hitting the floor. Lifeform transformation? He gasps in absolute shock. A wave of pure, unadulterated ecstasy washes over his exhausted body. The lucky wheel actually delivered a game-breaking ability. Even better, this is no temporary power-up like his Eye of Plunder that requires constant renewal. This is the real deal, an absolute, permanent skill, bound directly to his soul. His eyes burn with unstoppable excitement. With this godly life-form transformation ability in his arsenal, the entire battlefield is about to become his personal playground. But what monstrous form will he take on next? Host can achieve a 30% transformation? What kind of insane function was this? And what did beginner level even mean? Staring at the glowing holographic interface, Gao Neng felt his head spin. What the heck is this? He muttered. Wait, let me read the fine print. This new system feature was absolutely game-breaking. This wasn't just some basic skill. It was a complete, biological life-form transformation system. Simply put, the human body is forged from over 60 different elements. This includes macro elements like calcium and sodium, along with nitrogen, and crucial trace elements like iron, copper, and zinc. And this godly function? It could transmute 30% of those elements. It could literally turn the nitrogen in his body into solid iron. The system chimed in. Iron structure added. Copper structure enhanced. Defense increased by 70%. Strength boosted by 50%. Lightning damage reduced by a massive 50%. Gao Neng gulped. This was basically a real-life cheat code. If this were a video game, the admins would ban his account instantly. Talk about high risk, high reward. And this was only the beginner stage. If he unlocked the intermediate or advanced levels, wouldn't he be able to lift the heavens with one hand? Suddenly, a wave of nausea washed over him. He gasped in shock. What the heck is this feeling? The system casually replied, just a friendly reminder. Prolonged use of the life-form transformation will cause adverse side effects. These include headaches, blurred vision, nausea, and pregnancy. Transformation costs applied. Enhancing iron structure drains 1,000 alliance credits per minute. Enhancing copper structure drains 2,000 alliance credits per minute. What the actual hell? Gao Neng roared. This is daylight robbery. The holographic panel coldly displayed the rates again. Iron structure enhancement, 1,000 alliance credits per minute. Copper structure enhancement, 2,000 alliance credits per minute. Gao Neng's heart bled. With his current pathetic bank balance, even using the cheapest iron option would only buy him 10 minutes of power. Let me tell you something, system. He gritted his teeth. You are absolutely pure evil. This is blatant discrimination against the poor. So, if I don't have cash, I just can't use my powers, right? And on what basis are you discriminating between copper and iron? Why the heck is copper twice as expensive as iron? A golden prompt flashed. System acknowledges the host's feedback. Therefore, copper and iron will now share the exact same price. Iron structure enhancement updated. 2,000 alliance credits per minute. Gao Neng swore to the heavens. Once he became an absolute powerhouse, he was going to destroy this blood-sucking system. Even if I starve to death in the streets, I am never doing another one of your quests, he fumed internally. But then he paused. Wait, didn't you just jack up the price of iron? Fine, I'll just use copper from now on. Meanwhile, chaos erupted on Chenbai's side. He was completely surrounded by a siege of furious students. Charge! Take down Gao Neng! No! Protect Gao Neng! Deafening thunder roared as lightning storms endlessly bombarded the raging river. A desperate student grappled with a massive tentacle, holding on for dear life. Time is running out. The ultimate lightning strike is coming. If we just hold the line until the very end, Gao Neng secures the top scholar rank. Another faction roared back, crush Gao Neng, and Brother Hai takes the crown. Deep beneath the chaotic waves, Gao Neng was submerged in the freezing depths. Suddenly, with a powerful flap of his energy wings, he burst through the surface. Chenbai's razor-sharp instincts locked onto the target instantly. Whipping his monstrous tentacles through the air, he sneered. I've been waiting for you, kid. The deadly appendages shot toward Gao Neng's airborne figure. But the boy was already glowing. An explosive aura enveloped him. Copper lifeform transformation. Activate. Defense skyrocketed by 70%. Strength surged by an overwhelming 50%. Pure confidence blazed in his eyes. Just one kick from me now. Carries an explosive force of over 2,000. Boom. Chenbai was smashed into the earth, thrashing wildly in the dirt. A guttural groan escaped his lips. The watching students gasped in shock. It's Lieutenant Chen. He's launching another assault on Gao Neng. An Alliance lieutenant is terrifyingly strong. Just one punch could decimate Gao Neng. But wait. Why is a military officer specifically targeting a student? A dignified lieutenant resorting to cheap sneak attacks? That's completely shameless. Hearing the whispers, Chenbai's blood boiled with humiliation. What do these ignorant brats know? He thought furiously. That brat strike just now. The explosive force was at least 2,000. I'm a Phase 2 energy warrior, and my peak output is barely at that level. He only broke through his second physical limit a few measly days ago. How in the world does he possess this monstrous power already? Giving his enemy zero time to breathe, Gao Neng launched himself forward. He whipped his leg high into the air, aiming a devastating kick straight at Chenbai. A relentless barrage of cyclone kicks smashed into the massive octopus tentacles. The crowd of students watched in pure awe. Gao Neng is an absolute beast. He's actually parrying a lieutenant's furious assault. Let's go, Gao Neng. Hey, Mr. Octopus. Show some pride. You can't seriously lose to a swimming duck. The crowd cheered wildly. Chenbai grit his teeth, blocking frantically. Impressive, you little monster, he thought, sweating. Every single strike carries insane weight. His explosive force has reached 2,500. Did this freak of nature undergo another breakthrough? The next devastating wave of attacks rained down. This time, the proud lieutenant was forced entirely on the defensive. The spectators held their breath. This looks bad. Gao Neng is losing his momentum. Well, what did you expect? He's fighting a literal alliance lieutenant. Just pushing an officer this far proves Gao Neng is a total beast. Up in the VIP viewing area, the principal watched the clash in utter shock. What in the world am I looking at? A mere high school student. A mere high school student is actually going toe-to-toe with Lieutenant Chen? Guoshan's eyes widened in disbelief. It's more than just fighting back. Without even tapping into pure energy reserves, Gao Neng is physically overpowering a military officer. The officials slowly turned their heads. They stared at Qing Ping as if he were an alien from another galaxy. Principal of the 3rd high school. Just what kind of terrifying monster have you been secretly raising? Down on the battlefield, Chen Bai's pride was shattering into pieces. How is this nightmare even possible? I'm a proud lieutenant of the Alliance. How could I possibly lose to a mere mortal? This overwhelming fighting spirit, this bloodthirsty aura. There's no way a high school student should possess such terrifying killing intent. He's an absolute monster of a genius. Tick, tock. As the countdown timer drops, Gao Neng's bank account bleeds dry. Tears of absolute agony stream down his face. He channels every ounce of his remaining strength into one final, devastating kick. Every single second is burning through his hard-earned cash. Just drop dead already. From the observation room, Ning-Er watches the brutal clash with unblinking eyes. The shock leaves her completely breathless. It defies all logic. Leaping from her chair, Ning-Er gasps out loud. He's shattered his physical limits 3 times. Wait, no. He's broken through his limits 4 times. Across the entire alliance, even including myself. The number of warriors who have achieved a 4th awakening doesn't even exceed 20 people. Each one is considered a peerless genius, but his growth rate is simply terrifying. From the underground factory incident to the Dark Elf crisis, it's almost impossible to believe a kid pulled off those legendary feats. Has he been hiding his true monstrous power this entire time? Grabbing her communicator, Ning-Er barks an order. Chen Bai, stop holding back. She slams the override button on the control panel, her eyes locked on the screen. His current score is already unbeatable. Since he's pushed it this far, force him to reveal his true bottom line. I authorize the use of your energy powers. Hearing this, a dangerous glint flashes in Chen Bai's eyes as he finally begins his real counterattack. Suddenly, a massive wave of light sweeps across the virtual battlefield, restoring every student to their original human forms. The crowd erupts in absolute chaos. We're human again! Holy crap, guys, look over there! The students rub their eyes in pure disbelief. Am I hallucinating right now? Did that duck just transform into Gao Neng? Wait, that murderous duck was Gao Neng all along? No way, you're definitely losing your mind. But hold on. Why is Gao Neng actually trading blows with Lieutenant Chen? Wasting 0 time, Gao Neng launches a devastating preemptive strike. He throws an explosive punch, only for Chen Bai to block it. But the sheer force sends shockwaves through the lieutenant's arms. Chen Bai grits his teeth in disbelief. To think a proud level 2 energy warrior like him would be forced into a corner by a mere mortal, having to rely on his awakened powers. A shockwave of pure energy blasts Gao Neng backward. Chen Bai pulls out an energy capsule, his expression turning cold. Gao Neng, I'm truly sorry. I can throw away my own personal pride today, but the honor of the military? That is something I will never let you trample on. The capsule snaps open, releasing a terrifying surge of power. A dangerously arrogant smirk stretches across Chen Bai's face. His physical body undergoes a massive, monstrous enhancement. Gao Neng, call me a bully today if you want. Wait until you awaken as a true energy warrior, then come hunt me down for revenge. The spectating students scream in sheer terror. Lieutenant Chen just activated his iron energy. Gao Neng, run for your life. This is totally against the rules. Watching from the sidelines, Hai Fan violently shakes with fear. Did he seriously waste all that time plotting to defeat Gao Neng? The guy is literally fighting a superhuman. This makes 0 sense. Chen Bai's ironclad fist, surging with mutant energy, tears through the air. Caught off guard by the sudden speed boost, Gao Neng takes the devastating blow head-on. He crashes violently into the dirt, but the physical pain is nothing compared to his bleeding wallet. This is a total scam, he screams internally. Are you even allowed to cheat like this? My 6,000 Alliance coins. They're completely gone. I'm literally going broke. Thankfully, his 70% enhanced copper elemental defense absorbs the brunt of the impact. He avoids any lethal damage, but there's no time to rest. Following his orders, Chen Bai charges forward like an unstoppable freight train. Gao Neng, stop hiding your power. Show me what you're truly capable of. Retreating swiftly, Gao Neng throws a desperate counterpunch. There's nothing left to see. This is literally all I've got, but Chen Bai isn't buying a single word of it. Oh, really? I call bull on that? Suspicion burns in the lieutenant's eyes as his fist pauses mid-air. Seizing the microsecond opening, Gao Neng unleashes his phantom-like footwork. He weaves through the battlefield like an unpredictable ghost. Dodging and striking, the broke student yells out, "Lieutenant Chen, I really think society would be a better place if we just trusted each other." Only Gao Neng knows the terrifying truth. His stamina is in the absolute red. One wrong move, and he's completely dead. There is nowhere left to run. Worse yet, his timer is ticking down to its final 60 seconds. Defeating a superpowered lieutenant in 1 minute is mathematically impossible, but he absolutely cannot fail this mission. Wait, that's it. I've fully converted to copper. 100% conductivity. 50% electrical charge. Lightning damage is reduced by half. A massive thunderhead brews in the distance, raining down catastrophic lightning strikes. Without hesitation, Gao Neng sprints straight toward the danger zone. Chen Bai stares in absolute disbelief. Trying to run away, realizing where the kid is heading, shock washes over the lieutenant's face. That's the lightning zone. You think I'll let you take the easy way out and self-destruct? Not on my watch. Exploding with aura, Chen Bai gives chase. Freeze right there, you brat. He rockets forward, shattering the ground and sending a massive geyser of water into the sky to block the escape route. But as the mist clears, Chen Bai stops dead in his tracks. The area is completely empty. His combat instincts scream as he scans the surroundings. Where the hell did he go? Emerging from the dense smoke like a phantom, Gao Neng strikes from the blind spot. He locks his limbs around the lieutenant in an unbreakable death grip. Whispering right into his ear, Gao Neng smirks. "Lieutenant Chen, want to play a game of who can handle more volts?" Above them, the sky roars as an apocalyptic lightning storm descends. Chen Bai thrashes wildly, roaring in absolute fury. "Are you out of your damn mind, you psycho brat? I'm surging with pure energy. You think you can outlast me? Fine, let's play your suicidal game. The first one turning into ash will definitely be you." Locked together like a living lightning rod, they stand at ground zero. A devastating pillar of heavenly lightning crashes violently into both of their bodies. The sheer magnitude of the explosion leaves every single spectator paralyzed with terror. Gao Neng and Lieutenant Chen just took a direct hit from the lightning storm. There's no way they survived that, right? From within the blinding electrical smoke, Chen Bai chokes on his own blood. "Well played. You absolute lunatic," he coughs out. Beside him, Gao Neng bites down so hard his gums bleed. "Holy crap. It hurts, 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 hurts." His mind screams in absolute agony. Even with his 50% elemental damage reduction, the flesh-roasting pain is completely unbearable. But lurking in the dark clouds above, a second, even more terrifying wave of lightning prepares to strike. Today, both of them are going straight to hell together. Smoke billows from both of their battered bodies. The sheer intensity of the clash is practically melting the air around them. Gao Neng knows Lieutenant Chen Bai is heavily wounded, but his own physical limits are completely maxed out. One more lightning strike, and he is a dead man. Seizing this brief moment of weakness, the lieutenant launches a ruthless counterattack. His weapon blasts backward, striking Gao Neng square in the chest. The boy is sent flying, and Chen Bai instantly pounces. Pinning Gao Neng forcefully to the ground, the military veteran raises a heavy fist. "It is over, Gao Neng. You have lost." But the young warrior refuses to stay down. Driven by pure, unyielding willpower, Gao Neng slams his own forehead right into Chen Bai's skull. "I will never lose." Flipping the script, Gao Neng forces the mighty lieutenant beneath him. But his battle-crazed rage is not satisfied yet. Using his iron-hard skull, he unleashes a brutal barrage of headbutts. It is a desperate, self-destructive tactic, sacrificing 950 of his own health just to deal 1,000 damage. Completely overwhelmed by this savage assault, Chen Bai finally stops resisting. He just lies there, letting out a weak, defeated sigh. To be young, is truly a blessing. With those final words, both fighters sink deep into the dark water. The spectating students watch in absolute horror. This level of combat is too vicious. Are they both dead? The surface goes completely still. No one can believe a mere student just fought a certified energy warrior to a mutual destruction. Up in the observation room, Principal Shui is utterly speechless. Lieutenant Chen Bai possessed overwhelming power, leagues beyond the boy's current level. Yet Gao Neng somehow dragged him down into a brutal, bloody stalemate. Guo Shan chimes in, his voice trembling with awe. And the craziest part? That kid has not even awakened as an energy warrior yet. Teacher Qing Ping swells with absolute pride. Gao Neng. Ah, you did beautifully. You truly gave it your all. But wait, suddenly, a single hand erupts from the surface of the water. The entire student body freezes in shock, while the principals gasp in disbelief. It is impossible. Is Gao Neng actually still alive? He took 2 direct blasts of divine lightning and countless heavy blows from the lieutenant. How is he still breathing? Even the mysterious Yu Er stares blankly at the screen, completely captivated by this miraculous survival. A wicked smile creeps across her face. Not bad at all, you vicious little wolf. Once he is out of there, should I slice him into pieces? Or drain his bone marrow for my experiments? He is the perfect specimen. Dripping wet, Gao Neng drags his battered body toward the muddy shore. The crowd of students is absolutely paralyzed. Wait, look closely. He is dragging something behind him. No way. He is actually dragging Lieutenant Chen Bai by the ankle. The mighty officer is being pulled onto the bank like a sack of potatoes. Is the lieutenant even alive? His body has not vanished from the simulation space yet, so he must still be breathing. In reality, Chen Bai is so utterly humiliated that he is pretending to be unconscious. But Gao Neng sees right through the act. Lieutenant Chen, you fought like a true man. I may have won today, but you showed me the absolute terrifying might of the Alliance military. Crack! Gao Neng casually whips the young lieutenant right on the backside. However, the score between us is far from settled. The spectators collectively lose their minds. How ruthless. He actually dared to physically spank an elite military officer. Does this madman not fear the lieutenant's future revenge? Chen Bai's body finally begins to dissolve into pixels. Deep down, he carves this humiliation into his soul. Gao Neng, just you wait. Meanwhile, Hai Fan watches from the shadows, eyes gleaming with malice. That trash has fought too many grueling battles today. His stamina must be completely drained by now. If I want to crush him, this is my golden opportunity. Without warning, Hai Fan lunges forward, aiming a cowardly sneak attack right at Gao Neng's blind spot. Die, Gao Neng. The crowd erupts in panic. Oh no, that snake Hai Fan is trying to steal the kill. Third high school students, hurry up and protect Gao Neng. Bam! Gao Neng casually catches the ambush punch without even looking. With a devastating front kick, he sends Hai Fan flying backward through the air. The crowd watches in bewildered silence as Gao Neng suddenly starts doing stretches. How does this monster still have energy left? This is getting absolutely ridiculous. He is flawlessly executing the 4th National Calisthenics routine. Is he seriously doing morning exercises in the middle of a death match? As he moves, invisible energy surges back into his exhausted muscles. His grip tightens menacingly around his combat whip once more. It is time to settle the score. Gao Neng glares down at his pathetic attacker. You thought you could blindside me? Hai Fan spits blood, his face twisted in pure arrogance. So what if I did? The final score of this combat exam is the only thing that matters. You want to be the champion, yet you cry about me taking an easy shot? Gao Neng's eyes turn ice cold as everything finally clicks. I have been wondering who tampered with my theory exam. At first, I thought it was just a cowardly rat, like you. But now, the truth is obvious. The pathetic lengths a desperate father will go to for his failure of a son. Hai Fan freezes, his mind short-circuiting. What the hell are you talking about? Staring directly into the sky cameras, Gao Neng unleashes a furious roar. Principal He Lin, your son at least has the guts to own his treachery. But you? A grown man playing dirty tricks from the shadows, yet too afraid to show his face? You are nothing but a spineless, shell-hiding turtle. In the VIP room, the other 2 principals snap their heads toward He Lin, absolutely horrified by this scandalous revelation. Hai Fan frantically scrambles backward, his voice cracking. You are speaking pure nonsense. My father would never stoop so low. Whoosh! The lethal whip lashes out like a viper, coiling viciously around Hai Fan's ankle. With a violent yank, Gao Neng slams the rich kid face first into the dirt. A dark, mocking smile plays on Gao Neng's lips. Your father may have tried to ruin my life, but luckily for you, I am a very forgiving guy. A few dozen lashes should be enough to settle my anger. Humiliation burns through Hai Fan's veins. You dare strike me with that filthy weapon. I will kill you. But his empty threats mean absolutely nothing. Gao Neng's arm blurs as he rains down merciless strikes. I just spanked a military lieutenant. Do you really think a spoiled brat like you scares me? Under the relentless barrage of pain, Hai Fan's health drops to 0, and he is forcefully ejected from the survival game. Slowly, Gao Neng turns his gaze toward the remaining crowd. A terrifying, villainous aura radiates from his blood-stained body. All right, who is next? The surviving students tremble in absolute terror. Do wait. Gao Neng. Have mercy. We are from 3rd high school too. A demonic glint flashes in Gao Neng's eyes. The survival exam is in its final moments. School loyalty means absolutely nothing right now. Since you are all destined to be eliminated anyway, is it not better to donate your survival points directly to me? Think of it as charity. Chaos instantly erupts as the students scream for their lives. Please do not hit me. I will self-destruct. Just spare me the pain. Another cries out, have mercy. I am gay. Please let me live. If you are going to hit me, at least be gentle. Please spare me. I have an 80-year-old mother to feed. But the massacre is inevitable. As the final buzzer echoes, the combat exam officially ends. First place, Gao Neng. Total kill count, an unbelievable 67. Meanwhile, the atmosphere around He Lin turned freezing cold. He stood cornered beneath the piercing glares of 3 furious principals, desperately trying to talk his way out. Are you seriously going to believe that brat? He spat, panic leaking into his voice. I, He Lin, have bled for the education of these forsaken lands for decades. Do you really think I would stoop so low as to frame a mere student for my own selfish gains? Before he could spin another lie, Ning Er raised a single, commanding hand to silence him. Her voice cut through the air like an ice blade. Principal He, during today's theory examination, every single security feed from high school number 1 was confiscated. Yet, mysteriously, one was missing. Care to explain exactly why the main gate camera just happened to malfunction? She pressed. Sweat beaded on He Lin's forehead as he fiercely denied everything. How in the world would I know that? He barked defensively. If the military is so suspicious, go interrogate my logistics team. Ninger simply scoffed at his pathetic deflection. There is no need for such tedious games, she stated coldly. The military operates with absolute precision. We already installed our own hidden backup cameras at your gates. Every single one of your dirty little moves has been recorded. The Forsaken Lands are undergoing a massive purge, and as it stands, 3 major power factions will be completely eradicated. Naturally, that means you are no exception, He Lin. The defeated principal's eyes widened in realization before blazing with absolute fury. So you knew my plan from the very beginning. Then why wait until this exact moment to strike? He roared. Ning Er's expression remained dangerously calm. The military strikes only when we hold absolute proof. Arresting Tang De, executing Wang Ju, all of it required undeniable evidence. Did you really think we would skip that step for a rat like you? Your pathetic attempt to frame Gao Neng was the final nail in your own coffin. His shoulders finally slumped in utter defeat. If the board is already set, I have nothing left to say. But tell me this, will the military's purge drag my family down with me? Hai Fan and Hai Yang had absolutely zero part in my schemes. Ning Er looked down at him with an unbreakable sense of justice. The military holds no interest in wiping out innocent bloodlines. To be completely honest, whether your precious sons knew about your corruption or not is entirely beneath my notice. But if they ever dream of seeking revenge against me, they better awaken some serious power first. Watching this downfall, Qing Ping called out nervously, Old He. But the disgraced man immediately snapped back, his pride wounded. I may have played the wrong hand today, but I do not need your pathetic pity. No matter what happens to me, my 2 sons are guaranteed to enter the military academy. Their destinies are paved with gold. But what about the rest of you? You have absolutely nothing. Dedication to the system? What a load of garbage. We have known each other for over a decade. So let me leave you with this. Old Li, you are still rotting away as a bachelor. If you ask me, Principal Xue is the perfect match for a loser like you. Hearing this absolutely unhinged insult, Principal Xue nearly exploded with rage. That vile bastard. He cannot spit out a single decent word even at death's door. Catching Qingping staring at her, she flushed red with furious embarrassment. What the hell are you looking at? My standards touch the heavens. Unless you hold the deeds to 3 mansions and the keys to 2 luxury hover cars, do not even dream of me looking your way. Suddenly, Guoshan stepped up with a shameless grin. Ding ding ding. I actually possess exactly 3 houses and 2 cars, but Principal Xue just looked him up and down with absolute disgust. You are way too ugly. Keep dreaming in your sleep. Ugly is an automatic fail, but being dangerously handsome is a curse of its own. Just look at that monster, Gao Neng. He completely shattered the hearts of every single female student in my academy. Do you really think being a pretty boy is a blessing? Meanwhile, miles away, Gao Neng suddenly let out a massive sneeze. At that exact moment, a holographic system chime echoed in his mind. Congratulations! Mission Ostentatious Lone Wolf has been successfully completed. He rubbed his nose, looking utterly perplexed. How in the world can a genius like me catch a cold while logged into a virtual reality combat space? That makes zero logical sense. The divine system completely ignored his complaining and flashed again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for executing the mission perfectly. Reward generated, 1 beginner-level treasure chest. Staring at the glowing marrow-cleansing pill resting in his palm, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. He only had 2 grueling system missions left to clear. While my consciousness is still linked to the virtual domain, I need to trigger my next evolution, he muttered. My explosive combat power already shattered the 2000 mark. If I do not undergo my 4th stage breakthrough right now, I will never be able to explain my monstrous strength to the outside world. The system interface hummed to life, rapidly scanning his biometric data for the impending evolution. Alert! Host's vital blood chi value has successfully breached the 500 threshold, initiating the 4th physical limit breakthrough now. A surge of unimaginable power roared through his veins. Exactly 5 minutes after his legendary evolution, Gao Neng was suddenly cornered by Lieutenant Chen Bai. The lieutenant's face was terrifyingly dark, masked in killing intent. Gao Neng, we need to have a little chat. Take a wild guess. Do you honestly think you will walk out of this facility alive today? Unbothered by the death threat, Gao Neng flashed a blinding, arrogant smile. I am going to bet that you absolutely cannot bear to kill me. After all, where else are you going to find a supreme genius who just shattered his physical limits for the 4th time? The Grand Alliance would bleed themselves dry just to cultivate a divine talent like me. Am I wrong? That single, arrogant statement hit Lieutenant Chen Bai like a physical blow. You already achieved your 4th breakthrough? He stammered, his dark aura crumbling. Then why in the hell did your explosive force gauge only measure a little over 700 during the official exam? Gao Neng just shrugged nonchalantly. I was just playing around, obviously. Lieutenant Chen, you clearly do not understand the rules of survival in the absolute darkness of these forsaken lands. A guy who is this devastatingly handsome and terrifyingly talented has to keep his true power hidden just to stay alive. But the game has changed now. Once I step foot into the capital of hope, I will finally be untouchable. Suddenly, the entire military squad burst into hysterical, maniacal laughter, leaving Gao Neng standing there completely dumbfounded. Wait. Do you idiots actually think the capital of hope is a safe haven? A cold sweat began to form on the young genius's neck. Lieutenant Chen, what exactly is so funny about my survival plan? Wiping a tear of laughter from his eye, Chen Bai stepped forward with a sinister smirk. You hit the nail right on the head, Gao Neng. I absolutely refuse to kill you today. Just wait until we drag you to the capital of hope. A truly bright and agonizing future awaits you there. Enough chit-chat. Major Shen and Dr. Lan are demanding your immediate presence. Follow my lead. Gao Neng blinked, his arrogant facade slipping slightly. Wait, who on earth is Dr. Lan? She is the military's top-tier biological research scientist. Of course, Chen Bai chuckled darkly. And word on the base is, she has developed a very special, very dangerous interest in your body. Now, move. Gao Neng's face instantly scrunched up in dread, but he had no choice but to nod. Fine, lead the way to my doom. Stepping through the heavy blast doors of the military's elite science division, he immediately spotted a familiar face. Ning stood at the center of the lab, gesturing toward the imposing woman right beside her. Allow me to introduce Dr. Lan, our lead specialist in extreme anatomical and biometric analysis. Ruo Hua's eyes locked onto him like a predator spotting its absolute favorite prey. So, you are the legendary Gao Neng? I have been dying to get my hands on you. Before the genius could even process her words, he was violently strapped down into a terrifying metallic examination chair. Running her cold instruments over him, Ruo Hua gasped at his monstrous stats. This muscle density is completely off the charts. The new generation truly crushes the old. He really has shattered the 4th physical limit. But what terrifying experiment awaited him next? Ninger doesn't hold back her praise. To shatter your limits and break through from the 1st to the 4th level in mere days. You are hiding quite a few legendary secrets, aren't you? Dr. Lan, begin the extraction. Panic flashes across Gao Neng's face. Wait a minute. I risked my life for the Alliance. I bled for the military. You can't treat a hero like a lab rat. I literally saved your life. I wiped out Wang Ju's entire faction. Teng Dai's downfall was my doing, and I even slaughtered an alien species just for your research. With all these overwhelming contributions, don't I deserve at least a shred of human privacy? Ninger shoots him a cold, calculating look. You are not wrong, but the Alliance has already compensated you handsomely for every single deed. Desperate, Gao Neng pivots. Then what about He Lin? If my instincts are right, you used me as human bait to trap He Lin. I played a crucial role in that master plan. Does that legendary effort count for absolutely nothing? Ning Er crosses her arms. So, you are rejecting this exclusive reward? If you refuse, naturally, you do not have to offer your body to the Alliance. Cao Neng's attitude instantly flips. Sacrificing my flesh and blood for the Alliance is my ultimate life goal. Fine, it is just a little research, right? Alive, I am a warrior of the Alliance. In death, I remain its loyal ghost. I offer my body as a supreme tribute. Scoop out my brain, shatter my bones, I will not even blink. A chilling smile spreads across Ruo Hua's face as she readies a massive syringe. Oh, are you absolutely sure? Ninger chuckles, her icy demeanor melting for a second. We originally just wanted a tiny drop of your blood, but since you are so eager to sacrifice your entire being, I will not stand in your way. Ruo Hua casually pulls out a terrifying bone saw. I never expected the great Cao Neng to possess such incredible talent and profound selflessness. Since you practically begged for it, I will skip the pleasantries. Trembling at the sight of the saw, Cao Neng immediately shatters his tough guy act. Wait, let me rethink this. Please, be as polite as possible. Ruo Hua sighs, putting the saw away. Fine. Now, Cao Neng, drop your pants and present your backside. I swear on my honor as a doctor, it is just a tiny blood draw. I will not do anything drastic. Now, stop your pointless struggling. The more you thrash around, the worse the pain gets. Cao Neng furiously protests. Why does a blood test require dropping his pants? A blood-curdling scream shatters the silence of the room. Cao Neng's face turns entirely pale, thanking the heavens it was only a needle. He breaks out in a cold sweat. It is just a basic blood test, right? There is no way they can detect his divine system. Right? Whatever the case, he cannot stay in this terrifying laboratory a second longer. If he lingers, they might actually skin him alive. Seeing Ruo Hua staring blankly at the results, Ninger urgently steps forward. What did you find, doctor? Is there an anomaly? A fascinated smile creeps onto the doctor's face. Absolutely. His blood pulses with an incredibly mysterious power. The cellular activity is off the charts. While I cannot pinpoint the exact origin of this overwhelming energy right now, the composition of his blood is practically miraculous. Ninger's expression instantly freezes over. Miraculous? Are you saying he possesses alien DNA? Ruo Hua shakes her head firmly. Not alien. He is 100% human, but his bloodstream carries a hidden, ancient power. You could call it a supreme genetic mutation. Now that I mention it, do you not carry a similar mutation yourself? Ninger exhales a heavy breath of relief. As long as he is not an alien spy, nothing else matters. Lieutenant Chen, transfer 50,000 Alliance coins to Cao Neng immediately, and hand him my private encrypted number. Tell him to call me the second he needs anything. Consider it a 50,000 coin service fee per request. Chen Bai's jaw practically hits the floor. 50,000? 50,000 per call? Before anyone can process the shock, time slips away, and the clock strikes 11 p.m. Cao Neng finally pushes open the door to his humble home. Mom, I am back. Zilan is already waiting, a warm feast perfectly arranged on the table. You must be starving, right? Sit down and eat first. Cao Neng blinks in surprise, completely baffled. Mom, are you not going to ask how my legendary exam went today? She just smiles gently, firmly believing that brutal combat exams are not her son's strong suit. I already know how tough it is out there. Even if you failed, I would never blame you. A triumphant grin explodes across Cao Neng's face. But Mom, I absolutely crushed it this time. I scored a flawless 100% on the theory exams. And in the combat trials, I took the undisputed #1 spot. I am the grand champion of the entire generation. We can finally leave this rundown district. Zilan suddenly falls completely silent, her eyes shadowing over, while Cao Neng continues his excited rambling. Once we arrive at the capital of Hope, I am going to rent us a massive luxury apartment. You would not believe the mountain of prize money I brought home today. Suddenly, Zilan's soft voice cuts through his excitement. Xiao Neng. Mom is feeling utterly exhausted tonight. I am going to rest. Eat your dinner, okay? A wave of worry hits him. Mom, you are not eating with me? She pauses, pointing to a dusty cabinet. I bought a special bottle of wine for you in there. I bought it to celebrate your grand victory. And Xiaoneng, Mom is truly, incredibly proud of you. Without another word, she quietly shuts her bedroom door. Left alone in the dim kitchen, Cao Neng stares at the closed door, a strange emptiness washing over him. Mom? But before he can knock, a blinding holographic screen shatters the silence. The divine system awakens, projecting an ultimate quest, part 4 of 5. Title: Become the man who controls everything. Reward for absolute completion? A 100% guaranteed intermediate treasure chest. Cao Neng's eyes widen in absolute disbelief. A guaranteed intermediate chest? The last time he unlocked one of those, it forcefully awakened his spiritual power. That insane ability had instantly become his most devastating trump card in battle, even though his current mastery only allows him to use it for tactical scanning and probing. With just a few more soul-tempering pills, my power will undergo a terrifying, legendary evolution. The glowing blue text shifts, revealing the brutal conditions to become the absolute master of fate. His current mortal strength is no longer enough to satisfy the relentless demands of his destiny. He must break his limits once again. The final mission objective pulses in blood-red text. Break through and awaken as a true energy warrior. Cao Neng's heart plummets into his stomach. An energy warrior? It sounds so incredibly simple on paper. In this ruthless world, who would not sell their soul to become one? But the real nightmare is the path to awakening. Every single manual, technique, and resource related to energy warriors is a highly classified military secret. To ordinary citizens, it is completely inaccessible. Until he officially steps through the iron gates of the elite military academy, he has zero clearance to even look at the training methods. Is he seriously doomed to wait 2 agonizing months before he can conquer this god-tier mission? A sudden realization struck him like lightning. That is right. He pulled out a sleek business card. I still have this. Chen Bai had handed it to him back then. This 50,000 Alliance dollars is a special military scholarship, he had claimed. From now on, it will be awarded annually to outstanding students. We hope this pushes everyone to work even harder. Gasps of sheer envy had echoed around him. Amazing! 50,000! The military actually values us students from the Forgotten Land. Scholarship? Yeah, right. This was clearly hush money for reporting. He Lin. The military was totally piggybacking off his hard work to boost their own merits. This world was truly corrupt to the core. He stared intently at the business card Chen Bai had slipped him. Cao Neng, take this. Call the number if you need any favors, Chen Bai had told him. 50,000 Alliance dollars per service. The memory alone sent shivers down Cao Neng's spine. 50,000 for a service? Wait, what kind of shady service was this? Snapping out of his flashback, his eyes narrowed in deep thought. He desperately needed a breakthrough right now, but 50,000 a pop? That was pure highway robbery. Still, he refused to believe a straight-laced guy like Chen Bai would give him a sketchy hotline. He dialed the number. The receiver clicked, followed by a fiercely annoyed tone. It is the middle of the night. What do you want? What kind of service are you looking for tonight? We can provide absolutely anything. Cao Neng froze. A girl? A crimson flush instantly crept up his neck at that soft, alluring voice. His brow twitched violently. It really was a sketchy hotline. Chen Bai, you absolute degenerate, he cursed mentally. I am definitely reporting your perverted actions. He would report him directly to Ninger. But wait, a chilling sense of familiarity washed over him. That voice. Was that Ninger? Ninger's voice cut through the silence. Have you decided what service you want? Cao Neng swallowed hard, his curiosity taking over. I have decided. I want the all-inclusive VIP package. Of course, Ninger immediately brought up the cash. The VIP package? That is going to cost you. Do you have the 50,000 ready? He agreed without missing a beat. Deal. Lock it in. Understood, she replied smoothly. A car will pick you up in 30 minutes. You will be gone for a while, so say your goodbyes to your family. The line went dead. Taking a deep breath, he stepped out of his house into the night. Cao Neng's mind was racing, a terrible suspicion gnawing at him. 50,000 was no small sum. Was Ninger actually setting him up for a massive scam? Forget it. I will gamble it all. If this could help him break through, it was worth the risk. 1 hour later, the tires screeched to a halt at the military training base. Cao Neng stepped out, shooting Chen Bai a deadpan glare. We are back here again? Chen Bai did not even blink. Where else did you expect to go? A fancy hotel? He turned on his heel. Follow me. Major Shen is waiting for you inside. Through the doors, Ninger was unleashing a furious barrage of punches on a heavy bag. Chen Bai snapped a crisp salute. Reporting! She halted her assault, grabbing a towel to wipe the glistening sweat from her neck. You made it? Ninger looked absolutely breathtaking in her training gear. Her athletic physique was flawlessly sculpted, a deadly mix of power and perfect curves. Both Cao Neng and Chen Bai could not help but stare, utterly mesmerized by the sight. If this was part of the VIP package, it was definitely worth every penny. But then, Ninger launched a devastating strike. Bang! The heavy sandbag caved in, violently embedded straight into the concrete wall. Cao Neng instantly turned to stone, a cold sweat breaking out across his back. Ning dusted off her hands, her expression entirely calm. All right, let us discuss your requested services. Chen Bai stepped forward, handing over a thick stack of bills. It was the blood, sweat, and tears of Cao Neng's hard-earned cash. Reporting, exactly 50,000 alliance dollars, not a single cent missing. Cao Neng's heart bled, invisible tears streaming down his face. My precious money. Ning nodded sharply. Good. Dismissed. Chen Bai. Cao Neng was practically fuming with rage. They had not even done anything yet, and his wallet was already empty. Was this how the military operated? Pure, shameless extortion, before delivering any actual service. Ninger cut straight to the chase. So, you are hoping I can help you break through and become a true energy warrior? Cao Neng jumped, his guard instantly raised. Wait, how did you know smack? She slapped a thick stack of documents right against his chest. Relax. I have already collected your fee. I set everything up before you even arrived. I am going to hit the showers. Read over this contract while you wait. Have it signed before I step back out, she ordered, disappearing into the bathroom. Cao Neng stared at the papers. It was a literal slave contract. He seethed with utter disbelief. Did this woman not even care about hiding her absolute villainy? Scanning the ruthless terms, a heavy sigh escaped his lips. His luck was truly cursed by the heavens. He stood frozen in place, utterly speechless with the papers shaking in his grip, his face deflated like a soggy dumpling. Every single clause was completely tyrannical. Was this the price of his total freedom? He zeroed in on the final number at the bottom, 2 million. Cao Neng seriously began to doubt his own self-worth. Was his entire existence really only worth 2 million? This was an absolute insult. Trembling with fury, he slammed the contract onto the floor. I am not signing this garbage, he roared. This is pure extortion. I would rather die than sign away my life. The bathroom door swung open. Ninger leaned against the frame, looking completely unbothered. Do not sign it then. Nobody is forcing you. The door is right there. Cao Neng gritted his teeth, refusing to back down. Fine. Then give me my 50,000 back. Fresh out of the shower, water dripping from her hair, Ninger smirked mischievously. She had zero intentions of returning a single cent. The VIP package has already been locked in. There are absolutely no refunds. Cao Neng's eyes went wide with sheer outrage. Are you openly scamming me right now? He yelled. I have been here this whole time and have not received a single service. Objection overruled. Ninger shot back flawlessly. I already gave you the perfect opportunity. We are a man and a woman, completely alone in a private room. A beautiful girl was literally showering right behind that door. You chose not to barge in. Who else can you blame but yourself? Cao Neng choked on his own breath, utterly defeated. Oh, she was good. Staring at her brilliantly smug smile, he had to bite his tongue to stop a flood of colorful curses. Deep breaths. Stay calm, he chanted mentally. I am a civilized man. I will not stoop to barbaric insults. Seeing his inner turmoil, Ninger finally dropped the teasing act. You refuse to sign the contract. You refuse to pledge your loyalty to me, she stated sharply. So tell me, why on earth would I spend 2 million out of my own pocket to help you break through? If I'm investing that kind of wealth, I expect a massive return on my investment. Cao Neng's jaw hit the floor. 2 million? Wait a minute. Had he misread the zeros? She points a slender finger directly at Gao Neng. Principal Li mentored you, didn't he? But that little price tag he mentioned, it definitely doesn't cover someone of your caliber. The power an energy warrior commands is the absolute origin of all things on this earth. We dictate space. We bend matter. We control the very elements themselves. In this modern era, those who can master and manipulate such terrifying forces, they are what the world calls energy warriors. But to ascend to that rank, you must first condense a source core deep within your own body. This source core possesses the absolute authority to devour all other forms of energy. That is precisely why we also refer to it as the magnetic core. To forge this magnetic core, you must carve out a unique spatial domain within yourself to generate pure power. A standard breakthrough costs nearly 500,000 credits in energy absorption. As for a monster like you, do the math yourself. Furthermore, the higher your hidden talents, the more astronomical the energy requirements become. And if memory serves right, you possess 8 separate talents, all exceeding 80%. If you want me to pour that massive amount of resources into you, give me a damn good reason. Every single digit of that astronomical debt crashes down on the young man's shoulders. Yet, his eyes burn with an unshakable conviction. Forcing his trembling body to stand tall, Gao Neng shoots her a smirk. Does being ridiculously handsome count as a valid reason? Ning Er refuses to play games, demanding cold, hard proof. It counts. But that handsome face is only valuable if you sign a total submission contract. You will belong entirely to me. Desperate, Gao Neng plays his trump card. What about the fact that I literally saved your life? A sly, fox-like grin spreads across her beautiful face. I could easily order my men to beat you half to death right now. Then, I could graciously step in and save your life. That would make us perfectly even, wouldn't it? Gao Neng is utterly speechless at her ruthless logic. Wow. Only you could twist things like that. Classic Ninger trademark ruthlessness. Unfazed, Ninger presses her advantage. No matter how much you struggle, just be a good boy and sign the contract. I might even be generous and only purchase 49% of your physical body. See? You still get to keep your precious freedom. Bang. Gao Neng slams his hands onto the table in fierce protest. Without a second thought, he violently scatters the binding contracts into the air. Absolutely not. I might sell my pride, I might even sell my damn soul, but there is no way in hell I'm selling my physical body. Ninger simply shrugs, perfectly willing to call his bluff. Then negotiations are over. Go find 2 million credits somewhere else. Panic grips Gao Neng. Damn it, this woman is an absolute monster to deal with. Her intellect is easily on par with his own genius. Making a deal with a predator like her means one single slip-up, and he will be devoured whole. Watching her sit there with that infuriatingly calm confidence makes his blood boil. Damn it all. Is he really going to be forced into submission by her arrogant attitude? Hold on. Confidence? A wicked spark ignites in Gao Ning's mind, and a dark chuckle escapes his lips. Oh, this is perfect. His widening grin completely sheds any trace of human decency. Ning Er furrows her brows, momentarily thrown off. What is with that face? Are you finally giving up? Gao Ning scoffs. Give up? Since when does a supreme powerhouse ever surrender? I was just thinking about something interesting. Since you are so blindly confident in yourself, have you never considered how terrifyingly powerful I will become once I awaken as an energy warrior? Let me remind you of a little fact. Even before my breakthrough, I have already crushed you beneath my heel not once, but twice. He had struck a massive nerve. Ninger's beautiful face instantly darkens like a brewing storm. And because of that, you delusionally believe you can actually defeat me? Radiating absolute arrogance, Gao Neng tilts his chin toward the heavens and makes his vow. I am only weaker than you in this exact moment. Just wait until I shatter my limits and enter the military academy. Give me 1 year. If not 1, then 3 years at most. I swear on my life, I will absolutely crush you. Boom. Ninger viciously launches a lightning-fast kick, determined to put this arrogant brat in his place. Gao Neng freezes, his eyes widening at the devastating speed of her surprise attack. Retracting her leg, Ninger speaks with chilling authority. You think your 4 extreme physical breakthroughs and your 8 talents over 80% make you special? Let me wake you up to reality. I have also shattered the physical limit 4 times over. Furthermore, my 8 hidden talents all exceed 90%. My brain exploitation has reached a flawless 100%. No one in the same realm could ever dream of possessing my level of spiritual power. Among my peers, I am an absolute untouchable god. Yet, Gao Neng merely scoffs, his provocation dripping with venom. Oh, please. That pathetic little spiritual power? I have that too. Talent aside, every single bone and muscle fiber in my body has been brutally tempered and perfectly refined. I have already mastered my physical vessel. I can erupt with 200% of my maximum combat output. I am the undeniable future war god of this alliance. Instead of arguing, Ninger silently amplifies the crushing pressure of her spiritual power shield. The very air begins to warp and crackle. The two monsters lock eyes, engaging in a terrifying, silent clash of pure spiritual power. A flicker of surprise crosses Ninger's eyes as she confirms her suspicions. So you really do possess spiritual power. Back in the underground factory, I sensed a trace of it. I just wasn't entirely certain until now. Well, now you know the horrifying truth, Gao Neng boasts, practically vibrating with arrogance. My spiritual power awakened ages ago. I am the one and only true unparalleled genius. A dangerous smirk returns to Ninger's face as she makes her final play. Excellent. Then I will gladly grant you this little opportunity. We will fight in exactly 3 years, and if you fail to defeat me then, I will personally beat you to death. She turns on her heel, barking orders into her comms. Second Lieutenant, Chen, prepare the sealed chamber immediately. We are initiating Gao Neng's breakthrough sequence. Feeling invincible, Gao Neng recklessly pushes his luck. And what happens if I actually crush you in that fight? Instantly, a deep, furious blush explodes across her usually stoic face. If you win, then I, Ning Er, will personally provide you with my true, full-service package. Gao Neng's brain short-circuits. He realizes he just got played like an absolute fiddle. A full-service package? Wait, is she seriously messing with me right now? Meanwhile, outside the chamber, Ning Er steps up to the advanced combat testing machine. Her expression morphs into something terrifyingly dark, gathering a monstrous surge of energy into her right arm. Boom! She unleashes a devastating punch that instantly shatters the fortified machine into a million pieces. The shattered digital display flickers wildly before locking onto a terrifying number, 20.86. A dead silence falls over the entire facility as jaws drop to the floor. Major Shen, she actually broke through again? Staring at the wreckage, Ninger's eyes burn with the fury of a challenged queen. No one disrespects her absolute authority. 3 years to surpass me? Fine. Let us see just how monstrous you can truly become. Sensing the suffocating tension, Chenbai cautiously approaches the control room. Hey kid. Major Shen just authorized the release of all high-tier materials for your breakthrough. He stares at Gao Neng like he is looking at an alien. What the hell did you actually do to the Major in there? A wicked, profoundly ambiguous smirk spreads across Gao Neng's face. What else could I have done? I simply dominated her for once. Gao Neng tries to salvage his last shred of pride. He delivered the message. He talked the talk. He cannot just admit he did absolutely nothing. But Chenbai's expression turns dead serious as he issues a grim warning. Gao Neng, there is something I must warn you about, he says. Do you actually know Major Shen's true identity? Gao Neng shrugs it off with a fearless smirk. Yeah, I know. She is a major of the Alliance, right? Chenbai leans in, his voice dropping to a whisper. She is not just a major of the Alliance. Let me put it this way. Did you know the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the military is also named Shen? Gao Neng maintains his brilliantly ignorant attitude. Well, now I know. Is that supposed to be a problem? Chenbai is utterly stunned. Is this kid completely clueless? Does he not realize he is basically aiming to be the military's royal son-in-law? Suddenly, Gao Neng's brain finally connects to the server. Wait a minute. What did he just say? The deputy commander is also a Shen? What does that mean? Pure panic sets in as reality hits him. Lieutenant Chen, I was actually just joking earlier. Please do not take any of that seriously. Chenbai dramatically covers his ears. Of course I understand completely. I did not hear a single thing. Gao Neng desperately tries to explain himself. No, you definitely do not understand. Your Major Shen and I are just normal comrades, nothing more. But no matter what he says, Chenbai just nods along with a knowing, mocking smirk. I get it, man. Whatever you say goes. Even if you say you two took a sacred blood oath, I will believe it. With the misunderstanding perfectly cemented, the two arrive at the research lab. Dr. Lan Ruhua welcomes them with a bright, welcoming smile. Gao Neng, we meet again. Chenbai steps forward, making sure to heavily emphasize his point. Dr. Lan, I am following Major Shen's direct orders. I have brought her precious comrade here for his breakthrough. Please treat him with the utmost care and caution. Ruohua chuckles softly, her eyes gleaming. Do not worry about a thing. Gao Neng is my VIP guest. I definitely will not let him suffer any losses. Once you change your clothes, hurry into the sealing chamber. This perfectly simulates the magnetic power zone's pressure. It will completely isolate you from the outside world. No sound or light can penetrate these heavy walls. All you need to do is maintain a deep, uninterrupted sleep state. Oh, one more thing. Since Gao Neng is breaking through his body's absolute limits for the 4th time, this process will likely take over a single month. Just as the massive chamber door starts to seal shut, Gao Neng panics. Wait a minute. Did you just say a month? Hold on. I have not filled out my university applications yet. If I am locked in here for a whole month, what happens to my college dreams? Lieutenant Chen, are you still out there? Let me out of here. I need to submit my life-changing applications first. I promise I will come back to break through later. Outside, Chenbai looks deeply worried. Gao Neng's emotional state seems highly unstable. Should we open it up to check? But Ruohua waves it off, completely unfazed. It is a normal reaction. He cannot see us from the inside. Many people cannot adapt to the sudden, crushing isolation. It naturally leads to this kind of violently agitated behavior. We have our own special methods of handling this. Just give it a moment. Suddenly, heavy electromagnetic pulses ripple from the chamber. The automated system chimes with a robotic alert. Report. The subject's condition has perfectly stabilized. Agitation levels have successfully returned to 0. Ruohua smirks confidently, crossing her arms. See, I told you he is absolutely fine. Relax. I have got this. We are professionals here. Just then, 2 panicked researchers sprint over to her. Dr. Lan, Gao Nang's energy absorption rate is highly abnormal. We already pumped in 4 times the standard breakthrough materials. But at this insane speed, the energy input simply cannot keep up with his ravenous body. Ruohua checks the glowing screens, her eyes widening in shock. He is absorbing it that fast, but his other vitals are perfectly normal. Fine. If 4 portions are not enough, keep pumping it in. Add 6 more portions. Blaring sirens echo as the monitoring screens flash a violent red. The staff shouts in sheer terror. Dr. Lan, the system is warning us of an overload again. Thrilled by the monstrous data, she barks out another wild order. Keep adding more. If that is not enough, push it to 12 portions of raw energy. The staff hesitates, sweating bullets. Doctor, is this not going a little too overboard? A single month at this rate will cost 6 million alliance coins. But Ruohua's mad scientific ambition completely takes over. That is still far too little. Push it up to 15 portions right now. Or do you dare to doubt my professional expertise? She glares. The terrified researcher stammers nervously. Of course not, doctor. Then keep raising the energy levels. Give him 16 full portions. Fast forward to high noon on the 3rd day. Chen Bai returns to headquarters to deliver his shocking report. Major Shen, Gao Neng's absorption speed is utterly terrifying. Dr. Lan had to inject 18 portions of pure power just to satisfy his body's monstrous demands. Major, at this insane rate, a single month will cost nearly 10 million coins. But Ning'er is completely lost in her own competitive thoughts. 18 portions? How many did I use during my legendary breakthrough? Was it 16? Or was it 18? She stubbornly mutters to herself. If Gao Neng can handle 18 portions, then I definitely hit 18 too. No, wait. I must have absorbed at least 20 portions. Brushing off the astronomical cost, she gives a generous, absolute order. It does not matter. Let him consume whatever he needs. However much money he burns through, I will personally pay for it. Hearing this, Chen Bai's misunderstanding blasts into the stratosphere. So the rumors are actually true. Are these two secretly, passionately dating? If this was just a normal everyday friendship, who would casually drop 10 million alliance coins without even blinking an eye? Ning'er then issues her next unexpected command. Also, get my transport vehicle ready. I am going to pay a personal visit to Gao Neng's mother. Deploy a covert elite squad to protect her. Remember, stay completely hidden in the shadows. Do not disrupt her daily life or her work in any way. Chen Bai snaps a crisp salute. Yes, ma'am. I will arrange it immediately. Chen Bai's imagination is running completely wild now. Is the icy major already building a relationship with her future mother-in-law? Just how in the world did things escalate this quickly? What kind of dark, seductive magic did Gao Neng use on her? I seriously need to ask him for dating advice. To capture the frozen heart of Shen Ning'er, his game must be absolutely legendary. A short while later, the heavily armored military vehicle pulls up. Chen Bai and Ning'er stand before Gao Neng's humble, quiet home. The door creaks open, and Zilan steps out with a questioning look. Excuse me, who might you be? Ning'er offers a polite, deeply respectful bow. Hello, auntie. My name is Ning'er. I am a very close friend of Gao Neng. She flashes a warm, unusually gentle smile. I came here today to discuss something extremely important with you. It is about Gao Neng's upcoming university applications. But what exactly is the brilliant major planning in secret? He is currently tied up and cannot fill out the application himself. Therefore, I wanted to seek your opinion, auntie. Her voice is calm but firm. I want him to enroll in the Dongdu Military Academy. Hearing this, Zilan hesitates. Dongdu? But that is one of the Alliance's top 4 military academies. Our Xiaoneng is just. Before the worried mother can finish, Ning'er confidently steps in to reassure her. If you are worried about the admission process, I can personally guarantee his success. As long as you give your consent, I promise he will secure a spot. Furthermore, if you wish for both mother and son to relocate to the capital of Hope, I can easily resolve your housing arrangements. She drops the massive offer without batting an eye. If you do not mind, I actually own a property right next to the Dongdu Academy. Moving there would make it incredibly convenient for you to look after Gao Neng. Zilan finally voices the question burning in her mind. Forgive my presumption, but are you affiliated with the military? The young woman nods without hesitation. That is correct. I currently hold the rank of major. The mother is left completely speechless. An alliance major. Her little Xiaoneng actually managed to befriend a high-ranking major. She literally has no reason left to refuse. All right then, she relents. I will leave the academy registration in the military's capable hands, but as for moving, please let me think it over and give you an answer later. Ning'er agrees with a gentle smile. Of course, take your time. You can return to your work now, Auntie. I will handle Gao Neng's application form. Meanwhile, Chen Bai has been standing in dead silence this entire time. Having witnessed this overwhelming exchange, his inner voice is practically screaming, "Good heavens!" The sheer amount of effort she is putting into this future mother-in-law relationship, it leaves a man absolutely speechless. Moments later, Ning Er makes a call to a powerful elder. The man on the other end sounds pleasantly surprised. "Ning Er, it has been quite a while since you last checked in on this old man." Her tone instantly turns strictly business. "Grandpa Song, I'm calling to negotiate a trade today. I need a special direct admission slot." Yun Tian's interest is immediately piqued. Now that is fascinating. The dignified Ning Er is actually pulling strings for someone's admission? So, what exactly are you offering in return? She replies without missing a beat. "A student, of course." The elder pauses, feeling completely shortchanged. Exchanging a student for a guaranteed admission slot? "Ning Er, my dear, you are losing me here. From where I am sitting, it sounds like I am giving out a free pass and gaining absolutely nothing." Ning Er plays her trump card perfectly. "Well, if Grandpa Song finds the terms unacceptable, I suppose I can always call Grandpa Jin over at the Nanling Military Academy. I am sure he is still desperately hunting for a true genius." Yun Tian instantly changes his tune. "Hold on now. Who said anything about it being unacceptable? If you are personally asking for a slot, how could I possibly refuse? However, you have made me incredibly curious. Exactly what kind of monster are you calling a genius?" Ning Er finally drops the bombshell. He is from the Forgotten Land, a third-year high school student named Gao Neng. The elder is utterly floored by the location. The Forgotten Land? You are not pulling this old man's leg, are you? How could a supreme genius possibly emerge from that godforsaken wasteland? Fine, fine. Just send over the kid's data. I will have everything arranged for you shortly. But you remember this well. You owe this old man a massive favor for this one. But Ning Er fiercely rejects the notion. Wrong. Grandpa Song is the one who will owe me a favor. After she hangs up, Chen Bai finally gathers the courage to speak. "Major, it was just an application form. With your elite privileges, did you really need to go through all this trouble to beg for a spot?" Ning Er's eyes gleam with profound understanding. "We may possess privileges, but the people of the Forgotten Land do not want to see our authority. What they demand is sheer respect." Chen Bai finally pieces the puzzle together. "Wait a minute. Does that mean if Principal Fang or Gao Neng's mother had refused, we would not have been able to enroll him in Dongdu?" She nods sharply. "Exactly. If they had rejected the offer, we would have walked away." Hearing this, Chen Bai is utterly paralyzed by shock. "Major," he finally blurts out after a long pause. "Major, you truly are the ultimate future daughter-in-law of the Gao family." Bam! The unlucky Chen Bai is ruthlessly kicked straight out of the moving vehicle. He is left sitting completely dazed in the middle of the main road. Even now, he has absolutely no idea what he said wrong. "But I was only stating facts." She buttered up the mother-in-law, handled the paperwork, and even called the Dongdu principal for a massive favor. She went to all those crazy lengths, yet still pretends it is nothing. You could beat me to death, and I still would not believe her. Fast forward half a month. Receiving urgent military orders, Ning Er departs the Forgotten Land. Meanwhile, Chen Bai is left behind to wait for Gao Neng's awakening. 1 whole month passes, and Gao Neng remains completely unconscious. Chen Bai is practically growing roots from waiting. He must have burned through at least 8 or 9 million resource points by now, right? Logically speaking, that monster should have crawled out of the chamber a long time ago. Another half-month flies by. The historic exam results are officially announced. Massive red banners are plastered everywhere, celebrating Gao Neng as the absolute top scholar of the university entrance exams. At this point, Chen Bai is practically ready to drop to his knees and beg. "Grandpa Gao Neng, I am begging you, please wake up. It has been nearly 2 entire months. I do not even care about the tens of millions in resources you have devoured anymore. Just please tell me you are still alive." He turns to the head researcher in pure panic. "Dr. Lan, is he really okay? You are not lying to me, right? If anything happens to this kid, Major Shen is going to literally skin me alive." Ruo Hua just furrows her brows in sheer irritation. "Lieutenant Chen, are you daring to question my professional expertise?" But right at that very second, the massive display violently flashes a new color. A staff member screams in absolute shock. "We have movement! Dr. Lan!" Gao Neng is finally showing vital signs. Ruo Hua's eyes widen as she rushes to the console. "Ha! He finally decided to wake up. Quickly, run the full diagnostic scan." The technician frantically reads off the surging data. Blood tests and vital fluctuations are off the charts. He has completely shattered the threshold for an energy warrior. But wait, He is still actively devouring the energy reserves. Ruohua's gaze turns absolute and ruthless. If he is still hungry, then keep feeding him. Crank the output up to 35 times the normal rate. The staff member goes pale with terror. 35 times? Doctor. The containment pod's absolute maximum threshold during testing was only 33. The entire chamber is going to detonate. But Ruohua's mad scientist blood is already boiling. If it blows, let it blow. If we cut off his absorption cycle right now, a terrifying consequence looms in the air. A fatal error. Chen Bai freezes in pure terror. A threat to his life? Cold sweat cascades down his spine like a waterfall as Ning Er's furious face flashes in his mind. I have guarded this place for 2 grueling months. If I send Gao Neng back to Hope City in a body bag, I am doomed. The panicked staff desperately tries to intervene. Dr. Lan, you have already pushed the output to 40 times the limit. We cannot increase it further. The entire chamber will blow us to pieces. But Ruohua's eyes gleam with absolute madness. Push it to 50 times. I do not care if it explodes. Seeing the catastrophic danger, Chen Bai lunges for the emergency lever. Shut it down, but fate has already sealed their doom. The machine wails in agony, and a collective thought echoes in their minds. It is all over. Suddenly, blinding light erupts from the containment pod. The technicians gasp in pure disbelief. It stopped. The energy absorption has finally stopped. Boom! The heavy metallic lid blasts into the ceiling. As the thick smoke clears, the very man they have been waiting for steps out of the shadows. Gao Neng stretches his limbs, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Man, it feels like I have just been reborn. Is this the feeling of a true breakthrough? However, his victorious smile fades as he surveys the apocalyptic wreckage around him. His jaw drops. Wait, why did everything blow up? The entire research team stares at him with their jaws on the floor, treating him like some alien anomaly. Gao Neng flinches violently when he realizes the multi-million credit pod is completely obliterated. His mind instantly spirals into financial panic. The compensation fee is going to ruin him. Just using this high-tech chamber once costs over 100,000 credits. Oh no, there is no way I can carry the blame for this disaster. Acting fast, he fakes a dramatic coughing fit, shifting the blame entirely. Lieutenant Chen, where are you? He clutches his chest like a dying man. Your containment pod is absolute garbage. The explosion almost sent me to the afterlife. The military definitely owes me massive compensation for emotional trauma. If you do not cough up 100,000 credits right now, I am just going to lay here and rot. Chen Bai's face darkens with absolute speechlessness. This shameless brat. Meanwhile, Ruohua fumes with irritation, quickly changing her tune. The quality of this pod is undeniably tragic. It could not even withstand a simple 50 times energy injection. Those fools at the Development Institute are a bunch of utter failures. The research staff immediately catches on and nods vigorously. Dr. Lan, you are so right. This garbage equipment almost got us all killed. They definitely need to compensate us. Dr. Lan is absolutely correct. The material is pathetic, and this disaster has zero connection to our operational methods. Curse that incompetent Development Institute. Ruohua flashes a brilliantly fake smile and turns to the stunned officer. What do you think, Lieutenant Chen? Chen Bai glares at the shameless group as they flawlessly shift the blame, his mind racing. Wait a minute. A containment pod worth tens of millions has just been reduced to scrap metal. Someone definitely has to take the fall for this catastrophic financial loss. Gao Neng is broke beyond belief, and there is no way these thick-skinned researchers will pay a single dime. Realizing his own precarious position, Chen Bai immediately joins the dark side. Faking absolute outrage, he slams his fist down. It is truly infuriating. How dare the Development Institute sell such fragile, substandard garbage to the military? Dr. Lan, how should we handle this? I will follow your lead completely. Ruohua beams with satisfaction, thrilled that the lieutenant has chosen the path of survival. Lieutenant Chen, your situational awareness is truly impeccable. Such a massive equipment failure is a direct threat to the glorious reputation of our alliance. We can let many things slide, but absolutely not this. They must pay the compensation in full, and we will not accept a single penny less. She immediately begins plotting. Draft a military incident report based on Lieutenant Chen's investigation. We will force them to deliver 2 brand new top-tier containment pods to our research facility. Oh, and we should conveniently add a hush money clause to suppress the negative press. A modest fee of 200,000 alliance credits should cover it nicely. When it comes to sheer audacity, Chen Bai realizes he is completely outmatched. She truly is a high-level intellectual of the Research Institute. Her absolute lack of shame perfectly mirrors the legendary scoundrel, Shu Kui. Switching gears, Chen Bai hands over a sleek, gold-stamped envelope. Here is your academy admission letter. Major Shen took the liberty of filling out your application preferences for you. Oh, and here is a check for 100,000 credits as your emotional trauma compensation. Congratulations, kid. Gao Neng lets out a massive sigh of relief, tightly gripping the money. Thanks, old bai. You are a lifesaver. I was actually sweating over what to do with my blank admission forms. Opening the crisp envelope, his eyes scan the official documents. He mutters under his breath. She actually handled everything. But where exactly did she enroll me? The Southwest region? Or maybe Jiangbei? Honestly, both are solid choices. I even prepared my funds for those specific areas. However, the moment his eyes lock onto the academy seal, Gao Neng freezes like a statue. He cannot believe his own eyes. Dongdu? Is that not the legendary Eastern Capital Academy, one of the 4 supreme military institutes in the entire world? His mind spins in chaotic disbelief. Wait, I distinctly remember the Great 4 academies never allocating recruitment quotas for the Forgotten Land. Panic creeping in, Gao Neng urgently spins around to confront the lieutenant. Hold on a second. This paper says the official registration date is the 3rd of the month. What exact date is it today? Chen Bai casually glances at his watch. Today is the 8th. You are already 5 days late, my guy. So you better rush home, pack your bags immediately, and get moving. We have to depart right this second. One more thing. Major Shen explicitly stated that, if your mother wishes, she is fully authorized to relocate and settle down in Hope City. Hearing this, Gao Neng's eyes soften with genuine gratitude. Seriously, thank you, old bai. His gaze then sharpens with unyielding pride. But please pass a message to the major for me. Tell her that I, Gao Neng, rely on my own absolute strength to make a living. I will never be a freeloader. As Gao Neng flexes his newly awakened power, Chen Bai watches the swirling energy with widening eyes. The lieutenant is struck by a terrifying realization. This is the legendary reverse energy extraction. Extracting raw atomic energy directly from standard origin ores is a basic skill. Literally any average energy warrior can accomplish that trivial task. But forcefully separating raw energy out of already refined high-density alloy materials, even the invincible grandmasters within the highest ranks of the military have never witnessed such a monstrous, heaven-defying genius. Absorbing 50 times the lethal energy limit has somehow birthed this absolute anomaly. Just how terrifyingly powerful is the magnetic core pulsating inside that kid's body? Ignorant to the lieutenant's internal panic, Gao Neng simply stares at the dense block of energy hovering above his palm. His mind races with newfound understanding. So this is the sensation of commanding origin energy through my own magnetic core. He hypothesizes that the seamless, problem-free control is only possible due to a deep, underlying link with his dual magnetic fields. His intense gaze locks onto the crimson, glowing sphere, levitating gracefully in the air. This magnificent manifestation of power is his very own magnetic core. Breaking the silence, Gao Neng tilts his head in confusion. Hey, old bai, give me some pointers here. How do I actually achieve true control over this thing? I cannot seem to manipulate it as smoothly as those high-tech battle armors do. Chen Bai watches his training with a heavy sigh. Seeing the kid break through without even officially entering the first stage yet, he violently curses in his heart. Damn this monstrous genius. Back when Chen Bai first broke through, just controlling source energy in the air was a complete nightmare. Yet this kid is already shaping it at will. He continues his strict lecture. He explains that Gao Neng must mobilize his magnetic core. Once his physical body is fully magnetized, only then can source energy truly coat his form. That is the ultimate mark of officially entering the first stage. The human body divides into 3 combat zones: the arms, the torso, and the legs. Only when all 3 undergo complete magnetization can one condense a full-body battle armor and break through to the 3rd stage. Hearing this tactical breakdown, Gao Neng connects the dots. He realizes Chen Bai is only at the 2nd stage. Feeling utterly insulted, Chen Bai glares. So what if he is? Do you want to settle this in a one-on-one duel? Gao Neng casually accepts the dangerous challenge. Just give him a few more days. Once he hits the 1st stage, he will gladly trade blows with him. Changing the subject, Gao Neng asks a crucial question. Hey old bai, do you guys have any scrap copper lying around? He desperately needs to stockpile more copper source energy. Chen Bai shoots him down instantly. Absolutely not. Gao Neng pushes his luck and asks about silver. Chen Bai gives the same cold answer. Definitely not. Still shamelessly pressing on, Gao Neng asks about tin. They must have iron, right? But Chen Bai ruthlessly denies every single material request. There is 0 phosphorus either. Bored out of his mind, Gao Neng finally gives up the interrogation. Your military faction is seriously way too broke. Besides holding on to cold hard cash, what else do you guys even have? Chenbai mentally chants to himself. Endure it. He must endure it. This kid is a golden goose, and he absolutely cannot afford to offend him. But wait a second. He really is not giving the boy a single thing right now. What if this monstrous genius holds a petty grudge against him in the future? Given the kid's terrifying potential, that is highly likely. What if Gao Neng ruthlessly stabs him in the back later? Judging by the boy's shameless personality, it is practically guaranteed. Thinking of his own survival, Chen Bai swallows his pride. He softly asks if Gao Neng still wants that copper. While Silver Source energy is truly off the table, he can definitely secure some copper and tin. In fact, he can even throw in a bit of phosphorus for him. Gao Neng blinks in pure astonishment at this rapid attitude change. Huh? Did he not just say the military was completely tapped out? Chen Bai clears his throat. Officially, the military would not even give him a handful of dirt to chew on. But on a strictly personal level, he can secretly supply a small stash. Gao Neng's shamelessness peaks as he asks if this stash is completely free. Chen Bai lets out a hearty laugh and agrees to gift it to him. He tells the boy to consider it a congratulatory present for topping the golden exams. Hearing this fantastic news, Gao Neng joyfully throws an arm around the officer's shoulder. He smirks, admitting he never realized old Bai actually had such a solid character. The scene shifts back to his home. After discussing the future with his mother, Zilan drops a heavy bombshell. Xiao Neng, she does not want to leave the Forgotten Land. Shock crashes over the young man. Why would she say that? Had they not already agreed on this plan? The City of Hope is infinitely safer than this desolate wasteland. Besides, he finally has real money now. With 100,000 Alliance coins in his pocket, they can easily build a good life there. Zilan stays completely silent for a moment. Then, she turns her intense gaze to Chen Bai. She politely asks the military officer if she can have a private word with her son. Chen Bai nods in immediate understanding. Of course he can give them some space. Zilan gently adds one more request. She asks him to clear out all the surrounding personnel while he is at it. She firmly states that she no longer requires their protection. Once she packs her things, she will be ready to leave with them. Chen Bai hesitantly agrees to her terms. With the room empty, Zilan finally gets straight to the point. She looks deeply into Xiao Neng's eyes. She is willing to move to the City of Hope with him, but only if he agrees to 3 absolute conditions. Her first condition is strict. He is absolutely forbidden from renting an apartment for her. Once they arrive at the City of Hope, she will secure her own housing. Utterly bewildered, Gao Neng asks why she would do that. Zilan explains, with a soft but firm tone. She refuses to become a burden on his intense military studies. She is more than capable of handling her own living expenses. Her second condition hits even harder. He is only allowed to visit her during the winter and summer breaks. During any regular military academy holidays, he is strictly forbidden from coming to see her. The more Gao Neng hears, the less it makes sense. Why set such harsh rules? Is a son visiting his own mother considered a crime now? Zilan's voice turns deadly serious. It is absolutely non-negotiable. If he refuses to agree, she will simply rot away in this forgotten land. Left with 0 options, Gao Neng forces himself to accept. He lets out a defeated sigh and asks for the third condition. Zilan hesitates, a strange look crossing her face. She starts to say that once he reaches the City of Hope, he must never leave. But she suddenly catches herself, claiming the first 2 conditions are enough. She tells him to wait right there while she gathers a few pieces of luggage. Glancing over at his bed, Gao Neng is stunned to see a fluffy cat lazily sunbathing on its back. Xiao Meng. He cannot believe this mysterious cat is actually still hanging around. Walking up to the creature, he asks if it wants to travel with their family. To his absolute shock, Xiao Meng casually replies in human speech. The cat tells them to head out first, claiming it will track him down in a few days. Gao Neng blinks in pure confusion. Is it seriously just going to follow them later? Finding him in a few days? How is a cat supposed to do that? Still bewildered, he steps out of his bedroom. Zilan immediately calls out, announcing that she is finally packed and ready. He nods, declaring that it is time to set off on their new journey, but his eyes narrow at a strange object clutched tightly in her arms. He suspiciously asks if that mysterious box actually belongs to their family. He swears he has never seen that ancient-looking chest in his entire life. Brushing off his concern, Zilan gives a vague excuse. She claims it is simply holding a few spare changes of clothes. Changing the subject, she asks about Xiao Meng's whereabouts. Gao Neng shrugs helplessly. He had just invited the cat to the City of Hope, but the sneaky feline vanished in the blink of an eye. A knowing look flashes in Zilan's eyes. She murmurs that perhaps Xiao Meng is exactly like her. Deep down, They both truly prefer the shadows of the Forgotten Land. Hearing this cryptic response, Gao Neng can only offer a wry smile. That must be it. Fast forward to the bustling military airstrip. The three of them finally secure their seats in the exact same row. Suddenly, a glowing blue screen materializes before his eyes. The system chimes in with a massive alert. Congratulations to the host for securing an evolution point. He can now upgrade any of his existing skills to the next tier. Gao Neng almost chokes on his own spit. Skill evolution? What happened to his promised soul pill? He had been desperately craving that soul pill. But the glowing text expands, revealing the true weight of his reward. If he evolves his plunder vision, he will unlock the official plundering eye, version 1. Or, if he evolves his basic lifeform transformation, he will achieve the legendary ultimate lifeform transformation. But, lurking in the shadows of this choice, which path will forge his true destiny? The third evolution path. The youthful, vigorous middle school broadcast gymnastics combo. Its potential grade? Completely unknown. A harsh red warning flashed. Collection notice. Your trial of the Eyes of Deprivation is 23 days overdue. Pay the double penalty of 4,600 Alliance coins immediately. Or face system lockout. Gao Neng stared at the screen. He was utterly speechless. His mind raced through the options. Logically, evolving the Eyes of Deprivation made perfect sense. It would save a massive fortune in Alliance coins. But hoarding cash was not his priority right now. Survival was everything. In this brutal world, if he did not increase his odds of living, this twisted system would play him to death before he even realized it. Ding! The system's chilling voice echoed. Ultimate level mission activated. 5 out of 5 red stars shining brightly. Completing this mission guarantees a 100% drop rate for a supreme tier treasure chest. But Gao Neng saw right through the trap. No clear conditions, no detailed description. This was an absolute scam of a mission. Knowing the vicious temper of this garbage system, this so-called ultimate mission would be a total death trap. While taking a risk was dangerous, he had to wonder, how much would his stats explode if he upgraded to the intermediate level? And more importantly, how astronomical would the cost become? Another prompt materialized. Evolving the primary lifeform transformation 1 can unlock the intermediate lifeform transformation 1. With a heavy breath, he slammed his finger on the button. He chose the youthful, vigorous middle school broadcast gymnastics combo. He had to gamble everything on this move. Only a massive surge in immediate power could help him turn the tide when the ultimate crisis hit. A blinding light engulfed his vision. System notification. Skill evolution successful. Obtained new special skill. 300 children's songs. Gao Neng's jaw hit the floor. This evolved him from a high schooler to a literal toddler. This was a damn reverse evolution. He desperately scanned the skill details. First track. Pulling carrots. When the host belts out this song loudly, vitality and stamina recovery skyrocket by 500%. Furthermore, it completely purges all abnormal status effects. Second track. Little Frog. Singing this loudly boosts internal energy cultivation speed by 300%. Third track. Where is Spring? Belting this out increases learning speed by a staggering 300%. 300 children's songs. Reading this monstrous list made him want to burst into tears. Heavens above, these buff multipliers were completely broken. With such god-tier effects, throwing his dignity out the window was a small price to pay. Suddenly, the cabin shuddered violently. Chenbai turned to him with a sharp look. Sit in tight, we are taking off. Gao Neng gazed through the thick glass. Watching the rundown city fade beneath the clouds, a wave of sorrow washed over him. So this was why the Forgotten Land was truly forgotten. From this day forward, he was officially leaving his old life behind. Up in the front row, a group of 3 men were laughing loudly. Li Mo leaned over with a slick grin. Greetings, Second Lieutenant Chen. It is an absolute rarity to share a flight with you. Why not introduce your little friend? Chen Bai replied with icy indifference. Just a student. Li Mo's eyes narrowed in disbelief. A mere normal student? Requiring a personal escort from Second Lieutenant Chen? Hey there, handsome little guy. Have you learned any military martial arts yet? Do not waste this free time on the flight. Throw a punch and show us what you have got. Us older brothers can teach you a thing or two. Gao Neng smiled brightly. I have not learned military martial arts yet, but I know how to sing. Want to hear? Li Mo agreed immediately. Sure thing. Sing us a tune. Gao Neng cleared his throat, drawing a deep breath. Chen Bai's eyes widened in panic. Hey, what are you doing? Ignore him. But it was too late. A sonic boom of pure vocal torture erupted. The 3 men instantly regretted their life choices. Meanwhile, Zilan sat in silence, calmly enduring her son's vocal assault. Sitting right next to Ground Zero, Chen Bai desperately clamped his hands over his ears. Li Mo practically prayed to the heavens. Damn it, Second Lieutenant Chen. Make him stop this madness. But Chen Bai refused to intervene in this karma. Shut your damn mouth. You asked him to sing. Who told you to provoke the kid? Li Mo sealed his ears, glaring stubbornly at Gao Neng. Fine. I can endure this. This flight is 3 hours long. Let us see how long this little brat's lungs can last. But Gao Neng sang with the burning passion of 1,000 suns. With eyes green like jade. No frog is as beautiful as him. Looking down at his hand, Gao Neng felt the raw power surging. It was actually working. His right arm was beginning to magnetize. The supernatural buffs from this song were absolute perfection. The catastrophic singing echoed through the skies. 2 grueling hours later, Gao Neng finally ran out of breath. He slumped back, panting heavily with a raw throat. The traumatized trio instantly lunged forward. They frantically offered premium water and snacks. Little brother, you must be exhausted from singing. Please, drink this juice. Have some of these pastries. Did you not say you wanted to learn military martial arts? Watch carefully. Us brothers will demonstrate our best moves for you. It is super helpful, we promise. Gao Neng felt a deep warmth in his chest. Thank you, dear uncles. There are truly so many kind-hearted people in this world. But the 3 men shared one desperate, unified thought. We absolutely cannot let him open his mouth again. Ding! The intercom crackled to life, preparing for descent at the Eastern Capital Airport. Welcome to the City of Hope. Please remain in your seats. Chen Bai swiped the air, projecting a massive holographic map. Gao Neng, since this is your first time in the City of Hope, let me give you the quick rundown. The City of Hope is split into 4 massive districts: East, West, South, and North. Its total landmass equals 1.5 times the size of Hua country from the pre-cataclysm era. Right now, it holds a staggering population of roughly 500 million people. Each district is commanded by its own major military region. Beneath them, each major region controls 4 sub-regions. In this dark age, the very concept of nations has been completely erased from the world. He pointed at the glowing grids. Eastern District controls zones A, B, C, and D. Western is E, F, G, and H. Southern is I, J, K, and L. Northern holds M, N, O, and P. Above them sits the Central Alliance Council and the legendary Guardian Army. Finally, there is the Department of Security. These 20 military regions, combined with the Guardian Army and the Council's security forces, forge the absolute combined military might of the entire human alliance. We are about to land in Dongdu. It is the absolute economic and military heart of the Eastern District. Beyond this massive capital, the district commands 12 smaller provinces, but the real legends are the military academies. The 4 greatest institutions across the regions are universally feared and respected. They are known simply as the Big Four. Among these 4 elite universities, the hierarchy is fiercely contested. Jiming rules at the absolute top. Nanlian follows closely behind as a terrifying rival. Meanwhile, Dongdu and Beihai are considered relatively strong contenders in the rankings. Of course, these power rankings are never absolute. For instance, Ximing boasts the deadliest assault troops in the world, but Nanlian controls the ultimate reconnaissance network. And the Dongdu Academy you are heading to? Make no mistake, it is undeniably one of the greatest schools in the entire human alliance. Do your best, young man. We have arrived. Let us move out. Gao Neng stepped forward, his eyes wide with wonder. He looked exactly like a country boy witnessing true greatness for the first time. Before him stood a metropolis of peak advancement. The sheer scale of its technology left him stunned. Slowly, a satisfied smirk crept across his face. Gao Neng thought to himself. The City of Hope, the ultimate genius, Gao Neng, has finally arrived. Meanwhile, at the Forgotten Land airport, Xiao Meng stood proudly before an army of fierce stray cats. Look closely, my subjects. The second aircraft on the right is our ultimate target for today. I, your Queen Xiao Meng, shall lead our grand expedition. Next stop, the City of Hope. The feline army roared in agreement and surged forward like a furry tidal wave. The cargo crew loading the planes was suddenly swarmed. What in the world? What is happening? Where did all these stray cats come from? Suddenly, Xiao Meng appeared behind them, like a dark shadow. Although Mama always told me never to harm humans. Swoosh, feeling the sheer terrifying force of an incoming arrow, the worker instantly recognized the devastating surge of origin power. Who goes there? Xiao Meng completely ignored his panic, lost in her own thoughts. If I just knock them unconscious, it shouldn't be a big deal, right? Back at the academy base, a frantic voice echoed from the observation deck. But Tong Tong, it is not even 8 p.m. yet. You absolutely cannot enter the school grounds. Tang Tang scoffed, her eyes rolling with pure defiance. As if I would ever believe the old man's superstitious nonsense. What did he say? If I enter the school on September 9th, I will meet my ultimate nemesis? Ha! I would love to see who dares to be the nemesis of Death God Tang. Guan-san desperately tried to reason with her. Miss Tang Tang, the master has never been wrong about his predictions. But his pleading only annoyed her further. What era are we living in? Stop with this blind superstition. You can go home now, old man. I refuse to believe in such demonic nonsense today. Right at that exact moment, a car came speeding toward the gate. Tang Tang's eyes narrowed with instant hostility. The vehicle screeched to a halt. Without a second thought, she launched a vicious kick straight at the hood. The devastating impact sent Gao Neng violently crashing backward. You dare to provoke Death God Tang? Are you tired of living? Gao Neng scrambled out of the car, practically exploding with blazing rage. Where the hell did this crazy little loli come from? You actually dare to block the path of the genius Gao Neng? Tong Tong's eyes sparked with deadly electricity. The genius Gao Neng? Never heard of you. Do you seriously not know the terrifying reputation of Death God Tang? Gao Neng scoffed with utter disdain. I have never heard such a cringeworthy name in my entire life. From behind, Guan-san nervously intervened. Miss Tong Tong, please stop causing trouble. If you continue, I will have to call the master. Reluctantly, she holstered her killing intent. Listen well, you so-called genius. Consider yourself incredibly lucky today. But if our paths ever cross again, I do not care how handsome you are. Do not blame my blade for showing absolutely no mercy. Gao Neng watched her leave, completely baffled. Is this really the Dongdu Military Academy, with so many mental patients running around? I guess their medical department is failing miserably. Chen Bai sighed, his ears ringing from the chaos. Can we please just go? Let me take you to logistics for your registration. Once that is done, my escort mission will finally be over. Gao Neng nodded in agreement. The sooner we finish, the better. I pray I never see that freakish loli ever again. But the very second he stepped into the logistics office, his absolute worst nightmare was standing right there. You? They both screamed at the exact same time. The battle lines were instantly drawn. Well, it seems you truly have a death wish. Did you rush over here just to beg Death God Tang for a beating? Fine. I will gladly grant your wish and chop you into 8 bloody pieces. It will only make my legendary name echo further across the world. Instead of reacting, Gao Neng casually turned to the receptionist. Hello, Professor. I am a new student here to register. Also, I strongly suggest the Academy upgrades its security protocols immediately. For example, you should really start expelling highly dangerous lunatics from the campus before someone gets hurt. Tong Tong exploded with blazing fury, cutting him off. Hold on, I was here first, so I register first. Gao Neng just gave her a mocking smirk. A new student? Are you even 18 yet, little girl? Tang Tang glared daggers at him. So what if I am 18? I am nothing like a superficial pretty boy like you. Have you never heard of my absolute dominance in Dongdu? I am a specially recruited elite. I exist on a completely different plane of reality than a mortal like you. Gao Neng casually pulled a document from his pocket and waved it in her face. Specially recruited elite? You mean this piece of paper? The revelation hit Tong Tong like a physical slap to the face. Dongdu only accepted 2 special recruits this entire year. How did a useless pretty boy like you manage to sneak in? Can sheer good looks actually buy your way into anything? She frantically spun back to the teacher. Hey, Professor, process my registration immediately. And check my official ranking. I need to know exactly how many merit points I have right now. The teacher calmly checked the system database. Special recruit Tong Tong. 16 years old. Rank of 2nd lieutenant. Total merit points. 856. Hearing her score, Tang Tang's chest puffed out with overwhelming pride. Humph. I barely even tried and still scored 856 points. I guess absolute talent just cannot be hidden. Tang Tang proudly brags about becoming a 2nd lieutenant at such a young age. But the teacher completely ignores her, staring at Gao Neng's file in utter shock. An 18-year-old special recruit without a single military rank? 1,000 merit points? Tang Tang is completely paralyzed by the sheer magnitude of that number. Seizing the perfect opening, Gao Neng instantly goes on the offensive. Wow. How does a genius 2nd lieutenant like you have fewer merit points than me? Do you make a habit of breaking military regulations or something? Tang Tang chokes on her own fury, absolutely livid but unable to speak. Watching her stomp off in a blind rage, Gao Neng celebrates his total victory. A flat-chested brat with a brain to match actually dared to pick a fight with me? He thinks smugly. Turning back to the desk, he flashes a polite smile. Miss, which way to the dormitories? The teacher replies with complete nonchalance. Just follow that girl. Since you two are our only special recruits, you will be sharing a dorm room. Gao Neng freezes in place as if struck by a divine thunderbolt. He has to live with that annoying little brat? Does this elite academy seriously force boys and girls to share the exact same room? Left with absolutely no choice, he awkwardly trails behind Tang Tang. She glares back at him, her eyes practically shooting daggers. Why the hell are you following me? Stay away from me. Do not step within 10 meters of my presence, and do not even think about speaking to me. Deep down, Tang Tang secretly swears to slice this hateful guy to pieces with her scythe someday, but just 10 minutes later, her curiosity shatters her own rule. You are actually quite an interesting kid. You keep calling yourself the legendary genius Gao Neng, right? Besides having a handsome face, what exactly makes you so special? He smoothly replies without missing a beat. Does singing count? I am an absolute master of pop music. Have you ever heard the viral hit, Our Present? Tang Tang immediately puffs out her chest with absolute pride. Of course I have. I am a massive fan of the boss. Grabbing the perfect opportunity, Gao Neng flashes a charismatic smile. Then I will definitely sing it for you when the chance arises. They finally arrive at the grand dormitories and come to a halt. Tang Tang gestures forward with a dramatic sigh, announcing that they have reached their destination. Gao Neng's jaw drops as he stares in absolute shock. Is this really a student dormitory? It looks far more luxurious than the grandest five-star hotels in the Forgotten Lands. Tong Tong, however, clicks her tongue in pure disgust. Dongdu is unbelievably stingy. They promised special recruits a grand mansion, but we get this tiny rat hole? By the way, Gao Neng, listen to the great Grim Reaper Tang. I actually find your attitude somewhat pleasing. Therefore, I formally invite you to join my exclusive Grim Reaper squad. What do you say? He tilts his head, eyes full of suspicion. A combat squad? She nods fiercely, declaring that her Grim Reaper squad is destined to shake the entire alliance. Mark my words. The legendary name of Grim Reaper Tang will soon echo through every single hall of Dongdu Military Academy. As night falls, Tung Tung ruthlessly claims the best territory. I am taking the entire second floor. Good night. Gao Neng simply shrugs and casually bids her good night in return. Back in the quiet solitude of his room, he organizes the day's chaotic events in his mind. He realizes he knows way too little about this massive academy, but thankfully, Tang Tang's intel was incredibly thorough. First, the military academy is divided into 4 major branches. These powerhouses are the Combat Academy, the Forging Academy, the Logistics Academy, and the Research Academy. While the Combat Academy focuses on forging elite warriors on the battlefield, the Research Academy nurtures brilliant scientists to push the limits of human knowledge. The Logistics Academy specializes entirely in healing arts and critical intelligence gathering. Finally, the Forging Academy dedicates itself to crafting deadly weapons and highly potent energy pills. It turns out that Tang Tang's deadly scythe, Chen Bai's impenetrable combat armor, and Ning'er's piercing spear were all forged using the exact same supreme manufacturing method. He finally realizes that the energy-manifested weapons used by Ning'er and Chen Bai are not created out of thin air. In reality, they are meticulously pre-crafted armaments. These legendary weapons are simply stored in high-grade compression capsules. This flawless technology preserves their pure energy forms until the exact moment they are needed. In a real life-and-death battle, there is absolutely no time to slowly condense raw energy into a weapon. Plus, manually manifested weapons are far too crude, instantly shattering against these masterfully crafted armaments. Thanks to his relentless magnetic training during the journey, the powerful energy within his right palm is already almost completely magnetized. Tonight, he must push past his absolute limits and fully magnetize his left hand as well. To channel his overflowing energy, Gao Neng starts screaming a song into the dead of night. A super happy little green frog. Leapfrog. There is a joyful green frog swimming in the pond. It dances around like it just met its Prince Charming. Unable to tolerate the sheer auditory torture, someone nearby curses at the top of their lungs. What kind of demonic beast is howling at this ungodly hour? Unfazed, Gao Neng thickens his skin and keeps belting out the lyrics. A super happy little green frog. The very next morning, the exhausted freshmen gather together in the massive academy courtyard. Gao Neng cheerfully waves at his gloomy roommate. You look so energetic today. Did you sleep well last night? Tang Tang rolls her bloodshot eyes with heavy sarcasm. Oh, absolutely. Your precious nursery rhymes knocked me right out. Ignoring her murderous aura, he closes his eyes and carefully inspects his own body's internal energy flow. After an entire night of grueling, ear-piercing cultivation, both of his hands have achieved perfect magnetization. Although the power is only in his palms, he has finally dragged himself one massive step closer to the first-tier threshold. Meanwhile, the surrounding students look like absolute zombies, sporting massive dark circles under their eyes. "What the hell was that?" they mutter furiously. "I cannot believe that absolute psycho howled for the entire night. If I find out who was singing, I swear to the heavens I will beat him into a bloody pulp." That cursed demonic voice is still echoing endlessly inside my skull. Gao Neng smirks inwardly, completely unbothered by their raging bloodlust. There are at least 1,200 freshmen gathered in this courtyard. Who could possibly trace the singing back to him? They want to beat him to death? How incredibly naive. Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice chimes deep within his mind. The system has detected the host's overwhelming arrogance. The ultimate 5 out of 5 star mission, Shining Red Star, has officially commenced. Shining Red Star mission description. You are destined to be the absolute most dazzling crimson star in the endless expanse of the night sky. Absolutely no one in this world possesses the power to eclipse your radiant glory. Youthful blood requires unbridled, explosive passion to soar to new heights. Sing your heart out, Red Star. Mission condition. Within a 30-second countdown, you must immediately begin singing a randomly chosen track from the 300 Children's Songs compilation. You must sing continuously at the top of your lungs for 1 full hour. Furthermore, you must somehow survive the ensuing mob's wrath. The death-defying quest is now fully active. Ding! The merciless 29-second countdown begins ticking away. Gao Neng sighs helplessly, staring up at the sky. Whenever the heavens bestow a great destiny upon a man, they must first brutally test his sanity to the absolute limit. Gu Yi, head of the Logistics Academy, lays down the law. Listen up, recruits. Once you step foot in Dongdu, you are soldiers, and breaking military discipline is a capital offense. Gao Neng mutters to himself. Suffering in youth builds a fortress in the mind. Hardship tempers the very soul. But this kind of suffering is too much to swallow. I am going to get beaten to death by this absolute mob. The high-ranking officials are still lecturing the freshmen. Is this really the right time? The countdown ticks away in his head. 25, 24, 22. By the 5th second, Gao Neng makes his choice. He has no other options left. It is time to risk it all. Gu Yi silently evaluates the crowd. The potential of these 1,200 freshmen is absolutely stellar. Every single one has already broken through to become an energy warrior. Even the weakest is at the initial phase of Tier 1. There are even 18 freshmen at Tier 2. Among them, 3 stand at the absolute pinnacle. Kong Kun, 18 years old, the top scorer of Dongdu's entrance exam, at the middle phase of Tier 2. Ching Ching, 18 years old, the third-place prodigy of Dongdu, at the initial phase of Tier 2. Li Qing, 18 years old, the top scorer of the Linjiang zone, at the initial phase of Tier 2. Gu Yi's voice booms across the field. The Dongdu Military Academy freshman orientation officially begins now. The very moment he finishes speaking, a trembling, singing voice echoes through the silence. Pulling carrots, pulling carrots, pulling carrots. The instructors freeze in sheer disbelief. But Gao Neng stubbornly continues his tune. Pulling carrots, but they won't come up. Little girl, come here quickly. Come here and help us pull the carrots. Gu Yi's face darkens with rage. Who is that? Which student is singing? Undeterred, Gao Neng enunciates every single syllable. Pulling carrots, but they won't come up. The students who lost sleep last night suddenly feel a wave of dread. Wait a minute. That voice, that is the exact same bastard who screamed green frog all night long. The entire crowd glares at him like a thorn in their eyes. Is it really him? Hold on, that voice is way too familiar. Holy crap, it is that dog who sang about frogs all night. Now he dares to sing about carrots on the training ground? What an absolute madman. This guy is literally throwing his own life into the trash can. Kai Xing, Dean of the War Academy and Vice Principal, turns a suspicious glare toward his colleague. Dean Wang, I heard you were in charge of admissions this year, right? Wang Xuelei, Dean of the Creation Academy, snaps back in blazing frustration. The recruitment quota is brutally strict every year. Only a ghost would know how this absolute freak slipped through. Meanwhile, the cursed melody continues. Grandma, come here quickly. Come here and help us pull the carrots. Gu Yi cannot stomach another second of this. Which blind idiot let this piece of trash into our academy? What is his name? A female instructor quickly identifies the culprit. He is a specially recruited student. His name is Gao Neng. Song Tianyun, principal of Dongdu Military Academy, flinches internally. A specially recruited student? Were not those the 2 exclusive slots he personally handed out 2 months ago? That damn wretched girl. Is this the so-called genius she promised me? He clears his throat and forces a diplomatic tone. Student Gao Neng certainly has a unique personality. Youthful arrogance is hard to avoid. After all, Gui Zian, vice dean of the War Academy, lets out a sarcastic scoff. Now this is true arrogance, and I absolutely love it. If he did not have the ferocity of a tiger, our War Academy would not even want him. Gu Yi vehemently disagrees. In my decades of running this academy, I have never seen such a blatantly disrespectful punk. If Principal Song has no objections, I have full authority to handle this. Song Tianyun keeps a straight face, but his mind is racing. That heartless little demon really slapped my face hard this time. Whatever, I am washing my hands of this. As long as he does not get expelled, my debt of gratitude is paid. Whether he lives or dies is no longer my problem. Gu Yi turns back to the crowd, his voice booming like thunder. What are you all standing around for? If you like his singing so much, then listen to it. If not, then shut that brat's mouth for good. The entire student body has been waiting for this exact moment. The dean gave the order, beat that dog to a pulp. He likes pulling carrots so much? I will snap his carrot in half. Do not fight me for him, his head belongs to me. The first student charges in, only to be sent flying into the sky with a single, devastating punch. Absolutely no one can stop Gao Neng from finishing his song. The more he sings, the more his blood boils with battle intent. Pulling carrots. Song Tianyun raises an eyebrow in surprise. Well, this is getting interesting. Xian nods in roaring approval. He is wild and rebellious, but his strength is no joke. Shuele chimes in, his eyes wide. Look at that arm strength. That is definitely 3 times the limit of a normal human body. Anyone who dares to rush forward is instantly crushed by Gao Neng, and they are forced to endure his relentless singing. Yellow Dog, come here quickly. Come here and help us pull the carrots. The crowd's sheer fury slowly morphs into sheer terror. They are starting to look at him in a completely different light. This brat's burst power must be at least 1,300. Even late-phase Tier 1 warriors are dropping in a single strike. This bastard is actually terrifyingly strong. Tang Tang seizes the perfect opportunity to fan the flames. Why are you guys not attacking together? Are you trying to play Calabash Brothers? Lining up one by one to save your grandpa? Gao Neng grits his teeth in blazing fury. Which side is this damn girl even on? With friends like her, who needs enemies? The mob finally decides to gang up on him. To hell with pride. Let us crush him together. 2 massive warriors lunge at him, sealing off his front and back. But Gao Neng's silhouette flickers like a phantom. He dodges with impossible agility, delivering bone-crushing counters to every single attacker. Before they can even process what happened, they are already vomiting blood. Sensing the overwhelming aura of danger from behind, the remaining students turn pale with absolute dread. But they never expect him to play this dirty. Holy crap, this maniac is actually pulling down people's pants. The spectators cannot help but steal a glance. Damn, that is completely pale. The humiliated student, now completely pantsless, pulls out a hidden power capsule in a fit of absolute despair. You bastard, I am taking you straight to hell with me. Before the punk can even pull his dirty trick, Gao Neng's foot flashes out. The weapon flies from his grasp. With a ruthless follow-up, he lands a devastating kick right to the family jewels. An absolute nutcracker of a strike. The student collapses to the ground, writhing and trembling in pure agony. You play dirty, he gasps out. I was not even done transforming. Gao Neng just smirks, his posture completely relaxed. You guys are coming at me 100 to 1, he scoffs. And you have the nerve to call me dirty? Watching from afar, Yun Tian nods in approval. Striking right during the enemy's energy transformation phase, he notes. His combat experience is surprisingly rich. Kai Xing thoroughly analyzes the boy's movements. Incredible speed, and his explosive power is terrifying, he adds. The scariest part? We still do not know his hidden talent. Xu An turns to Gu Yi with a sly grin. He suggests to Dean Jipeng to toss a little more fuel into the fire, just to see what Gao Neng is truly made of. The dean steps up, pointing accusingly at the massive crowd. You third-rate pieces of trash, his voice booms. You are wasting your parents' hard-earned money. Over 1,000 freshmen, and you cannot crush a single boy? His words cut deep into their pride. Drop the elite titles right now, he roars. Every single one of you should be scrubbing toilets instead. The provocation works like absolute magic. The entire freshman class erupts in a blazing fury. To hell with holding back. Forget about fair fights and martial honor. Unleash your origin energy. Crush him to dust. The crowd roars in unison. There is zero chance he can survive all of us at once. Seeing the chaos, Tang Tang seizes her golden moment. Gao Nang, she shouts. Join my Death Reaper squad right now, and I will save you. But the boy just ignores her, bizarrely continuing his system's song. Pulling carrots, pulling all the carrots. Even while singing that ridiculous tune, his hands are moving. He crushes an energy capsule, and a terrifying mountain-like power erupts from his very core. Wild, untamed aura surges around his clenched fists. Shu An and Kai Xing watch closely. Early phase of the first stage, they analyze. He has only magnetized an iron hand and phosphorus traits. If those are his only two talents, he falls a bit short. The furious mob closes in, their battle cries shaking the courtyard. Everyone attack together. Smash him into the ground. Charge. Boom! A single, devastating punch from Gao Neng instantly knocks a vanguard out cold. Yet, the boy just keeps cheerfully singing. Pulling carrots. The sheer absurdity sends chills down the attacker's spines, forcing them to back away. What kind of monstrous explosive force is that? Someone screams. His power is absolutely tyrannical. Are you telling me this freak is truly at the early first stage? Unable to watch the slaughter, Dila steps out from the ranks to issue a challenge. All first-stage fighters, fall back right now. He commands with absolute authority. You are nothing but cannon fodder against him. Dila strides right up to Gao Neng, arrogance dripping from his every word. Listen up, brat, he sneers. You might have the talent to back up that crazy arrogance of yours. But today, you stepped onto the wrong stage. Smack. Before he can even finish his villain speech, Gao Neng obliterates his facial bones with a brutal hook. The crowd watches in absolute, paralyzed terror. Dila just got harvested too. A student shrieks in horror. Is there literally anyone who can stop this monster? If we let him keep rampaging, he is going to wipe out the entire class. The students exchange terrified glances, hesitating to step forward. Up in the stands, Gu Yi subtly signals his own hidden aces. Suddenly, a massive shift in aura makes the entire crowd turn their heads. The suffocating pressure forces someone to gasp out loud. It is the three kings of this year's freshmen. Kong Kun and his elites are finally making their move. Nearby, Li Qing urgently warns his partner. Qing, stay on high alert. This psycho fights dirty. He literally pulls people's pants down. Qing rolls her eyes, her voice dripping with pure sarcasm. Worry about yourself, idiot, she snaps back. Make sure your own belt is tied tight first. Kong Kun glares fiercely at his two teammates. Shut your mouths. I do not need your help, he growls. If I cannot even crush a first-stage weakling, what right do I have to call myself the #1 freshman? With a metallic clash, heavy, high-tech armor materializes across Kong Kun's entire body. He looks like an unstoppable juggernaut ready for war. Xuan's eyes widen as he analyzes the transformation. A steel alloy forged from iron and chromium, he observes, achieving that with just a 70% chromium talent. Kong Kun truly possesses limitless potential. Burning with pride, Kong Kun launches himself forward to teach the boy a brutal lesson. Steel clashes against flesh in an ear-shattering explosion. The sheer impact forces both warriors to violently slide backward. The spectating students are left completely shell-shocked. An equal exchange? They gasp. But Gao Neng does not give them time to process. Taking the absolute initiative, he leaps high into the air, descending like a falling meteor toward his foe. Panic flashes in Kong Kun's eyes. He hastily crosses his heavily armored arms, bracing for the devastating aerial strike. Bam! The overwhelming difference in pure raw strength shatters the Juggernaut's defense. Kong Kun is sent flying backward like a broken doll. Xuan jumps from his seat, utterly stunned. Gao Neng actually overpowered Kong Kun? Kai Xing is equally breathless by the revelation. Kong Kun is at the middle phase of the second stage. He has broken through the human limit 3 times, he stammers. To be repelled by a mere early first-stage fighter. It defies all logic. Xue Li's mind races to a terrifying conclusion. Heavens, could this brat have broken the human limit 4 times? Yuntian's heart skips a beat at the thought. Breaking the human limit 4 times? The entire alliance does not even have 20 people who have achieved such a legendary feat. A memory suddenly flashes through Yuntian's mind. He remembers little Yuer's confident words. Grandpa Song is actually the one who owes me a massive favor. Xuan finally swallows his pride, acknowledging the undeniable truth. Principal Song's foresight is truly terrifying, he humbly admits. To unearth a golden egg with a 4th-stage limit break from that forgotten wasteland. Indeed, the principal replies calmly. Though, his temperament is undeniably a bit too stubborn for his own good. Down in the arena, Gao Neng continues his bizarre, maddening concert. Hey there, little tabby cat. Hurry up and help me pull these carrots, he belts out. Watching the absolute disrespect, Yuntian decides this wild horse definitely needs some brutal taming. Taking the hint, Shu-an amplifies his voice across the entire battleground. Listen closely. Whoever manages to take down this brat will be rewarded with a massive bounty of 200 merit points. A collective gasp echoes through the academy ranks. 200 merit points? Just for dropping him? Hearing the staggering bounty, Tongtang violently slams her staff into the solid earth. A predatory glint flashes in the elite girl's eyes. 200 merit points, she whispers, her blood boiling with excitement. If I secure this bounty, my total score will finally shatter the 1,000 mark. Do not blame me for what happens next, Gao Neng. Your fate is sealed, she declares. Meanwhile, the completely oblivious Gao Neng is desperately trying to hit the high notes of his system's pop song, Mayahi, Mayahu. A glowing timer mocks him. 21 minutes remaining. Tears of absolute frustration well up in the overpowered boy's eyes. What is wrong with all of you lunatics? He screams internally. Can you not just let a man sing in peace for 20 more minutes? Without warning, Tang Tang blitzes forward like a lethal phantom. Gao Ning, your merit points belong to me, she roars, unleashing her deadly attack. Forced into a corner, the boy has no choice but to fight while continuing his ridiculous karaoke session. Pulling carrots, he sings, dodging her lethal strikes. He scoffs in bitter disbelief at the girl's absolute hypocrisy. Just last night, she was acting like my destined soulmate, begging me to join her squad. And today, she is trying to murder me for pocket change. I guess a one-night fling really means nothing. Suddenly, the piercing whistle of a hidden blade cuts through the air. A poisoned dagger shoots straight for his blind spot, forcing Gao Neng to instantly twist his body in a desperate, gravity-defying dodge. The true mastermind orchestrating this entire twisted game? It is none other than Li Qing. Kong Kun still surges with explosive combat power. Meanwhile, Qing Qing launches a deadly close-quarters assault. Taste my snake sword, she roars. With enemies closing in from both sides, Cao Neng feels the crushing tension. I cannot dodge this in time, he realizes. In a flash of pure instinct, he drives a brutal kick straight into Kong Kun's flying fist. Using that momentum, he unleashes a devastating iron headbutt. The strike slams violently directly into Qing Qing's chest. Watching from afar, Li Qing screams in panic. Qing Qing, are you okay? Furious, Qing Qing swings her blade down with blazing wrath. You shameless bastard, she spits. They say handsome faces hide the worst scumbags, and it is absolutely true. Cao Neng lets out an exasperated groan. If you know I am this incredibly handsome, why are you striking with intent to kill? He thinks bitterly. The situation is turning critical. If I keep taking these combined attacks, I will end up crippled or dead. Glancing at the countdown timer, he sees exactly 15 minutes left on the clock. His mind races through frantic calculations. If he is forced to activate his ultimate trump card, the life form transformation, even at the absolute lowest cost, this move will burn through at least 30,000 alliance coins. The thought of bleeding more money makes Cao Neng want to weep tears of blood. You bastards. His eyes darken. You forced my hand! System alerts instantly flood his vision. His entire physical vessel undergoes a terrifying augmentation. Life form transformation. Iron mode engaged. Defense power skyrockets by 100%. Attack power surges by 50%. Suddenly, a lethal fist hurtles right toward Cao Neng's face. You are utterly dead. A furious voice roars through the arena. Channeling every ounce of his burning frustration, Cao Neng delivers a catastrophic punch directly into Kong Kun's chest. The crowd freezes in absolute horror at the brutal aftermath. The system's rapid analysis flashes on the screens. That single, devastating strike unleashed a minimum of 5,000 points of explosive force. Up in the observation deck, Shu-an's jaw drops in utter disbelief. He never expected this kid to be hiding such monstrous reserves of power. Can someone who broke the human limit 4 times truly be this terrifying? He gasps. Yuntian shakes his head with a grave expression. Impossible. A normal 4-time limit breaker does not possess this kind of world-shattering might. This brat is clearly hiding heaven-defying secrets from us. Down below, the terrified students exchange panicked whispers. Just what kind of monstrous freak is he? Even Kong Kun got instantly obliterated by a single punch. How the hell are we supposed to fight a demon like that? Cao Neng stares at the metallic coating crumbling from his arm. His mind clicks with a sudden revelation. As expected, the durability of pure iron simply cannot compare to a forged alloy. Since that is the case, it is time for an upgrade. Cao Neng swiftly extracts 2 energy cores. His true objective? To fuse copper and tin to forge impenetrable bronze alloy gauntlets. Sensing this profound elemental shift, Shu An is forced to accept the undeniable truth of the copper and tin auras. His innate talents are not just restricted to iron and phosphorus. 4 limit breaks and 4 distinct elemental talents. This kid is an absolute, heaven-sent genius. Refusing to back down, Ching Ching charges forward like a fearless Valkyrie. "Do you really think taking down Kong Kun is enough to make me cower?" she screams. But Cao Neng barely even tries to defend. His newly forged gauntlets casually bend her deadly blade until it is as soft as cooked noodles. With a chilling crunch, he shatters the weapon entirely, right in front of her terror-stricken eyes. Without missing a single beat, his next ruthless punch sails directly toward Ching Ching's face. Watching from the sidelines, Li Qing lets out a blood-curdling shriek. "Ching Ching, get out of there!" Driven by desperation, Li Qing leaps directly behind Cao Neng's back. "You damn monster, I will take you down with me," he roars. Cao Neng scoffs with overwhelming contempt. This pathetic dwarf clearly wants to use me as a stepping stone for his little hero saves the beauty fantasy. Does he not even own a mirror to see how completely unworthy he is? Unsurprisingly, Li Qing meets the exact same tragic fate. A devastating fist crashes straight into his face, just like his precious beauty. Witnessing the absolute slaughter, Tong Tong trembles in awe. "Are you some kind of mythical monster?" she gasps. Without an ounce of mercy, Cao Neng slowly turns his gaze. His next prime target? His incredibly two-faced little roommate. She frantically waves her hands, dropping all her pride in an instant. "Please do not do it. Just pretend the great death god Tang has officially surrendered today," she begs. "If you have to hit me, at least spare my beautiful face. How could you strike someone as incredibly cute as me?" But Cao Neng is no fool. Only an idiot would believe the lies of this wicked, dark-hearted lolly. He launches his strike, but his eyes widen in pure shock. The explosive force of his punch completely fails to penetrate her defenses. What kind of bizarre secret is that little lowly hiding under her clothes? Yun Tian gave the absolute order. "Old Gui, that is enough." But Xian instantly understood the hidden meaning. He thought to himself, this kid might be a top-tier seed, but his temper is dangerously reckless. If his arrogant nature is not crushed right now, he will never reach true greatness. Xian's furious roar shattered the air. "Enough!" He barked his command with unquestionable authority. "Tang Tang, step aside." His glare locked onto Gao Neng. "You have already shown off your abilities. Now shut your mouth immediately. Do this, and we can pretend none of this ever happened." But Gao Neng stubbornly kept singing his ridiculous tune. Picking carrots, just cannot pick them all. The boy felt completely helpless inside. It was not that he wanted to keep acting like a fool. He literally could not stop his own skill. "Professor, just give me 10 more seconds." Seeing the kid's sheer audacity, Xian's blazing wrath erupted like a volcano. "Good, very good. Since you want to act like a man of steel, I will teach you a brutal lesson today." His terrifying aura flared violently. No one is allowed to trample on the absolute dignity of Dongdu. Time was completely up. Desperate, Gao Neng blurted out his monstrous stats to beg for mercy. "Wait, I have broken the human limits 4 times. I have awakened spiritual power, and I possess 5 talents over 80%. He screamed for his life. "You teachers cannot just crush the shining hope of the future," the teacher roared with earth-shattering fury. "Now you know how to regret? It is too late." His power gathered into a devastating strike. "Even if you had 10 talents over 80%, I am putting you in a hospital bed for months." A terrifying, godlike punch locked onto its target. The massive strike prepared to crash down onto Gao Ning's fragile body. The boy squeezed his eyes shut and gambled his life on an outrageous lie. "Ninger is my wife. She said she is coming to visit me in 2 days. If you hit me now, Deputy Commander Shen will absolutely seek bloody revenge for me." The sheer shock of those words forced the deadly punch to swerve violently, missing Gao Neng by a hair. Xian broke out in a cold, terrified sweat. "You brat! What kind of suicidal nonsense are you barking?" Yun Tian listened to this entire circus in stunned silence, while Gu Yi stammered, "What did this brat just say? Who did he just claim as his wife?" Shui Li gasped, absolutely paralyzed with disbelief. "Please tell me my ears are playing tricks on me." The boy desperately tried to prove his insane claim. "I am not spouting nonsense, I swear." He puffed out his chest. "Ninger and I made a 3-year pact. In 3 years, she will officially be my wife. If you do not believe me, call Chen Bai right now. He knows everything about our legendary promise." The bewildered teachers immediately huddled together in frantic discussion. "Wait, Did he just say Chen Bai is Ninger's adjutant, Second Lieutenant Chen? That sounds about right. We might as well contact the second lieutenant directly and find out. Yun Tian does not waste a single second and dials the source directly. Honestly, what could a mere adjutant possibly know about this level of classified information? The call connects, and Ninger's cheerful voice instantly rings out. Hello? Grandpa Song, did you need something? Yun Tian hesitates, clearing his throat awkwardly. Well, it is like this. Ninger, I have a tiny matter I need to clarify with you. Her voice immediately brightens with excitement. Let me guess, is Grandpa Song calling about Gao Neng? He blinks in sheer surprise, confirming her suspicion. Exactly. Wait, you already knew? Ninger puffs up her chest with absolute pride. Grandpa Song, you have to admit, this massive favor I sent your way is pretty amazing, right? His talent is absolutely top tier in every single aspect. The guy is literally flawless. Yun Tian rubs the back of his neck, feeling a sweat drop form. Well, yes, we have already witnessed his monstrous potential. The kid is an absolute prodigy. But actually, I wanted to ask about something else entirely. The rumors around the academy say that you and Gao Neng made a sacred 3-year pact. Is there any truth to this? Ninger freezes for a second, a memory flashing through her mind. Oh, you mean that little promise? Yes, it is true. Through the holographic screen, a bright crimson blush spreads across her cheeks. Yun Tian's jaw practically hits the floor as he witnesses the legendary Ice Queen acting like a shy, love-struck maiden. Wait, it is actually real? He scrambles to end the call, completely flustered. Well, if it is true, then never mind. I was just curious. Come, drop by the academy as a teaching assistant when you are free. Goodbye. The screen goes dark. Despite the sheer awkwardness radiating off him, he turns to face the incredibly tense room. Gentlemen, the rumors are 100% true. Qi Xing swallows hard, beads of sweat rolling down his face. Then what the heck do we do now? Are we still going to beat him up? Yun Tian looks away, dodging the question entirely. Ninger is coming to visit in a few days. If you want to thrash the boy, be my guest. I certainly will not stop you. Gu Yi immediately throws his hands up, washing them of the whole mess. Hey, if anyone is beating him up, it is old Gui. He is the one who wanted to smash the kid's head in. Leave us out of it. Xion's eye twitches violently as the massive scapegoat lands squarely on his shoulders. Fuming with rage, he can only curse at them inside his head, these shameless old bastards. Burning the bridge after crossing the river. Are they seriously throwing me under the bus right now? He knows exactly how insanely protective Deputy Commander Shen is over his precious people. If that terrifying monster decides to drop by on some beautiful, sunny day to check on his future son-in-law, and finds his precious golden boy beaten half to death in a hospital bed, Xion knows damn well he will be occupying the bed right next to him. Glaring down at Gao Neng, who is currently sitting there looking like a wronged puppy, Xion's blood boils. Stop acting so pitiful, you little demon. Where was this innocent little victim routine when you were mercilessly destroying everyone in the arena just a minute ago? Swallowing his pride, the dean forces himself to negotiate. Gao Neng, listen to me. The academy has strict regulations, and true soldiers must abide by their core principles. Xian suddenly slams a hand on the boy's shoulder, flashing a totally forced, brilliant smile. Amazing job, kid. Your performance today was absolutely stellar. You are a shining, flawless beacon of hope for this year's freshmen. However, this nasty little habit of completely ignoring your instructor's direct orders is unacceptable. Therefore, I must punish you. Seeing the dean practically begging him to take the way out, Gao Neng decides to play along. Oh, the horror. In that case, should I run 2 laps around the training field as my harsh punishment? The dean loudly declares for everyone to hear. Since this is your very first offense, I am deducting 100 merit points from your account. Let this be a warning. Next time, the penalty doubles. But Gao Neng instantly pushes his luck with a sly grin. That is totally fair, Dean Gui. But wait, what about those 200 points you promised earlier? Xian freezes, blinking in pure confusion. What? What 200 points? The boy shrugs, speaking with absolute logic. You clearly announced that anyone who defeats me gets 200 merit points, but since absolutely none of them could beat me, logically, those 200 points belong to the undisputed champion, me. The entire faculty stares at him in utterly dumbfounded silence. What on earth does this cunning little brat eat to be this insanely sharp? From the sidelines, Yun Tian sighs and waves his hand. Just give the kid the points. The military academy has no precedent for taking back a bounty once it has been issued. Xian helplessly massages his throbbing temples. Fine, fine. I am deducting 100, but rewarding you 200. Rewards and punishments must be clearly separated. That is the iron law of the military. Inside, the dean is crying tears of blood. The prestigious atmosphere of the Eastern Capital Military Academy is officially going straight to the dogs. Gao Neng beams with an angelic, totally innocent smile. Thank you so much, Teacher Gui. But the very next second, bam, Gao Neng collapses straight onto the hard ground, completely out cold. Xian stands there, completely paralyzed by shock. It takes him several agonizing seconds to snap back to reality. He drops to his knees, furiously shaking the boy's shoulders. Hey kid, what is wrong with you? You little brat, do not even try to scam me right now. I did not even land a single hit on you earlier. Oh my god. I have been targeted by a professional scammer. Foaming at the mouth, Gao Neng manages to weakly whisper his defense. I kept my power activated for way too long. It is just the side effects. Right before the darkness completely claims him, a hilarious, delirious thought crosses his mind. If he could just sing the little frog nursery rhyme right now, maybe he could heal himself? But if he pushes his limits any further, he might actually drop dead for real. He is so insanely exhausted. Suddenly, a bright blue holographic screen shatters the darkness. System alert. Congratulations to the host for completing the ultimate tier quest 5 out of 5. Red star shining everywhere, quest cleared. Reward acquired. 1 premium grade treasure chest. The sheer dopamine rush of sweet loot violently jerks Gao Neng back from the brink of unconsciousness. His eyes snap open as he greedily scans the legendary loot drop menu. Option 1. 1 blood vitality brain pill. Instantly restores all mental fatigue and heals all physical wounds. Option 2. 1 completely random skill draw. Option 3. 2 financial cheat sheets. Grants 2 exclusive welfare missions to grind massive amounts of alliance currency. Gao Neng curses the shameless system in his heart. It is totally taking advantage of his half-dead state to force a panicked choice. Whatever. Knowing my luck, I am going with option 2. Give me the random skill. System initiated. The Wheel of Destiny is now spinning for a random skill. A blinding golden light erupts across his vision. Jackpot. Congratulations, host, on your insanely rare stroke of luck. Random skill acquired. Infinite energy. But before he can even celebrate, Gao Neng completely blacks out again. Xian waves his arms in a total panic. Hey, Gao Neng, don't die on me. Where the hell is the medical logistics team? 2 specialized medical instructors instantly rush onto the field. They cast a glowing diagnostic aura over the boy's body before giving their swift report. His vital signs are completely stable, sir. He just burned way too much of his core energy during that insane battle. A little hydration and a good nap, and he will be right as rain. With the immediate crisis averted, Gu Yi narrows his eyes, already scheming the next move. Principal, since our little monster has passed out, which specific branch and instructor gets the absolute honor of claiming him? Yun Tian strokes his chin, fully aware that this decision will shake the academy. Well, the choice is pretty obvious. Old Gui, my friend, you are going to have to bear this heavy burden. I am officially leaving this terrifying little prodigy in your capable hands. Xian's face drains of all color. He frantically waves his hands in absolute refusal. Principal, absolutely not. Have you lost your mind? I am the absolute worst possible candidate for this walking disaster. The man cut him off, throwing his own words right back at him. I clearly remember you saying you loved the hot-blooded ones. Didn't you claim the War Academy only accepts the fiercest tigers? Well, wish granted. The most savage monster this academy has seen since its founding is now entirely your problem. Xian finally understood the bitter taste of shooting himself in the foot. Resigned to his grim fate, he sighed heavily. Fine. I guess this is what I get for running my mouth. As dusk fell over the medical wing, following the chaotic sorting ceremony, Xian noticed Gao Neng's eyelids fluttering. Finally awake, kid? He asked sharply. Gao Neng's gaze swept across the room, landing on the absolute worst crowd possible. His newly made enemies, including Tang Tang and Kong Kun's fierce crew, were all gathered here. A heavy sense of dread settled in his gut. Don't tell me. Are we all stuck in the same squad, Instructor Gui? Just an hour ago, while waiting for Gao Neng to regain consciousness, Xian had cleared his throat, attempting to negotiate. Look, Student Ching Ching, Teacher Li's combat instruction is absolutely top tier. Plus, she is a female instructor. Wouldn't you be much more comfortable training under her? Ching Ching stood her ground. Reporting to Vice Principal, Gui, my father explicitly ordered me to study under you, and I cannot defy his absolute command. Xian could only surrender. How could he refuse to protect his old comrade's daughter? Kong Kun immediately stepped up, his eyes burning with ambition. Vice Principal Gui, my combat style perfectly mirrors yours. Defeated, The vice principal accepted his fate. Fine, you stay too. He turned his exhausted gaze to Tang Tang. And you? Training under me makes zero sense for your path, and you know it. She nodded smoothly. I am fully aware. Uncle Gui, the truth is, no instructor here can actually teach me. I am only staying in your squad because of the sheer authority your name holds. Just ignore me, she added. Xion's headache evolved into a full-blown migraine. Given the monstrous power of the Fang family, Tang Tang's elite combat curriculum had probably been perfected years ago. The academy fundamentally had nothing left to teach her. Clearly, Master Fang had dumped the rebellious girl here simply because he could not control her anymore. He glared at the final student standing there. And what is your excuse, Li Qing? The boy rubbed his neck, his face flushing red. Well, Vice Principal, I just want to be in the same class as Qing Qing. Bingo. Xion finally found his perfect excuse to kick someone out. Absolute garbage. You joined this military academy to fulfill your sacred duty to the Alliance. If your brain is entirely focused on chasing girls, what kind of soldier are you? Pack your things and report to Instructor Tang's squad immediately. And tell him I sent you. Snapping back to the present, Kong Kun glared daggers at Gao Neng, his killing intent leaking out. You better remember this. I will definitely get my revenge on you. The day will come when we clash again to see who is truly superior. Tang Tang leaned in, whispering the brutal truth to Gao Neng. While you were knocked out, the instructors were already assigned. Our master is that bald shark standing right over there. Gao Neng was utterly speechless at this twisted stroke of fate. He blinked in disbelief. Vice Principal Gui is actually my master? Xion was so stressed he felt like pulling out his non-existent hair. Even though he had managed to kick one brat out, this remaining squad of absolute monsters was going to drain his life force. He barked a sharp command, shattering the tension. If you can manage to drag yourself out of that bed, get your butt over here right now. Do not think that just because you crushed a few freshmen, you can walk around like a king. Wait until you carve your name into the war rankings, then you can act arrogant. As the newly formed squad marched out of the medical wing, Gao Neng could not hold back his curiosity. The war rankings? Tang Tang walked beside him, a smirk playing on her lips. Why do you ask? Are you itching to put your name on the war rankings? If you want to conquer that board, you better beg to join my battle squad immediately. If you wait too long, my roster will be completely full. The squad war rankings only hold 80 elite slots, with 4 legendary members per team. Just to even step foot on that ranking, you fundamentally need to be among the top 300 powerhouses in the entire Eastern capital. Take Training Room 001, for example. That belongs to the legendary Godslayer squad. Led by Captain Lin Ying, with monsters like Shen Qing, Qiao Yakyu, and Han Yuping, they are absolute icons on the board. They do not just get to monopolize the ultimate custom training facilities, they also receive massive discounts when buying high-tier gear from logistics. On top of that, they are showered with precious merit points. Gao Neng's eyes instantly locked onto the most important detail. Wait a second, did you say massive discounts? Tang Tang nodded triumphantly. Exactly! Grade D rankers get 20% off, Grade C drops it by 40%, Grade B slashes 60%, and Grade A gets an insane 80% discount. Furthermore, those bonus merit points act as the ultimate currency to purchase exclusive logistics artifacts. Gao Neng was completely mind-blown. Merit points can actually be traded for rare items? Tang Tang gladly took on the role of his guide to this brutal world. Merit points are not just for shopping. Rookie. They are deeply tied to upgrading your military rank, something all the money in the world cannot buy. Take Kong Kun, for instance. Right now, he is nothing more than a measly master sergeant. Without hoarding those merit points, he will be stuck forever. He could never ascend to the legendary realm of second lieutenant, like me. Xion suddenly noticed Gao Neng's bizarre hand movements. He stepped closer, his eyes narrowing. Gao Neng, you have been continuously magnetizing your hands this entire time. Have you actually mastered the art of dual focus? The boy nodded casually. Yes, sir. Ever since my journey to report to the academy, I have been constantly magnetizing my own body. Kong Kun's jaw hit the floor as he gasped. Dual focus? You have to be kidding me. Qing Qing stared in pure awe. You are only at the first stage, yet you can already pull off a high-level technique like that? Xion immediately began analyzing the terrifying implications of this skill. Even assuming you have unlocked dual focus, maintaining body magnetization while performing your everyday tasks must be an absolutely massive drain on both your energy and spiritual power. He demanded an answer. What color is your magnetic core? Without waiting for a cue, Tong Tong shamelessly jumped in to brag. Speaking of magnetic cores, even though I am only at the mid-second stage, my core radiates a gorgeous light pink hue. Gao Neng was completely lost in this world of power scaling. He wondered what the core's color even signified. Mine is a deep crimson, he admitted bluntly. Is there really a difference between crimson and light pink? Tang Tang's eyes practically bulged out of her skull. What did you just say? Yours is red, and a deep crimson on top of that? Z, and rushed forward, his heart pounding. Deep crimson? Are you absolutely certain? The vice principal demanded, his voice trembling slightly. He quickly began to explain the brutal hierarchy of power. The color of a magnetic core represents its absolute maximum energy capacity. For example, my 7th stage core blazes with a brilliant purple aura. The denser your stored energy, the deeper and more terrifying the color becomes. Normally, a magnetic core only radiates that piercing pink light when it reaches or nears the 3rd tier. He curses under his breath. This kid is an absolute monster. To think a mere 1st-tier magnetic core could output 4th-tier energy. The revelation strikes Gao Neng like a bolt of lightning. Speaking of which, Vice Principal Gui, Gao Neng asks, his eyes gleaming. Fighting our way up the combat rankings gets us a discount at logistics, right? So, if I crush the God Hunter squad, does that make me rank 1? Xian nods, a serious glint in his eyes. Spot on. You shatter the God Hunter squad, and the number 1 spot on the combat rankings is yours. And, if you manage to defeat Lin Ying, Kong Kun gulps, his voice trembling with awe. You will be the undisputed top student of the Dongdu Military Academy. But Lin Ying is at the late stage of the 5th tier. He has 7 innate talents sitting above 80%. Ching Ching chimes in, her tone laced with disbelief. For a freshman to even step onto the combat rankings, even just the D-rank board, that is already the stuff of absolute legends. Xian offers one last piece of heavy advice before turning his back and walking away. It is great for the youth to be dripping with confidence, but know your limits before you bite off more than you can chew. Come on, let me show you all to the training grounds. The training facility is an absolute marvel. Using cutting-edge dual magnetic technology, it can perfectly project any battlefield environment, even flawlessly replicating highly classified enemy strongholds. It is the ultimate arena for squad conditioning. But as Xian checks the digital terminal, a frown crosses his face. 0 available? It seems every single training room is completely packed right now. If you want a taste of this simulation, you have to wait in line with the rest of the academy. The only other path? Carve your name into the combat rankings and earn the absolute privilege of a priority training suite. Gao Neng stares at the terminal. 4,054 students are already in the queue. Z unpats his shoulder to soften the blow. Just grab a ticket. You will get your shot in about 7 or 8 days. Time slips away, and the veil of night falls over the academy. Sitting cross-legged in his cultivation room, Gao Neng senses a grim reality. His magnetization speed has hit a devastating bottleneck, just as that bald, shark-faced guy warned him. Forcing the magnetization process drains an ocean of mental strength and raw energy. Recklessly letting it suck his life force dry is nothing short of suicidal. He needs a better strategy. He runs the numbers in his head. The 1,100 merit points he holds equate to roughly 4,400,000 Alliance credits. Yet, against the sky-high prices of the logistics department, it is merely a drop in the bucket. Even the most garbage-tier energy pill costs a staggering 5 merit points. The ancient proverb speaks of boosting income and cutting expenses. Making more money is one battlefield, but stopping the bleeding of his wallet is just as critical. His eyes burn with absolute resolve. He must slaughter his way to the pinnacle of the combat rankings. And fast. Suddenly, a sharp knock shatters the silence of his room. Hey, Gao Neng, it is Tong Tong. He swings the door open. Tong Tong stands there, sleepily rubbing her droopy eyes. Why did the singing stop tonight? Gao Neng blinks, completely utterly thrown off. Huh? What are you talking about, boss lady? Tang Tang yawns perfectly. Sing that exact same track from yesterday. I can only get a good night's sleep when you are belting those notes. Gao Neng almost chokes on his own spit. Are you seriously telling me my singing is actually pleasant to your ears? Shaking his head, he shifts gears. By the way, Tong Tong, do you know any ultra-fast methods to rake in a massive pile of cash? Without missing a beat, Tang Tang slaps a crispy banknote right into his hand. What is this? Are you charging an admission fee just to hear you sing now? How about 1,000 Alliance credits for a whole night of performing? Gao Neng instantly snatches the cash with lightning speed. He clears his throat shamelessly. This feels a bit unethical, but hey, we can negotiate those terms later. More importantly, Gao Neng locks eyes with her. You are still dead set on forming that combat squad, right? Tang Tang's eyes instantly light up like fireworks. Are you finally submitting? Are you joining my legendary Death God squad? Gao Neng smirks, shaking his finger. You are half right, but I am not enlisting in your squad. You are being recruited into mine. A suffocating, awkward silence crashes down upon the hallway. Tang Tang snaps fully awake, her aura spiking. Your squad? Absolutely impossible. I, Tang Tang, would rather die than surrender the throne of the captain. Gao Neng steps closer, his presence commanding. Need a quick reality check. Do not forget what happened in the morning free-for-all. You already lost to me. Tang Tang glares back, fiercely defensive. That does not count. I did not even unleash my true dormant power. I was holding back my absolute ultimate killing strike. If I unsheath that move, every enemy within 10 meters loses their head. Gao Neng waves off her threat, completely unfazed. Listen carefully. Within 2 days, I am slaughtering my way onto the combat rankings. If you refuse to join my ranks, I will simply find someone hungrier. Tang Tang scoffs, her eyes narrowing in heavy disbelief. 2 days? Are you out of your mind? His aura flares with absolute conviction. Dead certain. 48 hours from now, my name will be scorched into those rankings. Are you in, or are you out? Make your choice right now. She bites her lip, finally relenting under his overwhelming confidence. Fine. I will make the ultimate sacrifice this one time. I am passing the captain's mantle of the Death God Squad over to you. But hear my warning. If 2 days pass, and you fail to climb that board, I am walking away. Gao Neng smirks, sealing the pact. A gentleman never goes back on his word. There is just one tiny problem. The name Death God Squad sounds incredibly violently cringe. I am tearing that name down. Tang Tang boils with rage, but is completely utterly powerless to stop him. Cringe? You dare call my legendary Death God Squad cringe? She roars. All right then, genius. Let us see if your brain can forge a better title. He drops a name so painfully generic it practically hurts. Then let us be known as the Invincible Squad. Yet, magically, the two words strike a massive chord with Tang Tang. Invincible. Invincible. Now that is raw power. All right, we are officially the Invincible Squad. Gao Neng nods. As for the final 2 slots, let us lock in Kong Kun and Ching Ching right now. I will shoot them a battle summons right away. Gao Neng snaps his fingers, suddenly remembering his dire financial crisis. Hold up. Let us rewind back to my earlier question. What is the absolute fastest method to print a mountain of cash in this academy? Tang Tang flashes a mischievous grin, revealing the hidden underworld of the school. Ways to get filthy rich? There are plenty. The absolute beasts of the War Academy constantly hunt for primal ores and high-tier energy materials. They flip those rare drops straight to the crafting academy for massive profits. Our military academy actually owns an exclusive mining vein, but honestly, it has been picked totally clean. If you want a real adrenaline rush and epic loot, you have to venture into the untamed outer zones. Gao Neng sweats a little. So it is a gamble with my life? Is there any path that does not involve getting slaughtered? She nods slyly. Of course, the crafting academy aggressively buys raw materials at completely dirt-cheap prices. If you have the godly skills to process those raw drops, you can sell them back to logistics for an absolutely astronomical markup. But fair warning, surviving that trade is not for the weak. First off, the art of crafting stands in stark contrast to the War Academy. You do not need heaven-defying talent, you just need a massive variety of it. If you possess 10 different talents at 40%, congratulations. You would be hailed as an absolute genius in the crafting academy. The more Gao Neng listens, the wider his grin becomes. Is he not practically born to walk this golden path of endless wealth? Suddenly, a sharp chime rings in his mind. System evolution complete, and its infamous scamming functions have massively upgraded. Meanwhile, Tang Tang is busy messaging Kong Kun's squad. Stop asking so many questions and just get over here already, she types furiously. I have some massive news to share with all of you. Gao Neng smirks with deep satisfaction, mentally pinching the system's virtual cheek. The long-awaited evolution is finally complete. A glowing holographic panel materializes before his eyes. Path selection available. Option 1. Normal evolution. Upon selecting this, the system will issue randomized daily quests. These daily quests will come with crystal clear, detailed instructions. The host can freely choose which missions to accept, granting complete autonomy. The risks are incredibly low, but so are the rewards. Items and skills will be strictly limited to the common tier. A safe, albeit mediocre, choice for the host. Option 2. Elite evolution. Just like the first, the system will continue to generate randomized daily missions. However, the mission briefings will be dangerously vague and incredibly brief. By choosing this path, the host steps into genuine danger. But the payoff? a massive drop rate boost for high-tier items and premium skills. Furthermore, the system will unlock a secondary ability attribute. This grants the host an incredible ceiling for future growth, a perfect choice for those daring enough to challenge their limits. And finally, Option 3, the Extreme Nightmare Evolution. Walking this path is like dancing barefoot on a sea of shattered blades. Advance and live, retreat and die. Your youthful blood will never run cold. You are destined to be an absolute powerhouse, a supreme being who bows to absolutely no one. Your arrogance and wild nature will force even the system itself to yield. Your destiny will be forged by your own two hands. You will gain the ultimate authority to issue your very own quests. And as for your ability attributes, you will undoubtedly stand at the absolute pinnacle of strength. But immense power demands a terrifying price. If you do not fear the Grim Reaper, dive right in. The system casually adds a warning note, reminding him that the safest choice is usually the best. Once a path of evolution is chosen, there is absolutely no turning back. Please, do not let reckless excitement cloud your judgment. Check your luck aura before making a fatal mistake. Gao Neng scoffs, his veteran instincts kicking in. If I actually trust your warnings, I will be stuck eating dirt for the rest of my life. This damn, treacherous, evil system. This is so obviously a death trap. So, am I really going to jump right in? Let me ask you, who dies the fastest in this ruthless world? Without a doubt, it is the endlessly greedy ones. Am I, Gao Neng, a greedy man? You bet your life I am. The whole world thinks I am terrified of death. But the truth is, I am far more terrified of living a painfully ordinary life. If the absolute best option is right in front of me, why would I ever settle for less? Even a slight downgrade is still trash in my eyes. I refuse to make a choice I will regret for the rest of my life. The malicious system happily chimes in. The host is overwhelmingly excited and has selected the nightmare path, evolution commencing. Instantly, Gao Neng is violently swallowed by a sea of endless darkness. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Tong Tong is still happily chatting away. If I spill the secret right now, it will totally ruin the surprise, she giggles to herself. She completely fails to notice the deathly pallor washing over Gao Neng's face. A massive status screen unfolds in his vision. Vitality points, 456 out of 623. Elite rank achieved. Spirit points, 220 out of 286. 18 years old, elite rank. Current location, the legendary City of Hope. Status, first-year freshman at the Eastern Capital Military Academy. Talents displayed. Iron, 100%. Bronze, 100%. Silver, 100%. Tin, 100%. Gold, 100%. Phosphorus, 100%. Sulfur, 100%. Silicon, 100%. The list fiercely transitions to his special abilities. Number 1, the Eye of Plunder, beginner tier. Number 2, 300 children's songs, intermediate tier. Number 3, life form transformation, beginner tier. Special skill notes, infinite energy evolution, 0 out of 10 completion. Shamelessness gauge, currently reading at absolute 0%. Gao Neng stares at the screen, utterly bewildered by his secondary and tertiary attributes. They remain completely unchanged. However, the Eye of Plunder has automatically upgraded from a mere trial version to the official beginner tier. But wait, there is more. A premium treasure chest sits in his inventory, glowing with the mark of infinite energy. What exactly is the difference between a special skill and a special ability anyway? His mind races with questions as his eyes dart to the second and third attributes. Taking a deep breath, he clicks the selection button. Instantly, a brand new notification panel bursts to life. Ore mining technique, mastery level at 100%. Ore analysis technique, pushed to the absolute perfect tier. Energy resource harvesting technique, mastery level hitting 100%. Energy material analysis, perfect tier. Weapon appraisal technique, perfect tier. Gauntlet appraisal technique, flawlessly maxed out at the perfect tier. Energy pill refining technique, success rate guaranteed at 100%. Weapon forging technique, an infallible 100% success rate. Leg armor crafting technique, yet another flawless 100% success rate. Pure, unadulterated euphoria washes over Gao Neng. Oh my god, this is like finding an oasis in the middle of a deadly desert. With this god-tier skill set, I could probably refine immortal pills using a cheap kitchen pressure cooker. The extreme nightmare evolution really did not disappoint. His excitement peaks. What mind-bending powers could the third attribute possibly hold? But as he looks, the panel for the third attribute is nothing but an eerie, pitch-black void. His jaw drops in absolute shock. Floating in the darkness are two glowing words. Gestation period. Gao Neng instantly erupts into a string of curses. What the hell kind of garbage ability is gestation period? Do not tell me this damn system just forced a literal womb into my body. Am I, a perfectly healthy and strapping young man, about to be forced to give birth by a malfunctioning system? Suddenly, a loud shout shatters his panicked thoughts. Tang Tang, we finally made it! Kong Kun's voice echoes through the night. What is so important that you had to drag us out here at this ungodly hour? Gao Neng violently snaps back to reality. Kong Kun and Ching Ching are already here, but lurking just out of sight. A situation far more twisted is about to unfold. He shook off his lingering doubts. Right now, the battle rankings demanded his complete focus. It wasn't like his stomach was going to suddenly inflate out of nowhere, right? The revelation left the other two completely stunned. A battle squad? And they were challenging the battle rankings in exactly 2 days? Gao Neng gave them a firm nod. Spot on. He patted his chest with absolute confidence. As the captain of this invincible squad, I guarantee I will carry everyone straight to the top. So, are you in or out? Give me a straight answer. Tang Tang immediately backed him up, her eyes gleaming. With me, the Reaper Tang, sitting as your vice captain, dominating the rankings will be an absolute breeze. If you miss this golden opportunity, you will regret it forever. Ching Ching crossed her arms, still harboring a sliver of doubt. Joining was fine, but Gao Neng as their leader? However, Kong Kun was already completely sold on the idea. I have absolutely no objections. We all lost to Gao Neng fair and square. If he is stepping up as captain, he has my total respect. Since we are officially challenging the rankings, I assume we actually have a battle plan? In response, Tong Tong proudly slammed a detailed dossier onto the table. Who do you think I am? I already have all the critical intel resting right in the palm of my hand. The projector flickered to life, displaying the lone ghost squad led by Captain Kui Jun. She smirked. This team sits dead last on the Ding rank board. Only one of their 4 members has reached the 3rd stage, while the rest are stuck at late stage 2. They are the absolute perfect stepping stones for our debut. Meanwhile, Gao Neng stood quietly in the corner, his mind entirely focused on his own secret interface. Taking advantage of the distraction, he decided to test out his brand new quest generation feature. A holographic notification materialized before his eyes. The mission? Smash into the Ding rank board. The reward? He could completely customize it himself. He blinked in sheer disbelief. He could actually dictate his own loot? Since when did the system become this generous? A sly grin spread across his face. He knew this game perfectly. Higher risks always yielded massive payouts. Fortune favored the bold, so why hold back now? He was going all in. He immediately punched in a request for 1,000 energy pills. It was the exact resource he desperately lacked. 1,000 pills would serve as the perfect little appetizer for his grand ambitions. The system chimed with a blinding flash. Mission successfully generated. Objective: conquer the Ding rank board. Mission description: as the future undefeated god of war, you are destined to become an invincible existence, striking absolute terror into the hearts of everyone on the rankings. You have exactly 30 days to obliterate all 29 battle squads on the Ding rank board. Furthermore, you must maintain a flawless, 100% win rate. Mission reward: 1,000 first-grade energy pills. Mission penalty: a forced deduction of 1,000 energy pills of random grades. The system would aggressively drain his inventory until the crushing debt was fully paid. Gao Neng froze, suddenly realizing this damned system was completely playing him. Hold on a damn minute. I just wanted to place on the board, he mentally screamed. I never said I wanted to slaughter the entire Ding rank bracket. But the relentless red timer had already appeared. 30 days remaining. The crushing weight of regret smashed into him like a freight train. Mother of God. He groaned inwardly. Is it too late to hit the undo button? He was completely sick of triggering these nightmare-level challenges. He would gladly settle for an excellent tier quest right now. Hell, even a basic, completely ordinary mission would be a blessing. Unaware of his internal crisis, his teammates were busy bickering behind him. As the vice captain, I obviously deserve the main vanguard position. Nonsense. Based on pure combat specs, I am clearly the better vanguard. Gao Neng swallowed hard and awkwardly raised his hand. Guys, can I interrupt for a second? Hypothetically speaking. And I mean strictly hypothetically. What if I wanted to completely sweep every single squad on the Ding rank board within a month? How would you guys feel about that? Dead silence filled the room. The 3 of them stared at him, utterly unamused. Gao Neng, your sense of humor is absolute garbage. Seriously? That was not even remotely funny. someone chimed in. Were you just trying to break the tension or something? Anyway, back to our combat specs and unique traits. If we actually want to survive the rankings, we need flawless synergy with each other's abilities. If a squad of first years like us manages to crush even the absolute lowest team on the Ding rank board, it would be nothing short of a massive miracle. Gao Neng's expression darkened, his voice dropping to a dead, serious tone. I am not joking. I am going to obliterate every single team on that board within 30 days. And we cannot lose a single match. The absolute gravity in his voice struck them like a physical blow. The three of them froze, their jaws practically hitting the floor as a suffocating silence swallowed the room for minutes. Ching Ching finally snapped, shattering the dead silence with a furious shout. Are you completely insane? Do you have any idea that challenging the rankings requires putting up actual merit points as a wager? A minimum of 100 points per match. This is madness. Gao Neng didn't even flinch. I am far from crazy, and I have the merit points to back it up. I will personally bankroll every single wager we make. When we win, I take an 80% cut. But if we lose, none of you will have to bleed a single point. So, what is the verdict? Do you have the guts to fight alongside me? The tension broke as the first fiery response echoed through the room. The great Tong Tong is no cowardly turtle. If we are marching into hell, we split the merit point risks equally. Kong Kun slammed his fist onto the table, his blood boiling with adrenaline. I am in. If you are willing to push it this far, then why the hell would we cower in fear? The last remaining member stood there, completely questioning her life choices. You people have entirely lost your damn minds. Why in the world did I agree to team up with a bunch of lunatics? Ching Ching gritted her teeth, a fierce spark igniting in her eyes. Screw it. If we are doing this, we are doing it. Who is afraid of whom? I am updating my status right this second. I, Ching Ching, am going to utterly annihilate the entire Ding rank board in 1 month. Hearing her battle cry, Kong Kun's fighting spirit erupted like a volcano. I am logging onto the Eastern Capital forums to declare war right now. The indomitable Kun has arrived. You Ding rank scrubs better start praying. Meanwhile, Tong Tong excitedly dialed her fierce sisterhood. Hello? Big Sister Ninger. Tomorrow I am officially forming a battle squad with your husband. You absolutely have to come watch us crush it. On the other end of the line, Ninger blinked in utter confusion. She had absolutely no idea who this supposed husband was. Panic instantly seized Gao Neng's chest. Desperate to keep his secrets buried, he lunged forward and ruthlessly snatched the communicator right out of Tong Tong's grip. Gripping the device like a lifeline, he immediately started snapping at the legendary Ninger. It is me, Gao Neng. What do you mean you are embarrassed? What is there to be shy about? Look, I am swamped with actual world domination plans right now. I do not have time to gossip with you. The call clicked dead. The remaining 3 teammates stood completely frozen, their jaws practically detaching from their skulls in pure, unadulterated horror. He actually dared to speak to Sister Ninger with such disrespect? That is the absolute bloodline of the Eastern Capital Military Region's deputy commander. Even a bold boyfriend wouldn't possess that kind of suicidal courage. Could it be? Has their relationship shattered the boundaries of mere friendship and plunged into forbidden territory? Cold sweat cascaded down Cao Neng's face as pure terror gripped him. Let us leave it at this. We will settle the rest when fate brings us together again. The call died. He tossed the device back to Tong Tong, his eyes hardening with resolve. That is enough for tonight. At dawn, we corner that bald shark and force his hand. Then, the real battle tactics begin. Retreating to his quiet sanctuary, Cao Neng stood over the table, his gaze locked onto the gleaming pile of medicinal pills, his mind racing with possibilities. Are these truly Tier 1 energy pills? Since he had bled his own merit points to stake the team's ultimate gamble, his comrades had pooled their resources, gifting him 10 of these precious elixirs to consume first. He picked up the first sphere, its aura pulsing against his fingertips. If he lacked energy pills, how could he possibly break through his limits tonight? Bloodshed demanded energy. Cultivation devoured energy. This bottomless, money-sucking void in his path had to be conquered, and fast. The translucent system panel instantly materialized before his eyes. Cao Neng's stats glared back. Vitality points 550 over 623. Spirit at 235 over 286. Energy resting at 1,120 over 1,320. His mind calculated the grim reality. He would need to swallow 5 pills consecutively just to force his reserves back to a decent fighting threshold. The math was brutal. 1 energy pill barely restored 200 points. If only his 3 childish nursery rhymes could replenish energy. If they could, he would ascend to a war god without ever leaving his bed. But destiny cared nothing for complaints. No matter the cost, tonight he absolutely had to shatter his bottleneck and fully magnetize his right arm. And so, his majestic voice tore through the dead of night, shattering the silence with the cursed lyrics. The little frog jumps with joy. By the time the sun rose, their audacious stunt had detonated across the Academy's hot news board. The headline screamed, "You D-rank trash, tremble in absolute fear. Within one single month, we will butcher every last one of you." The student body gasped in collective horror. Had the first-year rookies actually mutated into this level of sheer arrogance? Do these bastards think we are already buried under the dirt? If we do not cripple these arrogant pups, our honor will be dragged through the mud. Inside the faculty lounge, a teacher could not hold back a mocking smirk. Vice Principal Gui, it seems your beloved disciples are trying to pierce the heavens. Your students just declared holy war, sweeping the D rank in 30 days. Your face is about to shine with as much radiant glory as your bald head. Guizian gritted his teeth, desperately wishing he could wear a pair of pants over his head to hide his crushing humiliation. But his hellish disciples were not done playing with fire. They hijacked the campus broadcast system. Attention all worthless weaklings. I am Sao Neng, captain of the invincible battle team. Beside me is Tong Tong, our supreme vice captain. I am Kong Kun, the immovable core. And Ching Ching stands with us. Right now, we speak with the absolute authority of our master. The War Academy's vice principal, teacher Gui Zian, officially declares, "We will flip the entire D rank upside down within 1 month. If you refuse to submit, we will beat you until your bones surrender." The agonizingly comedic broadcast finally snapped to a halt. Zian's muscles coiled tight, ready to snap from the explosive pressure. The flames of wrath consumed his vision. Are these demonic brats trying to stage a full-blown rebellion? Tong Tong had masterfully backed their teacher against a lethal cliff. Now, that bald shark has zero choice but to throw his absolute power behind us. But the rest of the team felt the icy grip of anxiety. Is playing with fire like this really safe? Will Vice Principal Gui actually swallow this? Cao Neng's confidence was practically divine. Of course he will. We are going to slaughter the D rank like chopping rotten wood. That flawlessly aligns with Teacher Gui's aggressive martial philosophy. He cannot possibly punish us for executing his own unyielding will. Tang Tang raised a critical flaw. But what if Teacher Gui violently forbids us from stepping into the arena? Cao Neng smirked. Does he even have the courage to do so? If he cowers now, then Teacher Gui is nothing but a useless relic. If his own disciples spit such fierce battle cries, but the master shrinks away from the bloodbath, how is he any different from a fleeing coward? Ching Ching trembled slightly as she whispered, "If that truly happens, will Teacher Gui ever be able to hold his head high in this academy again? He will be permanently buried in shame," Kong Kun sneered, adding fuel to the fire. "In fact, we should strip him of the bald shark title. From now on, he is just the bald turtle." Standing right outside the door, Xian absorbed every poisonous insult from his traitorous disciples. With a thunderous boom, he kicked the heavy doors completely off their hinges. "Shut your damn mouths," he roared, his aura exploding through the room. "Stop putting on this pathetic theater for me, you hellish brats. Do you want to ascend to godhood or march straight into your own funerals? You even weaponized the Academy's speakers to dig a grave for me. I never imagined my own students possessed such venomous, black-hearted schemes." Despite being hoisted into the air by his collar, Cao Neng's face remained as calm as an ancient monk's. "Teacher Gui, your words wound me. We are your loyal disciples. Why would we ever plot your downfall? Master and disciple share one tragic fate. The heavens have chained us to the exact same sinking ship. How could you mercilessly cripple me and put me in a hospital bed at our most critical hour?" Xian felt his soul burning to ashes with suppressed rage. "I swear to the heavens." His veins bulged as he desperately forced his fist away from his student's skull, unleashing a devastating strike into the reinforced concrete wall right behind Cao Neng's head. Having finally vented a fraction of his homicidal fury, Xian growled, "When exactly do you suicidal fools plan to issue this challenge?" Escaping the jaws of death by a mere millimeter, Cao Neng quickly answered, "Tomorrow, tomorrow." The master aggressively rubbed his throbbing temples, driven to the edge of madness by these chaotic cubs. "Can you not exercise the tiniest ounce of patience? Even if we wait 30 agonizing days, sharpening the blade does not delay the slaughter. Do you not comprehend this ancient martial truth?" Cao Neng fired back with razor-sharp wit. The first drumbeat ignites a warrior's soul, the second breeds fatigue, and the third leaves nothing but ashes. If war is inevitable, we must crush every single one of them right now, while our blood still boils. Xian finally surrendered with a heavy sigh. "Since your minds are locked on this suicidal path, I will not sugarcoat reality. I can shield you slightly, but my divine intervention has strict limits. Cao Neng's eyes instantly ignited like twin supernovas, shoving words straight into his master's mouth. You are blessing us with infinite merit points? Xian sneered with icy finality. Go home and drown in your beautiful delusions. The absolute maximum I will do is force open the forbidden training room for exactly 24 hours. What power you can awaken in there is entirely up to your own cursed fate. Listen up, you four little brats. I am laying down the law right now. Xian's voice boomed across the room. If you dare humiliate me out there, I promise I will make your lives a living hell. Stepping into the massive training arena, Xian immediately took command. Pay attention. The ultimate difference between a military academy and a normal school is absolute teamwork. When you step onto a real battlefield as a four-man squad, synergy is everything. Exploiting each other's unique strengths is the absolute core of squad training. He locked eyes with his students. Kong Kun, you are our unbreakable shield for frontal defense. Ching Ching, your agility makes you the perfect vanguard. Gao Neng, your explosive power and monstrous stamina make you the ultimate assault force. And Tong Tong, you will be our long-range sniper. The other three whipped their heads around in pure shock. How the hell does someone snipe with a massive Grim Reaper scythe? Xian quickly stepped in to explain. Make no mistake, her lethal strike distance is strictly long range. Her weapon merely takes the terrifying form of a scythe. As for tactical formations and battlefield movement, we will drill those into your bones through live combat. He slammed his hand onto the arena's control panel. The massive metallic doors groaned open, revealing a void of suffocating, pitch-black darkness. Gao Neng narrowed his eyes. This training zone feels exactly like the virtual reality space we used during the brutal combat exams, he thought. Locking in the brutal hunting mode, Xian turned back to them. Listen closely. Wiping out an entire enemy squad in actual warfare is nearly impossible. Challenging the rank board follows the same logic. That is why the board offers various combat modes. For your very first baptism of fire, we are using hunting mode. Alright, fresh meat. Step into the arena. As they materialized inside a desolate, scorching wasteland, Xian's chilling voice echoed from above. Hunting mode rules are simple. Lethal takedowns are your only goal. Eliminating a grunt grants 1 point, while crushing the enemy captain rewards 1.5. You have exactly 1 hour. Begin. The second those words dropped, a monstrous hand burst from the earth. It clamped onto Ching Ching's ankle, dragging her violently beneath the shifting sands. The ambush was horrifyingly fast. In the blink of an eye, only her desperate hand remained above the surface. As their teammate was swallowed whole, the remaining three stood completely paralyzed by shock. Xian's harsh lesson had officially begun. Rule number 1 of the battlefield. The moment you enter, conceal your presence. Rule number 2. Always assassinate the target with the weakest defense first. Welcome to real combat. Taking out the long-range sniper early is a flawless strategy. Suddenly, Xian's towering figure materialized, his massive fist crashing down right where Tang Tang stood. The brutal impact sent her flying like a rag doll. Desperate, Tang Tang screamed out, "Uncle Gui, your pants are falling down!" But Xian did not even flinch. His massive hand clamped onto her skull, delivering a lethal crush. The terrifying lesson was clear. A true predator is never distracted by an enemy's pathetic lies. Ironclad focus is the fundamental trait of a hunter. Seizing the opening, Kong Kun ambushed from the shadows, unleashing his devastating tyrant fist directly at Xian's spine. But instead of connecting, the instructor's counterpunch blasted right through his student's phantom body. The third brutal truth of warfare had been served. Know your enemy. Never charge blindly when the gap in absolute power is a bottomless canyon. As Kong Kun was forced to log out of the arena, Xian finally turned his deadly gaze to Gao Neng. Just you and me now, kid. Save the enemy captain for the grand finale. Now, prepare for absolute slaughter. The instructor's fist tore through the air like a cannonball. Yet, Gao Neng slipped past it, his expression chillingly calm. Muscles bulging, Xian instantly readjusted his stance, easily evading a blinding handful of sand thrown by the freshman. Launching a devastating second strike, Xian roared, "You still dare to fight back, brat? Cheap parlor tricks will never work on me." Without a word, Gao Neng drove a vicious knee strike upward, but the power gap was just too absolute. With one earth-shattering blow, Xian executed his final student, ending the bloodbath. The system's robotic voice echoed, entire squad annihilated, simulation terminated. Back in reality, Xian stood trembling. His face pale white as cold sweat drenched his back. He was desperately clutching his crotch, groaning in agony. That little demon from the land of the forgotten. He does not fight like a military cadet at all. That was way too dirty. Their hellish training continued without mercy for 24 agonizing hours. By noon the next day, a massive crowd had gathered outside the arena. Inside the bustling viewing gallery, whispers swept through the veterans. Is that really the hyped-up freshman squad? They look like absolute garbage to me. Their strongest member is only at the late second stage. What a joke, a senior next to him scoffed. Are you completely brain-dead? No one came here to watch these weaklings fight. Did you seriously miss the massive rumor floating around? Before the clueless student could ask what rumor, the heavy double doors swung open. The entire room gasped. The air sucked instantly from their lungs. Holy crap. They actually came. Vice Principal Wang strode into the room, commanding absolute respect. Right behind him was the infamous bald shark. I mean, Vice Dean Gui. Good heavens. Even the legendary Principal Song is here. But when the final figure stepped through the frame, jaws hit the floor. Is that the goddess Yu-Er? In the flesh? It was just a pathetic rookie challenge. Why were all these supreme powerhouses gathering here? Could the crazy rumors about that kid from the land of the forgotten actually be true? You are telling me the flawless Yu-Er has her eyes on a complete nobody like him? Think about it. The exact moment he challenges the D rank board, she magically appears in the VIP viewing gallery? There is no way in hell that is just a coincidence. Hearing the wild gossip echoing around her, Yu-Er simply flashed a freezing, arrogant smirk. Meanwhile, deep inside the gladiator locker rooms, bam! A monstrous fist caved in a metal locker. Cui Jun, the brutal captain of the Phantom Squad, was practically foaming at the mouth. Damn it all to hell. I spent 4 agonizingly bloody years just to scrape my name onto the bottom of the rank board. His vice captain, Zhang Dao, spat on the floor. Our seats are not even warm yet, and some snot-nosed freshmen think they can just stroll in and use us as stepping stones? Mu Duo cracked his knuckles, his eyes burning with pure contempt for the rookies. They are just 4 pathetic lambs walking to the slaughter. Do they really think they can flip the heavens? Lan Shuang drew his weapon with a wicked grin. Exactly. Today, we are going to teach these arrogant brats the true meaning of a living nightmare. Cui Jun's eyes gleam with absolute malice. Gao Neng, was it? If he does not crush this arrogant brat today, he might as well strip away his own surname. The massive stadium screen flickers to life. The matchmaking system locks in the battle. It is the fearless rookies against the dreaded Wandering Ghosts squad. Stepping up as the team's representative, Gao Neng flashes a deceptively innocent smile. Greetings, seniors. Since our squad of rookies are the challengers, we have the privilege of selecting the battle mode. Without a single second of hesitation, Gao Neng makes his call. We choose the mission mode. Cui Jun freezes, utter shock crossing his face. A mission mode? I honestly thought you foolish freshmen would blindly pick the hunting mode. Cui Jun sneers, his voice dripping with venom. It seems your courage is nothing but a pathetic joke. Mu Duo steps up, letting out a mocking chuckle. Captain, go easy on them. This just proves their arrogant act was nothing but hot air all along. It is better this way anyway. If they actually picked the hunting mode, everyone would accuse us of mercilessly slaughtering the poor freshmen. Gao Neng brutally cuts their laughter short. Oh, mighty Judge Kui, Gao Neng taunts, his voice echoing across the arena. The infamous Wandering Ghost Squad truly lives up to its cowardly reputation. To think you have to use cheap reverse psychology on a bunch of rookies. Are you seniors terrified of losing? The system alarm instantly blares out. Mission mode is officially activated. Cui Jun scoffs, his aura flaring with absolute contempt. Do not flatter yourselves. A mission mode will not save you from a brutal defeat. Gao Neng merely smirks inwardly. We are not fools. This battle is a massive mismatch in sheer combat power. Against such an overwhelming difference in raw strength, the mission mode is their one and only path to absolute victory. Flash. The squad teleports directly into the virtual battlefield. The terrifying deserted village altar map materializes around them. The golden system text dictates their victory condition. They must locate the sacred black cauldron hidden deep within the East Village and place it perfectly upon the West Village altar. Time limit. Exactly 1 hour. Ching Ching's sharp eyes immediately spot a clue. Look over there. That has to be the East Village, she points out urgently. Kong Kun tightly grips his weapon, his senses on high alert. Since both teams just spawned, the chances of this signpost being a deadly trap are extremely low. Should we push forward? Gao Neng raises a hand, his gaze turning serious. Stay sharp. This mission mode is definitely a psychological death trap. Every single one of you, keep your guard up and prepare for anything. The dead silence of the abandoned village suffocates them like a heavy phantom. After a tense moment of waiting, Gao Neng flawlessly channels his spiritual energy, casting a massive detection net across the shadows. His powerful aura sweeps through every single corner of the eerie settlement. His eyes snap open with sharp realization. Kuei Jun's squad has not breached the perimeter yet. We must secure the Black Cauldron immediately. Ching Ching, lock down the village entrance. The absolute second you spot the Wandering Ghost squad, you fire off the warning signal. Understood. I will hold the front line, she declares with fierce determination. Gao Neng's elite squad scatters into the shadows like phantoms. Tang Tang creeps through the desolate alleys, her senses pushed to the absolute limit. I cannot find a single trace of it, Tang Tang reports, frustration bleeding into her voice. What is going on here? Did we walk into the wrong cursed village? Kong Kun shakes his head with absolute certainty. Impossible! But the chilling absence of Kuei Jun's elite squad is setting off massive alarm bells. Could those veterans have somehow bypassed their radar and stolen the legendary artifact already? There is zero trace of enemy footprints in this entire zone. They definitely are not here yet. Gao Neng analyzes with terrifying calmness. Rethink your search patterns. Is there any blind spot we completely missed? A sudden bolt of realization strikes Tang Tang. Wait, do coffins count? She stammers. There is a massive, ominous black coffin resting right inside the main ancestral hall. I was too terrified to pry it open. Gao Neng completely facepalms in pure disbelief. She calls herself the god of death every single day, yet she is actually scared of ghosts? What a cosmic joke. Stepping up like an absolute tank, Kong Kun volunteers. Stand back. I will crack that haunted box wide open. Observing from the outside, Qi Xing lets out a deeply disappointed sigh. These rookies are painfully green. Yun Tian stares at the projection, already writing off the freshman's pathetic struggle as a guaranteed failure. Leveling up without ever tasting a crushing defeat will only breed tragic arrogance. Gao Neng's inevitable loss today is exactly the brutal reality check they need. Back in the horrifying depths of the village, Kong Kun shoves the heavy coffin lid aside. His eyes widen at the treasure resting within. Jackpot. The target is right here. Tang Tang squeals in absolute delight, immediately hoisting the ancient artifact high into the air. This is incredible. Securing the mission item means we have already claimed half the victory. But an ominous chill crawls straight down Gao Neng's spine. Is surviving a high-stakes deathmatch genuinely this ridiculously easy? Kuei Jun's terrifying squad has been completely invisible since the very beginning. This is definitely a lethal trap. Rushing back from the perimeter, Ching Ching urgently demands, "Did you guys secure the package? We got it. The legendary artifact is ours." Tang Tang cheers victoriously. "Let us march straight to the West Village and end this." Kong Kun tightens his grip on his weapon, his combat instincts screaming in protest. This is way too smooth. My gut is telling me something is horribly wrong. Gao Neng's eyes darken intensely. You are right. There is absolutely no way the system would hand us a free win. If Kuei Jun's elite squad is completely ignoring our looting phase, there is only one terrifying explanation. They are perfectly positioned in the shadows, waiting to slaughter us. The brutal truth hits Kong Kun like a massive shockwave. The West Village. If we want to win, we literally have to deliver this cauldron straight to the enemy's doorstep. Those veterans are just sitting back and waiting for the rabbits to come to them. Gao Neng narrows his eyes, a dangerous tactical thought brewing in his mind. Wait. What happens in mission mode if absolutely nobody scores any points? Kong Kun grinds his teeth in sheer frustration. Then our entire squad gets completely wiped out. As the challengers who selected the battlefield, a stalemate automatically results in our crushing defeat. Gao Neng clenches his fists, his killing intent flaring violently. If they want to play a game of death, then we have no choice but to bet our very lives on a suicidal rush. The elite rookie squad pushes furiously toward the ominous West Village. Bursting with battle hunger, Kong Kun roars, "I will completely shatter their front line. Stay right behind my shield." But Gao Neng violently yanks him back. "Hold your ground," he commands, unleashing another massive wave of spiritual detection. His spiritual radar sweeps the entire dead zone. The results leave him entirely paralyzed with shock. How is this even physically possible? There is absolutely zero human presence ahead. Gao Neng breathes out, his mind racing. Kuei Jun's squad is not defending the West Village either. Kong Kun's jaw completely drops in disbelief. Are you absolutely certain? How can they not be here? A heavy bead of sweat rolls down Gao Neng's pale face. Firing off two massive, map-wide spiritual scans in a row has taken a brutal toll on his body. His mana reserves are already drained by more than half. He absolutely cannot afford to spam his detection skills blindly anymore. But this suffocating emptiness? It reeks of a devastating high-level psychological trap. If the path is completely clear, why are we hesitating? Tong Tong demands, her eyes blazing with desperate hope. We have the divine artifact right here. One mad dash to the altar, and absolute victory is ours. She is absolutely right. In war, speed is everything. Kong Kun roars, his battle aura erupting violently. I will crush anyone in our path. Cover my back. Before Gao Neng can scream out a desperate warning, the vanguard aggressively charges into the shadows. We have no choice. Stay sharp and follow my lead. As they stepped into the village, an eerie silence washed over them. The air felt dead. Not a single living soul was in sight. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream shattered the silence. It was Kong Kun. Ching Ching's eyes widened in panic. He triggered a trap. I have to save him. She bolted forward without a second thought. Gao Neng reached out, his heart dropping. Wait, it is a bait. But his warning came a second too late. A hidden projectile sliced through the shadows, aiming straight for her. A sickening thud echoed as the steel bolt pierced Ching Ching's leg, pinning her down. Gao Neng gritted his teeth. The chilling realization finally hit him. The enemy was not hiding inside the village at all. Clenching her jaw against the agonizing pain, Ching Ching desperately shouted, "Forget about me. If they abandon the village, the altar is completely unguarded. Just place the cauldron, and victory is ours." Tang Tang's eyes lit up with fierce determination. She is right. I will secure the altar. But before she could take a single step, a sinister voice echoed from the shadows. Go ahead. Search all you want. It was Kui Jun, his tone dripping with mockery. Gao Neng, you pathetic freshman really thought you belonged on the battle rankings? His cruel laughter echoed. Let me shatter your little fantasy. We already reduced the altar to absolute rubble. Tang Tang froze, her confidence shattering into pieces. What did you just say? The altar is gone? The missing puzzle pieces snapped into place inside Gao Neng's mind. What a ruthless, out-of-the-box strategy. They annihilated the main objective from the very start, turning the entire village into one massive, inescapable death trap. We were completely played. He realized their fatal mistake. They blindly assumed victory meant playing by the system's rules. The veterans had just taught them a brutal, blood-soaked lesson in survival. Fury blazed in Tang Tang's eyes like a wild inferno. Smashing her equipment onto the dirt, she roared with explosive killing intent. You absolute cowards. I, the Grim Reaper Tang, will drag you all to hell myself. But before she could charge into certain death, Gao Neng yanked her back by the collar. His mind was razor-sharp. Throwing your life away achieves absolutely nothing. We have to rescue our trapped teammates first. Tang Tang gritted her teeth, practically vibrating with suppressed rage. Swallowing her pride, she rushed to support their fallen comrade. Ching Ching, hold on. We are getting out of here. But the injured girl shook her head in sheer panic. No, please, I am begging you. Leave me and save Kong Kun before it is too late. Suddenly, Zhang Tao stepped out from the darkness. A condescending smirk twisted his face. Look at you pathetic rats, still dreaming of playing the hero? Crackle! A terrifying surge of violent electricity erupted from the bolt buried in Ching Ching's leg. Before anyone could react, her body began to dissolve into digital fragments. She was being forcibly logged out of the battlefield. Zhang Tao crossed his arms, oozing pure arrogance. Surviving my high-voltage snare? How tragically naive. Gao Neng stared in absolute shock at the weapon, its residual lightning still hissing wildly against the scorched earth. A conductive elemental metal. The signature long-range snipe of the Lone Soul Squad. He realized the deadly caliber of their enemies. Zhang Tao stretched his neck, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Enough playing around. Principal Song is definitely watching this broadcast. Let us show some mercy and stop torturing these poor little freshmen. He summoned his overwhelming aura, the air trembling around him. Time for a clean, absolute massacre. Let us finish this in one strike. Boom! A blinding flash of lightning tore through the distant ruins, followed by a gut-wrenching scream. Gao Neng's blood ran cold. Kong Kun had just been eliminated. Kui Jun's dark chuckle filled the battlefield, reveling in his absolute dominance. And then there were two. His malicious grin widened. It is 4 against 2 now, you stubborn runts. Crawl on your knees and surrender now, or prepare for a truly humiliating beatdown. Meanwhile, the spectator hall erupted into a frenzy of disappointed murmurs, just as we predicted. Someone scoffed loudly. These arrogant rookies biting off more than they can chew. What an absolute joke of a match. That is what happens when you fly too close to the sun. Freshmen trying to crack the battle rankings? Same pathetic story every single year. Qi Xing shook his head, an undeniable look of disappointment in his eyes. A rookie is just a rookie. Their fatal lack of real combat experience is a gap they simply cannot cross. Sitting beside him, Yun Tian glanced over with a curious expression. Are you feeling let down by this outcome, Ning Er? Without missing a single beat, the icy beauty gave a calm, chilling response. Not at all. Yuntian raised an eyebrow, genuinely caught off guard. Oh? Are you implying that Gao Neng still has a hidden card to play? That he could actually turn this total defeat around? Ning Er's sharp gaze pierced through the holographic screen. If the Lone Soul Squad had launched a full frontal assault from the start, it would be an undisputed slaughter. A faint, mysterious smirk touched her lips. But by choosing to play these little mind games, the tides of fate have shifted. Hearing this, Shu An clenched his fists in sheer frustration. That arrogant bastard Kui Jun. 3 whole years, and nobody has managed to beat that smug look off his face. Suddenly, a massive gasp swept through the entire spectator hall. Holy heavens, look at the screen. What on earth is that monster bringing out? What in the world is that terrifying weapon? Even Gao Ning stood completely paralyzed in shock. Tang Tang had actually summoned a military-grade heavy artillery right out of thin air. Her fiery voice ripped through the battlefield. Surrender? In your absolute, miserable dreams. You forced my hand. You absolute scumbags. Taste my supreme ultimate annihilation strike. The enemy squad froze in their tracks. Panic flashed in their eyes as they stared down the massive glowing barrel, completely clueless about the sheer destruction facing them. Oh my god, scatter now. But the Grim Reaper Tang showed zero mercy. Trying to run? Way too late for that. Boom! An apocalyptic roar shattered the heavens as a terrifying energy cannonball erupted, obliterating everything in its devastating path. Desperation consumed the veteran squad as they frantically summoned every defensive shield they had. Layer after layer of mana shattered like fragile glass under the crushing force. With a blinding explosion, the catastrophic beam barely deflected, tearing a massive crater into the edge of the battlefield. Gao Neng stood completely frozen, his jaw dropped at the apocalyptic wasteland, smoking before his very eyes. Through the blinding dust, Lan Shuang's desperate wail echoed. She watched in absolute horror as the digital avatars of Kui Jun and Zhang Tao dissolved into nothingness. Captain! No! Mu Duo fell to his knees, his mind completely broken by the impossible reality. How? How did you two monsters get instantly wiped out? A wild, triumphant spark suddenly ignited in Gao Neng's eyes. The tables had completely turned. The spectator arena exploded into pure, unfiltered chaos. Was that an orbital railgun? Absolute insanity. A single shot instantly vaporized a Tier 3 and a Tier 2 expert. The crowd could not believe their own eyes. Are you blind? It was even worse than that, someone yelled. If Kui Jun had not sacrificed himself to shove those two out of the blast radius, the entire Lone Soul Squad would have literally become wandering ghosts right then and there. Smoke rolling off her massive weapon, Tang Tang flashed a fiercely proud, battle-crazed grin. Well, what do you think of my ultimate strike, Gao Neng? He could only stare in pure, terrifying awe. Incredible. You truly live up to the title of the Grim Reaper. Quick, fire another shot and let us end this. But right after unleashing that apocalyptic blast, Tang Tang's avatar violently flickered. Her mana pool was completely drained to absolute zero. Fire my ass, she cursed as she digitized into dust. That was literally a one-time use. Gao Neng's jaw hit the absolute floor, utter panic washing over him. Are you kidding me? I grabbed my popcorn to watch you solo them, and you just logged out? He was suddenly left completely alone on the deadly battlefield. Seeing the terrifying heavy hitter vanish, the two surviving veterans locked their bloodthirsty gazes on him. That little monster completely burnt herself out. A wicked, vengeful grin twisted their faces. This is our golden opportunity to strike. We will avenge our captain and Zhang Tao in blood. The ultimate victory still belongs to the Lone Soul Squad. With explosive killing intent, the two remaining powerhouses charged at Gao Neng. Meanwhile, outside the simulation, the entire academy was practically rioting. Who on earth was that terrifying little girl? A devastating area of effect destruction skill of that catastrophic magnitude? Out of the millions of geniuses in the entire Dongdu Academy, you can count the students capable of that on 2 hands. The instructors were sweating bullets. To think a monstrous anomaly like her is hiding among this year's rookies. Someone gasped in realization. A direct bloodline descendant of the mighty Fang family. Her latent potential is absolutely terrifying. Xuan leaned forward, his eyes narrowed at the intense battle screen. A brilliant strike, but a tragic outcome. She only managed to take out 2 of their strongest. The tension in the room skyrocketed to a suffocating level. Now, it all comes down to Gao Neng. Can a single freshman survive the bloodthirsty wrath of 2 late-stage Tier 2 experts? Back inside the ruined battlefield, the air crackled with thick, suffocating pressure. Gao Neng took a deep breath, his eyes igniting with an unyielding, fierce fighting spirit. He tightened his grip. There was no running away from this. "Do not let your guard down," Lan Shuang barked out a desperate warning. "Rumor says this kid is the undisputed #1 rookie of the year. Suppress him immediately." But Mu Duo had already launched himself into the air like a raging beast. "I will crush his skull myself. Let us see how this arrogant brat handles my exploding flame fist." Gao Neng's eyes tracked the massive fiery shockwave barreling toward him. His mind processed the threat with terrifying, calculating speed. A heavy, brute force fighter, huh? A calm, dangerous smirk finally crossed the freshman's face. The real battle had just begun. And that beanpole guy? He relies on explosive burst power. Trying to end this quickly? Not a chance. In a heartbeat, Gao Neng triggers his diamond life form transformation. His strength surges by 50%, his defense skyrockets by 80%, and his fire resistance leaps by 50%. With absolute magnetic control, his battle gloves materialize. A single devastating punch forces his opponent to his knees, completely paralyzed. Through gritted teeth, the enemy gasps. What? What kind of power is this? Gao Neng does not hold back. He launches a ruthless kick straight to the family jewels. Every single spectator outside instinctively winces in phantom pain. Lan Shuang stares in horror at his unconscious partner on the ground. "Fatty!" he screams. Gao Neng flashes a terrifyingly bright smile. "Well, now. Looks like it is a one-on-one." Panic grips Lan Shuang. He cannot comprehend Gao Neng's true strength. What did this guy just do? It looked like Fatty's movements were entirely crushed by an unseen force. He tries to calm his racing heart. "Whatever, the kid is only a Tier 1 warrior. As long as he has never seen my ultimate strike, there is absolutely no way he can dodge it in time." "Die!" he roars, launching his flying blade straight at Gao Neng's throat. As the deadly edge closes the distance, Lan Shuang smirks, entirely convinced of his impending victory. Absolute arrogance paints his face. But then, the impossible happens. Mere centimeters from Gao Neng's eyes, the lethal blade abruptly freezes in midair. Gao Neng's eyes glow with hidden power. Magnetic deflection, he thinks coldly. Magnetic repulsion field, activate. The entire arena holds its breath in utter disbelief. Gao Neng casually snatches the suspended blade right out of the air. In a flash of terrifying speed, he materializes behind Lan Shuang, smoothly tapping a lethal strike against his neck. The watching students sit paralyzed, their jaws dropping straight to the floor. Kaixing shakes his head in pure awe. What an insanely reckless fighting style. To completely dominate two late-stage Tier 2 experts, using only Tier 1 strength. It is unbelievable. Even the almighty Yun Tian watches with burning intensity. It is far more than just that. Throughout the entire battle, those two were caught in his web. Some invisible force was dragging them in, controlling their every move. They could not unleash even a fraction of their true speed. Kaixing stands up, his interest satisfied. "All right, the show is over. Nothing left to see here." Yun Tian glances at Ninger. "Let us go." "Yes, sir," she replies with a gentle nod. Beneath her calm exterior, Ninger is deeply thrilled by Gao Neng's magnificent performance today. Meanwhile, deep within the West Village, Mu Duo glares viciously at the two figures standing before him. "If you are going to kill me, just do it already. What sick game are you playing?" Gao Neng steps forward, his voice completely hollow. "Oh, you will die. But first, justice must be served. Tang Tang has a score to settle with you. Feast your eyes on my 30-hit fatal strike combo. This is for the blood you drew from Kong Kun and Ching Ching." Later, Gao Neng collapses onto the ground, absolutely exhausted. "If the very first match pushed me this hard, how am I going to survive the next 19 battles?" Suddenly, a mechanical chime rings out. The system brutally announces that his life form transformation just burned through 15,000 alliance credits. His heart shatters into a million pieces. The freshman training tournament already drained 35,000 credits from his soul, and now, another 15,000 vanishes into thin air. "Is this a martial arts battle or a direct assault on my bank account?" he cries internally. The only reason he secured victory today was the terrifying firepower of that heavy cannon. If only I could wield a weapon like that. Catching his hungry gaze, Tang Tang tilts her head. "What is on your mind? Itching to take it for a spin? To master this bad boy, you need the innate talent of bronze and iron, plus a massive base stat of electrical resistance. But if you can actually handle the recoil, I do not mind letting you borrow it for a few days." Gao Neng swallows hard, cautiously testing the waters. "Just out of curiosity, how much does a beast like this cost? Is it crazy expensive?" Tang Tang waves her hand dismissively. "Not at all. The base model is merely 50 million credits and some change." "Oh, but you have to buy your own ammo." A single blast only costs about 5 million credits. That astronomical number crashes down on Gao Neng like a literal mountain of debt. All the blood violently drains from his face. You know what? Never mind. Gao Neng stammers out. After a deep spiritual reflection, I have realized this combat style completely conflicts with my inner peace. Tang Tang casually pops a pill into her mouth. Are you absolutely sure about that? Gao Neng's curiosity peaks again. By the way, I have been meaning to ask. What kind of candy are you snacking on? Wait, do not tell me those are pure energy pills? She smiles generously. Want a taste? I can totally spare a few. I still have about 7 or 8 left in my stash. Gao Neng's mind immediately starts spinning a wicked web. This ridiculously wealthy capitalist little girl, he screams internally. No, I cannot let this slide. I absolutely have to find an opening tonight to rob her blind. Later, as he steps back outside the elite training zone, Tang Tang points excitedly at the grand entrance. Look at that! The ownership rights to the ultimate training room finally belong to us. Behind her, Ching Ching and Kong Kun let out pathetic, depressed groans. Su-an abruptly grabs her head, his voice dripping with harsh disappointment. You have the nerve to celebrate? You got beaten into bloody rags out there, and you are cheering? If you had not gotten incredibly lucky and matched up against absolute fools like Kui Jun, you would have been wiped out in the very first second of the match. A victory is a victory, no matter how ugly. Tong Tong shoots back. Shu-an sighs coldly. Mark my words. Give it exactly 2 days, and real monsters will arrive to butcher you weak little chicks. And you still dream of claiming the #1 rank? Do me a massive favor and stop dragging my reputation through the mud. Without another word, he spins on his heel and storms away into the shadows. Tang Tang crosses her arms, boiling with pure annoyance. Fine, we will not challenge the ranking then. We are throwing a victory feast tonight, and that grumpy old man is definitely not invited. But Gao Neng sees the terrifying reality of their situation. I severely underestimated the cruelty of the battle rankings, he realizes. If we could bulldoze straight to the top in one breath, we would be fine. But getting trapped in a war of attrition? We will eventually be ground into dust. I am bound by the system's absolute quest. But Tong Tong and Kong Kun are putting their lives on the line for nothing. We survived today on pure dumb luck, but tomorrow? You do not climb to the undisputed rank 1 of the ding tier board by rolling the dice. A dangerous resolve hardens his features. I am going back to train, he announces coldly. Tang Tang immediately steps in his path. Gao Neng, do not even think about ditching us. But Gao Neng has finally awakened to the ultimate truth of this world. The path of a supreme powerhouse offers absolutely no retreat, relying solely on his mid-stage Tier 1 cultivation level. Just how much longer can he survive this bloodbath? What must he sacrifice to carve out his own legendary destiny as an undisputed god of war? Wait a minute. A wicked grin replaces his serious aura. Maybe I should just abandon this impossible quest entirely. If I mug Tang Tang right now and score those 7 or 8 energy pills, I will only be a few hundred credits short of my goal. Wait a minute. I can't just steal from Ninger's subordinates. Doing that would be the exact same as admitting defeat. In exactly 3 years, I still need to crush Ninger until she completely submits. Are these measly D-rank squads even worthy of making me retreat? The path of the strong is like sailing against a raging storm. If you aren't moving forward, you're sinking. I absolutely must fulfill my vow to topple the peak that is Ninger. But suddenly, from inside the very room where he had just punched the door so confidently, a chillingly familiar voice echoed out. Then I will be waiting for you to topple me. Gao Neng's face instantly drained of color. Wait, was that Ninger's voice? Am I hallucinating out of pure fear? No, the Reaper herself has actually come to collect my head. Word on the street is, she began, during the freshman orientation, in front of the entire academy, you boldly proclaimed that I was your wife. And then, last night, you dared to hang up on me. Gao Neng swallowed hard. This hallucination was getting way too real. He could literally feel the terrifying energy shockwaves radiating off her. Without missing a beat, he turned and sprinted for his life. He knew perfectly well that this demonic woman had tracked him all the way to Dongdu just to end his existence. Aura exploded around Ninger as she unleashed her ability and closed the distance. Playing this trick again? Aren't you tired of it? With a devastating impact, Gao Neng was violently slammed face first into the dirt. Staring at the heavy energy chains wrapping around his ankles, he cursed inwardly. Damn it all. Why does this tragic scene feel so utterly familiar? Right on cue, a glowing holographic screen materialized before his eyes. Ding! Familiar situation detected. Activating special bonus quest. Bonus quest, 3 days and 3 nights. Mission details. A man's absolute dignity cannot be trampled on. The words you have spoken must be forged into reality. Objective: extinguish Ninger's blazing fury. Make her openly and willingly stay in your dorm room for 3 entire days and nights. Rewards: survive 1 night for a mid-tier treasure chest. 2 nights grants a high-tier chest. And conquer all 3 nights for an exclusive lucky draw ticket. Gao Neng's mind instantly spiraled into chaotic thoughts. 3 days and 3 nights in my room? I'm just an innocent 18-year-old kid. How could I possibly do something so scandalously wicked? And what the hell does openly and willingly mean? Does this twisted system want the entire academy to know I slept with the vice commander's granddaughter? But right now, he didn't have his usual tricks or weapons lying around. A smart hero never fights a crazy woman he runs. With a desperate surge of will, he activated source energy extraction. Schwing. Iron elements shot from Ninger's fingertips like lethal darts, violently pinning his collar to the solid stone wall behind him. Ninger stepped closer, her tone colder than ice. So your golden tier talent is actually real. It seems you didn't lie about that. She glared into his eyes. But do you honestly believe you can escape the palm of my hand? Gao Neng desperately tried to smooth things over. Of course I can't escape you. I was just pretending to run to show my utmost respect for your terrifying authority. But Ninger wasn't letting the past go. You still haven't explained yourself, she demanded. Why exactly did you call me your wife in front of the whole assembly? Left with no choice, he blurted out the truth. Honestly, I was forced to. Flash. A blade of blue energy grazed his cheek, sinking deeply into the wall. Ninger's killing intent flared as she whispered, "Why did you stop talking? Go on, keep speaking. You were forced by what, exactly?" Pure panic gripped Gao Neng's heart. He didn't know what ticked this psycho lady off, but hearing him say he was forced definitely signed his death warrant. Deciding to risk it all, he roared back at her. What is there to explain? So what if I claimed you as my wife? Everything I said was the absolute truth. In 3 years, when you lose to me, you have to offer yourself as compensation. Those were your exact words. So doesn't that make you my future wife? Tell me, where am I wrong? Ning Er completely lost her cool, her fiery aura erupting as she shouted back. That was only if I somehow lose to you, and now you dare to publicly drag my reputation through the mud? Do you really think I'll still graciously give you 3 years? Despite the danger, Gao Neng smirked. If you strike me down right here, right now, doesn't that just prove you're absolutely terrified of what I'll achieve in 3 years? Am I hitting a nerve? Is this all an esteemed alliance major amounts to? Fine then, end me. But if you're too cowardly to fight me fair and square, then forget being my wife. You can just call me Grandpa. The sheer audacity of his rant hit Ninger like a physical blow. She stood completely dumbfounded. You, boom! The ground mere inches away from Gao Neng instantly exploded into rubble. He swallowed a heavy lump of terror as the massive stone wall behind him split clean in half. Retracting her deadly aura, Ninger spoke with absolute gravity. I pray you remember those arrogant words today. The Alliance truly is in desperate need of a new powerhouse. Seeing her turn away, Gao Neng frantically shouted, Wait! Don't reject me yet. She didn't even look back. I'm not waiting. If you plan on begging for money, the answer is no. And you can bleed to earn your own merit points too. That's not it, he called out desperately. I just want to know how source energy manifestation actually works. With my godly talent, is it really impossible for me to learn? Ninger paused her steps, slightly turning her head. Source energy manifestation. With your unique talent, you certainly possess the potential to grasp it, but doing it in a short amount of time? Absolutely impossible. Gao Neng's eyes gleamed with defiance. You sound so sure, but what if I actually pull it off? Stepping back, she decided to demonstrate her overwhelming power. Source energy manifestation is not a parlor trick. It requires flawlessly compressing your spirit, aura, and mind, fusing them completely into the raw source energy. Your spiritual power is incredibly weak. It hasn't even reached solid manifestation yet. And your aura, that is your vital energy. Merging your vital energy with external source energy requires an excruciatingly long period of connection, not to mention mastering the final mind aspect. Since you lack the first 2 fundamentals, everything you boast about is just empty wind. But before she could finish, a blinding light flared in Gao Neng's palm, fusing vital energy and source energy. Right? He smirked. Is this what you're talking about? Ninger gasped, her knees nearly giving out as she dropped down to inspect the glowing object in his hand. Her eyes widened in absolute disbelief. It really was perfect energy fusion. A measly first-tier warrior's energy should be completely locked inside their aura core. They shouldn't even be capable of forcing it outside their body. Her voice trembled as her worldview shattered. How on earth did you manage to transmit your internal energy straight into the source energy? Gao Neng rubbed the back of his neck, playing the fool perfectly. Well, didn't the previous academy tests say my blood contained a special kind of energy? I just accidentally stumbled upon this neat little trick. But on the inside, cold sweat drenched his back. He knew the terrifying truth all too well. If the deadly secret of his unlimited energy system was ever exposed to the world, they might just drag me to a dissection table. Ning'er's eyes sparkled with amusement as she chuckled. How fascinating. A Tier 1, learning energy manifestation? That would be truly unprecedented in the history of cultivation. All right, I will teach you. Gao Neng seized the perfect bait. Perfect. Let us not waste a single second. We need a completely secret place to train. Ning'er agreed without a second thought. Lead the way. I will follow. Phase 1 was a complete success. She did not have an ounce of suspicion. Sure, he could never beat her in a real fight, but as long as he could lure her back to his dorm room, he was willing to do whatever it took. As night fell over the academy, absolute chaos erupted. Jaws dropped as students witnessed the two of them walking side by side down the main path. Whispers spread like wildfire. Oh my god, that freshman is actually walking with Ning'er. They are out in the open. They are not even trying to hide it. But the most shocking part was their destination. Wait a minute, are they heading straight toward the dormitory blocks? Meanwhile, inside the principal's office, panic ensued. A teacher burst through the doors. Principal Song, disaster has struck. Ning'er and Gao Neng are heading straight for the dorms. The principal froze in pure shock. What did you just say? Repeat that. The frantic teacher swallowed hard. Half the student body saw them. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. They were chatting intimately. If something forbidden happens between them, should we call Vice Commander Shen? Yuntian slammed his desk. Call him for what? The Vice Commander is currently fighting for his life on the blood-soaked battlefield. Quickly, send someone to monitor them immediately. Lock down the area. Do not let any unrelated students anywhere near Gao Neng's dormitory. Deep down, the principal was sweating bullets. Mother of heaven, did these kids actually have the guts to cross the line? That girl did not come to this academy to be a teaching assistant. She came here purely to flirt with Gao Neng. Wait, walking straight into a boy's bedroom could not even be considered a simple date anymore. A normal romance would at least try to be discreet. But these two were practically parading their relationship. It was absolutely outrageous. He could only pray they would stop at some light hand-holding. If this scandalous rumor blew up, the vice commander might slaughter his way back from the front lines just to murder them all. Unaware of the chaos, Ning'er stared at the building before her. She blinked in sheer confusion. Is this the secret place you mentioned? Towering right in front of her was the exact dormitory block where Gao Neng lived. The main character offered a perfectly logical excuse. I am just a new freshman. If I want to find a secure space with 0 surveillance cameras, my private dorm room is my only option. He threw out a strategic provocation. However, if you are too scared, we can always find another place. Ning'er's brow twitched in annoyance. What exactly are you implying? Do you think I am afraid you might eat me alive? Gao Neng rubbed the back of his neck, looking painfully awkward. Well, we are a lone man and a lone woman after all, sharing a single room. What if you accidentally slip and fall into my embrace? That would not look very good, would it? Enraged by his teasing, Ning'er stomped aggressively toward the door. Then I dare you to try. Let us see if you actually have the skills, she snapped. Open the door. Seconds later, the heavy door slammed shut behind them. Meanwhile, hidden deep within the bushes outside, shadows shifted. A female teacher whispered tensely into her comms. Have you spotted anything yet? The male spy, clutching high-powered binoculars, nodded grimly. I have visual. Ning'er boldly entered first. She even commanded Gao Neng to open the door for her. The female teacher carefully rose from the brush. I am heading back to report to Principal Song. Hold your position. Do not let a single detail escape your eyes. Little did the spies know, Gao Neng's sharp spiritual energy had already detected every single rustle in the leaves. Inside, the spy tried to steady his racing heart. Calm down. I must be overthinking this. Just because a boy and a girl entered a bedroom together did not mean they were doing something scandalous. The spy pushed his spiritual senses to the absolute limit, pressing his ear against the psychic barrier to eavesdrop. Inside the quiet room, Gao Neng's voice drifted out, sounding incredibly suggestive. Am I supposed to do it like this? He grunted slightly. Is it going in too deep? Ning'er's breathless, excited voice echoed back. Yes, exactly like that. Push it in a little bit more, she panted. That is right. Shove it all the way inside. Out in the cold bushes, the spying teacher's face drained of all color. Hearing those incredibly vivid, forbidden words, his brain practically short-circuited. He clamped his hands over his ears, frantically chanting Buddhist scriptures to purify his mind. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Om Mani Padme Hum, save my soul. Things had escalated past the point of no return. No matter the cost, they could not let a single student get anywhere near this tainted dormitory. Inside, Gao Nang let out a low, straining groan as he continued the rigorous process. Completely oblivious to the massive misunderstanding, Ninger was strictly guiding his cultivation. Watch closely. It is not about a massive, reckless release of power. You must condense your spiritual energy. Force it to merge directly into the core source. Do not let the spiritual link break. Focus your mind. Now, try it one more time. Meanwhile, dark clouds swallowed the moon as a torrential downpour violently crashed over the academy. Back in the office, Yun Tian paced frantically, glaring at his stopwatch. 1 hour. It has been over an entire hour. How are those two monsters still not finished? The youth of this generation were simply too terrifyingly vigorous. Now, the eyes of the entire academy were glued to that dorm room. How am I supposed to explain this to the press? There is absolutely no way to cover this up. It was like a leaky roof meeting an endless midnight storm. Was this freezing rain weeping for a beautiful campus romance, or was it mourning the absolute destruction of the academy's reputation? The scandal had already detonated across the school's online forums. The #1 trending topic glared in blood-red text. Breaking news. What are your thoughts on Goddess Ninger spending 3 straight hours in freshman Gao Nang's bedroom? The stats were climbing at a terrifying rate. 7,029 views, 2,107 replies, 5,673 likes. The top-voted comment simply read, "Holy crap." The comment section was a war zone of broken hearts. How could this happen? What does that greenhorn freshman have that I do not? Did you see his face? He is practically glowing. Do not kid yourself. His actual combat strength is monstrous too. Did you even watch his arena match today? With terrifying potential like his, who could possibly compete? Wake up, kids. This is the brutal reality of the cultivation world. As the storm outside raged with apocalyptic fury, Gao Nang finally achieved his first major breakthrough. Ninger stared deeply at the glowing spiritual link pulsing in the palm of his hand. To establish a solid connection in a mere 3 hours? His talent is frighteningly fast, she thought to herself. Gao Nang's eyes widened in awe. So, this was the legendary spiritual link. The raw, humming sensation flowing through his veins felt exactly like standing at the epicenter of a magnetic energy field. But Ninger was quick to crush his pride. Do not celebrate just yet. Your base spiritual energy is still far too pitiful. Even though you managed to tether yourself to the energy source, pulling this off in the chaos of actual combat is a completely different story. Gao Nang tilted his head, utterly confused. Why would real combat make it any harder? She sighed, explaining the brutal truth of the battlefield. It is painfully simple. In a life-or-death battle, the air is constantly violently shredded by countless colliding energy waves. Those devastating shock waves will relentlessly batter and distort your focus. Your spiritual energy is nothing but a fragile thread connecting you to your power source. And if that thread snaps in the heat of battle, if your mental thread is too fragile, a single gust of wind will snap it. Do you really think an enemy will politely wait while you reconnect it? Gao Nang tilted his head, completely lost. Then how do I make it unbreakable? Ninger's gaze sharpened as she explained. It is brutally simple. You must temper your mental energy until that fragile thread becomes a thick rope, and then forge that rope into unbreakable steel. The next step is to cultivate your spirit. Try to manifest something with your aura right now. Gao Nang blinked in sheer curiosity. Spirit? What do you mean by spirit? She crushed the capsule in her palm, her voice carrying absolute authority. Spirit is the soul's resonance, a manifestation of absolute presence. A dragon possesses an emperor's pressure. A tiger holds a fierce majesty. Every entity in this world commands its own unique domain. To manifest a tiger is to claim the throne of the wild. To manifest a dragon is to grasp the absolute power of a tyrant. You must inject this exact domineering aura into whatever you choose to manifest. Gao Nang rubbed his neck, giving a painfully awkward smile. Well, how about this? Can I just try manifesting a dog? I am way more familiar with little puppies than some legendary tiger. Ninger sighed, completely unamused. Do whatever you want. He secretly sweated, thinking to himself. Honestly, I am mostly familiar with rats, but if I manifested a rat right now, this crazy woman would probably beat me to death. A puppy it is. He needed to summon the majestic aura of a loyal hound. Gao Nang closed his eyes, desperately channeling his mental energy to forge the perfect dog. Dogs might be loyal, but they could also be terrifyingly fierce guardians of the home. Yes, That is the exact vibe. 5 agonizing minutes later, a metallic canine figure finally materialized. His eyes lit up like fireworks. I actually did it, Ninger gasped, her usual cold composure shattering. You succeeded? You actually pulled it off on your very first try? How is this even possible? For an early stage 1 cultivator with such pitifully weak mental energy, to achieve energy manifestation on the first attempt is absolutely unheard of. Suddenly, a mechanical chime echoed in his mind. System alert. Weapon crafting success rate adjusted to 100%. Activation complete. Enlightenment struck him like a bolt of lightning. So, that is how it works. Energy manifestation was not just a combat technique. At its core, it was essentially a form of weapon crafting. As long as he possessed this heaven-defying ability, he could manifest anything with a 100% success rate. Who needs self-driving cars anymore? A true genius like me should just manifest a heavy-duty motorcycle. Ninger's voice broke his wild daydream. Gao Neng, command it to attack me. I want to test its sheer destructive power. Before she could even brace herself, he pointed forward. Iron Pup, tear her apart. Ninger casually flicked her wrist, launching a devastating strike. In a fraction of a second, Iron Pup exploded into worthless metal scraps. Gao Neng fell to his knees, his heart shattering. Iron Pup, no. You left me too soon, my sweet boy. How could you abandon me, Iron Pup? Ninger crossed her arms, delivering the cold, hard truth. Just as I suspected. Your mental connection is still way too fragile, but honestly, for you to reach this stage in such a ridiculously short time, it is already a terrifying achievement. Mental energy cannot be rushed. You must slowly and painstakingly accumulate it. Gao Neng panicked internally. Slowly accumulate it? Do I look like I have that kind of time? He clenched his fists, his mind racing. To skyrocket his mental energy instantly, he desperately needed another soul-forging pill, and his only guaranteed ticket to getting that pill was clearing the system's absurd quest. He had to keep this terrifying senior in his room for one whole night to claim the treasure chest. He glanced at the clock. Only 27 minutes left. Once those 27 minutes passed, the night would be over. Ninger turned toward the door. It is getting late. I am leaving. Keep practicing on your own. I will return tomorrow. He desperately blocked her path. Wait, do not go, actually. I still have a few crucial cultivation questions I desperately need to ask you. Wait, no, that is not it. I mean, could you just stay here a little longer? Ninger's eyes narrowed dangerously, a mocking smirk playing on her lips. Stay a little longer? You are not actually scheming to have me sleep here with you, are you? Gao Neng waved his hands in pure panic, breaking out in a cold sweat. No, no, no. I swear to the heavens, I do not mean that. Her voice dropped to freezing temperatures. Then what exactly do you mean? His brain scrambled for a lifeline. Tang Tang. Yes, it is about Tang Tang. If she knows you are here, she will absolutely want to see you. Let me call her right now. He mashed the keypad, dialing Tang Tang's number. The moment the call connected, her drunken shouting blasted through the speaker. Kong Kunying, you absolute moron. How dare you challenge the great death god Tang to a drinking contest? Did you really think you could beat me? She paused, burping loudly. Hello? Gao Neng? Are you coming over to get wasted with me? Gao Neng lowered his voice to a frantic whisper. I cannot leave. Your beloved big sister Ninger is currently in my dorm room. I am trapped here. Tang Tang gasped, her drunken stupor vanishing instantly. What the hell? Sister Ninger is actually at our academy? Stay right there. I am rushing back this instant. Gao Neng wiped his sweat, silently pleading. Take your time. Please do not run too fast. But Tang Tang was already rambling like a maniac. I might be the undisputed drinking champion of this world, but I have never once defeated Sister Ninger. Tonight is the night I finally wash away my humiliation. Click. She hung up. Gao Neng turned around, offering a desperate smile. She is sprinting back right now, though she sounds completely trashed. She even threatened to bring more booze to challenge you. Ninger calmly sat back down on the chair, crossing her long legs. Yeah. I heard every single word. Seeing his chance to stall, he quickly asked, Wait, Tang Tang is the granddaughter of the deputy commander-in-chief. Why on earth does she call you big sister? Ninger shrugged, her tone casual. It is nothing special. My grandfather and her grandfather have been business partners for decades. Our families naturally grew close. He blinked, genuinely surprised. Business partners? What kind of business? She smirked. Oh, you know, mostly just military-grade weapons and heavy artillery. Meanwhile, a shadowy informant was frantically reporting to Yuntian. Principal, the situation has critically escalated. Yuntian's eyes widened in alarm. What happened? Did Ninger leave the boy's room yet? The informant gulped. No sir, and worse. Tang Tang just barged into his room too. Crack! Yun Tian accidentally crushed his premium communicator into powder, absolutely utterly shocked. What is wrong with this Fang family girl? A young couple is trying to have an intimate moment, and she just crashes the party as a third wheel? Wait, no. Hold on. Could this actually be a deeply intertwined romantic trio? A full-blown harem? She and Gao Neng enrolled together, they live in the same dorm building, and they even joined the exact same combat team. This is highly suspicious. Yun Tian rubbed his temples, feeling his age catch up to him. The world is changing way too fast. I will never understand the wild romantic lives of today's youth. Back at the dorm, Tang Tang was violently hammering on the door. Gao Neng! The great death god Tang has returned. Open this damn door right now. Sister Ninger! Sister Ninger! Are you really inside? Gao Neng stared at the clock. 11:50 p.m. He cursed internally, grinding his teeth. This wretched girl ran back way too fast. I still need to survive 10 more agonizing minutes until midnight. Stumbling through the door, Tong Tong practically collapses into Ninger's arms. Sister Ninger, you really are hiding in here. She giggles, her words slurring together. Ninger catches the staggering girl, letting out a heavy sigh. Tong Tong, look at you. You have had way too much to drink again. With a flick of her wrist, Tong Tong tosses out a high-tier spatial capsule. Pop! A massive table loaded with premium liquor materializes out of thin air. I cannot help it. My family's social life is brutal. She pouts, slumping into a chair. You know I have been surviving these banquet wars since I was 12. Look what I brought you, Sister Ninger. She cheers, pointing at the stash. I figured you must be dying of thirst locked up in that strict military zone. Standing in the corner, Gao Neng's jaw practically hits the floor. Are you kidding me? She is using a priceless, high-tier spatial capsule just as a glorified beer cooler? So this is how the insanely filthy rich live. Grunting with effort, Tang Tang hauls up a massive, ancient-looking clay jug. I snuck this out of my grandpa's private stash. It is so rare, even he refuses to drink a single drop. That punk Kong Kun begged me for a taste, but I told him to dream on. Ninger just chuckles, already pouring herself a glass and clinking it against Tong Tong's. If Grandpa Fang finds out you raided his cellar, he is going to spank you raw, Ninger teases. Tang Tang scoffs, waving her hand dismissively. He would not dare. Plus, I am drinking with his favorite person, you. I would like to see the old man try, she boasts. Meanwhile, Gao Neng watches this ridiculous scene unfold, utterly speechless. Are they seriously starting a frat party right now? They are in the middle of a student dorm. Literally 10 seconds ago, Ninger was playing the responsible older sister, and now she is downing shots like a sailor. Are these girls for real? Suddenly, Tang Tang turns her blurry gaze toward Gao Neng. Hey, why are you just standing there? Drink, she slurs loudly. Anyone else would not even get a sniff of this stuff. But since you are my brother-in-law, I will make an exception. Ouch! Sister Ninger, why are you pinching my cheek? Tang Tang whines. Ignoring the drunk girl, Ninger lifts her glass toward Gao Neng, a dangerous glint in her eyes. Well, care to join us? He furiously waves his hands in surrender. No way. I am a terrible drinker. You two go ahead. I need to get back to my training. Ninger flashes a wicked smirk. If you do not know how, I can always teach you. Yeah. How can my awesome brother-in-law not know how to hold his liquor? Tong Tong chimes in, right before squealing. Ah, Sister Ninger, I am sorry. Stop pinching me. Ignoring the chaos, Gao Neng retreats to his corner, diving deep into his cultivation practice. Hours fly by until the clock finally strikes midnight. He pauses, staring eagerly into the empty air, waiting for the system ping. But nothing happens. Dead silence. Why has his mission completion notification not popped up? Does crossing the midnight threshold not count as staying the night? Is this trash-tier system seriously expecting him to pull an all-nighter just to prove a point? He grits his teeth, forcing himself to wait. Tick-tock. The clock slowly crawls to 1:30 in the morning. By now, both girls are completely passed out, slumped heavily over the table. Gao Neng stares at them, his frustration boiling over. They are dead to the world. They are obviously spending the night here. By all logic, his survival mission should have triggered as a success by now. So why is the system playing dead? Groaning, he hoists Tang Tang over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. In his mind, he unleashes a string of curses at his broken, glitchy system. It is definitely scamming him again. But as annoyed as he is, he cannot exactly leave them sleeping on the cold floor. Trudging into the bedroom, he mercilessly tosses Tang Tang onto the mattress with a heavy thud. Then comes Ninger. His entire demeanor shifts as he gently scoops her into his arms. Come on, let me get you to bed, he whispers softly. With the utmost care, he tucks Ninger in right beside the snoring Tang Tang. he does not stop there. After meticulously scrubbing down the sticky liquor table, Gao Neng goes to the sink, wringing out a warm towel. Returning to the bed, he tenderly wipes the sweat and makeup from Ninger's sleeping face. He even takes out the trash. Yet, as he finally collapses onto his own makeshift bed, the system remains dead silent. "Fine, you useless piece of junk," he mentally roars. "I guess I really have to wait until the sun comes up." Exhaustion washes over him like a tidal wave. He surrenders, letting his heavy eyelids flutter shut. But the exact second his brain is about to power down, ding! A blue holographic panel violently shatters the darkness. Congratulations to the host. Mission 3 days and 3 nights. Day 1. Successfully completed. Reward: 1 mid-tier treasure chest. Gao Neng's eyes snap wide open, his blood boiling. "This is too perfectly timed. You absolute dog. You delayed it on purpose, did you not?" He snarls at the glowing screen. But then, a terrifying realization hits him. He slowly turns his head, his gaze locking onto Ninger's peacefully sleeping form. The puzzle pieces click together in his mind. She is not blackout drunk at all. The entire thing is a setup. She has been completely sober, faking her drunken slumber the whole time. This terrifying woman has been secretly testing him from the moment she closed her eyes. A cold sweat drenches his back. If he had lost control and taken advantage of her vulnerable state, best case scenario, he would be missing a head. Worst case, he would be missing his manhood. And he definitely would have failed the mission. Thank the heavens he kept his inner beast locked in a cage. The system is not glitching at all. It only triggered the success notification the exact moment Ninger dropped her guard and genuinely fell asleep. But wait, that raises an entirely new question. Why go to such extreme lengths to test his character in the first place? Tang Tang's dorm room is literally 1 floor above them. Yet Ninger chose to drag a drunk girl in here and stage a fake pass-out right in front of him? Does she actually want to stay here with him? He violently slaps his own cheeks. Stop overthinking it. He is a nobody, and she is the precious granddaughter of the military's vice commander. She is royalty, and he is just a grunt trying to survive. Having those kinds of thoughts right now is practically a death sentence. There is only one path forward. He must climb to the absolute peak of power. Only when he stands as an equal among legends will he finally have the right to pursue a goddess like her. Just as his resolve hardens, the system chimes again. Alert. Mental power has surpassed 300 points. Initiate breakthrough? Do it. Gao Neng commands without hesitation. Instantly, his stats skyrocket across the board. Vitality: 565 over 650. Energy: 199 over 345. Power: 786 over 1320. He has officially shattered his limits. Tier 1 mental power allows him basic observation. But Tier 2? Tier 2 is the legendary realm of physical manifestation. His eyes lock onto a glass of water sitting on a table across the room. Focusing his mind, he wills it to move. Slowly, the heavy glass floats into the air, defying gravity itself. A wild grin stretches across Gao Neng's face. This is true psychokinetic manifestation. With a sharp exhale, he clenches his fist. Crack! The thick glass instantly implodes into a shower of sparkling dust. His heart pounds with euphoric triumph. His origin power has perfectly synchronized with his mind. With this level of absolute control, failure is no longer in his vocabulary. Time for the real test. Channeling every ounce of his new power, Gao Neng initiates the physical materialization process. A blinding light flashes, and a flawless, metallic mechanical dog materializes out of thin air. Shake, Gao Neng commands, buzzing with excitement. The iron hound immediately raises its metallic paw, perfectly obedient. Bow, he orders next. The heavy machine instantly dips its head in submission. Fetch my slipper. Like a blur, the mechanical beast darts off, returning seconds later, with the footwear clamped in its iron jaws. Emboldened, Gao Neng decides to push its artificial intelligence limits. Now, do something hilarious. The metallic dog stares at him blankly, before letting out a deadpan. Woof! Gao Neng facepalms, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. Seriously? That is it? I knew I should have materialized a sassy parrot instead, he grumbles, staring at his humorless creation. But despite the robotic dog's lack of comedic timing, Gao Neng cannot wipe the grin off his face. Tonight has been an absolute roller coaster, but he survived the storm and reaped an unimaginable reward. His time lurking in the shadows is over. The glorious legend of Gao Neng is finally about to begin. The entire dormitory building echoed with a bizarre, off-key melody. I am a happy little frog. Enraged students covered their ears, cursing through gritted teeth. This bastard always sings in the middle of the night. Just how damn happy is his life? We already choked on their public displays of affection, and now we have to endure this frog mating call? How are we supposed to live? Outside, two teachers stood in the pouring rain, sighing deeply. Ah, to be young. Playing all night and still having the energy to sing. This freezing rain is nothing compared to my lonely heart. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the morning peace. Gao Neng woke up, rubbing his eyes in sheer annoyance. What is going on? Why is everyone yelling so early in the morning? Tang Tang stood over him, glaring like a furious kitten. Gao Neng, wake up right now. We are doomed. Did you pin me down and sleep with me last night? Gao Neng sputtered. Pin you down? What are you talking about? You were pinned down by Ning Er. Tang Tang blinked, her fierce expression melting into pure confusion. Wait, so you did not sleep with me? Gao Neng groaned in absolute frustration. Are you out of your mind? But Tang Tang stubbornly doubled down on her wild theory. No, that is not right. It is highly possible that you pinned both me and Sister Ninger down. Do you dare say you have no wicked intentions toward my peerless beauty? Gao Neng slowly lowered his gaze, staring pointedly at her entirely flat chest, a mocking smirk forming on his lips. Peerless beauty? Where? Blushing fiercely, she quickly covered her chest. What are you looking at, you pervert? Defeated, Tang Tang instantly spun around to throw a tantrum at Ninger. Sister Ninger, your husband is harassing me. Thwack. Ninger mercilessly flicked her forehead. Tang Tang whined pitifully. Ouch. Please stop hitting my head. Shaking his head at the chaos, Gao Neng offered a truce. Let me prepare breakfast for you two. How about some sunny-side-up eggs? As a perfectly formed tray of eggs materialized in his hands, Ninger's eyes widened in shock. Spiritual power materialization? Completely casual, Gao Neng headed to the stove and began frying the eggs. Ninger could not hide her utter disbelief. Did your spiritual power break through? In just a single night? Gao Neng paused, genuinely confused. Break through? Did I? Tang Tang immediately poked her head into the kitchen, her eyes sparkling with intense curiosity. Spiritual power, manifesting physical objects? When exactly did you break through? Gao Neng shrugged, smoothly dodging the interrogation. I honestly have no idea. I just naturally felt like I could do it. Who knows? Maybe I really did break through to the next level. Anyway, I have to study energy materialization with Ninger later. You can go ahead and do whatever you need to. Hearing this, Tang Tang stubbornly locked her arms around him, refusing to let go. What? You are learning energy materialization? I want to watch. Let me watch. We are a combat team, remember? Only by fully understanding each other's true strength can we execute perfect teamwork. Gao Neng sighed, utterly defeated by her antics. I do not mind. Ask Ninger. The final decision rested in her hands. Let her stay, Ninger commanded softly. Gao Neng knew that with Tung Tung around, Ninger's icy guard would drop significantly. But this was a double-edged sword. His biggest fear was this hyperactive menace. She could never sit still, and might just drag Ninger out for fun. Once they stepped out that door, getting Ninger back into the room would be an absolutely impossible mission. Catching his suspicious glare, Tang Tang snapped. What are you staring at? Her eyes soon locked onto the mechanical iron hound that Gao Neng had just materialized. Tung Tung gasped in pure awe. Real energy materialization. How did you pull this off? Even I cannot do that yet. Ninger stepped forward, her gaze sharp and analytical. Have you established the spiritual link? Can you control its attack output yet? Gao Neng nodded confidently. I think I can handle it. Attack, he commanded. The iron hound lunged viciously toward Ninger, but with a single, elegant sweep of her leg, she casually shattered the beast into a pile of worthless scrap metal. She mercilessly exposed his fatal flaws. Your attack power is pathetically weak. Furthermore, your assault method is completely wrong. For a canine beast, leaping high into the air leaves its underbelly completely defenseless. Keep practicing until your energy materialization is absolutely flawless. Understood, Gao Neng replied, his fighting spirit ignited. As he summoned the next iron hound, Ninger's hawk-like eyes instantly caught another weakness. Wrong again. Channel more energy into the core. Your energy output is way too low. Both the structural density and destructive power are nowhere near combat ready. Your speed must be explosive. Increase its agility right now. Tang Tang sat silently, watching this grueling, hellish training. The repetitive process bored her so much that she let out a massive sleepy yawn. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Tong Tong could not take it anymore. She tugged at Ninger's sleeve, pouting like a child. Sister Ninger, I am starving. Let us go get some real food. Gao Neng quickly offered a solution. How about I cook dinner for us? Tong Tong instantly shot down the idea. Your breakfast was barely passable. I am absolutely not risking my stomach for your dinner. Sister Ninger, let us go down the street and eat a proper, delicious meal. Ninger nodded, turning back to Gao Neng. All right, we will resume your intense training later. Gao Neng let out a massive sigh of relief. Thank the heavens. At least Ninger is not abandoning me mid-training. Meanwhile, Yuntian received the latest intel, his eyes narrowing in utter disbelief. She finally stepped out of that dorm. But a whole day and night have already passed. Surely she will not spend another night there, right? Just to be absolutely safe, I need to handle this situation personally. Down at the Eastern Capital University, he boldly blocked their path. Ninger blinked in surprise. Grandpa Song, what are you doing here? Tang Tang immediately stood straight, bowing with utmost respect. Greetings, Principal. Yuntian waved his hand dismissively. I was just passing by, and coincidentally ran into you kids. Gao Neng's instincts instantly screamed danger. A coincidence? The esteemed military academy principal comes all the way to an off-campus food stall just to eat? The old man cleared his throat, a hint of hesitation in his voice. Well, Ninger, exactly how long do you plan to stay at the academy? I mean, does the military not have any urgent matters for you? Gao Neng's eyes narrowed sharply. He knew it. This old fox came with hidden motives. There was no such thing as a random encounter. He was deliberately pressuring Ninger to return to the army. Damn it, what do I do now? Is my mission going to fail completely? Panic began to bubble in his chest. Ninger met the principal's gaze with unwavering calm. Grandpa Song, I will remain at the academy for exactly 2 more days. After that, I will return to the front lines. Yuntian froze, completely dumbfounded. 2 whole days? She nodded, her aura radiating absolute certainty. Yes. You do not need to persuade me otherwise. In 2 days, you will witness exactly why I made this choice. Defeated by her unyielding resolve, Yuntian let out a heavy sigh. All right, if you say so, Ninger, Grandpa Song will place his absolute trust in you. Tang Tang squealed in pure delight, tightly grabbing Ninger's hands. Sister Ninger, does this mean you get to play with me for 2 whole days? Is it true? Ninger offered a rare, gentle smile. Yes, I will stay by your side for 2 more days. Then, her piercing gaze shifted to Gao Neng. And in 1 month, I will return to personally test the results of your combat training. Gao Neng grinned fiercely, his blood boiling with anticipation. I guarantee you, I will not lose a single match. He makes a silent vow to himself. The path of the strong forgives no hesitation. A mere beginner's ranking is just a stepping stone. His journey to the absolute pinnacle has only just begun. Night falls over the concrete jungle. Atop a towering skyscraper, an army of stray cats gathers in the shadows. Xiaomeng gazes down at the glittering skyline. So, this is the legendary city of hope at night? She murmurs. Raise your heads and tell your king. Which way lies the Eastern Capital Military Academy? A chorus of meows echoes in response. Xiaomeng nods, perfectly deciphering their feline reports. The very heart of the Eastern Capital? That is hundreds of kilometers away. It will take days to reach our hunting ground. Target locked. Eastern Capital Military Academy, march. Meanwhile, dusk paints the academy grounds in crimson. Gao Neng stammers, Ninger, about tonight. But Tang Tang violently shoves her toward the stairs. Let us go, Sister Ning. Tonight, you are sleeping in my room, and we can chat all night long. Gao Neng watches them leave, utterly defeated. Success by Tang Tang, ruin by Tang Tang. He curses internally. What is he supposed to do now? He is about to lose the premium treasure chest. Will he miss his chance at the lucky wheel? No, I cannot fail this welfare mission. Even if the mission fails, his relentless training cannot stop. The clock strikes 9, exactly 9 o'clock in the evening. He pushes his limits, desperate to forge an ultimate manifestation. It is not just about raw power. His mental control and enchanted energy must achieve absolute perfection. The form of his manifestation will dictate his entire future. He compares his progress to Ning Er's terrifying dragon. Even if his summoned hound reached the legendary king tier, it would still be instantly crushed by her bronze behemoth. He needs a supreme weapon, something uniquely devastating. What defines the ultimate battle companion? He ponders. What form possesses absolute, unrivaled dominance? Shu Kui, Chen Beishuan, Saitama, or perhaps the cosmic robot cat, Doraemon? He needs explosive speed and flawless stealth. But if the manifestation is too small, its attack power drops drastically. I must forge a lethal phantom. A master of shadows and lightning. He pushes his imagination to the absolute brink. But will the laws of reality allow such a monstrous creation? He glances at the clock. 11:59. A heavy sigh escapes his lips. Just as he feared, the mission timer is bleeding out. Forget it. I cannot force fate. Ning-er already spent a whole night in his room, terrifying the academy principal. Pushing it further would completely ruin her pristine reputation. Suddenly, the doorknob slowly turns. Ning-er slips into the shadows of his room. In the dead of night, "Why is your door left unlocked?" she whispers. A confident smirk crosses Gao Neng's face. A confident smirk crosses Gao Neng's face. Obviously, I was waiting for someone special. Her eyes widen at the pulsing energy in his palm. You already formed the embryo of your manifestation? Without a word, she activates a spatial capsule. A massive block of dense steel crashes onto the floor. Focus on perfecting your mental image, she commands. Once your manifestation's form is solidified in your mind, we are going to carve it straight out of this steel. Physical sculpting will force your spirit to align with the weapon. It is the fastest way to awaken its true soul. Gao Neng narrows his eyes in suspicion. When Ning-er arrived at the academy, she had no idea about his manifestation training. How did she know to prepare these exact materials? A startling realization hits him like a lightning bolt. Suddenly, the system chimes. Congratulations, host. Mission completed. 3 days and 3 nights. Night 2. Reward granted. Premium treasure chest. This premium chest contains multiple legendary paths. The host may select one divine reward based on current combat needs. Option 1. A miraculous skill evolution. He can instantly elevate any beginner or intermediate special ability to the next realm. Option 2. A mysterious treasure map. Option 3. The wealthy little warrior welfare package. Gao Neng's gaze locks entirely onto the second option. The treasure map. This is a completely unprecedented reward. A treasure map spawned directly from the system. It could lead straight to a world-shattering divine artifact. He clenches his fists in frustration. Even if a supreme artifact awaits him, with his current pathetic power level, he would be slaughtered before claiming it. My decision is made. Slow and steady grinding is the only way to survive. Accelerating my cultivation speed must be the absolute priority. I choose to upgrade the 300 children songs technique. The system interface violently flashes. Upgrade successful. 300 children songs has evolved. New special ability unlocked. Advanced second magnetic core awakened. While active, cultivation speed, absolute focus, vitality, regeneration, and spirit points are permanently boosted by 400%. The sheer volume of energy in this second core is astronomical. It can perfectly synchronize and transform alongside his primary core. Gao Ning stares at the interface, utterly paralyzed by shock. Is this a joke? This is too overpowered. Does this mean I just unlocked a second infinite mana pool? Not only that, tapping into this second reservoir supercharges his growth. His health and mana regeneration are quadrupled. This is god-tier loot. I have to test it immediately, but I need to stockpile energy pills as soon as possible. If the second core overflows while the first one runs dry, the imbalance will trigger a deadly chi deviation, ripping my meridians apart. Ning-er's soft voice pulls him back to reality. Are your preparations complete? The trial begins now. Fast forward through a grueling night. Tang Tang violently kicks the door open, her hands on her hips. Sister Ning, I cannot believe you abandoned me to sneak into Gao Neng's room. Suddenly, her eyes bulge out of her skull. What in the world is that monstrosity? Did you two really spend the entire night carving this thing? Gao Neng snaps back instantly. What else would we be doing? This is life or death training. Little kids should go play outside. The adults are busy working. Tang Tang flares up with offended rage. Who are you calling a little kid? Ning-er interrupts their bickering, her brow slick with sweat. Focus. The forging process is not over yet. Gao Neng grips the chaotic energy tight. The form and spirit are firmly in the palm of my hand. But to master an unprecedented manifestation like this, I need brutal, unrelenting combat training. Tang Tang sighs, finally dropping her attitude. Sister Ning, please, you two need to eat something. The clock strikes 12 noon, yet their obsessive grinding shows no signs of stopping. Ning-er's gaze sharpens into a deadly glare. Good steel must be forged on the edge of the blade. Channel your absolute maximum energy into the weapon's core. We are going hunting. Otherwise, the beginning and the end will get completely mixed up, Gao Neng declares, with burning determination. Let me try it one more time. The clock strikes 10 at night. While the rest of the world has grown weary of waiting, these two are still locked in an intense exchange of martial theories. Between the shift of motion and stillness, you have to inject a massive element of surprise, he analyzes. That is the only way to maximize the devastating impact of the strike. Before the ultimate kill, you cannot let a single drop of aura leak out, Ning-er explains. Only at the exact moment of execution do you detonate your entire energy reserve. It is a total disaster. The usually disciplined senior sister Ninger has been completely dragged into Gao Neng's obsessive pacing. As the clock hits exactly midnight, Gao Neng erupts into triumphant cheers. "I finally did it!" Looking like an absolute battle junkie, he stubbornly grabs her arm. "Ninger, we have to test the destructive power of this move just one more time." But before the words even leave his mouth, his body completely gives out. He crashes face first into the dirt, murmuring in a daze, "Man, why am I suddenly so incredibly sleepy?" Right on cue, the system chimes in with a massive notification. "Congratulations to the host for surviving the third night and completing the 3-day hellish mission." Looking completely refreshed, Ninger smiles down at him. "You worked hard," she praises. Gao Neng instantly slips into a glorious dream world where he is an absolute god. In this epic fantasy, he effortlessly blocks a devastating punch from Shu An. With a single, godlike counterattack, he instantly one-shots the terrifying instructor. His sleeping voice drips with absolute supreme satisfaction. "Keep acting so arrogant, old man. You really thought you could snap my neck? Come on, I dare you to try it now. You are just a pathetic stray dog. Yet you dare call yourself the bald shark?" He trash talks in his sleep. "I am going to beat you until all your hair falls out. Oh wait, you do not even have a single strand of hair left." As Gao Neng keeps mumbling about the hairless bald shark, reality violently intrudes. Ching Ching aggressively shakes his shoulders. "Gao Neng, you need to wake up right now." Standing nearby, Kong Kun stares at him in utter disbelief. "What kind of insane nonsense are you sleep-talking about?" The beautiful dream instantly shatters. Gao Neng snaps his eyes open, looking completely bewildered at his two panicked friends. "Huh? Why are you guys here?" He yawns. "Where did the bald shark go?" Kong Kun practically screams in his face. "You still have the guts to dream about the bald shark? That man is currently going absolutely berserk." Ching Ching frantically nods in agreement. "It is true. Uncle Gui is screaming bloody murder out there. He swore that the moment he sees you, he will permanently cripple you." Still half asleep, Gao Neng blinks in pure confusion. "Cripple me? Why the hell would he want to cripple me?" Kong Kun immediately cuts to the chase. "Are you seriously unaware of the catastrophic mess you just created?" "I am asking you right now," Kong Kun demands. "Did you actually issue that insane challenge letter?" Gao Neng's brain completely short-circuits. "Challenge letter? What challenge letter?" His sharp eyes suddenly catch a piece of paper resting right beside him. It is a handwritten note left behind by Ninger. The message starts bluntly. "I am heading back to the military front lines." But the next line makes his blood run cold. "I already issued the Ding Rank challenge letter on your behalf. I even bet 200 merit points on it. The fight is tomorrow at 4:30 in the afternoon. If you lose, I will personally beat you to death." He frantically reads the actual public declaration. "Challenge letter. I, Gao Neng, stand here today to issue this ultimate challenge for the future #1 spot. Within one single month, I will consecutively challenge all 19 combat teams on the Ding Rank leaderboard. To all you pathetic stray dogs, hurry up and come face your deaths. The conditions are absolutely savage. Rule 1 regarding merit points. Each challenge requires a minimum bet of 200 points. If you are too scared, get lost. Rule 2 regarding cash bets. On top of the merit points, each team must wager an extra 100,000 alliance credits. If you are too broke to pay up, crawl away immediately. Rule 3 regarding the hunting elimination mode. If I completely wipe out your entire enemy squad, the merit points and cash bets will be instantly multiplied by 2. If you lack the courage for this, scramble away right now. And finally, Rule 4 regarding the time limit. If I completely annihilate your whole squad within 15 minutes, the total payout gets doubled yet again. If you cowards do not dare to accept, then all of you can go straight to hell. Gao Neng gasps in pure shock. This is not just a challenge, it is a declaration of absolute war. Thanks to Ninger's insane blessing, he has instantly become the explosive center of attention everywhere he walks. The entire academy is in a total frenzy. Whispers erupt from every corner as students point at him. "He is here. Look, the madman actually showed up." A massive swarm of campus reporters instantly surrounds him. "Student Gao Neng," one journalist yells. "I am a second-year reporter from the Logistics Academy News Department. Please tell us, where on earth did you find the reckless courage to issue such a suicidal challenge?" Another microphone gets shoved into his face. "Student Gao Neng, are you terrified that the moment you step outside the Eastern Capital Academy gates to grab a meal, you will be violently assassinated?" The questions get increasingly ridiculous. "Student Gao Neng, when you take a shower, which body part do you wash first?" Staring down the hungry press, Gao Neng finally breaks his silence with absolute supreme confidence. "You all want to know where I get my reckless courage?" he roars, his voice echoing across the courtyard. "Let me tell you right now. I just have to lift my head, and the courage naturally flows through my veins. And let me send a message to those rotting fishes on the Ding rank leaderboard. If you have the guts, come bring this granddaddy your precious merit points. If you are shivering in fear, just surrender now and save yourselves the public humiliation. My time is incredibly precious. Do not let this pathetic little Ding rank leaderboard waste another second of my legendary journey." The crowd of reporters drops their jaws in sheer disbelief. Arrogant. He is absolutely, unfathomably arrogant. His heaven-defying cockiness is practically baked into his very soul. Meanwhile, high up on the observation balcony, Shu An and Principal Yun Tian quietly watch the spectacle unfold. Shu An violently massages his temples in absolute defeat. "Principal, didn't you explicitly order Ninger to spend 2 days beating some basic rules and discipline into Gao Neng? Why does it feel like this punk is becoming even more lawless by the second? You might as well call the Deputy Commander-in-Chief and have this menace thrown directly into the brutal military front lines. This little brat is completely out of control." But Principal Yun Tian immediately brushes off all responsibility with a sly smirk. "What kind of nonsense are you sprouting?" the principal retorts. "In the very beginning, you were the one who wanted him to have this explosive, tiger-like personality. You even asked me what was so wrong with being a little arrogant. Anyway, I already handed the kid over to your jurisdiction. How you manage him is strictly your own problem. This old master is going to grab some lunch. Farewell." Left completely speechless, Shu An furiously knits his brows. Being arrogant is not entirely a bad thing. Shu An mutters darkly. But if you show off this much arrogance without the overwhelming strength to back it up, even the gods themselves will not be able to save you from death. However, Gao Neng belongs entirely to the absolute strength faction. He knows exactly what he is doing. He is not just blindly barking at the moon today for no reason at all. The truth is, a massive stroke of legendary luck had hit him this very morning. He finally obtained the ultimate trump card that completely justifies his heaven-defying arrogance. Just hours ago, the system had flooded his vision with a blinding red light. Congratulations to the host for striking the ultimate jackpot. You have acquired the ultra-powerful special ability, the Wordless Heavenly Tome. This supreme artifact has one absolutely broken function. By simply inserting any combat skill into the glowing pages, through the divine transmutation of the Wordless Heavenly Tome, every single flaw and fatal weakness within that martial art is automatically corrected. The system then infinitely reinforces it, birthing a brand new, flawless combat skill. The cost of this divine upgrade varies entirely based on the martial arts tier. It is divided into 2 savage price brackets, starting with a base fee of 100,000 alliance credits per use, and the premium tier, a staggering 500,000 alliance credits per upgrade. With this broken cheat in his hands, Gao Neng is about to dominate everything. Gao Neng stared at his completely empty wallet. Evolving his life form demanded cash. Replenishing his magnetic core required an absolute fortune. Now even the mysterious wordless heavenly book was draining his funds. In this ruthless society, being broke meant game over. He shook his head, pushing the grim reality away. Right now, he held 2 powerful combat skills in his arsenal. He immediately tossed aside the basic military boxing from Lan Daya. That left him with the ultimate prize from that bald shark. The 7-step kill. A legendary striking technique that multiplied pure destructive power with every single step. Once the 7th step landed, the damage output hit an absolute limit. Left with no other options, he decided to enhance this lethal footwork the moment a chance appeared. But before stepping onto the battlefield, survival came first. He desperately needed a brand new set of combat gear. Striding into the weapon exchange center, Gao Neng went on an absolute shopping spree. He slammed a list on the counter. "I want every single item on this list." As a premium top-tier player on the Ding rank, he commanded respect. A flat 20% discount applied to the entire bill. The staff member blinked in disbelief. After the discount, that totals 840 points. You still have 3,000 merit points left. Are you sure you want all this? Gao Neng smirked like a true boss. Bag it all up. Money is just a number. The crowd gasped as he hauled out a massive, bulging backpack. Holy crap, those were top-tier luxury items, easily worth millions of alliance coins. Did he seriously just buy all that? Was this the legendary tycoon who casually bought real estate on his morning walks? But Gao Neng knew exactly what he was doing. This heavy investment was absolutely necessary. Energy materialization demanded nothing less than perfection. Sacrificing a little meat now guaranteed an absolute feast later. He clenched his fists. Just wait. Today, he would show the entire world the true meaning of invincibility. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the projection room was packed to the brim. The students gossiped eagerly. This time, the undefeated champion team is definitely going down, right? That goes without saying, someone shouted from the back. Team Four Fangs might be a lower bracket squad, but they easily crush Team Lone Soul. If Gao Neng can survive just 6 minutes, he is an absolute beast. The massive arena doors swung open, and the new challengers stepped onto the stage. Team Four Fang's ruthless captain, Jing Yan, locked eyes with her target. You must be Gao Neng, right? Do not think your pretty face will save you from a beating. She quickly turned to her massive teammates. Listen up, you three damn fatties. If any of you dare to go easy on that little loli or the school beauty, I will personally cut your food rations tonight. The heavyset boys immediately panicked and began sucking up. Do not worry, Captain. School beauty or loli, they are nothing but trash to us. Our hearts belong only to the magnificent Jing Yan. Across the arena, Tong Tong gritted her teeth in pure fury. Gao Neng, leave that ugly toad to me. I am going to blast her to pieces for calling me a loli. Kong Kun shrugged bluntly. Well, she is not exactly wrong. Bam! Tang Tang instantly nailed him with a furious punch. What did you just say? Meanwhile, Gao Neng smirked, his interest totally piqued. Jing Yan and her squad. They were basically walking free experience points, practically begging to be farmed. Tong Tong quickly pulled up the holographic data. Gao Neng, I analyzed their stats. They have 12 consecutive victories in hunt mode, peaking at the top 14 on the Ding rank. However, their mission mode record is terrible. 13 matches, only 5 wins. Ching Ching pushed her glasses up. Clearly, they are a brute force team that relies strictly on raw combat power. They completely lack tactical flexibility. Gao Neng, we should definitely play it safe and select mission mode. Kong Kun nodded firmly. I have no objections. What is your call, Gao Neng? Only Tong Tong pouted in pure frustration. Mission mode again? That is so utterly boring. But as long as we crush them, I guess it is fine. Suddenly, Gao Neng's voice cut through the chatter with absolute authority. No. We are choosing hunt mode. His entire team froze in absolute shock. The stadium crowd erupted into chaos. Did they seriously just pick the hardest combat setting? This is not even arrogance anymore. This is pure suicide. Jing Yan sneered coldly from across the field. What a shame. Just a pretty face hiding an absolute idiot. The mechanical system voice echoed through the massive arena. Both teams locked into their battle formations. Hunt mode officially commenced. The countdown began. 1 hour on the clock. Taking out a member earned 1 point, while assassinating the captain secured 1.5 points. The battlefield materialized around them. The treacherous grassy hills. Jing Yan immediately barked out lethal orders. Spread out. Advance in a zigzag formation. Keep your eyes locked on that loli's electromagnetic cannon. Maintain a distance of over 2 meters. Their flawless tactical spread instantly ruined Tang Tang's line of sight. Damn it, she cursed loudly. I cannot believe they are actually using a serpentine evasion pattern. At this ridiculous spread, my strongest blast will only wipe out 1 target. It is a complete waste of heavy ammunition. Gao Neng simply crushed an energy capsule in his palm, a dark smirk forming on his lips. Playing serpentine movement tricks in front of me? Absolutely pathetic. The crowd gasped as his aura suddenly erupted. Gao Neng is actually activating energy materialization. Jing Yan's eyes widened in absolute horror. How the hell is that even possible? He is just an early first-stage brat. Someone at his level should not even be able to project energy from their magnetic core. But the terrifying energy continued to violently spiral around him. The entire stadium held its breath. He was genuinely doing the impossible, containing such explosive, chaotic power. To think a mere first-stage rookie could unleash this level of dominance. What god-tier weapon was he about to forge? Suddenly, tiny, pathetic streams of water trickled out from his hands. Tang Tang stared blankly at the deeply underwhelming display. The audience instantly erupted into mocking laughter. Holy crap, that scared the life out of me. All that roaring thunder just to summon a pathetic drizzle. If you do not have the skills, do not try to show off like a king. These first-stage rookies are nothing but empty boasts. They have no idea what their limits are. Tang Tang desperately grabbed his shoulder. What are you doing? What the heck did you just create? Last night, I watched you succeed with my own eyes. Why is it looking like this garbage now? Gao Neng just brushed his shoulders, utterly unfazed. So what if it looks like this? A deadly, chilling smile stretched across his face. You guys cannot see the true form of what I materialized? Good. Not seeing it is exactly the entire point. Meanwhile, inside the battle zone, Jingyan thrust her spear with blazing fury. Stop playing the fool. You dared to choose hunting mode with just these pathetic tricks? But at that exact millisecond, a blinding flash of light cleaved the air. Before anyone could blink, her head was already launched into the sky. Even the victim herself was utterly stunned. Wait, what just happened to me? The massive crowd outside the arena erupted into pure, unadulterated shock. What in the world is that thing? It is a monster. The terrifying creature stood there, its razor-sharp claws dripping with fresh, crimson blood. Its towering silhouette resembled an ancient, majestic dragon. Yuntian analyzed the scene with narrowed eyes. An energy manifestation. And an imaginary manifestation at that. Creating a manifestation this powerful from absolute scratch requires divine-level comprehension, he muttered in awe. The difficulty is leagues above any standard energy manifestation. The truth finally struck Xian like a bolt of lightning. So this is it. He realized that Ninger had spent the last 3 days teaching the brat this exact, devastating move. A supreme genius is still a supreme genius. A bitter sigh escaped his lips. Such a pity that I was not the one to teach him this ultimate technique. Back in the arena, another enemy slammed his iron mace down toward the boy. Sister Jingyan. I have him pinned. But blinded by the dust, he received zero response. He called out again, Sister Jingyan? He never got an answer. Gao Neng's gigantic beast ambushed him from the deadly shadows. In a single, merciless swipe, his entire body was sliced clean in half. Respawning outside the simulation, Jingyan blinked in absolute bewilderment. Pong, why are you dead too? She grabbed his shoulders. Did you see clearly? Who the hell assassinated this queen? Pang rubbed his head in total confusion. I do not even know how I died. Jingyan cursed with volcanic rage. Damn it. That pretty boy used dirty sneak attacks. I refuse to accept this absolute humiliation. Inside, Kong Kun and Qing Qing stared in wide-eyed horror. Was this towering monstrosity truly Gao Neng's energy manifestation? Tang Tang crossed her arms and demanded answers. Gao Neng, you better spit out the truth right now. She pointed at the beast. Did you steal the inspiration for those giant scythes from my weapon? I demand copyright fees. Let me play with that thing for 2 days. Gao Neng looked at her like she had lost her mind. What does my creation have to do with your tiny scythe? He decided it was time for a legendary demonstration. Open your eyes and watch closely. His aura surged wildly. These blades can pierce the heavens and tear through the very earth. I call it the Super Earth Dragon. The spectators outside gasped as the terrifying truth dawned on them. This beast could burrow. It did not just hide in the shadows. It could dive directly into the deep abyss of the earth. That was the fatal secret. Jingyan and her team had been brutally wiped out by a lethal strike from below the ground. The last 2 surviving enemies gritted their teeth in pure desperation. To think we would get slaughtered by a first-year rookie. Their pride was shattered. If we die like this, we will be more humiliated than the Lone Soul Battle Squad. No matter what, we have to drag at least one of them down to hell with us. Their eyes burned with madness. Otherwise, our reputations belong in the absolute trash. Violent energy erupted from their backs like raging thrusters. Both warriors launched themselves forward at breakneck speed. Kill them all. Tang Tang instantly became the prime target for their kamikaze assault. She parried desperately while screaming for her life. Gao Neng, save me. Gao Neng roared his command. Let go of that little loli. If you have the guts, aim your weapons at me. He knew the stakes perfectly well. According to their brutal wager, he could not lose a single teammate. He had to save her right now. Seeing Qing Qing charging into the fray, the enemy's lips curled into a sinister smirk. Perfect timing. He instantly switched gears. You are my new prey. Gao Neng's mind raced at lightning speed. Back in the freshman tournament, his full power punch had barely left a scratch on that little loli. That proved the lolly was wearing top-tier defensive armor beneath her clothes. But Qing Qing, she had been one-shotted by his bare hands. Her defense was practically paper. The enemy unleashed a devastating punch toward the fragile girl. Die! But suddenly, 2 streaks of light slashed right into their groins. The horrific, soul-crushing agony instantly contorted their faces into masks of pure despair. Gao Neng mercilessly stomped his boots right into their twisted faces. He glared down at them with supreme disgust. You dare to lay your filthy hands on a girl? Rot in hell, you despicable trash. At that exact moment, the 2 girls charge in for a brutal beatdown. Take that. My death scythe finally gets a taste of fresh meat. One of them roars. You dared to scheme against us? Let us see how I trample you now. Ah, they vanished. A system notification finally pops up, declaring the end of Sanit mode. The final score flashes for all to see. Four Fangs Squad 0, Invincible Squad 4. Gao Neng immediately turns to lecture Ching Ching. We almost lost a point right there. Do not ever charge in recklessly by yourself again. She rubs her neck, flashing a shy smile. I know, I know. Then, he faces the crowd and makes a massive announcement. Tomorrow, at this exact time, the Invincible Squad will challenge the Goi Squad in Training Room 018. Through the giant monitor, he and Tong Tong leave a menacing message for their next victims. To the 4 members of the Goi Squad, you better get a good night of sleep. You will need all the energy you can muster before we beat you to a pulp tomorrow. And to our beloved audience in the arena, do not forget to smash that like and follow button. You will not want to miss this clash. He smirks at the camera. The upcoming scene might be incredibly bloody, but cruelty is not in our nature. Our greatest wish is actually world peace. I am the vice captain of the Invincible Squad, the death god Tang. Someone in the crowd cannot hold back their exasperation. When will the Eastern Capital battle rankings ever know peace? Hearing this, Xian exhales a profound, philosophical truth. Born in war, destined to die in peace. Students of the War Academy have absolutely no need for something as boring as tranquility. Returning from their second massive victory, Gao Neng celebrates internally. This match is unbelievably profitable. 400 merit points and 200,000 alliance coins go straight into his pocket. It really is true. The greater your power, the fatter your wallet. Tong Tong happily seizes the moment to lock in a deal. Today, we are going out to celebrate our glorious victory. And Gao Neng is paying for everything. Gao Neng immediately begins to scold her. Hold on. Hold on. Celebrate what, exactly? This is just a tiny, insignificant victory. What on earth is there to be so arrogant about? Have you completely forgotten Vice Principal Gui's strict teachings? We are going straight back to practice, he grumbles to himself, knowing this little demon just loves to show off. She literally does nothing during the fight, yet she is the first to demand a party. It is a completely toxic mindset. On top of that, expecting him to foot the bill? She is way too naive. Suddenly, the system's progress notification chimes in his mind. He realizes with a jolt that the mysterious embryo has finally undergone a massive mutation. Energy source manifestation? Do the core attributes of this bizarre embryo actually connect to his energy source manifestation? His eyes go wide with absolute shock as the holographic screen reveals its true identity. It is a super Earth dragon. This is a completely foreign concept that Gao Neng cannot begin to comprehend. What does this even mean for his future power? Wait, the object I just manifested can actually undergo gestation? Does this mean I can directly clone a super Earth dragon? No, that's just ridiculous. I can literally manifest it again myself anyway. I need to head home and study this thing properly. Back in his room, Gao Neng settles onto his bed. It is time to uncover this mystery. Let's see exactly how you expect me to breed a super Earth dragon, he mutters. The moment he presses the button, the screen slams to black. Mysterious mist billows out, revealing a single, solitary egg. Gao Neng stares in absolute shock. An egg? It actually gestated a physical egg? Don't tell me I have to incubate this thing myself, he groans. Maybe I need to pump it with auxiliary energy? But after a few minutes of trying, the egg remains completely lifeless. Is there a cooldown timer before I can hatch it? Whatever. It's not like I have spare energy to burn anyway. He sighs, accepting defeat for now. He collapses back onto his mattress. Better get some sleep. Tomorrow is going to be brutally busy. Faster cultivation means his energy reserves are draining at a terrifying rate. Farming the Ding leaderboard is decent money for now, but he needs to think bigger. Meanwhile, the mysterious egg continues its silent gestation in the background. 1 week later. Their faces are plastered across the front pages. The headlines scream, Freshman Squad tears through the ranks, 8 flawless victories. Shen Fei chuckles as he reads the news. Heroes truly are born from the youth, aren't they? It seems the Alliance has gained another batch of elite monsters. This is all thanks to Principal Song's brilliant guidance. The principal offers a humble smile. This is the era of the young generation. I merely watch from the sidelines as they bloom. But that aside, for a division commander of your incredible stature, what brings you to our humble academy? Shen Fei, commander of the Alliance's 3rd Army, 4th Division. A dangerous smirk creeps across Shen Fei's face. I came to see for myself. I want to meet the arrogant brat who dared to impersonate my Shen family's son-in-law. Meanwhile, the Invincible Squad's savage winning streak has sparked a massive trend. Freshmen blindly copy the Awei Squad, chanting their new mantra. The path of the strong allows no retreat. We have to follow Gao Neng's exact footsteps, the rookies yell, fired up with misplaced confidence. The Niu Niu Squad nods in fierce agreement. Exactly. If Gao Neng can conquer the leaderboard, we can form our own squad and crush it too. The veteran students boil with absolute fury. Do these brats think we're dead? They roar. We tolerate Gao Neng's arrogance, but who the hell do you nobodies think you are? Breaking news updates flood the campus forums, proving one brutal reality. Not all freshmen are built the same. Freshman Niu squad suffers devastating defeat. Members hospitalized with severe combat trauma. Freshman Awei squad mercilessly slaughtered in the arena. Captain Jingyan of the Siya squad doesn't even try to hide his malice. Yeah, we took our frustration out on those rookies. So what? 4 arrogant freshmen bet their entire life savings and lose everything, stripped to their undergarments to pay off their debts. They are literally preparing to beg under the city bridge just to survive the night. Meanwhile, back in the faculty office, the other teachers are practically bowing in admiration towards Zian. Vice Dean Gui, Gao Neng's squad just secured their 8th flawless victory. You are truly the shining gold standard for all of us instructors. Like the old proverb says, a legendary master molds legendary disciples. You have truly forged an elite squad of monsters, Vice Dean. Zian forces a polite, humble smile. You praise me too much, he chuckles. But inside, he is screaming. Taught them. I haven't taught that little bastard a damn thing. If Gao Neng actually showed up to his combat academy classes and trained under him, he would gladly accept the glory. He would have the right to show off. But the bitter truth? That absolute menace spends every single day sneaking over to the manufacturing academy. For what? Nobody knows. Even right now, the kid is happily auditing another teacher's lecture. The manufacturing instructor smiles warmly at the boy. Gao Neng, are you joining our lecture again today? Gao Neng flashes a bright, innocent grin. Yes, Professor. We're continuing our deep dive into the anatomy of the longsword today, right? Pleased? The professor begins his masterclass. In our last session, we discussed longswords, hand-and-a-half swords, and one-handed blades. Remember, these aren't just classifications. They represent entirely different schools of dual-handed and single-handed martial execution. Therefore, when designing the optimal hilt, as the teacher speaks, Gao Neng is lost in his own thoughts. Last night, I successfully magnetized both my arms. I am only one tiny step away from breaking into the second stage. As for my combat arts, I dumped 200,000 into upgrading that bald shark's 7-step kill into the lethal half-step kill. He winces internally. Oh God, my poor bleeding wallet. His heart weeps tears of pure financial sorrow. What I desperately need now are top-tier equipment blueprints and core forging principles. With my secret technique guaranteeing a 100% success rate, I can forge my own supreme arsenal. Suddenly, a dark shadow looms at the classroom door. Zian has tracked down his runaway disciple. Gao Neng, you absolute menace. The vice dean growls in his mind. I knew you skipped my class to sneak over here again. This shameless brat is doing this on purpose. He wants the entire Eastern Capital Academy to think he became a monster through self-study, making it look like I, Gui Zian, haven't taught him a damn thing. Instructor Qixing catches him creeping by the door and bursts into a teasing laugh. Well, is Vice Dean Gui coming to wrangle his runaway prodigy again? Zian clears his throat, trying to salvage his shattered dignity. I was merely passing by. Besides, it is highly beneficial for students to engage in cross-disciplinary academic exchange. My combat academy has urgent matters requiring my attention. I will be taking my leave now. But before he can escape, Qixing calls out. Vice Dean Gui, the academy is hosting a highly distinguished guest today. Why are you scurrying around like a headless chicken? Zian freezes in his tracks. A distinguished guest? Minutes later, inside the principal's towering office, Gao Neng strolls in casually. Professor Gui, why did everyone urgently summon me? Zian's eyes twitch with pure stress. Why did we summon you? You are the one with a massive problem, and it is catastrophically serious. Zian bellows. I am going to ask you a question, and you better answer me with absolute honesty. Grabbing the boy by the collar, Zian lifts him off the ground. Sensing the sheer danger, Gao Neng instantly activates his ultimate survival chant. My wife is Ninger, and her grandfather is the vice commander of the Eastern Capital Military Region. Teacher, please reconsider before you strike. A chilling voice suddenly echoes through the room. There is nothing to reconsider. Teacher Gui, if I were in your shoes, I would beat this brat to a pulp right now. He needs to learn the deadly consequences of stealing a revered name. Shen Fei's icy gaze pierces right through him. Gao Neng spots the gleaming stars on the man's epaulets. The realization hits him like a truck. This is an alliance colonel. A high-ranking division commander stands right before him. True fear finally grips the main character's heart. He gulps hard, his mind racing. Did an alliance colonel come all the way here just to execute me over Ninger? And his terrifying aura feels exactly like hers. After surviving those grueling 3 days and 3 nights, Gao Ning knew this misunderstanding would haunt him. He just never expected karma to catch up this fast. With no way out, he braces himself for the worst. Gao Ning respectfully bows his head. "Greetings, uncle." Shen Fei's face instantly turns black with rage. "Uncle, my foot! I am Ninger's 4th uncle. I am only 37 years old. How could I have a daughter your age?" Desperate to escape, Gao Ning slowly inches toward the door. "Ah, so it is 4th uncle. You must be here for Teacher Gui, right? Please, enjoy your chat." This humble student will take his leave. In a flash, Shen Fei teleports right behind him. A heavy hand clamps down on his shoulder. "Not so fast, kid. First, you need to explain exactly what you meant earlier. Since when did my niece, Ninger, suddenly become your wife?" A cold sweat breaks out on Gao Ning's forehead. "I am dead. I am absolutely dead." His body freezes entirely, and even his spiritual power is completely crushed by the colonel's overwhelming aura. Yun Tian finally breaks the suffocating silence. "Gao Ning, allow me to introduce him. This is Shen Fei, Division Commander of the Alliance's 3rd Army, 4th Division. Commander Shen made a special trip here today, just to ask you a few crucial questions. Take your time and have a nice chat, you two." Gao Ning glares inwardly. That sly old fox has absolutely no intention of saving him. Trembling, the young man attempts a nervous smile. "4th uncle, you are a mighty division commander. Surely you would not stoop so low as to hold a grudge against a weak junior like me?" Shen Fei shows absolutely zero mercy. "If you think that, then you are dead wrong. When it comes to Ninger, the Shen family takes everything personally. Confess your true relationship with her right now. Otherwise, I will torture you to death. And no one in this room will dare to stop me." Pushed to the absolute limit, Gao Ning decides to gamble his life. "If 4th uncle insists, then I will speak the absolute truth. Ninger and I crossed paths in the treacherous Forgotten Land. That is exactly how it happened. After teaming up to annihilate those 3 major factions, we naturally formed an unbreakable bond." Shen Fei narrows his eyes, his mind calculating rapidly. Military intelligence already confirmed this timeline from start to finish. Everything matches up perfectly. But there is one glaring hole. How could a brat with his low power level actually save Ninger's life? The commander presses the interrogation forward. "So, based on your own words, there really is a deep connection between you and Ninger. You were not simply faking the title of her husband." Gao Ning rubs the back of his neck awkwardly. "Ah, about the fake husband part. That actually was a bluff. I mean, I saved her life, but she has never even been to my house. 4th uncle's harsh lesson is completely justified. I will watch my mouth from now on." Shen Fei studies the boy with a predatory gaze. "This little brat is as slippery as an eel. Then let me ask you one final, crucial question. Ninger visited this military academy for 3 entire days. What exactly were you two doing behind closed doors?" Gao Ning thumps his chest, radiating absolute confidence. "4th uncle, you know Ninger's strict personality better than anyone. Do you really think she would ever cross the line with someone like me? It is absolutely impossible. Between us, there is nothing but the purest of friendships. Nothing else happened, I swear on my life." But the veteran soldier refuses to be derailed. "Stop dodging the question. Tell me exactly what you and Ninger were doing during those 3 days." Gao Ning instantly folds, spilling the honest truth. "For those 3 days, we were constantly working to develop her source energy manifestation techniques. The principal and the other instructors can completely vouch for me." Xuan nods from the sidelines. "The boy speaks the truth. We witnessed it." Shen Fei's deadly aura finally retracts, sparing him for now. "Fine. Your business here is done. Get out of my sight." A massive wave of relief washes over Gao Ning. If this deadly misunderstanding is finally cleared up, then my heart is at peace. 4th uncle, since this is our first meeting, please accept a small token of my utmost respect." As Gao Ning presents the glowing item, Shen Fei's eyes widen in absolute shock. "Magnetic crystal ore? Where in the world did you get your hands on something so rare?" Gao Ning calmly explains his story. "The massive magnetic explosion at the Forgotten Palace. I am certain 4th uncle has read the classified reports. I extracted this directly from the blast zone. I was helping Ninger destroy the magnetic core. She risked her own life to detonate it. Her sheer bravery was the only reason I even had an opening to save her." Shen Fei's tough exterior shatters, pure astonishment taking over. "So, the rumors were true. You actually saved Ninger's life in that hellscape?" Gao Ning nods without a single hint of hesitation. "Every word is the truth." Instantly, the terrifying commander's demeanor softens into something almost warm. "Very well. I will accept this profound greeting gift. At your current level, you cannot safely harness this crystal's power anyway. However, the Shen family never takes such priceless treasures without returning the favor. Shen Fei prepares to bestow an epic counter-gift. I have thoroughly investigated your innate talents. For a youth from your background, your potential is truly extraordinary. The Shen family values raw potential above noble bloodlines. He waves his hand, summoning a massive spatial ring. Here are 2 whole tons of silver ore. Take it back and refine it yourself. Gao Neng carefully cradles the spatial compression capsule, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Thank you for your immense generosity, fourth uncle. Shen Fei watches him with newfound approval. This kid may be a smooth talker, but he knows his place. And his potential is monstrous. At first, I heavily doubted the military reports, but it seems Ninger's deep interest in this boy is perfectly justified after all. Yuntian nods in complete agreement. Magnetic crystal ore is truly priceless. Mountains of gold could never buy it. Even the military's absolute elite cannot easily procure such a divine treasure. Shu An watches the exchange, completely dumbfounded. Since when did this shameless penny pincher learn how to flatter someone so perfectly? Gao Neng has raked in over 10 million from his recent arena battles. Yet he refuses to even buy a single cup of cheap water for his own teammates. Yuntian chuckles inwardly, seeing right through the charade. This miserly brat guards his wealth like a dragon. For him to willingly offer such a divine treasure? Even a total fool can see the genius manipulation at play here. Clearing his throat, Xuan suddenly shifts the atmosphere back to serious business. Colonel Shen, was there another hidden reason for your sudden visit today? Shen Fei's expression instantly darkens, all warmth vanishing from the room. Indeed there is. And this matter could shatter everything we know. Things are getting chaotic on the front lines. The old master has not returned in 2 months. With the 20-year cycle of reincarnation fast approaching, I was sent back to deliver a single, critical message. He is initiating a complete reform. Meanwhile, far from the bustling city streets, a lush green plain stretches into the horizon. At its center stands an ancient tree pulsating with pure spiritual energy. This is the sacred spirit tree, where the celestial elf tribe gathers to pray. Beneath its massive, emerald canopy, a glowing sphere of water begins to form. A single drop plummets into the crystalline lake below. Instantly, the watery silhouette of Ye Ying starts to materialize and take human shape. A nearby attendant breaks the silence. My lord has been waiting for you. Ye Ying's eyes snap open. Understood. I will head there immediately. But beneath her calm facade, a venomous grudge boils. Gao Neng. She seethes inwardly. I swear I will tear you apart. 2 of her kin scoff at her blind arrogance. Kill him? Do not make us laugh. You are completely powerless right now. If the Lord had not shown you extreme mercy, you would have been trapped in the void for 20 years before ever tasting resurrection. Your strength is completely shattered. What makes you think you can kill anyone? You revived elves really do not know your place. Hearing their mockery, Ye Ying grits her teeth. She knows they are absolutely right. The cold truth stings. The only reason she bypassed the 20-year waiting period is because she holds vital intelligence, information that the higher-ups desperately need. Stepping into the towering sanctuary, she kneels with absolute reverence. Yi Ying humbly greets Lord Mu Feifei. The majestic figure gazes down at her. I see. So it was Gao Neng who ended your life? She bows her head in grim confirmation. Yes, my lord. And during our final clash, he unleashed no less than 5 different innate talents. Lord Mu Feifei processes this shocking revelation. Very well, she commands with absolute authority. Once you finish handing over the intelligence regarding the land of the forgotten, you are to infiltrate the City of Hope. Live there as an ordinary human. Yi Ying lowers her head in total submission. I understand my mission. The Lord's tone softens just a fraction. A single spirit tree seed is far too precious to waste. Since you have been awakened early, I shall grant you a special gift. In 20 years, when your full power returns, you will evolve into a grand elf. Overwhelmed by the immense honor, Ye Ying trembles. Thank you. Thank you, my lord. Meanwhile, back at the Dongdu University dormitories, Gao Neng stares at his comlink in confusion. What exactly do they mean by a complete reform? Tang Tang crosses her arms with a knowing smirk. What else could it possibly mean? A reform is exactly what it sounds like. Honestly, you of all people should know this. Did you not just have a private chat with 4th Uncle Shen today? He was the one who personally delivered the order. Gao Neng leans back, playing it completely cool. Well, obviously. My 4th uncle is the division commander of the 3rd Army's 4th Division. How could I not know? But listen closely, guys. This is highly classified military intelligence. You should not be snooping around asking questions. His two other teammates roll their eyes in pure disgust. Would you look at this guy? He is practically glowing with the arrogant aura of a total nepo baby. Ignoring their banter, Tang Tang leans in close. I cannot spill the official details of the reform, but I can leak a juicy little rumor for you all. Word on the street is, legendary warriors who died 20 years ago are suddenly reappearing on the front lines. Kong Kun's jaw drops in utter shock. Wait, 20 years ago? Do you not mean the war from 18 years ago? She quickly shoots down his confusion. Are you completely dense? She snaps. The cycle of reincarnation takes exactly 20 years. If it has not been 20 years, how could the alien races possibly resurrect? Besides, it was not just the Great War 18 years ago that claimed lives. People die in the trenches every single year. Gao Neng's eyes sharpen instantly. Wait, resurrecting from the dead? Throughout the bloody history between humans and the alien races, the war has never truly stopped. And like clockwork, every 20 years, an apocalyptic battle shakes the very foundations of the world. The last great calamity occurred 18 years ago. It was the tragic migration war of the Land of the Forgotten. Before that devastating conflict, the Land of the Forgotten was actually humanity's greatest stronghold. But after the dust of the migration settled, the human alliance was left absolutely crippled. It was the most catastrophic loss in recorded history. Humanity's population was tragically reduced to a mere 500 million. However, the alien invaders paid a heavy price as well, losing more than half of their supreme powerhouses. Now, with those dead powerhouses resurrecting, a new great war is on the horizon. No, the war never really ended. Breaking the tense silence, Gao Neng makes a sudden request. Tang Tang, for today's arena match, I want to go in completely solo. You guys just stay in the back and hold the line. The entire team stares at him as if he has lost his mind. Are you insane? You want to take them on all by yourself? Gao Neng nods, his eyes burning with fierce determination. Let us be honest. Our recent matches have been a total walk in the park. I need to push my absolute limits. I need to know exactly how strong I have become. My blood is practically boiling. I can feel it in my bones. If I survive this fight, I will finally break through to stage 2. Tang Tang gasps in utter disbelief. Wait, you are ready to break through already? How is your growth speed so insanely fast? Before he can answer, the arena alarms blare. The tournament is about to begin. Suddenly, the colossal stadium erupts into chaotic whispers as a towering figure steps into the VIP box. Holy crap, look up there. Who is that? Look at those shoulder insignias. That is a high-ranking colonel of the Alliance. But he looks incredibly young. He cannot even be 40 yet. Oh my god, his aura is so overwhelmingly intense. And he is so handsome. The jumbotrons flash, projecting Shen Fei's stoic face across the entire arena. The announcer's voice booms through the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the commander of the 3rd Army's 4th Division, the legendary Shen Fei. The crowd collectively loses their minds. Commander Shen Fei? Wait, you mean the legendary greedy wolf Shen Fei? A wave of absolute awe and reverence washes over the entire student body. Heavens above, he is a Stage 8 supreme powerhouse, ranked in the top 10 worldwide. The greedy wolf himself. He is my ultimate idol. Seeing the students lose control, Yun Tian steps up to restore order. His voice slices through the roaring crowd. Commander Shen is here today on a crucial mission. He will be personally evaluating the combat strength of this entire academy. I expect absolute discipline. Keep your cheering respectful during the matches. The heavy steel gates of the combat zone slowly grind open. The atmosphere instantly shifts from excitement to pure killing intent. It is the highly anticipated clash. The Invincible team versus the fearsome Flying Swallow team. Standing by the sidelines, Ching Ching bites her lip nervously. We cannot underestimate them. The Flying Swallow team might only rank in the top 20 of the D-rank roster, but they harbor a terrifying secret weapon. A genuine Stage 3 expert. An extreme rarity at this level. His name is Hua Yuquei, she continues, her voice trembling slightly. He is a total anomaly, the only vice-captain in the entire D-rank history whose raw power completely eclipses his own team captain. Rumor has it, his battle prowess is more than enough to crush the C-rank roster elites. And as for why he refuses to move up and stays behind in the lower ranks, well, that is an open secret nobody needs explained. Gao Neng narrows his eyes, a mocking smirk forming on his lips. I get it now. He is just some pathetic loser who purposely sandbags his rank just to build a little harem for himself. And as their supreme trump card, exposing his killing intent the second he steps into the arena? How incredibly stupid. Without a second thought, Gao Neng summons his battle gear. Metallic armor encases both of his arms in a blinding flash. Across the battlefield, the flying swallow captain sneers in twisted delight. Just as we predicted, this silver-tier brat intentionally hid his second arm in the previous matches. He was saving his true power just for us, but no matter how cunning he is, today, he meets his absolute doom. But standing before Huaga, a powerhouse at the mid-third tier, Gao Neng provocatively hooks his finger. Stop standing there like statues. Come at me together. He declares he will crush all four of them alone. The opposing team boils with rage at his sheer arrogance. Yu Shui's eyes blaze with fury. What the hell is your problem? A mere first-tier trash wants to take on all four of us? Do you even know who I— Gao Neng ruthlessly cuts him off. Who cares what kind of garbage you are? Today my three teammates will just watch. Your only opponent is me. The disrespect strikes a massive nerve. Gao Neng, you are crossing the line. He charges forward with his sword drawn. You are just at the late first tier. Stop barking so loudly and just die. Gao Neng instantly activates his trump card. He triggers his bronze lifeform transformation. His raw strength surges by 50%, while his defense wildly skyrockets by 70%. Gripping his blade, he unleashes the ultimate technique, half-step kill. Yu Shui struggles desperately to block the heavy strike. His own sword cracks, leaving him in absolute disbelief. How can a late first-tier pack such monstrous physical force? What kind of terrifying battle skill is this? Gao Neng shows no mercy, viciously slashing out two more deadly strikes. Half-step kill? Shen Fei immediately recognizes the move. Isn't this an upgraded version of Vice Principal Gui's signature technique? It is incredibly refined. The energy control is absolutely flawless. He marvels at the profound execution. Has it actually evolved from a low-level to a mid-level battle skill? Shui Li speaks up with deep admiration. Vice Principal Gui already works so hard in his position, yet he still exhausted his mind to develop this battle skill for his students. This noble spirit of dedication. It is truly something our crafting students must learn from. Yun Tian also chimes in to praise old Gui. Your battle skill is ridiculously overpowered. When you have time, you should really teach this to the other departments. Gao Neng has incredible talent and learns extremely fast, but you should not force-feed the kid too much. Sweating nervously, old Gui can only awkwardly reply, yes, of course, but deep down, he is screaming internally. Teach the others? He does not even know the upgraded moves himself. What exactly is he supposed to teach them? Does he have to shamelessly ask Gao Neng to teach him? Meanwhile, Yu Sui refuses to accept reality. Impossible. How can I be completely overpowered by a mere rookie? The female members of his team suddenly rush forward. Huaga warns them to be careful. Sisters, let us attack him together. Fei Yan aggressively swings her sword down in a lethal arc. Taste my inverted hook of the bright moon. Gao Neng decisively raises his blade to parry the strike. He scoffs at her flashy technique. What is with this useless, flashy garbage? Take my half-step kill. Suddenly, violent sparks of electricity flash across her blade. Gao Neng is momentarily stunned. Fei Yan laughs in triumph. You fell for it! I can generate electrical currents! Sisters, kill him now! But as he casually lifts his sword again, her smug smile vanishes. What? How are you still able to move? Gao Neng sneers internally. I am literally in my bronze structure state right now, and you dare to play with electricity against me? Without hesitation, he unleashes his trump card. A super earth dragon materializes onto the battlefield. The massive beast's stomach rips open. The spectators outside scream in sheer terror. What in the world is that monstrosity? Inside the manifested energy beast, a terrifying spatial vortex violently tears open. Gao Neng coldly issues the command. Combination skill, Earth Burial Kill. The Earth Dragon burrows deep into the sand. Fei Yan is violently dragged down into the earth. Wait, save me! She screams in absolute despair. The other team members freeze in panic. Fei Yan! Captain Fei Yan was swallowed by the sand. How can this nightmarish monster possess such an ability? Yu Shui frantically digs through the shifting sands. Gao Neng, give Fei Yan back to me. If you have the guts, target me instead. Granting his death wish, the Earth Dragon erupts right behind him. Beneath its massive tail, Fei Yan's body slowly vanishes into nothingness. Yu Shui catches the fading illusion of his beloved and roars in agony. Gao Neng, you shameless bastard. Gao Neng scoffs at the pathetic accusation. Shameless? Look who is talking. I am surrounded by 4 people, yet I fairly and squarely killed your captain. What is exactly shameless about that? In the next heartbeat, another enemy is brutally dragged into the sand trap. She screams in blind, thrashing panic. Wait. No, please. I do not want to die like this. Help me. Somebody help me. Half of her body is already buried alive. As she cries out one last desperate plea, a sandy hand shoots up from behind and violently covers her mouth. In an instant, she completely disappears, leaving behind nothing but a gaping crater. The audience outside erupts in angry uproar. This is way too cruel. How can he use such merciless tactics against female students? This is just a school tournament, not a real battlefield. Is there really a need to go this far? Kick Gao Neng off the battle rankings. Invincible team? More like shameless team. Suddenly, Instructor Shu violently snaps at the crowd. All of you, shut your mouths. You are all military academy cadets. You should understand the brutal reality of war. Out on the true battlefield, there is no such thing as cruel or shameless. There is only life and death. Do I make myself clear? Watching this harsh lesson, Yuntian comes to a grim realization. Reforming the military academy is indeed a matter of absolute urgency. The crowd gasps as another target goes down. The mighty Team Fei Yan. Gao Neng has just single-handedly slaughtered 3 of their members. However, the main character is now facing a critical dilemma. He may have successfully annihilated 3 enemies. But what about his rapidly draining energy reserves? Kong Kun calls out from the backlines. Gao Neng, you must be running on fumes by now. Do you need us to jump in? Without looking back, Gao Neng outright refuses. Yu Shui grits his teeth in bitter acceptance. We have already lost today's battle, but your energy is nothing more than a flickering candle in the wind. Gao Neng casually replies, I can only unleash one last half-step kill, and sure, that alone might not be enough to kill you completely. Yu Shui glares daggers at him. Freshman, do you even comprehend the true difference between the first and third tiers? Gao Neng mockingly retorts. Is it about who has the thicker skin? The opponent sneers back with lethal intent. The absolute gap between us is that my body's magnetization is 100% complete. I have formed a grand circulation, which means I can instantly compress every last drop of my energy into an absolutely impenetrable defense. You can also force all your energy sources to compress into a single, dense point. A voice echoes. Just like this. At that exact moment, the mutant energy inside his opponent's body violently erupts, sending massive shockwaves of thick dust into the air. Kong Kun watches the scene unfold with pure horror. Hua Yuquei. Is that absolute madman actually trying to self-destruct? Hua Yuquei gnashes his teeth, his face twisted in pure hatred as he screams, Gao Neng's name. The entire audience outside the arena falls into a dead silence as they witness this suicidal tactic. Yuntian lets out a heavy sigh, shaking his head. Forcibly compressing energy at the third stage can indeed trigger a terrifying self-destruction, but doing so will completely cripple the user's body. There is almost zero chance of a full recovery. However, since this is merely a virtual battlefield, he continues, the military academy rules do not explicitly forbid this insane tactic. Xian picks up the thought, his eyes narrowing. But sacrificing a third-stage core to take down a first-stage rookie? Only a lunatic like Hua Yuquei would do that. Inside the arena, Hua Yuquei lets out a maniacal laugh. Gao Neng, you are still way too green for this world. But the moment those arrogant words leave his mouth, a brutal kick from Ching Ching slams directly into his face. The impact instantly shuts him up. Kong Kun gasps in awe as he watches Hua Yuquei's virtual body begin to pixelate and disappear. To think a mighty third-stage warrior would drain every drop of his energy just to eliminate a first-stage student, using such a pathetic, underhanded trick. Do you have any shred of shame left? Ching Ching furiously scolds the fading figure. You shameless, disgusting coward. Do not think for a second that your senior status will save you from my boot. Despite his humiliating exit, Hua Yuquei clings onto his twisted obsession. It does not matter. As long as that massive explosion blows Gao Neng straight to hell. Little does he know, Gao Neng has already seen right through his desperate scheme. Oh, wow. This absolute bastard can actually use self-destruction? Gao Neng mocks as he casually emerges from the smoke. Hua Yuquei panics, his jaw dropping in pure horror. You are not dead? That is impossible. The raw, devastating power of my compressed mid-third stage energy. How on earth did it fail to blow you to pieces? Answering his question with pure violence, Gao Neng launches a crushing kick straight into Hua Yuquei's chest. The gleaming sword in his hand rises high, ready to deliver judgment. Go to hell. You dared to try and blow me up? Eat my ultimate half-step killing strike. No, Hua Yuquei screams in utter, agonizing despair. His pathetic final cry is immediately drowned out by the system's victorious announcement. The Invincible Squad officially wins the match. Feeling invincible, Gao Neng swings his bloodied sword and roars at the empty battlefield. Who is next? But before he can celebrate, A massive artillery shell shoots straight out of nowhere, rocketing directly toward him. Boom! In a flash of blazing fire, Gao Neng is instantly incinerated into a tragic pile of ashes. Tang Tang stands in the distance, a wicked smile spreading across her face as she admires her destructive masterpiece. There is still me. Obviously, she declares with terrifying arrogance. Meanwhile, a very angry Gao Neng respawns back in the training room. Seeing him step out of the capsule, the defeated opposing team stares at him in absolute shock. "What are you idiots looking at?" Gao Neng furiously snaps at them. "I logged out on my own terms." Inside his head, a hurricane of vicious curses is brewing. This crazy girl, Tang Tang, is absolutely out of her mind. That single artillery shell cost a staggering 500,000 alliance coins, and she uses it just to blow up her own teammate? If he does not avenge this brutal betrayal, he is not a man. "You better never log out if you know what is good for you," he mutters venomously. But the moment she finally emerges, Gao Neng drags her over and gives her a humiliating spanking. Tang Tang thrashes around, screaming at the top of her lungs. "Gao Neng, how dare you smack my butt? I am going to tell Sister Ninger. She is going to skin you alive for this." But Gao Neng is absolutely fearless. "Go ahead and tattle on me. This is called an eye for an eye, you little demon." Pinned firmly against the gaming chair and receiving a merciless beating, she quickly realizes threats are useless and changes her target. "Teacher, please save me," she wails dramatically. "Gao Neng is trying to assassinate his vice-captain. He is just insanely jealous of my god-tier talent. I just wanted to run a tiny little experiment. I needed to see if a third-stage self-destruction was stronger than my electromagnetic cannon. Incinerating him into a pile of ash was a complete and total accident. Please do not blame me for science," she whimpers. Right on cue, Xian steps into the chaotic room, clapping his hands to restore order. "All right, that is enough fooling around. Everyone, follow me." Kong Kun tilts his head in utter confusion. "Teacher, where exactly are we heading?" he asks. Z unsmiles faintly. "We are going to grab a massive feast first. After that, I assume you have all caught wind of the upcoming academy reforms. Starting right this second, I am forcing all 4 of you into a brutal, closed-door training regimen for half a month." Later, Jian leads his exhausted but hungry students to a high-end restaurant. As they gather around the lavishly set table, the real discussion begins. He breaks the lingering silence, motioning for them to dig in. "Let us eat while we talk. I know all of you are overflowing with questions, and it is finally time for some answers. But some secrets are buried far too deep. Even I do not have the full picture." Ching Ching gasped in disbelief. "Not even Vice Principal Gui knows?" Shu An let out a heavy sigh. "Let us discuss the reform first. You have probably heard the whispers. The 20th cycle of reincarnation is upon us. This means the alien race's supreme powerhouses will resurrect in just 2 years. The next great war is breathing down our necks, bringing an absolute cataclysm. Over the past 100 years, humanity has been dragged through the hell of 4 great wars. We claimed a tragic victory in the first. We barely forced a stalemate in the second. But by the third, humanity began to lose ground. And after the devastating war 18 years ago, the Alliance was left in ruins. Since then, humanity could only cower and defend the City of Hope. And after the devastating war 18 years ago, the Alliance was left in ruins. Since then, humanity could only cower and defend the City of Hope. The brutal truth? The human alliance has bled dry. Our resources are no longer enough to survive another massive war. Alien powerhouses can resurrect every 20 years. But for humanity, every fallen warrior is a permanent loss of an elite soul. Combined with our shrinking territory, unmined resources are rapidly drying up. Cultivating new experts has become a total nightmare. Our veterans are dying or growing frail, and the power gap is widening by the second." Kong Kun chimed in, his brow furrowed. "So, Professor, how exactly does the Alliance plan to reform?" Gao Neng connected the dots in his mind. "So powerhouse combat strength was the true key to this war." Ching Ching voiced her guess. "Are they going to funnel all resources into raising a new generation of supreme powerhouses? If only breeding supreme powerhouses were that simple." Shu An shook his head. "But you are not entirely wrong. Concentrating resources is definitely part of the plan." Shu An continued his intense lecture. "However, this time, the Alliance's target is not just raw talent. It is the high-tier warriors. Forging a single supreme powerhouse costs at least 100 times the resources of a high-tier warrior. And worse, the success rate is tragically low." The students exchanged confused glances, completely failing to grasp his point. Humanity has less than 20 supreme powerhouses left, but in 2 years, the alien race will have at least 100. Shouldn't we be prioritizing supreme powerhouses? Shu An instantly shot the idea down. No, you are dead wrong. Since the absolute dawn of its creation, the Alliance has never once possessed more supreme powerhouses than the alien race. The only reason we survived this long is because our supreme powerhouses fought back-to-back with elite high-tier squads. The 20-year reincarnation cycle. It is the greatest advantage of the alien races, but also their fatal flaw. While they may stand together as allies, they are bound by entirely different bloodlines. The elves draw incredible power from the ancient tree of life. The celestials reign supreme from their towering white spire, and the barbarians fiercely guard their savage blood pool. As for the shadowy dark elves, they only bow to the celestials' commands for one dark reason. During the bloodbath of the First Great War, the celestials launched a cowardly sneak attack, seizing absolute control of the tree of life. The truth finally clicked. Even the alien forces despise each other. Whenever they march to war, they are forced to leave their supreme experts behind just to guard their own backs. Because of this fragile, blood-stained alliance, our defense forces will still have to face an absolute nightmare. At least 60 supreme experts will descend upon our walls. For years, the Alliance has been desperately researching a new battle formation, a deadly synchronization between high-tier elites and supreme experts. What they need most are anomalies like Gao Neng warriors capable of obliterating higher-level foes. But Qing still harbored deep doubts. Even if we manage to critically wound those 60 supreme experts, she pointed out grimly, they can just tag out with the fresh ones guarding their rear lines. Kong Kun chimed in with a heavy sigh. Meanwhile, our side barely has 29 supreme experts ready to coordinate with our high-tier fighters. Shu An's eyes darkened with sorrow as he replied, we have absolutely no other choice. We must fight. His voice hardened with unwavering resolve. If we can just survive this one apocalyptic clash, humanity will buy itself another 20 years of precious peace. We do this for our loved ones, for 500 million surviving humans, and for this absolute last bastion of hope. Qing's eyes blazed with newfound fire as she nodded. He is right. This is our only path forward. We fight, or we fall. Tang and the rest of the squad roared in absolute unison. Damn right. We will bet our very lives on this bloody battlefield. With their resolve forged in iron, the team spent the rest of the night feasting and drinking until they dropped. Shu An patted the young man's shoulder. I am going to settle the bill. Gao Neng, keep an eye on this mess of a team. The others were completely wasted, slurring drunken poetry about living in the moment. Tang babbled wildly, complaining that all men were nothing but filthy pigs. Gao Neng could only facepalm in absolute defeat. Everyone had been so incredibly hyped just hours ago, and now they were completely out of commission. Suddenly, Tang began running her mouth from the floor. Who the hell does that Gao Neng think he is anyway? I am an elite who can crush higher-level enemies too. Just one blast from my electromagnetic cannon. Boom. A supreme expert wiped off the map. Gao Neng's eye twitched playfully. He grabbed a thick black marker and went straight to work, sketching ugly little turtles all over her sleeping face. Let us see you try blasting me with your cannon now, he snickered. Half a month flashed by in a blur of blood, sweat, and relentless grinding. Their grueling closed-door training was finally drawing to a close. The results were absolutely staggering. Gao Neng shattered his limits, breaking into the second tier. Tang and Kong Kun surged to the late stage of the second tier. Even Qing secured her spot at the mid-stage. With their newly awakened power, the final obstacle of the dingboard was completely annihilated. The Academy broadcast system echoed with a massive announcement. The absolute kings of the dingboard, the Yuelun squad, were officially challenged by the Rising Stars, the Invincible squad. Back in the training room, the atmosphere was insanely tense. Are you kidding me right now? A squad member yelled in pure shock. 4 third-tier warriors? This is not a match. This is a blatant slaughter. Do those cowards have absolutely zero shame? Qing quickly analyzed the grim situation. They must have realized something crucial. Letting a rookie team sweep the entire dingboard would be the ultimate humiliation for them. The enemy had completely rigged the game. Besides the undisputed tyrant of the dingboard, Captain Zhang Yuelin, who was a terrifying late-stage third-tier expert, every single original member of his team had been mysteriously replaced. That scheming bastard, Zhang Yuelun. He had forcefully recruited the absolute strongest aces from other fallen dingboard squads. Now, his roster boasted 3 mid-stage third-tier monsters, and one of those absolute beasts was none other than Hua Yu Kui. Tang tilted her head, a smirk creeping onto her face. Wait a minute. Are they not just a bunch of losers we already crushed to dirt? Do they seriously think bunching up like scared sheep will secure their revenge? Kong Kun shrugged it off casually. Then we just play the waiting game. Those mercenaries will have to return to their original squads eventually. Once their little super team disbands, we swoop in and crush them. But Gao Neng's eyes gleamed with a predatory light. No, he declared, his voice cutting through the room like a blade. We annihilate them today. Today? Are you completely out of your mind? Gao Neng simply smirked at their panic. Did you already forget what Bald Shark drilled into our skulls half a month ago? If we truly want to be the spearhead of the Academy's reform plan, then second-tier warriors utterly destroying third-tier veterans needs to become our daily bread and butter. Ching Ching bit her lip, her tactical mind racing. But we are talking about 4 third-tier powerhouses here. My combat simulations do not lie. Our survival rate is sitting at a pathetic 10%. Gao Neng's aura flared with absolute, unbreakable confidence. Data is dead, but warriors adapt and overcome. This seemingly impossible deathmatch is the perfect testing ground for Bald Shark's insane new battle formation. Today, we do not just fight for a rank. We fire the very first world-shaking shot of the Great Reform. Later that historic day, the buzz around the Dingboard clash was suddenly overshadowed. An absolute shockwave rippled through the entire Dongdu Military Academy, drawing every single student's attention. The true undisputed kings of Dongdu, the legendary hunting god squad, had just returned from the blood-soaked front lines. The heavy armored transport hissed open. Stepping out was a man whose very presence demanded submission. The captain of the hunting god squad, the war god himself. Lin Ying. The crowd erupted into absolute chaos. It is them, the undisputed overlords of the Jia board. I heard they pulled off a literal miracle on the hellish front lines this time. They slaughtered over a dozen fifth-tier abominations. That is not all. Rumor says Lin Ying is on the verge of a monstrous breakthrough. The second he ascends to the 6th tier, his power will absolutely rival the elite academy instructors. Flanking him were his terrifyingly aura-dense squadmates. Yuping, Shenqing, and Yaqiu moved like seasoned apex predators. Qingqing watched from afar, her eyes wide with undisguised hero worship. Lin Ying was an absolute anomaly of nature. Only a third-year student, yet he had already peaked at the late stage of the 5th tier. But the latest intel painted an even more terrifying picture. Out in the blood-drenched wastelands, he had single-handedly executed a mid-stage 6th-tier warlord of the barbarian race. Kong Kun narrowed his eyes, meticulously analyzing the walking legend. So this is the suffocating pressure of a 6th-tier slayer, he muttered. Is this truly the ultimate powerhouse of our academy? Gao Neng watched the spectacle, a wild, unshakable confidence burning in his chest. Enjoy the throne while it lasts, he thought to himself. The #1 spot on the Jia board will soon be mine anyway. Right now, Lin Ying was the undisputed chosen son of heaven. But in Gao Neng's eyes, the man was nothing more than a future stepping stone on his path to absolute supremacy. Lin Ying and his squad stopped, offering a crisp, respectful salute to the academy brass. Vice Principal Wang and Teacher Gui beamed with overwhelming pride as they approached. Lin Ying, you and your squad have walked through hell and back, they praised warmly. Aqiu hands the classified files over to the man. Vice Director, here is the official 3-month battlefield report. Lin Ying chimes in, his tone dead serious. Vice Principal Wang, every single fighter from the 4 great military academies has been mass recalled from the front lines. What on earth happened? The Vice Director keeps things strictly confidential. A few sudden developments arose. You all just got back, so head to your dorms and rest up. The principal will make an official announcement tomorrow. Lin Ying immediately pivots, turning his attention to Xuan. Teacher Gui, I heard a fresh batch of junior brothers and sisters just arrived. Care to formally introduce us? The teacher blinks in pure surprise. Since when do you care about trivial gossip like this? Lin Ying flashes a knowing smile. After returning, word travels fast during our info exchanges. I have heard quite the rumors. Convinced, the teacher waves his new prodigies over. All right then. Cao Neng, bring the squad over and greet your senior. Instantly, the surrounding crowd activates their ultimate gossip mode. Whispers erupt, wondering if Cao Neng will be crazy enough to directly challenge Lin Ying. Who would be that brain-dead? Someone scoffs. A mere Tier 2 rookie challenging a monster about to break into Tier 6? One strike from him is enough to permanently cripple you. Let's not forget, Lin Ying did not form a battle squad in his first year just to slaughter his way up the D-rank board. Exactly. He just has the absolute age advantage. Cao Neng stands tall, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Wait a few years, and we will see who truly bows to who. Qingqing intensely studies their rival team. Her eyes lock onto Qiao Yaqiu. She is a late Tier 5 powerhouse and the absolute strongest female cadet of the Eastern Capital Military Academy. Nearby, Kong Kun shoots a heavy, meaningful glare at Yu Bing, the legendary wild bull Han Yu Bing. Rumor has it he earned that monstrous title by wrestling a half-demon minotaur on the bloody battlefield for 30 straight minutes to a perfect draw. Meanwhile, Cao Neng and Tang Tang share the exact same thought while eyeing Lin Ying. Eastern Capital's absolute number one, that throne will be mine soon enough. But off to the side, Shen Qing feels utterly robbed of a rival. Something feels incredibly wrong. According to all standard plotlines, this little sniper girl should be looking up to him with starry eyes. He is the senior master of the long-range shooting industry. What kind of trash script is this? Why is no one worshipping me? Snapping them out of their thoughts, Lin Ying actively steps up and extends a hand. So, you must be Cao Neng? I heard you have a massive deathmatch today to claim the ultimate crown of the D-rank board. I will definitely be watching. Su An pats the boy's shoulder, his voice thick with anticipation. Do you actually have a solid chance of winning? Cao Neng smirks. Teacher, you bet your money on me at the gates. Do you really not know the odds in your own heart? Hearing that cocky tone, Shu An instantly lights up with joy. Confidence is king. I literally staked my entire fortune on your victory today. If you lose, I might as well not survive the night. Cao Neng laughs. Well, if you die, what is the point of me living anyway? The clock strikes 4:00 in the afternoon. Team Yuelin and Team Invincible officially lock in the brutal hunting mode. Shockwaves ripple through the stands as a spectator jumps up, screaming in disbelief. 4 Tier 2 rookies against 4 Tier 3 veterans. And they actually dared to pick the bloodthirsty hunting mode? Achiu analyzes the screen, her eyes sharp. It is insanely arrogant. But over this past month, they have maintained a flawless 19-win streak against D-rank teams vastly superior to them. Maybe they actually have the raw power to back up that arrogance. Deep inside the training zone, Team Yuelin's captain issues a chilling command. Defend to the death. His entire squad gasps in sheer disbelief. What did you just say? Defend? We are Tier 3 elites fighting Tier 2 scrubs, and you want us to turtle up? Zhang Yuelin's gaze turns ice cold. Do we have a problem? Hua Yuquei swallows his pride. You are the captain. You call the shots. So, what is the defensive formation? The captain rapidly delegates the mission. Hua Yuquei and Li Ling. Set the trap network. Zuo Qing. Camouflage yourself in the vanguard. I will secure the high ground and provide heavy cover fire. The absolute second you spot the enemy, flare the signal immediately. Meanwhile, on Cao Neng's side, a massive wave of spiritual energy sweeps the map. He instantly reports back. Radar pinged. I can only track Hua Yuquei and Li Ling. 0 signs of Zhang Yuelun and Zuo Qing. Qing Qing instantly decodes their strategy. Zhang Yuelun is notoriously cunning and refuses to leave any blind spots. It looks like they are going for a total lockdown defense. Tang Tang scoffs, her voice dripping with absolute disdain. Tier 3s, cowering in fear from Tier 2s? This Team Yuelin is an absolute joke. This just proves they are terrified of our sheer power. In that case, let's smash right through their front door. Cao Neng's eyes blaze with battle-hungry excitement. Exactly. We take the absolute initiative and strike first. Execute Operation Plan Number 4. The audience outside leans in, dying of curiosity. Team Yuelun had such a massive level advantage, yet they were playing a cowardly trap game? How embarrassing. But more importantly, what on earth was Plan Number 4? Rumor has it Vice Principal Gui put them through a hellish special training camp lately. Could it be a devastating new martial art technique? Back in the arena, Hua Yuquei carefully inspects a massive tree root. Suddenly, his spine tingles. Deadly killing intent erupts. An earth dragon bursts from the soil, launching a vicious sneak attack. His reflexes kick into overdrive. He launches his entire body skyward. Gripping his blade, he plunges it toward the beast below. I have been waiting for you, scum. Cao Neng. Today I wash away my past humiliation in your blood. But before his epic speech can finish, boom! A blinding electromagnetic cannon blast incinerates him into a dazzling firework. He instantly respawns outside the arena, utterly traumatized. Wait. I am dead? My grand revenge arc literally just started, and it is already over? The spectators lose their minds. Holy crap, was that an electromagnetic cannon? Sure, they obliterated Hua Yuquei, but Tang Tang's ultimate weapon is completely drained of combat power now. Is that not a massive strategic loss? How is Team Invincible supposed to win the rest of the team fight? Kong Kun's eyes widen as he pieces the puzzle together. A flawless one-shot kill. Hua Yuquei is already on the death countdown board. Inside, Cao Neng grins like a maniac. Perfect execution. Everything is going exactly to plan. Without wasting a single second, he hoists Tang Tang onto his shoulders. The entire squad instantly turns and sprints in the opposite direction. The opponent, hiding in the branches, nearly drops his weapon in shock. The entire stadium erupts in utter chaos. They are running? They actually ran away? Do not tell me. Is this cowardice the ultimate result of their half-month closed-door hell training? But Lin Ying's eyes gleam with absolute respect. Brilliant. Cao Neng's squad just secured a 1-0 lead. Now, all they have to do is survive until the clock runs out. And Team Invincible claims the ultimate victory. Cao Neng smirks with absolute triumph. This is the fourth rule of battlefield survival. Take the advantage and run. Or as I call it, the hit-and-run strategy. The audience finally understands. Tang is incapacitated, but still breathing. The Invincible team just needs to run out the clock and win on points. What kind of shameless tactic is this? Hit and run? That is literally a fuckboy strategy. Lin Ying's teammates gasp in unison. Wait, I remember this. The instructors do not teach us this tactical retreat until our third year. This is a literal war zone tactic. Are they preparing these kids for the actual battlefield already? But military law strictly states you need to be stage 4 to deploy. Let us just keep watching. Lin Ying leans forward, eyes shining with anticipation. Invincible team. You hold the upper hand now. What insane trick will you pull next? Panic sets in among the enemy ranks. Hey, do we chase them? If we do not, they will vanish. Yue Lun is forced into a corner. If we pursue, every trap we laid becomes useless. My sniper position will be completely exposed. And who knows if they are luring us into their own trap. But if we stay put, this challenge is as good as over. Chase them! They are carrying Tang. They cannot outrun us. The remaining 2 members roar in unison. Kill. Slaughter them all. In a flash, they launch into a relentless pursuit, closing the distance. Kong Kun breaks into a cold sweat. They are too fast. Is this the true power of a stage 3? Shi Qing locks his sights on Qing Qing. Trying to escape? Stay right there. She instantly activates her defensive armor to tank a devastating punch. Qing Qing locks her arms around Xie Qing in a death grip. Let go of me! Xie Qing roars. He viciously hammers his free fist into her body. I said let go. Are you trying to drag us both to hell? This is the moment. Kong Kun and the Earth Dragon strike from the shadows behind him. Back in the waiting room, UK stares at the defeated Xie Qing in shock. What? How did you die too? Xie Qing grits his teeth in frustration, recalling the trap. I was too careless. When they ran, I swore they just wanted to stall for time. I never expected them to have the absolute guts to turn around and bite back like that. Who would dare to use an injured teammate as bait, just to take my life? Back on the battlefield, Yue Lun screams in pure fury. Bastards! Stop right there! Damn it all! It is 2-0 now. How did I get played by such cheap, dirty tricks? Why? How did everything fall apart? We had the absolute advantage in power. We set up the perfect ambush with flawless defense. This should have been an easy sweep. Forget the plan. I am hunting them down. You, block that Earth Dragon. Yue Lun leaps into the air, drawing his bow to the absolute limit. He unleashes a terrifying arrow, causing a massive explosion right in front of them. Cao Neng and Kong Kun freeze in horror. Is that the explosive flame arrow from the intel? Watch out. Our armor will shatter if that hits us. Thick smoke and raging fire billow behind Yue Lun. Cao Neng looks him dead in the eye. You are just a long-range archer. Do you really think you can block us? But Yue Lun has completely cut off their escape. Left with no choice, Cao Neng shoves Tang into Kong Kun's arms. Take Tang and Qing Qing and get out of here. Yue Lun narrows his eyes in surprise. You want to solo me? Cao Neng scoffs. My win rate is practically 0, but even if you beat me, the score is 2-1. You have already lost the war. Besides, I am staying behind to teach you a lesson. No need to thank me. Yue Lun feels his blood boil. You arrogant little punk. As Yue Lun unleashes his terrifying energy, Cao Neng stands completely unfazed. Do not bother, it will not work. My mental power has reached great mastery. I can read your every movement. With your basic combat skills, you cannot even lay a finger on me. Just surrender. Your team lost 2 members because of you. As the captain, you threw away your geographical and power advantages just to play defensively. Standing before me, you reek of insecurity. You lost half this battle before it even began. Shut your mouth. Yue Lun roars. But Cao Neng's psychological assault is relentless. You lack confidence, so you resort to dirty tricks. You abandon the teammates you actually knew. You chose to recruit powerful but completely unfamiliar strangers. If you were not so insecure, you would have trusted your real friends. Yue Lun, you are nothing but a coward. Shut up. Yue Lun shrieks, his pride shattering. He launches a barrage of devastating energy slashes, fully aware he is being taunted. Are you done talking, Cao Neng? Think you can provoke me? It will not work. But Cao Neng waits for this exact opening. Now. Cao Neng unleashes a half-step double kill technique, slashing straight at his opponent's chest. He follows up with a relentless storm of triple, quadruple, and quintuple strikes. Yet, as the energy clears, Yue Lun stands completely unharmed. You cannot cut me. You are just a mid-stage, too trash. Did you really think you could kill a late stage 3 elite like me? Impossible. But in the blink of an eye, Cao Neng materializes right behind him, locking him in a brutal chokehold. With one clean swing of his sword, Cao Neng slices off his opponent's arm. Yue Lun lets out a blood-curdling scream. Why? Did you not want to duel me for 300 rounds? Cao Neng whispers coldly. I do not remember saying that. I told Kong Kun to take the others and run. When did I ever say I would fight you fair and square? A wave of absolute humiliation crashes over Yue Lun. He realizes he has been played like a complete fool. His eyes blaze with bloodshot fury as he lets out a soul-shaking roar. You shameless bastards! Outside, the entire arena falls into a dead silence. Ah Chiu gasps in pure disbelief. 0 casualties, and 3 absolute kills, even when facing overwhelmingly superior foes. The Invincible Squad seized absolute control of the battlefield. Yu Bing delivers the final verdict. Though Yue Lun maintained his rationality, the outcome is already set in stone. Lin Ying smiles secretly to herself. It seems they are truly ready for the real battlefield. Yun Tian snaps his fingers with a sharp crack. Behind him, the massive projector screen flares to life with classified data. Alliance Calendar Year 056. Population: 4.57 billion. Fast forward to year 076. Population: 1.53 billion. Year 078. Population: a mere 6 million. Yun Tian's face appears beside the grim statistics. Look at these terrifying numbers over just 2 years. How many humans will even be left? Today's brutal match might have made many of you uncomfortable, because this wasn't just some ordinary slaughter. If that's the case, then what exactly is an ordinary slaughter? How should a true battle be fought? Should you blindly risk your life? Or should you claw for every single chance of survival? In today's war, their greatest ambition was simple: for the entire squad to survive. And truthfully, that is my only wish for you all. When you finally step onto the real battlefield, I hope you fight like the Invincible Squad did today, and return alive. The military's grand reform has already begun. From this very moment onward, the absolute ban is lifted. You no longer need to be 4th tier to enter the war zone. The safety nets are gone. Sooner or later, every student here will face genuine life or death trials. Now, I will announce the first wave of squads heading to the front line. Tang Tang anxiously shakes her teammates. Look up there, hurry, it's our squad. The Invincible Squad. The absolute only team from Dingbang qualified for the battlefield is the Invincible Squad of our death hall. Kong Kun lets out a heavy breath. We are actually heading to the front line. A profound dread washes over Gao Neng. Am I seriously going to the real battlefield? This is way too fast, way too sudden. Who knows how hard this damn system is going to screw me over next? Stepping out of the colossal arena, Lin Ying waves him a graceful goodbye. I will see you on the battlefield. Shu An strides over with a proud grin. Not bad at all, kid. You didn't embarrass this old master. Dinner is on me tonight. Gao Neng politely declines. Let's save the feast for later, sir. Teacher. Was that really the deployment list for the front line? Shuan waves his hand dismissively. Well, it's not exactly a full combat deployment. Gao Neng blinks in confusion. Not exactly? Shuan clarifies the situation. It's a battlefield observation list. Elite instructors will be shadowing and protecting your squad. Did you seriously think this grand reform was just sending you kids to throw your lives away? Seeing Gao Neng let out a massive sigh of relief. Shuan figures the kid isn't a total lost cause. He thought this brat feared neither heaven nor earth, but at least he has the sense to fear death. Suddenly, a chilling realization hits Gao Neng. Wait a minute. Observation or drill, it's still the damn battlefield, and stepping foot in the war zone guarantees one thing: absolute, lethal danger. Even with elite instructors acting as bodyguards, does having a teacher miraculously erase all threats? Not to jinx it, but even instructors can be slaughtered on the front line. What if a catastrophic accident happens? What if Bald Shark gets wiped out? What if we walk straight into a massive horde of terrifying alien races? What if no? He doesn't even dare to imagine the rest. Pacing around his dorm room, Gao Neng is completely torn. Should I go beg Bald Shark to let me withdraw? No. I absolutely cannot. That would be way too humiliating. Even Tang Tang has the guts to go. What right do I have to cower in fear? When I broke through to the second tier, for the sake of tactical advantage, I prioritized magnetizing both legs to maximize my mobility. Sparring in the simulation room was totally fine, but facing the brutal reality of the real battlefield, absolute defense is the only thing that matters. Tang Tang has her high-tier flexible combat armor to protect her life. Meanwhile, I am nothing but a completely broke weakling. A sudden notification chimes. In the end, the only thing I can rely on is this utterly cursed system. He glares at the new mission objective. Acquire the blueprint and crafting materials for a super flexible armor, learning from his past traumatic experiences. If he recklessly chose to receive the finished product directly, the difficulty level would probably skyrocket into some apocalyptic nightmare. It is definitely safer to take the stable route, farm the materials and forge the damn thing myself. But what twisted mission should I trigger next? Catch a mouse? Absolutely not. Knowing this cursed system's track record, it would probably spawn a terrifying gene-mutated monster mouse. Why don't I just open a crafting workshop? Harvesting my own materials would save a fortune. It perfectly synergizes with my second flawless attribute, and I can forge my life-saving armor while I'm at it. Just opening a simple workshop. How could this cursed system possibly twist that against me? Wait, no, I can't let my guard down. What if the system forces me to serve 1,000 customers in just a few days? What the hell do I do if it demands I complete 996 consecutive orders? The business hours for this workshop. They absolutely must be under my complete control. Staring intently at the customized mission prompt, open a crafting workshop with entirely unregulated business hours. Gao Neng strokes his chin in deep thought. Yeah, this should be foolproof. The holographic interface violently flashes to life. Mission description: the grand path to supreme hegemony begins with your very own crafting workshop. The host's boundless talent is like a blazing star in the cosmos. It cannot be hidden away from the vast oceans of the world. Now, step forth. Display the unstoppable prowess of a true man. Mission reward: a complete supreme resource pack for the super flexible armor. Blueprint included. Mission completion requirement: time limit, exactly 3 days. Objective: elevate the total market value of your workshop. Past 100 million alliance coins, the system's mission penalty flashes before him like a death sentence. A crushing debt of 100 million alliance coins. Gao Neng's mind races, calculating the sheer absurdity of the punishment. If a single bill weighs 1.15 grams, that is over a ton of pure cash. As if completing a few trivial quests for 3 days could magically print a literal mountain of money. Gripping the holographic system interface, Gao Neng explodes in pure, unadulterated fury. "You absolute dog," he roars. "Is your artificial brain wired completely out of pure malice? How many banks do I have to rob to get that kind of cash? Give me a hint right now. I swear, if you leave me hanging, I will smash my head open right in front of you." Ding! The system finally spits out a quest hint. The objective? Praise an adorable lolly using lines straight out of a melodramatic, passionate romance drama.